After this young man used up all his luck, he pulled an SSS-Rank Heavenly Demon character with a 0.06% drop rate. Then a truck came out of nowhere and slammed into him. By the time Jun-soo came to, he found himself in a hospital room. That's right, I was hit by a truck. Just as Jun-soo remembered this, a nurse walked in. "Private Kim, you're awake. Hold on, I'll get the doctor." With that, the nurse walked out. "What's going on? Why did she call me Private Kim?" Confused, Jun-soo went to the foot of the bed and looked at the patient information chart. Name Private Kim Nam, age 22. Condition dislocation and concussion from an accident. It really says Private Kim. What kind of bug is this? Jun-soo returned to his bed and sighed. I felt guilty for turning Private Kims into experience points for my heavenly demon. But to actually become a Private Kim, how is this possible? As he moved, Jun-soo's foot accidentally hit the leg of a chair, causing him sharp pain. He squealed like a stuck pig. Hearing Jun-soo's high-pitched shriek, the nurse rushed back in to check on him. "Private Kim, you shouldn't be moving around yet." The doctor had also arrived by now. Seeing the scene, he said with a smile, "You were hit by a truck. Luckily, you only sustained minor injuries. But we still need to run some more tests. You'll need an MRI and a magic vision test." "Magic what now?" Jun-soo snapped and yelled. Before he could process anything, he was faced with another difficult problem: the hospital bill. Emergency room fees, a facility charges, CT scan, X-ray, and other miscellaneous costs add up to a total of $22,375,691. Hearing the number, Jun-soo's jaw twitched. "What? I was only here for 4 days and it's $22 million. You don't have insurance, so you have to cover the entire cost yourself," the receptionist explained. "What? How can I not have insurance? Every citizen of the Republic of Korea has health insurance." The receptionist looked a bit confused and asked, "What's health insurance? You don't have Legion insurance or Magic Tower insurance?" "Right, Legion or Magic Tower, what are you talking?" Jun-soo was about to talk back when he suddenly froze. Wait a minute. I remember hearing these terms before. Where have I heard them? Legion, Grand Council, Magic Tower. The Holy See. This is the setting of Ascension's soul. In a world where God has abandoned humanity, mystic science has advanced tremendously. The polluted earth is infested with hordes of monsters. Humans had to modify their bodies to survive. In short, it's a very difficult world to live in, and I've been transported here. Jun-soo stood hopelessly in the street and screamed. Afterward, leaning on his crutches, he slowly hobbled back to his place. I went to bed happy about getting the heavenly demon, but I woke up as a test subject character. This must be divine punishment. For farming all those Private Kims, looking at the room which was as small as a shoebox, Jun-soo felt even more desperate. This room is even more run down than my old apartment. Why is Private Kim so dirt poor, damn it? My body's a wreck and I have no money. What am I supposed to do? And if this really is Ascension Soul, then soon, events like nuclear war, space-time rifts, and the revival of the old gods will happen. This place is going to turn into a living hell. I don't know how I ended up here, but if I just stay put, I'm 100% gonna die. Suddenly, a question popped into Jun-soo's head. He immediately grabbed a pen, placed his other hand on the table, and thought, I need to check before it's too late. He steeled his resolve, and despite his trembling hand, Jun-soo decisively stabbed the pen's sharp tip into the hand on the table. Then, gritting his teeth, he waited for the result. Quickly, the wound from the pen began to close and then disappeared completely. A notification window appeared along with it. Trait acquired, wound recovery. I knew it would work, Jun-soo rejoiced internally. The reason he had raised countless Private Kims was that Private Kim is a free test subject character, the only character with no basic traits. However, Jun-soo could unlock traits and then dismiss them, so he could freely raise Private Kims more than other characters. For a strategy-based player like him, Private Kim was easier to use than other rare characters. This means wound recovery has activated. Restores all wounds you have suffered up to this point. Jun-soo gleefully tossed his crutches and removed his bandages. His body was now completely healed. Now I am Private Kim. I can get any trait I want as long as I can earn it in Ascension. In this world, being poor and helpless means death. Or worse if you're unlucky. But Jun-soo wouldn't let that happen. He had the knowledge from wasting 10,000 hours on the game, Ascension Soul as a free-to-play player with the body of a private. Kim even climbing straight from rank 115,689 to rank 9. The very next day, Jun-soo went to the player recruitment office. The director of the office looked at Jun-soo's resume and then at him with a pair of judgmental eyes. Private Kim, you mean this is the first time you've come to our player recruitment office? Yes, I plan to participate in the mana purification project, Jun-soo replied, sighing internally. In crappy games like this, I have to make money first. Since all I have is this body, the only thing I can do is make a lot of money. It might be called mana purification, but do you understand what dungeon subjugation really entails? Director Cho said, propping his feet up on the desk. Yes, I know. You know, but your resume is completely blank. Junsu feigned confusion while thinking to himself, of course I know exactly how awful this job is. Tainted. Mana is the reason monsters were able to invade Ascension. Dungeon subjugation. The act of cleaning up this junk releases a large amount of tainted mana. Prolonged exposure to this mana can be fatal or cause mutation, making this job extremely dangerous. All right then. As soon as we have enough people, I'll assign you to a team, Director Cho said, but before Junsu left, he didn't forget to add a reminder. But are you sure about this? I've seen countless people like you walk in here for the money, and in the end, their souls are completely empty. Don't worry, I might be better at this than you, Junsu replied confidently, then turned to leave with a smirk. Please. Grinding my ass off it as a free-to-play player is Private Kim's specialty, especially with 10,000 hours of gameplay. Soon after Junsu was assigned to a mission, Hyuk, the team leader, tried to intimidate him right off the bat. You're the new blood on our team, huh? Yeah, I guess so. I'm just here because I was assigned to this squad. Hyuk roughly grabbed Junsu by the collar. Hey, you think this is a playground? Where's the determination in your eyes? You better not ask me to save you after you mutate. If I spot any sign of mutation, I'll take you out myself. All right, I'll keep that in mind. Junsu replied dismissively, thinking to himself, hazing the new guy? It's the same in games and in real life, huh? But why is an L-rank character like Hayek here so? This is what he looked like before his awakening. His personality is just as crappy. Hey now, Hayek, no need to be like that with the rookie. We're already short-staffed, so we need to take all the help we can get. Min, who had been cleaning dungeons for 5 years, stepped in to help Junsu. That's assuming he can actually help us. Look at him. We'll be lucky if he doesn't cause us trouble. Hyuk clicked his tongue and let Junsu go. Then he addressed the whole group. All right, we have exactly 4 days to clear 5 tainted areas. Let's move. That bastard is even more of a hard ass than in the game. As Junsu was glaring at Hyuk's back, Min put an arm around his shoulder comfortingly. Don't mind him. He's tough on the outside, but he's a good guy. Yeah, Junsu replied. His anger subsided a bit, so he didn't dwell on it anymore and followed the others to the mission. Hyuk led the team to the front of an abandoned subway station. A smell emanated from within, so foul it made you want to gag just by standing near it. I'm opening the door. Everyone get ready. Hyuk gave the order and used a key card to open the dungeon. As soon as they saw the tainted slime's low-level monsters, they all raised their shovels in unison to prepare for battle. Only Junsu stood back observing. The basics of clearing tainted mana or tainted monsters. Tainted slimes, although very weak, are tough because they don't die until you find their mana core inside their bodies. After a while of struggling hopelessly against the slimes, and the more they hit them, the more they multiplied, the cleanup crew started to panic. Find their mana cores. How are we supposed to do that? If this keeps up, we're all going to get infected by the tainted mana. One of the younger guys was about to be attacked by a slime when suddenly he heard a voice from behind him. Step back. I'm not taking responsibility for this. After the warning, Junsu ran forward and swung his shovel down between the other guy's legs. The slime there, instead of multiplying like before, instantly vaporized, revealing its mana core, a shiny golden color. For the next few minutes, Junsu single-handedly wrecked the slimes, leaving his teammates gaping in astonishment. What the hell? He wiped out all the slimes in a single blow. How is that possible? Junsu continued to swing his shovel, feeling smug. Of course it's possible. Before fighting the monsters, I learned a few important principles while collecting. Some traits. First, acquiring the necessary traits is just like in the game. As long as you fulfill certain conditions, you're good. So 2 days before the dungeon subjugation, Junsu was crawling on the ground looking for a 1-1 coin to acquire the treasure hunting trait. He sniffed garbage cans to acquire the toxin resistance trait. Second, Junsu can have a total of 6 traits. He can swap between traits whenever he wants. By activating the treasure hunting trait, he could find the opponent's weak point, which allowed Junsu to see the mana cores. Thus, he could completely destroy the slimes in an instant. Then he activated toxin resistance to resist the mana taint that got on him while clearing the slimes. Even with the helpful traits, working all day still left Junsu completely exhausted. On the ride back home, Min proactively came over to Junsu's seat to chat. We gotta go home early today, and it's all thanks to you. Just looking at you, I can tell you're amazing. Are you waiting for an awakening like Hayek? Junsu replied with a smile. It's not like that. I just know what to do from my experience in the military. If that's the case, then you're really skilled, Min said admiringly. At the same time, 2 horns unexpectedly sprouted from his head. This guy. The signs of mutation around him are getting worse. It seems he's been exposed to too much tainted mana. Thinking this, Junsu suggested, hey, you don't look so good. Why don't you take tomorrow off? Min waved his hand with a bitter smile. No, I'd rather face mutation than face the debt collectors. That makes sense, I guess. There aren't many reasons for people to do this kind of work. Thinking this, Junsu decided not to mention the issue anymore. But what was bound to happen happened. 4 days later, all the team members except Junsu were more or less affected by the tainted mana, especially Min. His body was gradually growing larger. His breathing was labored, and his eyes had become cloudy. Damn it, I told him not to overdo it. As Junsu was watching Min Hyuk started a conversation, his attitude completely different from their first meeting. You look pretty passionate. Is it because you're still young? I never thought you'd be able to do your job. Good job. It's all thanks to everyone else, Junsu replied with a forced smile, thinking to himself, thanks to the new traits I've acquired. After clearing monsters, the work has become easier now. Junsu's gaze shifted to Hyuk. He also looked tired. Is it because he's an L rank? Just then, Min suddenly screamed, then clutched his head and growled. The sharp spikes on his body emerged, more and more of them. The others on the team, seeing this, stopped their work and surrounded him, asking questions. Don't tell me. A possibility flashed through Junsu's mind. Hyuk seemed to be thinking the same thing as Junsu. He rushed over to Min, his expression grim, trying to persuade Min, snap out of it, let's get out of here. Min just turned to look at Hyuk. His eyes no longer held any warmth, but were completely like those of a bloodthirsty wild animal, with sharp teeth. And with a pop, the gentle Min had turned into the mutated Min, now a gigantic size. He's mutated, it seems he's lost his mind completely. If we don't defeat him, we won't be able to get out of here. Junsu quickly checked his trait list. Because all the new traits I've acquired are for cleaning up monsters. None of them are useful in combat. This, no matter how I think about it. Junsu saw Min looking at him with an adoring gaze, and inwardly cried, oh, this is it, I'm sure of it. Junsu was sent flying backward by a punch from the mutated Min, coughing up a large mouthful of blood. He thought in fear, the difference in strength is too great. At this rate, I'm going to be dead meat. System notification endurance acquired. You have acquired a new trait. Seeing this notification, Junsu snapped out of it. He felt like he had grabbed a lifeline and thought, traits? That's right, I have traits. It's too early to give up. Then he quickly opened his trait panel. To survive, I have to use my brain. How can I defeat that thing? First, delete some traits. Next, strength will be useful right now. Mana heart will help control mana. Endurance will reduce damage. Received. Mana absorption allows me to absorb mana. Deep breathing helps recover more mana. Finally, the last missing piece, taint resistance. After adjusting his traits, Junsu immediately stood up, stared at the mutated Min and shouted, bring it on, you son of a bitch. The mutated Min, of course, did not disappoint Junsu. It rushed towards him. Junsu watched the mutated Min intently, bringing the shovel in his hand back, which emitted a green light. System notification strength trait activated. Power amplified by 10 times. Waiting for the mutated Min to enter his attack range, Junsu gripped the shovel with both hands and swung with all his might, sending it flying backward. Junsu rejoiced, saying to himself, great, it's working. I can do this. But this joy didn't last for more than a few seconds before Junsu saw the mutated Min, now in midair, suddenly curl up and spin at high speed, like a wheel of death, covered in sharp spikes rolling rapidly towards him. What the hell is that? Junsu cried out in alarm. Then he saw that spiky wheel use a protruding rock as a ramp to launch itself high into the air, and its landing point was exactly where he was standing. Oh shit. Junsu only had time to utter that one phrase before the spiky wheel came crashing down, shattering the ground at that spot into many pieces. After that blow, the spiky wheel transformed back into the mutated Min, looking at the result of its creation. System notification endurance trait activated. Power amplified by 10 times. Thanks to the endurance trait, Junsu managed to endure the dangerous attack of the mutated Min and jumped into the space above its head. Even with endurance, it still hurts like hell. As he said that, Junsu used a trade-off tactic, furiously pummeling the mutated Min with his 2 fists. He knew clearly in his heart, if he were to stop now, he would be dead. There was no other way but to keep attacking. Just then, a spike on the mutated Min's body suddenly changed direction, aimed at Junsu and abruptly shot out. This attack was too sudden. Junsu only had time to react by leaning to the side to dodge, but a spike still grazed his shoulder, tearing his shirt and leaving a bleeding wound on his skin. What was even more terrifying was that a bunch of new spikes appeared on the mutated Min's body, aiming at Junsu and shooting out, giving him no chance to react. Junsu was instantly impaled by a bunch of spikes, causing him to fly backward in pain and fall to the ground. No, just a little more, just a little bit more. Junsu's heart screamed relentlessly. He tried to crawl up and rush towards the mutated Min, giving it a punch. But after this one punch, his right hand was completely wrecked. yet it didn't cause any damage to the mutated Min. If anything, it made it even more agitated. The mutated Min got angry, aimed its spikes at Junsu, and fired them completely, shredding his left arm, from the tendons to the shoulder. The pain was overwhelming. Junsu couldn't take it anymore and fell to the ground screaming horribly. "As I thought, you can't win with a Private Kim." Saying this to himself, Junsu lay helplessly on the ground, watching the mutated Min clench both its hands into a large fist and slam it down. In his mind, Junsu suddenly remembered himself playing Ascension in the past, laughing and saying, "Come on, come at me! I'll defeat all of you with just a Private Kim." At this moment, his mind was incredibly clear. He seemed to understand something. Back when I was playing the game, everything was so easy. I could defeat monsters with a single tap. I never thought about the character's feelings. I just simply pushed them to their limits under the guise of efficient training. But now I understand. That, you have to go through pain to get even a mid-tier trait. There's no way to win without paying a price. All of this happened in a flash. When Junsu came back to his senses, he saw the mutated Min's large fist about to hit him. In response to this, Junsu suddenly raised an arm to block it. It was a large arm, no smaller than the mutated Min's arm. The mutated Min, seeing its attack so easily blocked, was a bit stunned, and was sent flying by a surprise punch from Junsu. Junsu felt as if he had been given new strength. Both of his arms were now healed, but strangely they were unusually large, making his body proportions a bit unbalanced. System notification, mutated muscles trait activated. Junsu clenched his two fists and said to himself, "The reason I attacked so recklessly was to acquire the trait you get by pushing past your limits, by activating the mana, heart, and strength traits to get mutated muscles." It was all in preparation for this moment. On the other side, after being knocked down, the mutated Min became enraged. It quickly got up and rushed towards Junsu, throwing a punch. Junsu raised an arm and easily blocked it. He smirked and said, "That won't work anymore." Then he continuously punched the mutated Min. The mutated Min could only raise its two hands to passively block in front of it. Seeing this, Junsu taunted it. Stab me again, I dare you." The mutated Min was provoked. It stopped defending and chose to attack. A bunch of sharp spikes suddenly grew on its fist, and it punched Junsu hard in the chest. This time he couldn't block it and was knocked to the ground. There were now several bloody holes in his chest. Junsu coughed up a large mouthful of blood and thought it still wasn't using its full strength. Although he was knocked down again, Junsu wasn't without his gains. System notification, you have acquired mutated body. You have acquired a new trait. Junsu immediately replaced a trait with mutated body in his trait list. In an instant, Junsu's body began to grow larger, perfectly proportional to his two arms. Junsu stood up again, smiling at the mutated Min, and said, "Thanks, you made me stronger." Then the two sides immediately clashed, and the result was that neither side gained an advantage. Junsu said with a smile, "Now we're evenly matched." After that, the sound of fists hitting flesh rang out continuously, waking up Hyuk, who was unconscious on the ground. "What's going on? It's so noisy," he thought to himself. Hyuk turned his head towards the source of the sound and saw Junsu and the mutated Min punching each other. "You throw a punch, I throw a punch, neither willing to back down." Hyuk was stunned by this scene. Private Kim. What is he, a Superman or something? How can he fight on par with a mutant? Just then, both Junsu and the mutated Min were knocked down by each other's attacks. Junsu sat on the ground, breathing heavily, looking at the mutated Min, who had already stood up, still full of energy, tilting its head back and roaring. He thought to himself, "This isn't easy at all. I've grown to the size of that thing, but at this level I'm still at a disadvantage." Then he gritted his teeth and thought, "It's a bit risky, but I have no other choice." Having made his decision, Junsu immediately stood up and whispered, "Activate Taint Resistance." System notification. Mana resistance development trait activated. Tainted. I have to believe in myself. Junsu said to himself, then whispered again, "Purge." Instantly, under Hyuk's astonished gaze, Junsu's entire body began to mutate. The process was very fast and soon completed. System notification, mutated state, Private Kim. Junsu, in his mutated form, tilted his head back and roared his mouth, seeming to gather energy, then fired it straight at the mutated Min. Under this overwhelming power, the mutated Min was completely annihilated, without any chance to resist. Afterward, Junsu's gaze turned towards Hyuk and he began to walk towards him. What is that, a monster? He turned into a mutant, while fighting one. Still in a state of shock, Hyuk backed away, feeling as if he had been targeted by a ferocious beast. Hyuk looked up and saw Junsu standing there staring at him intently, which made him panic and shout internally, "How is this possible?" Hyuk looked at the mutated Private Kim and his heart filled with extreme fear. In his mind now, there was only one thought: to escape from this place. But just as he turned to leave, he found himself covered by a large shadow. He mechanically turned his head and saw that Junsu was standing right behind him and reaching his large hand towards him. Thinking he was dead for sure, Hyuk helplessly closed his eyes. But after a few seconds, Hyuk didn't feel any impact. So he opened his eyes again and was surprised to see that Junsu had returned to his normal body. As for Junsu, after returning to his normal body, he felt as if all his strength had been drained and fell forward, whispering, "I did it." The taint resistance trait. The last line of defense. If you possess the mutated body trait, along with mutated muscles and remove taint resistance, you will receive mutation. People usually believe that once you become a mutant, you can't go back to normal. But Junsu was different. He had changed the trait. He knew that as long as he could hold on to a shred of sanity, he could change the trait. That's how he swapped mutation for taint resistance and returned to his human body. A moment later, Junsu crawled up. He tiredly leaned against a wall. Sighing, "It felt like all my bones and muscles were shifting. I never want to go through that again." Trying to stand up, a purple orb suddenly appeared in Junsu's hand, about the size of a ping-pong ball. System notification: Mana Core harvested. Rank 1. Junsu immediately broke into a happy grin. However, it was all worth it. I got a Mana Core. Rank 1 at that. It really is beneficial to do this cleanup work. At that moment, Hyuk and 2 others walked over. Hyuk stared at Junsu and asked, "Are you okay? You turned into a mutant. What happened?" Junsu snapped out of his joyful state, calmed down and turned to look at the 3 of them. It would be troublesome if any strange rumors about me started spreading. Thinking this, Junsu said, Well, I gambled on being able to come back. I was just really lucky." Hyuk didn't believe him and questioned what that was luck. But that method was too... Before he could finish, Junsu took out a pile of small, yellow, marble-like orbs and gave them to Hyuk, saying, "Here, take this." Then he turned to leave, waving his hand and saying, "Now I'm heading back. I need some fresh air." Behind him, the 2 people next to Hyuk exclaimed, "Rank 0 Mana Cores, holy crap, there are so many." Junsu smiled to himself, thinking, since I saved their lives and gave them some Mana Cores, they'll probably keep my secret right. Hyuk silently watched Junsu leave, deep in thought. The next morning at the player recruitment office, director Cho put on a fawning smile, rubbed his hands together and said to Junsu, My, I heard you went through some trouble. It must have been terrible." Junsu replied with a smile. Yeah, it got a little tiring at the end." Besides that, he was a bit suspicious, thinking, why is he suddenly sucking up to me? Director Cho spoke up. "Anyway, you should have told us you were a Superman. We could have given you a proper job instead of cleanup duty." "All right, I get it." Junsu immediately understood. The man thought he was a superhuman. In Ascension, a superhuman awakens an ability that lets them possess mana, making them powerful in this world. A world where strength equals power and status. Superhumans are basically nobles. Well, he has a reason to think that. Because you have to be a superhuman to defeat a mutant. Although I only won thanks to my trait. Just then, Cho-gil turned around from behind, pulling out a pre-prepared paper bag. He said with a smile, "Well then, I guess I should pay you for the cleanup." "Sounds good," Junsu replied, laughing inwardly. He decided to let the man think he was a superhuman for now. Cho-gil, while pulling several wads of cash from the paper bag and placing them on the table, explained, "You cleaned up 5 sectors, and we take a 20% fee from the total of 50,000 If we split it evenly among the group members, I'd give you 5,000. But this time we'll do things a little differently. We'll only take a 5% fee from your share and give you an additional bonus. We look forward to continuing to work with you." Junsu didn't hear clearly. His eyes were glued to the pile of money on the table. He cheered internally. 12,000 being a superhuman is sick. A moment later, Junsu happily left the room holding the large sum of money. He was still thinking about how to spend the money when suddenly a man walked up and said, "You look pretty happy. Must have gotten a nice payout." Junsu realized this man was one of the people he had worked with before, so he smiled humbly and said, Yeah. Well, we completed the mission after all." The man spoke up. Actually, the reason I came here is because I wanted to ask you for a favor." Junsu asked suspiciously, "A favor?" The man replied, "Well, my wife is really sick, so I was wondering if you could lend me some money. Sorry to ask you this, even though we've only worked together once. But please," the man said, even bowing deeply. Faced with this situation, Junsu frowned slightly. In this world, helping others when you don't know them well is a bad idea. Who knows when they might stab you in the back? It's hard enough just looking out for yourself. But I feel too bad to just ignore him. Looking at the man before him, Junsu hesitated a bit. But only for a moment, compassion overcame reason. He grabbed the man's hands with both of his, smiled, and said, "Oh my. Don't do that, you're older than me. It's not much, but please take this." As he spoke, Junsu stuffed a large handful of rank 0 mana cores into the man's hand. When night fell in a secluded corner, the man who had asked Junsu for help that morning looked at the pile of monocores in his hand and laughed out loud. What an idiot. I just pretended to be some poor old geezer and he gave me all this money. Haha. Surprisingly, this man wasn't alone. Hu and 2 other people were also present. Hu laughed and asked, is he new to the business? The man from earlier spoke up. I bet if I said my kid was sick too, he'd give me more. But it's annoying that he got paid more than us. He gave us chump change and even pretended to be a superhuman to take our share. Hu spoke up. He's not a superhuman. The man from earlier looked at Hu and asked, we should teach him a lesson. You got any ideas? Hu took the pile of monocores, crushed them in his hand, and said with a sinister smile, since we know his secret, let's teach him how scary this world can be. Junsu was completely unaware that a plot was being hatched against him. He was currently lying in bed, proud of his good deed from that morning. It feels so good to be a good person. At this rate, I'll become a hero in this world. A few days later in the morning at a grand hotel, Junsu lay on a single bed next to the window, enjoying the relaxing and comfortable feeling of being massaged by the staff, along with the warm sunlight shining on him. Having money is the best. Never thought I'd get a massage in a place like this. The game is so much better than real life. But when the masseuse kneaded his left bicep, Junsu almost cried out in pain. I spent a whole 3 days resting at the hotel, and it still hurts. From now on, I have to think twice before using any mutation traits. Trait change isn't exactly what I thought. The body changes depending on the trait. The more severe the side effects, the greater the physical change. The problem is, can I even survive if I limit my use of traits? While thinking, Junsu turned over to let the masseuse work on his back, and happened to see a man with a tattoo of 2 black dragon heads on his chest, lying on a lounge chair by the pool on the first floor. Beside him stood 2 rows of men in black standing guard. Wait a minute, isn't that the Iron Fist gang? Still got that same arrogant look. Ascension Soul is controlled by local gangs, more than by the law. Makes sense since there are so many mutants around. People have to rely on superhumans. I managed to survive by the skin of my teeth, but just relying on traits in a dangerous place like this is just plain stupid. Suddenly, he remembered something and grinned, whispering, aren't there also items? When afternoon came, Junsu was at a shop. The girl at the service counter smiled and asked, are you here to sell something? Junsu replied, yes, I have some monster byproducts. The girl at the service counter spoke up. Just to let you know, I don't buy any rank 0 mana cores. I know, what I want to sell is this. As he spoke, Junsu, from inside his backpack, pulled out a blue orb larger than his fist and held it out towards the girl at the counter. Seeing the orb, the girl at the counter exclaimed in disbelief, this is a rank 2 mana core. Junsu smiled and said, that's right, take a look. Inside, he was cheerfully thinking seeing her surprised face is pretty fun. Grinding it out in the hotel room paid off. I combined everything I had, and thanks to that I got a rank 2 mana core. A moment later, Junsu looked at the stack of bills in the girl's hand and thought happily, the prices are different depending on the rank. Selling it for the highest price. There you go. The girl handed the stack of money to Junsu and said, here is the price for the core 4 770,001. Junsu took the money and said with a smile, thank you. Next, Junsu asked, do you sell any weapons or armor? The girl smiled and replied, of course, please this way. After that, the girl led Junsu into the inner room. As soon as he stepped inside, Junsu saw a wide variety of weapon styles displayed on wooden racks. They've got everything on the walls here, he added with a smile in his heart. All the basic items I used in the game are here. The girl said, take your time. Sure will, Junsu replied. His heart filled with excitement, thinking, time to gear myself up. When night fell, Junsu, carrying a backpack full of weapons, left the shop and said with satisfaction, now that I have weapons, I finally feel like I'm playing Assassin's Creed. Just then, a rather pretty long-haired girl ran frantically towards Junsu and asked, excuse me, are you a mercenary by any chance? I need help. Junsu waved his hand and replied, oh, I'm not, you should find someone else. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the long-haired girl pull out a thick wad of cash, offering, I came here on business, but the Iron Fist gang scares me. Can you protect me back to where I'm staying? Junsu's eyes stared at the wad of cash in the long-haired girl's hand. 500,000 for a bodyguard gig. It's like a daily quest. Anyway, since I'm all geared up, I should give it a shot, right? With that thought, Junsu placed a hand on the long-haired girl's shoulder, smiled and said, can't ignore a lady in distress. Let's go. Hearing this, the long-haired girl happily followed Junsu. Thank you. After that, Junsu followed behind the long-haired girl to a deserted small alley. Junsu thought to himself, confused, why is she in such a secluded place? Forget people, there isn't even an ant here. Suddenly, the long-haired girl picked up speed and ran around a corner. Junsu hurried after her and found a pitch-black alley. He could only faintly make out the long-haired girl's silhouette ahead, thanks to the streetlight outside. In the dark alley, the long-haired girl's urgent voice called out, "They're coming! Hurry up and get over here!" Junsu walked over, complaining, "It's too dark, I can't see a thing." The moment he stepped into the dark alley, a system panel appeared. Night vision trait acquired. "You have acquired a trait." Junsu thought happily, "Oh, I can see now. Didn't think I'd acquire a trait." His night vision improved dramatically. Everything in the dark alley gradually became clear in his eyes. And what he didn't expect was he saw the long-haired girl, now pointing a gun at him, saying with a smile, "You're more cautious than I thought." Junsu was startled, thinking, "A gun? Who is this woman? Wait, is this a trap?" Junsu slowly backed away but bumped into an obstacle. He turned his head and saw it was Hu. He looked at him humorously and asked, "Where do you think you're going, Junior?" At the same time, the lights in the alley came on. 3 more men stepped out from the shadows. Junsu stared at Hu and said, "You..." Hu smiled and said, "Good to see you again. Aren't you happy?" Junsu frowned and questioned, "What did I do to you to deserve this?" Hu laughed and replied, "Nothing, you just look so stupid. There's no other reason." "You gullible bastard!" Before he could finish, Junsu took advantage of his carelessness, slipped past him and ran. Hu reacted, shouting angrily, "That bastard! Start a conversation and then just run off. Shoot him." Hearing that the long-haired girl without hesitation aimed her gun at the fleeing Junsu and pulled the trigger. Instantly, a bullet hit Junsu in the back, causing him to cry out in pain and fall forward. Hu and his cronies rushed over to check. When they saw Junsu lying motionless in a pool of blood, Hu cursed angrily, "What the hell? You were supposed to shoot his leg, not his body." The long-haired girl defended herself. "It's still better than letting him get away." Hu muttered under his breath, "Damn it, I think he's dead." One of the men spoke up. He turned back into a human after mutating. "I'm sure the mages would be willing to buy the body of this kid. If we had caught him alive, we would have made more money." Another man said, "Let's just loot his bag and gear." Hu sighed and said, "It's useless now, just do that first." However, when they looked back towards Junsu's spot, ready to act, they were shocked to find only a pool of blood there. He had vanished. Hu cried out in fear, "Where's his body?" At that moment, the sound of breaking glass echoed. The street lamp illuminating the alley was shattered by something, causing the entire alley to plunge back into darkness. Next, a man next to Hu was suddenly attacked from behind on the neck. Before he could even make a sound, he collapsed to the ground. The remaining people cried out in confusion, "What was that?" Hu guessed, "Don't tell me he's still alive." Junsu's voice suddenly echoed, "I'm still alive, you know." He didn't look like someone who had just been shot. One of his pupils had turned yellow. The 6 traits he currently had arranged were brute strength, stamina, mana heart, night vision, and mana recovery. At this moment, Junsu smiled and said, "I can't die because of someone who repays kindness with betrayal." He felt lucky in his heart that he had bought a bulletproof vest at the shop earlier. Besides, after taking a shot from the long-haired girl, Junsu had acquired a new trait, Play Dead. Thanks to this trait, Junsu had deceived Hu's group, making them let their guard down, and successfully created an advantage for himself. Hu and his gang, now without the streetlight's illumination, were like headless flies, panickedly looking around and shouting, "He broke the streetlight, I can't see anything." "Where the hell is he?" Junsu suddenly appeared behind Hu and asked quietly, "Looking for me?" Hu spun around by reflex. Junsu immediately threw a punch at him and yelled, "I saved your life, now I'm taking it back, you son of a bitch." Hu took the full force of Junsu's punch and fell to the ground. He quickly sat up, wiping the blood from his face with his hand. "You bastard!" Hu cursed as he lunged forward, kicking towards Junsu. Junsu quickly moved aside to dodge. "You should be grateful that I saved you. You think trying to kill your own savior is the right thing to do." As he spoke, Junsu threw another powerful punch, sending Hu sprawling to the ground again. Just as he was about to land another kick on Hu, a gunshot suddenly rang out. Not far away, the long-haired girl held a gun with its barrel, still smoking. She shouted in panic, "You're over there, right? Are you okay, Hu?" Junsu stopped his movement, silently looking at the gunshot wound on his arm. "I was too careless." In Ascension, the scariest thing isn't monsters or mutants, but people. I was too naive and trusted others too easily. I won't make that mistake again, he told himself. Without hesitation, Junsu pulled out a revolver and fired 2 consecutive shots. One bullet hit the long-haired girl's wrist, injuring her so she could no longer hold the gun. Another bullet hit the shoulder of the man next to her, causing him to collapse on the ground, groaning in pain. Seeing that the 2 were no longer a threat to him, Junsu said with satisfaction, "That's enough." Next, he was about to eliminate the biggest threat, Hu, when he heard a whooshing sound from behind. Instinctively, Junsu turned his head and saw Hu's leg just inches from his head. Conditioned reflex. Junsu immediately raised both hands to cover his face and was kicked backward. Scrambling up, Junsu looked at Hu and was startled to realize Hu's appearance had changed slightly from before. His legs have transformed, he thought, realizing a serious truth. Hu had awakened as a level 1 superhuman. No longer as comfortable as before, his face now showed a grim expression. He cursed inwardly at Hu. This crappy game, superhuman awakening. Because all characters can go through the superhuman awakening phase. It's considered a developmental stage, a basic part of this game. According to the world of Ascension, a level 1 superhuman is strong enough to threaten any ordinary citizen, even one carrying a rifle. In other words, I have to fight a superhuman with nothing but this normal body. At this moment, Hu tilted his head, glared at Junsu and said, "I'm going to kill you." After that, his body vanished from Junsu's sight. Junsu frantically looked around on guard. In his mind, he recalled Hu's traits. Hu's trait is omnidirectional movement kick. Omnidirectional movement. The user can use their extremely elastic legs to move freely in any direction. Combining this with the current situation, Junsu made a judgment. He's using omnidirectional movement to climb the building walls. Sure enough, as soon as he looked up, he saw Hu coming down from above, stomping down towards his position and yelling, "I'm gonna kill you." Against this powerful attack from Hu, Junsu knew he could only dodge, so he quickly jumped to the side, luckily avoiding the blow. Hu looked at Junsu angrily. "You can dodge that, but not this time." As he finished speaking, Hu rushed towards Junsu and threw a kick. When he felt his foot connect with something solid, Hu smiled, but that smile froze as he saw Junsu had used a weapon to block his kick. He hadn't hit Junsu himself. Across from him, Junsu smirked and said, "Sorry, but I don't plan on dodging." "You animal." He felt lucky in his heart, thinking buying a baton was a good idea. Remembering a few hours ago, Junsu stood in front of the weapon racks in the shop, pondering, is buying a gun worth it? But since Warrior Kim is a warrior-class character, even if I get stronger, my marksmanship will only reach a certain limit. Just in case, I'll buy a warrior-class weapon too. In the end, Junsu chose to buy a baton as well. Back to the present. The facts proved that Junsu's decision to buy a baton was absolutely correct. Each character has weapons and traits that are more effective for their class. That's why to defeat Hu, I need to use melee weapons and traits suited for a warrior, he thought. Junsu raised the baton high and brought it down hard on Hu, sending him to the ground for the 3rd time. System notification acquired 11 traits. You have acquired the bludgeon trait. Seeing the system panel, Junsu thought happily, all right, my first class specialized trait, the bludgeon trait. Next, Junsu's confidence soared. He proactively charged at Hu, unleashing a series of double slashes, upward slashes, and horizontal slashes to attack Hu, but Hu nimbly dodged them all. Then Hu counterattacked, kicking towards Junsu. Seeing Hu's move, Junsu shouted in his mind, "This is my chance. Should I dodge? No, I can't stop now. Even if I break a bone, I have to keep attacking." Having made his decision, Junsu gritted his teeth and took a gamble. He only raised one arm to block the kick from Hu and used the hand holding the baton to strike hard at his thigh. System notification acquired 1 trait. You have acquired the combination trait. Junsu laughed out loud in his mind. There it is. The best trait, built for the warrior class in the early game. After that, Junsu immediately used the bludgeon and combination traits to create a storm of attacks towards Hu, making it impossible for him to dodge. The more hits he took, the more the pain increased. Hu's consciousness was slowly and surely being eroded with each blow. Soon he couldn't take it anymore and weakly begged for mercy. Please stop. Junsu did indeed stop. After a full-force blow to Hu's chest, he stopped his attack. Seeing Hu lying motionless on the ground, Junsu raised both hands, looked up and shouted, I did it! I defeated and awakened Hu! Suddenly, Junsu's skin turned red. The raindrops falling on his skin immediately evaporated. What is this feeling? My whole body is in so much pain. But I still feel something, flooding my body. Junsu bent over, crying out in pain. But at the same time, a thought crossed his mind. Don't tell me this is the day I learned the cruel truth of the world of Ascension. System notification. Awakened as a level 1 superhuman. Warrior Kim. After the shock wore off, Junsu, realizing he had awakened, was as happy as a child, somersaulting and cheering. I'm finally a superhuman. I can now get high-paying offers from mercenaries. Not only that, I can also get bank loans with low interest rates. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. Are you done? Junsu quickly turned his head to look at the speaker. When he saw who it was, Junsu frowned and thought, this guy is Kim Cheol-gwan. He's the second basic character introduced in Ascension after Warrior Kim, a character from the enhanced warrior class, who uses guns as their main weapon, specializes in hunting with a prosthetic hand. The problem is, Kim Cheol-gwan is a feared member of the Iron Fist gang in the underworld. Since I fought in their territory, I must have provoked them. At that moment, Kim Cheol-guan questioned, "Did you check this place out before coming here to cause trouble?" As soon as he finished speaking, his underlings aimed their guns at Junsu, looking like they would open fire at the slightest provocation. Seeing this, Junsu's face turned pale. I was suddenly attacked, and I couldn't just lie down and wait to die. Hearing Junsu's explanation, Kim Cheol-guan suddenly pulled out a revolver, loaded it, and asked, "Oh, so you're saying those guys were scarier than the Iron Fist gang? Huh?" Junsu was startled, shouting internally, "A gun! If I fight in this condition, I'll be toast for sure." Kim Cheol-guan gave Junsu no chance to react. He raised his gun, aiming straight at his chest. "Puppy, you've made a terrible mistake. I'll show you what happens when you defile our territory." After saying that, Kim Cheol-guan's expression turned fierce. He was preparing to pull the trigger, but then he heard the strangely calm voice of Junsu. "Ah, is that so? But you forgot one thing." As he spoke, he grabbed the revolver's barrel, pressed it against his chest, and yelled, "I'm not the type to die so easily." Then, without hesitation, he pulled the trigger himself. A loud gunshot rang out. A bullet pierced through Junsu's chest. Kim Cheol-guan finally reacted, his face a mask of disbelief, thinking, "Did this bastard just shoot himself?" But across from him, Junsu, who had just taken a bullet, acted as if nothing had happened and said, "Ah, what's this? It tickles." At the same time, the gunshot wound was closing up at a speed visible to the naked eye. System notification acquired regeneration trait. This scene intrigued Kim Cheol-guan. His face broke into a smile as he said, "Oh, look at you, you've got an interesting ability." Junsu thought to himself, "An upgraded version of the wound recovery trait, regeneration. That's a trait you can get when you become a level 1 superhuman. It'll all be over once they start underestimating me, and I'll use intimidation tactics." But outwardly, he smirked and said, pointing to the bodies behind him, "As you can see, I don't survive on luck. I don't care who you are. If you mess with me, Kim Jonsa, you'd better be prepared." Hearing this, Kim Cheol-guan didn't get angry at all. He laughed and said, "Kim Jonsa, huh? Is that your name? I like your courage. All right, I'll let you go this time, but in that case, you'll owe me a debt." Next, he patted Junsu's shoulder, leaned into his ear, and whispered, "I'm sure you know what that means, right?" Junsu smiled and replied, "All right, I'll remember." He wondered inwardly, did he recognize me? Satisfied with Junsu's answer, Kim Cheol-guan extended his hand towards him and said, "All right, let's do something together next time." Junsu stared intently at the hand Kim Cheol-guan extended towards him. Kim Cheol-guan isn't the type to betray me. It wouldn't be a bad choice to build a relationship here. Thinking that, Junsu comfortably shook hands with Kim Cheol-guan, saying with a smile, "Sounds great. See you next time." The next morning, Junsu, dressed in a beach vacation outfit, entered the Jamsil superhuman tower. I didn't see anything special when I saw it in the game, but now it looks magnificent. It's completely different from my town. Just as Junsu was looking around with great interest, a girl in a business suit approached him. She smiled and greeted him. "Thank you for visiting the superhuman tower. How may I help you?" Seeing this female employee, Junsu's face flushed slightly as he thought in surprise, "What the? She's so beautiful, but she seems like an NPC. It seems the staff here are top-notch." The female employee, seeing Junsu staring at her, didn't show any confusion or anger. She maintained a professional smile on her face, gesturing towards the path to Junsu's right, where a large machine stood, and introduced, "If you're here to get your superhuman certificate, please go to the machine over there to measure your mana and traits." Junsu said, "Thank you." He then walked towards the large machine. As he walked, he pondered, "I didn't even ask, but she still guided me. I must look like a newbie. Anyway, once I get my superhuman certificate, my real life in Ascension Soul will begin." Suddenly, several shouts of astonishment rang out. "What's that? Look at the ceiling. The Saintess is here." Hearing this, Junsu also looked up curiously and saw a golden point of light there. He wondered in his heart, "It's just a ship, isn't it?" At that moment, the golden light suddenly intensified, shining down on the large circle on the ground, forcing everyone to temporarily cover their faces. Next, a group of people stepped out from within, appearing in sight. Everyone's eyes were on them. When Junsu saw these people, especially the girl in the lead, a look of disbelief appeared on his face as he inwardly exclaimed, "This is the main legion. Why is the Saintess here?" Meanwhile, the arrival of these people led to a wave of cheers. "Greetings, Saintess. What an honor, unlike them." Junsu couldn't feel happy at all. "I'm still in the tutorial phase, and she's already a Saintess." But as the story progresses, it's revealed that they are a doomsday cult, disguised as a moderate religion, and they begin to attack people indiscriminately. At this moment, people began to speculate. Is the Saintess here to measure her mana, or to update her level? The Saintess just smiled and, as a practical response, walked straight to the large machine platform, in lieu of an answer. A few seconds later, the machine platform began to operate. The sound it emitted annoyed Junsu, who complained softly. The sound of a mana measurement is so loud. Very quickly, under the expectant gazes of the crowd, the electronic screen lit up. Saintess, Class Priest, Mana, Level 8 with 6 support traits. Another wave of gasps erupted. What the hell, Level 8? She even has 6 traits? That's insane. The Saintess smiled, enjoying the feeling of being admired by everyone. Junsu watched the Saintess for a few more seconds before walking towards the mana-checking machine. His heart was heavy. This is no time for praise, he thought. A superhuman? A Level 8 is comparable to an entire squadron of fighter jets. A walking national-level superpower. And a superhuman with that kind of power will wipe out Seoul in the future. But if I say that now, they'll treat me like a crazy person and cancel me. I'll worry about the future later. For now, I'll just measure my mana. It will attract too much attention if a rookie like me has 6 traits, so I'll lower it to 3. At the exact moment, Junsu opened his traits panel to adjust it. The Saintess, who hadn't gone far, suddenly stopped and turned to look at him. A member of the Saintess's team saw this and asked, "Your Eminence, is something wrong?" The Saintess, still staring intently at Junsu, replied softly, "It seems there's someone I've never met." Then the Saintess suddenly appeared behind Junsu. She spoke, "You seem to have an interesting ability." Junsu jumped, exclaiming, "You scared me." But then he panicked, thinking, "Wait, what did she just say to me? Could she feel that I was changing my traits?" The people around whispered among themselves, "What's with the Saintess? He looks pretty average." While they were still confused, what surprised them even more was that the Saintess took Junsu's hand and asked, "Warrior, what is your name?" Junsu stammered in reply, I am Warrior Kim." Then he panicked internally, "Oh no. In Seoul, if the Saintess asks for your name..." Just as Junsu expected, the Saintess spoke. "Then Warrior Kim, on behalf of the Order of the Elder, I will grant you baptism. The former master of the Black Gold Throne always desires those who possess rare powers like you. Submit to him and find peace on this hellish earth." At the same time, a stream of golden characters on the Saintess's hand began to flow onto Junsu's arm. Seeing this scene, the surroundings once again filled with sounds of admiration and envy. A baptism. I'm so jealous. The Saintess herself is performing the baptism. However, the person involved, Junsu, gritted his teeth and cursed internally, "Damn it! If I agree to the baptism and get the baptism trait, I'll become a holy knight of the Order. But the Order of the Elder loses the war against the major powers in Ascension Seoul in the future. It's like being forced to buy stock in a company that's about to go bankrupt. I can't accept." That was the only thought in Junsu's mind right now. So under the astonished gazes of everyone, he decisively pulled his hand back, knelt on one knee, and said, "I refuse the baptism." The Saintess's face froze. Slightly disbelieving her own ears, she asked again, "Huh? Did I hear you correctly?" Junsu replied, "No, I'm serious." After a moment of silence, the Saintess spoke, "As you wish. To serve or reject the divine is your freedom." Then the Saintess helped Junsu up with her hands and said, "But the Elder has already chosen you. If you cannot overcome this little speck of dust, then your insignificant freedom will be meaningless." As she was speaking, Junsu noticed with horror that his arm, where her hand was touching, suddenly burst into flames. By the time the Saintess left, the flame had engulfed Junsu's entire body, burning relentlessly, causing him to kneel on the ground, clutching his head and screaming in agony. The people around were somewhat gloating. They stood by indifferently, watching Junsu struggle within the flames. Some nobody dares to refuse the baptism. An atheist, how pathetic. System notification. Trait activated. Holy fire suffer constant searing pain for the sin of refusing baptism. Junsu lamented internally, "I expected this, but my whole body feels like it's being incinerated." Holy fire, one of the strongest negative statuses in Ascension. The burning fever of the holy fire makes daily life difficult, and there's no way to dispel it, other than going to the cathedral to receive baptism. I refused it thinking about the future, but am I about to be toast now? Just as Junsu's consciousness was about to fade, the woman in the business suit who had greeted him earlier ran over holding a bottle of water and poured it on his face. She asked worriedly, "Warrior, are you okay?" Junsu suddenly felt a cool, refreshing sensation spread across his face. He regained some of his senses. His blurry vision of the person in front of him gradually became clear. "Huh, who is that?" "This is the person who guided me earlier. Because of the holy fire, people are avoiding me. Someone is helping me. I'm really grateful to her." "That's right, come on, just a little more." Encouraging himself, Junsu managed to sit cross-legged on the ground. System notification. You have acquired the fire resistance trait. I didn't refuse the baptism, thoughtlessly. The negative status of holy fire has a characteristic of getting stronger, depending on the target's mana amount. I'm just a level 1 warrior, so the holy fire is weak. There are still ways to deal with it. The first condition is to get the fire resistance trait. Now let's increase my mana. Muttering to himself, Junsu opened his traits panel and changed the traits according to his thoughts. The moment he finished the change, the fire on his body, as if stimulated, flared up even more intensely, making him cry out in pain. The woman in the business suit, seeing this, poured 2 more bottles of water over Junsu and encouraged, "Hang in there." The effect was incredibly noticeable. Thanks to those 2 bottles of water, Junsu once again regained his composure. A cool stream of water amidst excruciating pain. I have to focus on this contrasting sensation. Fire and water, searing pain and cold reason. Following Junsu's train of thought, the water and fire in front of him connected, swirling and finally forming a yin-yang pattern. "Extinguish the flame with the mana inside me." A loud shout echoed in his mind. Junsu's eyes flew open. The agonizing pain from the burning flames had completely vanished. System notification. You have acquired the mana shield trait. The woman in the business suit saw Junsu stand up and asked, "Oh my god, are you all right?" Junsu replied, "Yes, thanks to you, I'm fine now." The surrounding people exclaimed in astonishment. He overcame the holy fire. What is this? Is he using a hack? Junsu grinned and thought to himself, although I haven't completely overcome it, and it's just a temporary solution with the shield. But for now, I'm free from the burning pain. This black flame looks pretty cool, though. Probably only warriors can see it. Next, he walked towards the machine platform to try and measure his mana. The others also curiously watched the electronic board. Very quickly, the results were displayed. Warrior Kim, 22 years old. Warrior class mana level 1 traits 6 slots. Whoa. WoW level 1 and already has 6 traits. A super rookie is born, so that's why the saint is... Hearing people's discussions, Junsu reluctantly rubbed his nose and thought, I'm standing out too much. My goal was to get stronger quietly. But because of the mana shield, I can't reduce the number of traits. The woman in the business suit approached, smiling, and said, Congratulations, warrior. Since I started working here, this is the first time I've seen someone with 6 slots, right from the start. So shall we go get your warrior certification card? A moment later, the woman in the business suit pushed a card towards Junsu, who was sitting opposite her, and said, Here is your warrior certification card. Congratulations on being officially recognized as a warrior. Junsu moved to tears, picked up the card, admired it, and said, You have no idea how hard I worked to get this. The woman in the business suit tilted her head, smiled, and said, All right, then let me inform you about the privileges for warriors. Level 1 okay first. Before she could finish, Junsu cut her off and rattled off, Oh, I know all about it. Tax reduction privilege to use weapons, and when you level up, you're exempt from all taxes. Privilege of not being arrested, you get to use. All forms of transportation for free and other benefits, too. The woman in the business suit said in surprise, Oh, you're very well informed. Junsu laughed and said, I'm a PhD in gaming, no a PhD in warriorology. Haha. Then Junsu added, By the way, I'm the type of person who doesn't like to waste time. As he spoke, he glanced towards the noisy crowd, staring intently at him from outside the glass door. We have to get him to join our guild. Can I get an autograph? A super rookie, I have to write a special feature on him. The woman in the business suit also turned her head to look at the crowd like a pack of hungry tigers outside. Junsu asked, Is there a way to get out of here quietly? The woman in the business suit stood up, smiled, and said, Of course. I've already prepared for it. Junsu asked in surprise, Huh, you prepared for it? The woman in the business suit took out a large black cloak. She smiled, turned back to look at Junsu, and said, Just follow me. In that moment, Junsu stared at her, stunned, his face turning slightly red. A moment later, Junsu put on the cloak and followed the woman in the business suit, successfully escaping the crowd. He spoke up, Thank you for taking such good care of me, even giving me an invisibility cloak and leading me through a secret passage. The woman in the business suit said, It's nothing. It's good to help each other out. System notification invisibility trait. You have acquired the invisibility trait. Seeing this panel, Junsu was happy and thought to himself, I can't believe I got such a sweet perk. At this moment, the woman in the business suit stopped, pointed towards the path ahead, and said, Warrior, just go straight down this path to get outside. According to the regulations, I can only guide you this far. Junsu bowed and said, This is enough. Thank you so much for today. The woman in the business suit smiled and said, Yes, please, be careful on your way. Junsu watched the woman in the business suit leave, smiling and thinking to himself, I didn't expect to meet such a kind person in Ascension Soul. And she's beautiful, too. When I get stronger in the future, I'll definitely repay her. But what was her name again? I think I have her business card from earlier. Junsu remembered the business card and quickly took it out to look. Superhuman Association Manager Soji. Seeing this name, Junsu's expression immediately changed. He looked again towards the woman in the business suit, who hadn't gone too far yet. Well, what's Soji? Soji. She's one of the 3 strongest SSR warrior characters in the game. But because she's a swordsman, she always looks scary. But she seems so familiar. Turns out in the game she always looks so fierce, so I couldn't imagine it. I can't believe Soji is such a kind person. What on earth happened? Meanwhile, on Soji's face, there was now a happy smile. She said softly, "Thank goodness. I'm glad the warrior is okay." 1 week later, in order to maintain the mana shield, Junsu had to adjust all his traits, which inadvertently made the process of clearing dungeons more difficult than ever before. If I used specialized traits for clearing, I would have been done with this monster den a long time ago. But because of that damn debuff, I can't do anything else. To remove the holy fire, you need a rare item called nectar. But it's ridiculously expensive. Grinding and clearing dungeons like this, how can I ever afford it? As Junsu was thinking, his phone rang. It was from Choi Seo. How many times has he called? He's so persistent, I thought we were done. Junsu was about to answer the phone to give him a piece of his mind, but a good idea suddenly popped into his head, making him do a 180. A moment later at the player recruitment office. Oh my Kim, our assistant himself, the one who overcame the holy fire without any difficulty. The one who started with 6 different traits. Meeting the main character himself, I feel so honored, Choi Seo said as he brought a cup of bubble tea to Junsu. His ingratiating demeanor was 10 times more exaggerated than before. I didn't expect it to turn out like this. Junsu took the cup of bubble tea and took a sip. At the same time, he asked, "By the way, the thing I asked you for, did you find it yet?" I don't even mention it, Choi Seo sighed. It was really difficult. Nectar is an item that can only be found with healers of rank 5 or higher. If you couldn't find it, then I'll just... Junsu pretended to get up to leave. No, this is about your contract. I absolutely had to find it, and I did, Choi Seo said hastily. Knowing Major Choi and his desperation for a warrior contract, I figured he would find me a quest, with nectar as a reward. Thinking to himself, Junsu relented and sat back down. So what's the mission? Have you ever heard of Gale Security? As he spoke, Choi Seo handed a tablet to Junsu. First time I've heard of it. Is it a security company? It's a private military company, one of the top 10 largest companies. The director and vice director are a married couple. They come from a long line of martial artists, so their foundation is very strong. Hearing this, Junsu wondered, if they're that rich, what could they possibly need to request a mission for? I found out the problem lies with their son. Even though he's over 20, he still hasn't awakened his warrior abilities. But both his parents come from martial artist families, Junsu asked while looking at a picture of the son. The rumor is he has accumulated level 8 mana, but he still hasn't awakened. That's why this is such a mystery. The condition they've set is for someone who has awakened as a level 1 warrior or higher. This is the perfect mission for you, warrior. Hearing the conditions, Junsu immediately felt interested and decided to give it a shot. And so that's how we got to the scene of Junsu and Choi Seo sitting in the living room of this magnificent mansion. This magnificent place. It seems the director and his wife are busy. They're not usually people who arrive late, Choi Seo explained while anxiously tapping his leg. Junsu wasn't too bothered by the host's tardiness. He looked around and couldn't help but marvel internally. This house reeks of money. Sorry, have you been waiting long? A woman's voice startled Choi Seo and Junsu. The two people who had just entered the main room were the director and vice director couple of Gale Security. The woman smiled and continued her greeting. We are the requesters, the couple Seo Jongju and Lim Ji. Oh, you two are too kind. Choi Seo quickly replied, bowing his head in greeting. Thank you all for taking the time to come here, Lim Ji said with a smile. Junsu also politely bowed in greeting, and at the same time, through the aura they were emitting, he assessed the couple. Probably at least level 6 warriors, right? Both of them have extraordinary power. Seo Jongju, who had been silent until now, suddenly snorted contemptuously and said, One look and you can tell this guy is useless. What did you say? If you're going to keep this up, just go to your room. No way, Seo Jongju replied firmly. So stubborn, just sit down. Lim Ji spoke to her husband, then turned to speak to Choi Seo and Junsu. The fact that you two are here means that you've come to accept our mission, correct? First, I want to check on this condition of your son. If there's some special reason why he can't awaken, then... Junsu hadn't even finished speaking when Seo Jongju angrily slammed his hand on the table and shouted, some rookie who came out of nowhere. You think I'll just obediently tell you, honey, calm down? Lim Ji soothed her husband, then said apologetically to Junsu, I'm sorry. Because of our child's situation, he's been very stressed. This isn't a matter to be disclosed to outsiders. If you accept the mission, we will call our son and explain everything to you. You're also in need of nectar, aren't you, warrior? They know exactly what I want. Thinking to himself, Junsu smiled and replied, Then I'll accept the mission. Please call your son. A moment later, a somewhat timid young man appeared. Hello, I am Seo Yujin. Ah, yes, it's a pleasure to meet you. Junsu shook Yujin's hand in greeting while silently assessing him. It's suspicious that I can't feel any mana from him at all. At this moment, Junsu happened to see the engraved seal on Ujin's gloves. "Your gloves are really beautiful." "Ah yes, they are a precious item to me, and I always use them with gratitude." "That's right, Ujin must need a powerful mana seal." Junsu's words immediately startled Ujin and his parents. Seeing their expressions, Junsu knew he was on the right track. "Looking at the gloves, I was certain. This is an important matter, concerning an entire noble family, yet they set a condition requiring a level 1 warrior. The simplest reason I can think of is they want to lure me with bait, the nectar." "Ujin, you've also undergone baptism from the order, haven't you?" Junsu turned to look at Seo Jongju. "The reason your son cannot awaken is because he refused the baptismal rite. He sealed his mana to avoid divine punishment. Therefore, he couldn't publicly announce it. Recently, there have been rumors that a level 1 warrior has overcome the baptismal rite and the divine punishment. That must be why you all sought me out." Hearing Junsu's deduction, Ujin couldn't help but be impressed. "That's amazing. I don't need to explain any further. It's like you're the main character in a detective novel." "Detective, I just have a simple grasp of the situation," Junsu replied with a smile, adding internally, "If you know the future, nothing is difficult." I had a feeling from the moment I saw the picture. Seo Ujin, in the future, became the vanguard holy knight of the Holy Crusade Order. If he refuses the baptismal rite and tries to defy the Order's commands, by the time his parents lose their power, a dark future will be waiting for him. "Master So." Jongju immediately changed his attitude, asking Junsu shyly, "Is there a way for my Ujin to escape the baptismal rite? The one who was so arrogant before, haha, now he's convinced so easily." Junsu celebrated silently and replied with a smile, "Of course it's possible. Who do you think I am? The person who spent 10,000 hours playing Ascension Soul. How could I not know the way? I understand your pain, Ujin, because I've been through it too." Junsu patted Ujin's shoulder reassuringly. "Trust me, I will definitely help you escape it." Unable to contain his emotions, Ujin threw his arms around Junsu. His parents also hugged each other, sobbing. "The saintess or whatever. A phony like her dares to perform a baptismal rite on me. Your potential future underlings are now on my side." Junsu returned Ujin's warm hug. Then he added, "However, before we proceed with the treatment, I want to add an additional condition." Ujin's parents were taken aback. "An additional condition? The difficulty of this request has increased, hasn't it?" Limji wiped her tears and replied, "That's right. It's no longer just a matter of awakening his mana, but overcoming this curse. Please just do it. If you can save my Ujin..." Before Limji could finish, Junsu stated his condition. "I want to be taught the Void Mountain Sword style." The elegant composure on Limji's face instantly vanished. "You fully understand what you've just said, don't you?" Junsu was taken aback by the sharp aura emanating from her and Limji's icy gaze. He was terrified. Turns out the vice director is even scarier than the director. Seo Jongju, seeing the boss get serious, didn't dare to object. He just gently reminded her, "Honey, take it easy. I understand she's angry, but the Void Mountain Sword style..." Some might think the decision to learn swordsmanship in the 21st century information age is very strange. However, it's completely different in Ascension, where the strong rule, because a master swordsman can easily destroy an entire tank. A high-level martial artist is compared to a squadron of fighter jets, worth $1,000,000,000. If a level 1 superhuman learns and continuously trains the Void Mountain Sword style, they can reach level 4 without any difficulty. This is basically a cheat for the early game. I remember that only the elite can learn this sword art. Of course only if I complete the mission, Junsu said, trying to cool Limji's hot head. "Mom!" A call from Ujin instantly brought Limji back to her senses. All right." Limji retracted her killing intent, then bowed her head and said, "If you succeed, I will give you the memory chip containing that sword art along with the nectar." "Really, thank you, ma'am." Ujin bowed his head emotionally. Junsu let out a sigh of relief internally. "I thought I was a goner. Now I get the sword art too, freaking awesome. However, if you fail my husband, and I might be very disappointed, even furious," Limji gently reminded him. "Hey, that won't happen. I can assure you of that." "All right then. Then it's better to start as soon as possible." Very quickly, a room with a mana concentration circle and 200 intermediate mana potions were prepared as requested by Junsu. "This is enough. I want to be alone with the patient during the treatment. So if you could..." Junsu was speaking when Limji suddenly interrupted. I apologize for what happened earlier. My Ujin was forced into the baptismal rite even before he started school. He never had a chance to make friends, let alone go on a family picnic. He has had to endure being forced to stay locked in his room. It seems we were too sensitive. From now on, I will completely entrust this matter to you." As she spoke, Limji bowed deeply. Hearing Ujin's story, Junsu felt even more indignant. Everyone in this family They have to suffer this because of that witch Saintess's trap. Yujin ran to comfort his mother. Mom, I'm okay. Sigh, Yujin, you really are. In the game, he ended up betraying his own family. No wonder he became such a cold person. I feel a little sorry for them. Thinking this, Junsu said, Don't worry, I will succeed at all costs. Hearing this, Limji finally felt at ease and left. Now that it's just the two of us here, let's begin, Junsu said cheerfully, stretching. What should I do? Looking at Yujin's pale face and his body shaking like a leaf, Junsu pouted and said, Why are you shaking so much? Just chill out, man, Yujin asked nervously. You're not planning to torture me with some kind of syringe or electric shocks to force me to awaken, are you? Like they usually do. How have you been treated all this time? Junsu sighed and asked. The usual treatment to cure the holy fever is to drink nectar after awakening. However, because Seo Ujin has too much mana accumulated in his body, the fever is too intense. That's why the attempts to awaken him failed. You don't need to worry, but you have to remember one thing. You must keep everything you see in today's treatment session a secret. I promise, Yujin replied decisively. Junsu picked up 2 mana potions and began to act. First, I have to expand the mana barrier to its absolute limit. After that, the barrier will become weaker. And then the holy fever hit, causing Junsu pain. He quickly chugged down the 2 awful-tasting mana potions in his hand. Very quickly, the number of potions prepared beforehand were all inside Junsu's stomach. Acquired potion. Addiction. Damage received and mana consumption increased. But the effect of potions has abnormally increased. Got the potion addiction trait. Now if I focus my mana into a shield? Thinking to himself, Junsu focused on creating a shield around the mana concentration circle. The holy fever was then completely pushed out by the barrier. Seeing this, Yujin's eyes lit up as he looked at Junsu. That's so cool. Junsu laughed and replied, You're surprised too early. Now you have to take off your sealing gloves. Mana, out-extend your hand outside the barrier and grab my hand. Ujin's face went pale when he heard that. Then won't there be a resonance reaction between the 2 holy fevers? You'll be fine as long as you stay inside the barrier. As he spoke, Junsu stepped outside the barrier. Immediately, the holy fever returned once more. Don't ask why. Just do as I say. Ujin, who had never taken off his gloves since his baptism, decided to trust Junsu's words. The moment Ujin's hand extended beyond the barrier, the holy fever on his hand erupted, overwhelming Junsu. Just how much mana does he have in his body? Although he knew the consequences, Junsu still chose to take that hand. This hurts even more than the Saintess's baptism. My bones feel like they're turning to dust, but I have to stay focused and endure this pain. That bitch Saintess, this damn holy fever? Junsu gritted his teeth, fighting against both Ujin's and his own holy fever. He then returned to the barrier. I took my gloves off, but I'm fine, Ujin said emotionally, looking at his still normal hands. That's right. That's why I had to do all that bullshit, Junsu replied. In addition to using the barrier, Junsu used damage absorption to transfer a portion of the holy fever to himself. This meant Seo Ujin's holy fever was significantly reduced. Next, Junsu picked up a wooden sword and handed it to Ujin. This is the final step. Don't stop attacking me until you awaken. It's time to use the swordsmanship you've practiced since you were a child. Ujin grunted in response and swung the sword at Junsu. Junsu raised his hand to block. Then he bolted, because he discovered his iron gauntlet had been shattered by a single strike from Ujin's wooden sword. At this exact moment, the system announced he had received a new trait, protection. But even with this new trait, if he got hit by Ujin, he'd still be a goner. After a while of playing cat and mouse with Ujin, Junsu was getting tired. But Ujin still hadn't awakened, which started to piss Junsu off. What kind of swordsmanship did she teach this kid? Just dodging his attacks is this hard. You have acquired the trait evasion. Just then, Junsu glanced back at Ujin and noticed an aura beginning to radiate from his body, which meant he was about to awaken. But before he could celebrate, he noticed the sword in Ujin's hand was also beginning to glow. SSR-Rank CO Ujin Man-Sword Union. Junsu read the information speechless. Man-Sword Union. Reaching a state where man and sword become one. It's an extremely powerful state for a warrior. But that guy, he's completely in a trance. If that hits me, I'm toast. Faced with an attack that threatened his very life, Junsu, of course, wasn't going to just sit and wait to die. He quickly opened his trait panel, his brain rapidly searching for a viable plan. First, I have to activate every possible defensive trait and focus the shields on my hands, along with the help of the mana circle in this room. As soon as Junsu finished the settings on his trait panel, Ujin's attack had already arrived. Junsu gritted his teeth, crossed his arms in front of him, and gambled everything. A second later, a loud explosion and a blinding flash of light filled the room. When the dust settled, Junsu appeared unharmed. In front of him, a large shield stood protectively. System notification, mana shield. You have acquired a trait. Junsu smirked and thought to himself, I did it. I combined the mana shield and protection traits to create mana shield. Then he let out a tired breath. Just one guy with a wooden sword, and he almost turned me to dust. He was about to sit down and rest for a bit when he suddenly heard a soft moan from Ujin. Junsu looked up and saw Ujin swaying before collapsing to the ground. How dare he pass out peacefully? After almost wasting me, muttering under his breath, Junsu slowly walked over to Ujin and found that he had fallen asleep. I guess he went a little crazy after awakening. In the game, Ujin is a powerful SSR-level character. But because he awakened as a warrior, not a knight, he gained Man-Sword Union as a starting trait. Looks like I've created a monster warrior by awakening Ujin as a warrior instead of a knight. I don't know how this change will affect the future. Story. Well, he's a Silver Spoon kid with unparalleled power, and now he owes me one. Not too bad, huh? Thinking this, Junsu grinned and hauled Ujin outside. A little later in Ujin's bedroom, Ujin's parents, full of love, watched their son sleeping soundly on the bed. They said softly, "Our Ujin has really overcome the holy fever." Then the two of them turned towards Junsu, bowed and said, "Thank you so much." Junsu smiled and said, "It was nothing. I told you I could do it." Choi Seo brought a glass of water to Junsu, speaking with a fawning expression. "I knew you could do it." Lim Ji stroked Ujin's hair and said, "It's been so long since we've seen him sleep. I don't know how we can ever repay this debt." Then she smiled at her husband and nodded. Jongju understood. He smiled and nodded back, then took out an envelope and walked towards Junsu. "Well then, along with the nectar as promised, and the memory chip for the Void Mountain Sword style, I will give you an additional success fee." Junsu smiled happily but still pretended to refuse. "Oh my, you don't have to do that." Jongju said sincerely, "Please, I hope you will accept our 1 billion won, although the amount may still be small compared to what you have done for us." Hearing the number 1 billion won, Junsu was ecstatic inside. But on the outside, he maintained his decorum and said, "Oh man, my heart would break if I refused it twice, so I guess I have no choice." After that, Junsu and Jongju both shook hands with genuine happiness. Not long after, Junsu and Choi Seo left Ujin's house. Sitting in the car, Choi Seo said, "We hit the jackpot today, warrior." Junsu, while observing the vial of nectar and the Void Mountain sword-style memory chip in his hand, said, "I know they look great, right?" Choi Seo asked, "Are you going to drink the nectar right away?" Junsu replied, "I am, and I plan to take a break for a while." Choi Seo said, "Understandable. You probably don't want to attract the attention of the elder, or those who hear about your reward. But it would be a shame. If you refine and absorb the nectar, it will significantly boost your mana." Junsu replied, "That's right." He looked at the vial of nectar in his hand and thought, "If I can refine this nectar and drink it, I can raise my superhuman level significantly, instead of spending money to cure the holy fever." Very quickly, the car arrived at the hotel where Junsu was staying. Choi Seo pulled over to the curb and said with a smile, "Warrior, I'll see if I can find any necessary equipment to refine the nectar. So don't use it right away. Think about it for a bit first, okay?" Junsu got out of the car and replied, "Thanks a lot. I'll think about it." Back in his room, Junsu immediately opened the vial of nectar. He laughed and thought, "I'm gonna drink it. Now I've learned how cruel Ascension's soul can be from Ujin's case. I can't guarantee that Director Choi won't betray me. Potion addiction, mana absorption, drug dependence. Anyway, I have the traits that can maximize the nectar's effects." With this thought, Junsu chugged the entire vial of nectar without hesitation. Immediately after, an excruciating pain shot through his entire body. Junsu felt as if every fiber of his muscles was being disassembled and reassembled. Again, an incredible amount of mana was coursing through his body. After a moment, the pain subsided. A blinding golden light erupted in Junsu's room. System notification, Superhuman Level 2, Kim Warrior. "I leveled up." He cheered internally. Junsu then looked at another system notification. "You have acquired a trait. Trait acquired Black Flame. And by curing the holy fever with nectar, I got one of the best level 1 traits in the entire game. Black Flame has been added to my list of traits, along with the Void Mountain Sword style. I feel so relieved. I can focus on training these two traits, and there won't be any problems." As Junsu was contemplating, the phone on the table buzzed. It was a message from Choi Seo. "Sir, I have something to tell you." Junsu glanced at the phone screen on the table. "It's Director Choi. Why is he suddenly texting me?" With just a flicker of suspicion, Junsu pushed it to the back of his mind and said with a laugh, "Whatever, I'm going to go train." But not even a few seconds later, a series of notification sounds from the phone reached his ears. "So noisy." "What's the big rush?" he shouted angrily. Junsu ran over and picked up the phone to check the messages. "Sir Superhuman, I have many things to discuss, but I thought it would be more respectful to contact you by text. First, I'm sure you will need help. I understand why you hesitate. Perhaps because of those in the cult who oppose it. Ignore it all and be determined." It's time for some self-reflection. When you learn the sword style, your path will become clear. Of course, some people will complain about it. Please reply as soon as you read this. After reading all the messages, a giant question mark appeared in Junsu's mind. He thought, what the hell? What is he even texting about? But just a few seconds later, Junsu realized the abnormality in these messages. He read them again carefully, and very quickly he found the solution. Run! Run from the Dark Dagger Gang! When this sentence formed in his mind, he quickly thought. He hid this information in the messages. The Dark Dagger Gang. They're one of the rival gangs to the Iron Fist Gang. If Director Choi wanted to betray me, he would have called me as usual to stall for time. Looking at the messages he sent, he must have been captured. It seems the information was leaked when he was preparing the equipment. Having figured everything out, a cold look unexpectedly appeared on Junsu's face as he said softly, well, I could ignore it since I got the nectar I needed. Everyone is responsible for their own life. In Ascension, the next day, in a small deserted alley, the continuous cries of pain from a man could be heard. Here there was a small warehouse. Choi Seo was now tied tightly to a chair. A few men stood around him. Just then a man grabbed Choi Seo's head and said, "You've got some stamina. All night and you still won't tell us where that superhuman bastard is, huh?" Choi Seo said persistently. He signed the contract because he trusted me. I won't talk no matter what you guys do. Hearing that, the other man grinned like a demon. I didn't want to do this, but you've given me no other choice. After speaking, he waved his hand, signaling his accomplice. An accomplice understood, brought an axe in front of Choi Seo and asked, left or right? Which hand do you use to eat? Choi Seo just silently stared at him. Seeing this, the man laughed loudly. No answer, huh? Well, usually it's the right hand, right? As he spoke, the man raised the axe high, aiming for Choi Seo's right hand and swung down. Just as the axe blade was about to hit, a loud explosion suddenly rang out, making the man stop his movement. He then looked angrily towards the source of the explosion and shouted, "What the hell was that?" Just then a henchman crawled in, calling out, "Boss." The man with the axe asked, "What the hell is going on over there?" The henchman replied in fear, "Some crazy bastard threw a grenade into our building." Meanwhile, on the rooftop of a building not far away, Junsu grinned a grenade launcher on his shoulder aimed at the building, where Choi Seo was being held. You guys from the Dark Dagger Gang picked the wrong person to mess with. I can't abandon someone who kept his promise in this cruel world of Ascension. All right, now the battle begins. With those words, Junsu pulled the trigger again. A grenade launched from the barrel, aiming straight for the Dark Dagger Gang's building, causing a loud explosion. A few seconds later, from the large hole created by the explosion, a large number of people carrying firearms ran out. Where is he shooting from? Find him now. Looking at the shouting crowd below, Junsu smirked contemptuously. Just as I thought, they're swarming out of the building like cockroaches. Although the outside of the building looks like a normal apartment. I know you're all in there, because this place is the Dark Dagger Gang dungeon that I've beaten until I got sick of it. It's a complex dungeon consisting of 6 different buildings. Because the Dark Dagger Gang mission is one of the trial missions, so now I can beat it with my eyes closed. All that grinding back then is finally paying off. And now the veteran has come to complete the mission. With those words, Junsu shouldered a backpack full of weapons and jumped to the rooftop of the adjacent building, avoiding being discovered by staying in one place for too long. And below, the Dark Dagger Gang members had already split up and were searching the surroundings. All around. A few minutes later, in some alley, 3 members of the Dark Dagger Gang were slowly searching. The guys who attacked us earlier, they're definitely from the Iron Fist Gang, right? Only they would pull a stunt, this crazy. Once we catch them, let's beat the crap out of them. Ruins. As they were talking, one of them suddenly heard a strange sound coming from the dumpster behind him. The man turned back cautiously and said, "What was that sound just now? Let me go check." The buzzcut guy reminded him, "Okay, make sure you search thoroughly." So the one who heard the strange sound went to the back of the dumpster, peeked in but didn't see anyone. Shadow of anyone. "Nothing here," he said softly and was just about to return to his comrades when a hand suddenly grabbed his head and slammed it onto the ground. Junsu appeared from his invisible state. He propped the man he had knocked out against the corner of the wall and smiled happily. Even though I was standing right in front of him, he couldn't even notice me. When it comes to infiltration, there's no better combo than play dead and stealth walk. So while those thugs are wandering around outside, I'll enter their main building. This is too easy. Time to use the secret entrance. With that, Junsu walked up to the dumpster, gently opened the lid, and went down. Thanks to the ladder inside, when he reached the bottom, Junsu cautiously looked around. So far, I've tried to avoid conflict as much as possible to infiltrate. The Dark Dagger Gang likes to keep hostages next to the boss's room, on the 5th floor, so there should still be a way. I'll move as stealthily as possible, so they don't catch me. The intention sounds nice, but life isn't always a dream. Junsu had only taken the first few stealthy steps when the alarm bells started blaring. Emergency, emergency. Enemy attack. An enemy has infiltrated the building. All units gear up and assemble at the designated rally point. Hearing that, Junsu's expression turned ugly as he thought. They found me. Then his gaze shifted to the closed door right in front of him. I'm caught between a rock and a hard place. If I go out this way, I'll hit a hallway, and that's the most optimal path, because it has the main staircase leading to the upper floors. But the problem is, when they detect an intruder inside the building, they'll set up barricades in the hallway as a defensive line. If I open this door now, they'll open fire on me like crazy. After a moment of contemplation, Junsu decided to open the door. Inside, just as he predicted, many members of the Dark Dagger gang had set up barricades and were waiting with their guns ready. Hello friends, eat lead, my gift to you. Laughing as he spoke, Junsu took out a gun and wildly sprayed bullets towards the members of the Dark Dagger gang. In an instant, continuous screams of those hit by bullets rang out. Those who weren't hit quickly reacted. What a Gatling gun, you bastard. Return fire. They cursed and raised their weapons to shoot back, but then they saw a grenade fly towards them. A loud explosion echoed in the room. Junsu, hiding outside the door, laughed and said, "Scared go home, that's my style." Then he took out a few more grenades from his backpack, holding them in his hand. One probably isn't enough, so have some more. With those words, Junsu threw the grenades into the room, then immediately backed away and closed the door. Junsu heard several more loud explosions, accompanied by horrific screams, which made him smile like a demon and say, "I'm so glad you guys like them." After waiting a few minutes, Junsu entered the room. His eyes cautiously scanned the area as he thought, "Is that all of them? A few of them are probably still alive. I can't let my guard down." Suddenly, a man lying on the ground sprang up and opened fire on Junsu, because he was already on high alert. Junsu's senses detected the bullet flying towards his head. He simply tilted his head to the side and dodged it. System notification acquired the trait Sensitivity Suite. Now I have the sensitivity trait that I needed from this dungeon. Muttering to himself, Junsu looked towards the one who had ambushed him. After a few seconds of dealing with the ambusher, Junsu wiped the sweat from his forehead. Now that I've dealt with the grunts, I'll go upstairs. A moment later, Junsu reached the 4th floor. I might have made it to the 4th floor safely, but the real danger starts now. The gang members will appear at the 4th floor casino right before I reach the 5th floor and the boss's room. Muttering to himself, Junsu quietly approached a corner. He peeked around it and was surprised to see no one. Suspicious, Junsu walked towards the casino, opened the door to look but also saw no one. Realizing something was amiss, Junsu's expression grew serious as he told himself, "Something's not right. I have to focus." System notification acquired the trait Focus. Having just acquired this trait, Junsu quickly heard a strange noise from above. He looked up and saw from the air vent a drone flying out. Next, Junsu saw the drone drop a grenade to the ground, which erupted in a blinding flash of light, forcing him to shut his eyes tight. He cursed inwardly, "Damn it, a flashbang!" At this exact moment, behind Junsu, a figure appeared rushing forward with a dagger. He stabbed forcefully towards Junsu's neck and laughed wildly. "Got you, you little rat!" The attacker was the leader of the Dark Dagger gang, a level 2 superhuman assassin class. However, the Dark Dagger gang leader's stab was blocked by a shield that suddenly appeared. Junsu's vision recovered. He turned to look at him and asked, "Who did you say you got?" The Dark Dagger gang leader exclaimed in disbelief. The knife couldn't penetrate. He quickly jumped back, creating distance from Junsu. Junsu made no move. He just asked, "Who are you calling a rat?" "You're the one dressed like a rat, aren't you?" He thought to himself. I didn't expect the boss to appear on the 4th floor. That was a close call. What just happened never occurred in the game, but I still read this game pattern. The flashbang is a linked attack pattern that triggers when the player enters the boss's room. I had to equip the sensitivity and focus traits before the boss could ambush me. The Dark Dagger gang leader is an assassin. I'll have to sense where his attacks are coming from, with my 5 senses. At this moment, the Dark Dagger gang leader shouted angrily, "You blocked my ambush." Junsu laughed and said, "Don't be so surprised just yet." Then he took a weapon from the backpack on his back. He said seriously, "I'll make you regret targeting me." Junsu took the initiative and rushed towards the Dark Dagger gang leader. He swung his sword, but it was unsuccessful because he had vanished before his attack could land. The Dark Dagger gang leader reappeared, now behind Junsu. "You're so slow and yet you dare to act tough." With a contemptuous remark, the Dark Dagger gang leader threw a glowing green dagger towards his back. Seeing this, Junsu quickly turned and deflected the dagger with his sword. He thought to himself, he's too fast, as expected of an assassin. If I didn't have the sensitivity and focus traits earlier, I'd be dead. That guy dipped his dagger in poison magic. so just letting it touch me is enough to send me to the other side. The longer this fight drags on, the more disadvantaged I'll be, the Dark Dagger gang leader said in surprise. Oh, you're quite lucky, aren't you? If you surrender now, I'll be merciful and only chop off one of your hands. Junsu laughed and said, cut the crap and bring it on. The Dark Dagger gang leader laughed loudly and said, looking at that ugly way you hold your sword, I can tell you're a marksman. For someone who can't even assess the situation, you've got a big mouth. Hearing that, Junsu was startled and thought, he called me a marksman. That's right, because I've been using guns this whole time. He probably misjudged me as an augmented gunner. Seeing Junsu remain silent, the Dark Dagger gang leader thought he was right and let out a ferocious grin. I'll tear you apart and dispose of you in the most painful way possible, he shouted. He rushed towards Junsu and unleashed a flurry of attacks. At the same time, Junsu also gripped his sword hilt and raised it above his head. I only have one chance, and it's right now when he's let his guard down. Shouting internally, Junsu unhesitatingly brought his sword down. The Dark Dagger gang leader saw this, retracted his attack and shifted his body, dodging to the side. A mocking smile appeared on his face as he said, too slow. He didn't know that this was the exact moment Junsu was waiting for. His eyes flashed. His hand holding the sword hilt twisted slightly, causing the blade to turn towards him. The downward chop turned into a horizontal slash. Seeing this, the Dark Dagger gang leader cried out in fear internally. What a marksman using a combo attack. He hastily used his dagger to block, but was still knocked to the ground by the impact. By this point, the Dark Dagger gang leader no longer dared to underestimate Junsu anymore. His eyes were now filled with caution as he looked at him. Junsu raised his sword again. Sorry, but once I change my traits, I'm no longer a marksman, but a first-class warrior equipped with swordsmanship. With those words, Junsu immediately used the first form of the Void Mountain sword style, Mountain Crusher, and struck the Dark Dagger gang leader, severely injuring him. His dagger dropped to the side as he bowed his head and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Junsu said with a triumphant smile, let your guard down, you lose. The Dark Dagger gang leader cursed angrily, you bastard! He also followed Junsu's example, taking advantage of the current moment, when he was gloating and had let his guard down. He reached out and picked up his dagger, then threw it straight at him with all his might, shouting, this isn't over, Junsu exclaimed in surprise. Is he going for a final blow? A moment later, fresh blood splattered. The Dark Dagger gang leader was taken down by Junsu with a single sword strike, but he was hit in the side by the thrown dagger. A few seconds later, Junsu suddenly collapsed to the ground. He frowned, pulled out the dagger, and cursed softly. Damn it, I let my guard down at the last second. The poison has already spread through my body with the blood. I have to change my traits. Traits equipped wound recovery, robust regeneration, mana core, deep breathing mana recovery. After changing these traits, Junsu was able to stand up on his own. I can take it, but it hurts like hell. As he spoke, Junsu put his weapon back in his backpack. He was about to leave this place when he heard a commotion outside the window. Hurry up and go. An intruder just appeared around here. Junsu looked out the window and said softly, I can't let time go to waste. I have to get out of this building as soon as possible. Meanwhile, in the torture room on the 5th floor, Choi Seo was also trying to save himself. He could only be seen struggling to rock his body, causing the chair to lose balance and fall backward. I have to get out of here quickly, he thought to himself. Choi Seo used his fingers to nudge a piece of broken glass nearby. He intended to use it to cut the ropes, but before he could get the piece of glass, Choi Seo noticed his head was covered by a shadow. He looked up startled and saw that the person who had arrived was... It's Junsu. Exactly. So how did you end up in their hands? Junsu asked as he helped Choi Cheol remove his gag. Choi Cheol cried out joyfully, superhuman! Junsu sighed as he untied Choi Cheol. You're wearing me out a bit. Choi Cheol moved and with tears in his eyes asked, you came all this way to save me. With a serious expression, Junsu put a hand on Choi Cheol's shoulder and said, let's get out of here first. They're on their way up. Choi Cheol laughed and said, oh, of course, of course. But just as he was about to walk, he felt a sharp pain in his legs, making him cry out involuntarily. Junsu turned back suspicious. When he saw Choi Cheol's trembling legs, he frowned and cursed under his breath. Those bastards, look what they did to him. Then he took the initiative, crouched down, and said, get on my back. Choi Cheol quickly waved his hands. What are you talking about? No need. I probably don't have the right to ask anything more of you. Junsu urged, it's fine. We're in a hurry. So let's just get to a safe place first. Thinking it made sense, Choi Cheol could only reluctantly agree. Well then. Just this once, okay? Thank you. Carrying Choi Cheol, Junsu smiled to himself, thinking, even after such brutal torture, he still managed to maintain his loyalty. I thought, this world of Ascension's soul was hell on earth, but it has its surprisingly touching moments. A few hours later, Junsu and Choi Chil were safely back in Choi Chil's office. Junsu was now sitting on a chair, continuously chugging cans of recovery potions. System notification poison resistance trait. You have acquired a trait. Seeing this notification, Junsu finally stopped drinking, leaned back comfortably in his chair and said, "Drinking the recovery potions flushed all the poison out." Choi Chil enthusiastically brought out another pile of recovery potion cans, saying, "If you need more, feel free to take them." Junsu smiled and said, "All right, this is enough." He cheerfully added in his head, "Because I've acquired the trait now." At that moment, Choi Chil, with an apologetic look, spoke up, "By the way, I really don't know how to apologize enough. It seems that while I was preparing the elixir for us, the information was leaked. I shouldn't have trusted my employee like that." Junsu reassured him, "It's okay. After all, I drank the elixir anyway." Choi Chil asked in shock, "What, you already drank the elixir?" Junsu smiled and said, "If I hadn't drunk it then, I wouldn't have been able to save you, Director." Hearing this, Choi Chil looked devastated. He held his head and groaned. "No way! You had to drink the elixir to save me." Junsu turned his head away thinking, "It's not his fault, but I'll just let him think what he wants." Suddenly, there was a frantic knocking at the door. Choi Chil cried out in fear, "What could the Dagger Gang be here? Kid, what do we do?" Junsu crossed his arms, looked at the door and said with a smile, "Looks like we have some visitors, so let's welcome them." He then stood up and went to open the door. Choi Chil followed anxiously behind. When Junsu opened the door, Choi Chil immediately gasped, "The Iron Fist Gang!" The arrivals were indeed Kim Chil-guan and a group of his underlings. Junsu smiled and said, "There you are." Kim Chil-guan spoke up. "I didn't expect you to have already wiped out the Dagger Gang. I knew you were no ordinary guy. So why'd you call me here?" Junsu thought to himself, "Because it's time for me to get my reward for completing a difficult quest. The Iron Fist Gang and the Dagger Gang are rivals, fighting for control over the Silim territory. In the game, the tutorial requires the player to help the Iron Fist Gang destroy the Dagger Gang. The Iron Fist Gang gives a lot of rewards for wiping out the Dagger Gang." Seeing Junsu remain silent, Kim Chil-guan asked probingly, "Planning to start a new organization or something?" Junsu shook his head and replied, "No. Running an organization isn't my style. The reason I called you here today is to tell you that you can have the territory the Dagger Gang has held all this time." Kim Chil-guan exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Junsu explained, "I prefer to go solo. Besides, I have no intention of stepping into the underworld, so consider this me paying back the favor from last time." Kim Chil-guan thought for a moment, then asked, "I don't lose anything by accepting your offer. But it seems a bit much for the favor you owed me last time, don't you think?" Junsu smiled and said, "Looks like we're on the same page. Because thanks to me, you now own the Silim territory, and so grant me one wish." Kim Chil-guan asked, "A wish, huh? And if I were to grant you a wish, what would you wish for? Tell me first." Junsu thought to himself, "Of course, it's going to be something everyone in Seoul wants." Outwardly, he smiled and said, "Just give me a house." He added in his mind, "It's time to go home." Kim Chil-guan asked, "You said a house?" Junsu replied, "Ever since I started acting independently in this damp world, I've realized that I should have a proper place to stay, a decent shelter." Kim Chil-guan pondered for a moment, then said, "Well, all right. After all, you did get rid of those dagger-wielding punks. It's a deal." Hearing this, Junsu smiled happily and said, "You're a straight shooter. I like that." Kim Chil-guan asked, "So what kind of house do you want? A luxury villa or just a simple apartment?" Junsu stated his requirements. "Neither of the above. I need a house in a sparsely populated area with good security and soundproofing. And it also needs a training area in the basement." Hearing this, Kim Chil-guan began to muse, saying softly, "A house in a sparsely populated area with a training area in the basement, huh?" Junsu tried to act casual, waiting patiently, but inwardly he was praying frantically. Say the house I'm thinking of." Very quickly, Kim Chil-guan spoke up. "There's one place I know like that. It's a house on the outskirts of Silim, along the Gwanak mountain range." Hearing this, Junsu shouted bingo in his mind. "A house located on the slopes of Gwanak Mountain. It's the most suitable house to be the first base for a player in Ascension Seoul." Outwardly, Junsu tried not to show any strange expression to avoid arousing suspicion. The next morning, Junsu was in his new house. He was currently lounging and sunbathing on the second-floor terrace, with food and drinks beside him. So this is it. This is that freaking amazing feeling of getting yourself a new place to settle down. As he spoke, Junsu walked over to the railing, stretched out his arms, and exclaimed blissfully, "Love," this relaxing scent in the air. The view from here is beautiful, too. This house is absolutely top-notch. At first, when I just fell into Ascension Seoul, I didn't even know what was going on. The hospital bill was about 20,000 won. But now I've got a magnificent house as splendid as a mansion. Not only that, but I also have financial backing from the #1 security organization and Director Choi. At this rate, I wouldn't have to worry even if I were hospitalized for a whole year. After the joyous moment passed, Junsu calmed down and gazed into the distance deep in thought. But this is Ascension Soul. I can't rest on my laurels. Once the game's storyline progresses further, those evil bastards, like the Saintess and the Father, will appear and wreck the city. Then Junsu casually picked up the pickaxe next to him and said with a smile, "Well, then it's time to find the real reason I chose this house." A moment later, Junsu, with the pickaxe on his shoulder, went down to the underground training room and started tapping his fingers all over the wall, as if searching for something. "It must be around here somewhere," Junsu muttered and continued tapping, until he found a spot where the sound was completely different from the others. "Let's get to it." With a loud shout, Junsu swung the pickaxe and struck that spot on the wall. A large section of the wall crumbled, revealing an empty space inside. Looking at the result of just one swing, Junsu said happily, "Looks like my traits are working well. At this rate, I'll finish sooner than expected." Sometime later, Junsu was still diligently digging, but he hadn't found what he was looking for yet. His face now looked haggard. He yelled, "Sooner than expected, my ass." I didn't know it was this deep. Even so, Junsu didn't give up. "Come on, I can't give up, show yourself." Shouting, Junsu raised the pickaxe and slammed it down on the ground. After this strike, water suddenly gushed out from the spot he hit. "This is it!" Junsu shouted with joy. He quickly opened his mouth to catch a few splattering drops. Just a few seconds later, his haggard look completely vanished. He looked at his hands and said softly, "I can feel my body gradually recovering." So this is the effect of a mana spring. A spring overflowing with mana. A real mana spring. Even characters whose health has dropped to 0 can recover quickly when immersed in a mana spring. And most debuffs disappear too. What an amazing skill. A place where you can access a mana spring for free like this? There's no better place than the house near the Guanak mountain range, the first base of the Iron Fist gang. After that, Junsu installed a plumbing system himself and brought in a large bathtub. He turned on the tap, filling it with mana spring water, got into the tub and relaxed, saying, "Well, I went through a lot of hardships to get this house." Covered by previous line, "It's not like the game where it just takes one click. This place has so much vitality. You can easily feel its effects. The mana spring is an amazing recovery therapy. To be able to train, and with this, I can train until I'm completely exhausted, then just take a dip and get right back to it. It's awesome." Now it's time for the only guy who's grinding his way up the ranks like a super efficient F2P pro to get to training. Speaking of which, Junsu quickly took out a sword full of excitement and began to train. Time passed, and one evening 2 weeks later, Junsu stood with his sword in the underground training room, thinking, "I've locked myself in this training room for 2 weeks now. I can activate the black flame pretty stably now." Then, with a focused expression, he continuously executed the Kongsan sword break techniques. First form Mountain Crusher, second form River Divider, and third form Mountain Piercer. Sheathing his sword, a smile appeared on Junsu's face. "Nice. Now I can use the Kongsan sword break technique, in parallel with the black flame. On top of that, there are the incredibly useful traits I acquired during training. Trait Panel Explosive Palm 1-Hit Kill Finger, Fire Resistance Meditation Mana Stabilization." Looking at these traits, Junsu fell into deep thought. Now that training is done, there's only one important thing left to do. The Mana Tempering ability, which I can't obtain through training. If I had been able to refine the elixir before drinking it, I might have reached superhuman level 3. But now I'm only level 2, so I don't have that much mana in my body right now. To be able to fully absorb the mana of the elixir and reach level 3, I need the Mana Tempering ability. Of course, it's not easy to get, but getting it is more than worth it. Thinking of this in Junsu's mind, he suddenly remembered something from when he was still playing. Ascension Soul, Junsu. That day had controlled his warrior Kim character to the weapon shop of Kim Chunbok. Inside the shop, the shopkeeper heard his request and asked in surprise, "You really want to buy that? That thing's been sitting in the warehouse for nearly 15 years. Junsu confirmed, "I want to buy it." The seller said no more and went to get it for Junsu. System notification. "You have purchased the Mana Tempering skill book." Seeing this notification on his phone, Junsu, lying in bed playing the game, said with a smug smile, "I'm probably the only one who knows the Mana Tempering skill book can be bought at that antique shop, huh?" His consciousness returned to the present. Junsu smiled cheerfully and said, "Now time to drop by the Singwon shopping district to hit that antique shop. It's time to level up." So Junsu immediately set off running to the shop. But when he got there, he was disappointed to find the shop was closed. Why is it closed? And the door is locked with mana, so no one can get in. As he spoke, Junsu walked closer and discovered a small notice hanging in front of the lock. Closed until the situation in Singwon Market stabilizes. Junsu tried looking around, and what surprised him even more was that the other shops were closed too. The place was deserted, completely different from the bustling Singwon he remembered, covered by previous line. The Singwon Shopping District is the place with the most shops in the area. There's no reason for this place to be closed. In the game, this place was open 24/7, so why is it closed now? Most of the other shops are closed just like this one. Is the world of Ascension Soul different from what I know? Wanting to get some information, Junsu walked along the street and saw in front of the only shop with its lights still on, a man sitting and smoking. Junsu slowly approached to start a conversation. Is the market situation not so good lately? This man was the shop owner. He turned, glanced at Junsu and said irritably, "Can't you see, kid, I'm dead tired here? When gangs keep showing up to fight all day, what customer is gonna come?" Junsu asked, surprised. Gangs? I thought the Iron Fist gang managed this place. The shop owner waved his hand dismissively and cursed. Iron Fist gang my ass. Ever since the Dagger gang was purged, all sorts of gangs have been causing trouble with each other all day. The Iron Fist gang, the Poison gang, and even the Nudist gang. Hearing this, Junsu immediately understood the problem. The gangs are fighting each other, so that's what it is. In the original game's storyline, the Iron Fist gang defeated the Dagger gang on their own and claimed their territory. So the Singwon Market naturally fell under the management of Kim Cheolguan, but this time, I was the one who handled the Dagger gang, so because of that, this market has become a battleground for the remaining gangs. What should I do? As Junsu was pondering a solution, he suddenly heard shouting from a distance. Look at these idiots. Get them out of here. The shop owner clicked his tongue and said, "It's them again." Junsu decided to head towards the shouting. He needed to check the situation himself before taking action. Not far away, a member of the Iron Fist gang was sent flying, crashing into a pile of tarp-covered crates. Behind him, 3 other Iron Fist members, though angry, dared not make a move. They could only stand there looking warily at their opponents. Opposite them was a group of 4 from the Poison gang, and their leader was Kang Hituja, a sub-boss of the Poison gang, an N-rank level 2 superhuman character. After knocking away the Iron Fist member, Kang Hituja laughed arrogantly. "Are you guys brain dead? I told you this intersection is Poison gang territory. Got it. Scram, go back to your slum, you Iron Fist rats." The Iron Fist member, who was knocked down, clutched the spot where he was hit and gritted his teeth, cursing bastards. At that moment, a questioning voice arrived. "What are you people causing trouble for in our area?" The members of the Iron Fist and Poison gangs all turned in unison upon hearing the voice and saw a group from the Nudist gang approaching. The one in the lead was Kwei Podolk, a sub-boss of the Nudist gang, an N-rank level 2 superhuman character. Kang Hituja, seeing the group approach, cursed, "Damn it, those perverts are here." Kwei Podolk laughed and said, "This intersection is under the management of the Nudist gang." Kang Hituja led his underlings towards the Nudist gang group and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Get lost," Kwei Podolk asked. "You guys still want to continue this trespassing?" The Iron Fist member, who had just been hit, seeing this situation, cursed under his breath. "These lunatics, I need to get out of here, quick!" He was about to get up when he suddenly noticed someone next to him. Junsu was standing beside him, looking at the 2 tense groups, and said softly, "What a mess." The injured member asked in surprise, "You're the superhuman who wiped out the Dagger gang." Junsu now looked over at him. He helped him up with one hand and said, "What are you doing? Get up and get to work." The injured member asked blankly, What do you mean?" Junsu turned directly to the 2 groups not far away and shouted, "Hey, you pig-headed thug, stop fighting and gather round." The injured member panicked and quickly said, "Wait a minute. What are you doing?" Junsu glanced at him. "Calm down, I'm helping you." He thought to himself, "To get the market back to normal, I need to establish a clear hierarchy. It's best to help the Iron Fist gang." Kang Hituja looked at Junsu and sneered, "Oh, look what we have here. What kind of mud are you to be giving me orders?" Kwei Podolk folded his hands in front of him, glaring at Junsu angrily, and asked, "Does this friend here want to offer himself as a sacrifice?" Junsu looked at the 2 of them, then at the townspeople, who had been drawn by the commotion, and thought for a moment. These 2 are both level 2 superhumans. If I go all out, I can still win, but there's no need to involve the merchants. On top of that, I have to show them my power first. Thinking this, Junsu grinned, took a sword out of his backpack, and held it. He then quickly rearranged his trait panel. A second later, his whole body erupted in black flames, and the sword's blade was covered in the blue energy, characteristic of the Kongsan sword break. Seeing this, Kang Hituja exclaimed in shock, "Huh, what the? Kongsan sword break, and this divine presence. Could it be?" Kwei Podolk's jaw dropped in surprise as he asked, "You're the superhuman who single-handedly purged the entire Dagger Gang. Junsu smiled and said, "That's right. I'll be generous this time. I want to make a proposal that you have no right to refuse. Instead of complicating things, let's settle this with one-on-one matches. The winner gets control of the market. What do you think fair conditions right?" Kang Hituja said angrily. "Do you think I'm stupid enough to agree to a one-on-one fight with a warrior?" Kakwe Podok said nothing. He shared Kang Hituja's sentiment. Junsu said, "Don't worry. We'll fight according to the specialty you're most confident in." A moment later, the three groups from the three gangs had moved back a distance. In the center were the three Junsu, Kang Hituja, and Kwe Podok. Junsu looked at Kwe Podok and said, "So your special ability is mind control. If I can resist it, I win." A lecherous expression appeared on Kwe Podok's face as he looked at Junsu and said with a smile, "It's truly an honor to have such a handsome man know about me. How about we skip this meaningless fight? You can join our faith of the primordial goddess." Junsu said with a disgusted look, "Ew, why would I join your gang? Use your brain. Your faith isn't even one of the 7 second-tier faiths. It's clearly an unknown cult. Why would I join a fake cult? That's not even on the Westphalian list." Hearing Junsu's words, the smile on Kwe Podok's face vanished. He shouted angrily, "What an infidel! I will make you correct that thinking. With the love and mercy of the goddess, kneel before me, and I will grant you the chance to meet the goddess." At the same time, he raised his hand towards Junsu, activating his mind control trait. Junsu stood still and took it, making no move to dodge. In an instant, his mind grew heavy, and his knees buckled as if he were about to kneel immediately. A priest-level mind control trait is really strong. But, sorry pal, even a goddess can't mess with me, Junsu thought, opened his trait panel and swapped in the divine resistance trait. Junsu immediately felt his body lighten, and his mind became clear again. Then, without hesitation, he threw a punch that knocked out Kwe Podok. The other members of the nudist gang saw this and rushed over, helping Kwe Podok up. "Lord Podok, are you okay? Let's retreat for now." As the nudist gang members left, Junsu looked over at Kang Hituja and said, "Your turn." Kang Hituja spoke, "Oh, you're not half bad. But let me tell you something first. The poison gang is on a different level from those guys." Junsu replied, "Not so sure about that. We'll have to see. Your special ability is poison brewing, right? Give me the nastiest thing you've got and I'll drink it." Kang Hituja laughed and said, "All right, if you're that eager to die, I'll help you out." At that moment, the member who was hit earlier ran to Junsu's side to advise him. "Hey kid, I know you're strong, but drinking their poison is suicide." Junsu smiled and replied, "Don't worry, I'm confident enough." At the same time, Kang Hituja took out a cup of poison and offered it to Junsu. "Drink up. If you can take it, you win. If you croak, I win." Junsu took the cup of poison and stared at it intently. He thought, "Just as I expected, she gave me Picnic Co. This is the most painful poison they have." Then a disgusted look appeared on his face again as he said, "God, this smells awful. If I don't die, get ready to eat my fist." Kang Hituja said angrily, "Don't even dream of asking for the antidote after you drink it. Sorry, but that's not happening, sweetie." With that, Junsu decisively drank the entire cup of poison. A second later, Junsu collapsed to the ground, cursing internally, "Damn, feels like my flesh and blood are boiling." Kang Hituja, seeing this, smugly walked over, kicked Junsu a few times, and said with a laugh, "Feeling it already, huh? If you beg for your life by barking like a dog, maybe I'll consider helping you." Junsu had no time to argue with her. He was currently gritting his teeth, persevering through the pain and trying to find a way to resolve the crisis. "I need to focus. This poison is made by mixing multiple drugs, so poison resistance can't neutralize it. I have to endure as much damage as possible with the healing trait and find a way to control the poison." Thinking this, Junsu acted immediately. First, change the trait panel. Next, concentrate the poison into my left hand. System notification, drug resistance trait. You have acquired a trait. Done. Thanks to having drug resistance, I can now control the toxin with mana. The last thing to do, as he spoke, Junsu used his sword to cut his left palm. Immediately, a large amount of the toxin escaped through the wound. The man who was hit earlier cried out, "God!" He concentrated the toxin in his arm to get rid of it. Kang Hituja shouted in disbelief, "Impossible!" Then she panicked, because Junsu had appeared in front of her at some point, saying with a smile that poison was really terrible. "Now it's my turn." Then, without giving Kang Hituja a chance to react, Junsu grabbed one of her arms, forced one of her fingers up and sliced it off, making her scream in pain. Her underlings behind her saw this and yelled worriedly, "Boss!" Kang Hituja knelt on the ground, glaring at Junsu with hatred and said, "You think you can get away with this after what you did to me?" Junsu picked his ear and said, "Stop talking like a typical sore loser and get lost." Kang Hituja cursed angrily, "You bastard!" Her underlings behind her rushed over, put their hands on her shoulders and advised, Let's go first, boss. So Kang Hituja could only reluctantly accept, leaving resentfully and saying, I'll remember your face. The Iron Fist gang members saw this and joyfully cheered, we won. Haha, serves you bastards right, hooray for Warrior Kim. Junsu smirked and then looked towards the merchants, thinking victory was a given. Now for the real problem. Not far away, the merchants were whispering among themselves. The Iron Fist gang won. I wonder how they're going to boss us around. Averting his gaze from the merchants, Junsu looked at the man who was hit earlier and said, Hey, you have to report that I'm the one who did everything. The man smiled and said, Of course, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Junsu held up a finger and said, There's one thing the Iron Fist gang must remember in this market. The man nodded repeatedly. Yes, what is it? Please tell me. Junsu said, The protection fee for this market can only be half of what the Dagger gang used to charge. Hearing this, the man who was hit exclaimed, What? Then we won't make any profit. Junsu's expression turned fearsome as he asked, Are you arguing with me? Huh. The man stammered in fear. No, of course not. I think our boss will understand. They weren't exactly whispering, and of course Junsu did this on purpose. So all the nearby merchants heard them clearly. They exclaimed happily, Wow, the protection fee is cut in half. He's the hero of Singan Market. Junsu celebrated internally. So this is what all that trouble was for. Chuckles. Just then, the merchants approached Junsu, bowing repeatedly. Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. Junsu smiled and waved his hand. It's nothing, I just did what needed to be done. Just remember to give me a discount from now on. The merchants happily agreed. Of course, we'll give you an 80% discount anytime. Junsu was ecstatic, thinking to himself, Singun Market is definitely a sweet deal. Besides, it also boosts the favorability rating of the merchant NPCs. The next morning, the merchants in Singun Market had all reopened their shops. Kim Chun-bok was no exception. When he saw Junsu enter his shop, he greeted him warmly. I've heard a lot about you from the other merchants. You're the hero who saved Singun Market. Flattered, Junsu grinned from ear to ear and replied, I just did what I had to do, sir. Don't be so modest. Those gangsters cause a lot of trouble. Look, I had to close up shop because I got into a scuffle and broke my arm. Chun-bok raised his injured arm and sighed. Oh no. Is it all right now? I was treated with Qigong. Luckily it worked. If it weren't for the therapist, I'd probably still be stuck in the hospital. Junsu asked in surprise. There's a Qigong therapist in Silim. That's right. Would you like me to introduce you? He's very skilled. Junsu smiled and said, I'd really appreciate that. But first I need to buy a few things. Ah, of course, feel free to look around. We have everything, except for the things we don't have. Junsu didn't bother looking at the junk on display. He looked straight at. Chun-bok tapped his foot on the floor and asked with a smile, There's a lot of quality stuff here. But can I see the items down there? Chun-bok was startled. How did you know? Junsu smiled and replied, I have my ways. He thought to himself, don't underestimate a hardcore gamer with 10,000 hours of playtime. Is there any secret I don't know? Chun-bok didn't refuse. He led Junsu down to a room in the basement. As he opened the door, he turned to look at him. I don't usually show this to first-time customers, but for you, I'll make an exception. Junsu smiled and said, Thank you very much. When the door opened, Chun-bok led Junsu in and announced, This is my collection of magical items. Feel free to look. Junsu exclaimed happily, Awesome. Then, he eagerly went from item to inspect them. His final destination was the Flute of the Ancient God. He lifted the item with both hands, excitedly. He thought, I had many unique items when I played the game. But above all, the Flute of the Ancient God, which seals the mana cultivation technique, this is the jackpot. Now that I have a top-tier item in my hands, it's time to put it to good use, heh. A little later, they returned to the shop upstairs. Junsu placed the Flute of the Ancient God and the other items he'd selected on the counter. These are the ones I'll be taking today. Chun-bok looked over the items and praised him in amazement, as expected. You've got a good eye. The 5-colored diamond, the magic sutra, the magic gauntlets, and the Flute of the Ancient God. They're all rare items. Then he quoted the price. That'll be 2 billion won. Junsu's eyes widened. Good lord, 2 billion? Seeing his reaction, Chun-bok laughed. That's the price for strangers. But since you're the guardian angel of this market, I can give you a more reasonable price. For you, it's 500 million won. Junsu breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Chun-bok, you almost gave me a heart attack. Junsu then paid Chun-bok, who carefully packed the items and handed them to him. An 80% discount from an NPC due to high favorability. Sweet. Now all I need to do is find a priest-class Superman who can unseal this item. And of course, I've already got a lead on where to find one. With this thought, Junsu smiled at Chun-bok and asked, By the way, could I have the address of that Qigong therapist? That afternoon, following the address Chun-bok provided, Junsu arrived at the front door of a house. He raised his hand and knocked. "Anyone home?" There was no answer. Suspicious Junsu pressed his ear to the door and whispered, "Looks like he's out." Just then, the door suddenly opened. A young man peeked his head out and asked, "What do you need this early in the morning?" Junsu discreetly observed him. "Oh, white hair and a pale face. Yep, this is the guy I'm looking for." With that thought, Junsu cheerfully said, "It's the afternoon. You call this early morning?" The young man replied, "It is for me." "What brings you here?" Junsu scratched his head and explained, "Well, I heard your treatments are very good." As soon as he heard that, the young man's demeanor changed completely. He said warmly, "Oh, so you're a client? I thought you were one of those thugs. Please come in." As he led Junsu into the room, the young man pointed to a single bed and said, "Here, you can lie down here." "Where are you injured?" Junsu didn't answer right away. He scanned the room, his gaze stopping on a statue. He thought, considering this statue is here, it seems this is the right guy. The young man asked suspiciously, "What are you doing? You can just lie down on that bed, you know." Only then did Junsu turn back to the young man. He took out the flute of the ancient god and said, Actually, I'm not here for treatment. I came to ask you to remove the seal on this item." The young man waved his hands. "Remove a seal? I'm just a Qigong therapist." "It looks like a holy seal." "You could go to a temple and ask them." Junsu explained, "No. Places like that would demand a very high price, and I might even have my item taken from me." Then he opened a bag full of cash and placed it in front of the young man. "If you can unseal this item, I'll give you 100 million won." "Priest Kim?" Priest Kim asked in surprise. "You know my name?" Junsu smiled and replied, "Of course." He thought to himself, Priest Kim is the third guide character in Ascension Soul. He's the priest of a forgotten religion, serving a god that disappeared 3,000 years ago. He's one of the few very pure and righteous characters in the game. With so many corrupt priests in Ascension, it's hard to find someone with such a warm heart. In other words, I can take advantage of him, Priest Kim stammered. How did you know that?" Junsu held out the flute of the ancient god towards Priest Kim and said, "I'll keep your secret. So please help me." Priest Kim sighed, took the flute and said, "I don't think this will be an easy task. But all right, I'll give it a try." Junsu celebrated internally just as expected from a good person. Then the two of them sat on the floor, with the flute of the ancient god placed in front of them. With a serious expression, Priest Kim reached his hand towards the flute and tried to break the seal. In an instant, the paper wrapping around it showed signs of loosening. "Oh, it's working." Whispering this, Priest Kim continued to persevere, channeling his mana towards the flute of the ancient god. The signs of the paper loosening became more apparent. In the end, the paper completely tore off and fell to the ground, revealing the true form of the item, which emitted a brilliant golden light. Item flute of the ancient god. Acquire the Einer Jar cultivation technique trait, Priest Kim said in astonishment. "Did it really work?" Junsu praised, "As expected, your skills are amazing." When Priest Kim saw the effect of the flute of the ancient god, he exclaimed in shock, "My goodness, is this a mana cultivation technique?" Junsu happily confirmed, "That's right, thank you so much." He took the flute of the ancient god, brought it to his lips and blew a note. As the note rang out, in the blink of an eye, Junsu felt the wasted mana in his body that was previously there, now being absorbed. System notification. "You have acquired the Einer Jar cultivation technique trait." Junsu smiled to himself. "The effect is truly amazing. It's like the calm currents of the North Sea have entered my body. In about 2 weeks, I should be able to absorb all this mana and reach Level 3 Superman." Priest Kim, standing beside him, clapped his hands. "This is the first time I've seen a warrior-class Superman use a mana cultivation technique." Junsu walked over to the single bed, sat down, and said, "Yeah. Well, it's not something you see every day." Seeing this, Priest Kim advised, "You must be very tired. You can lie here and rest." Junsu didn't refuse. He lay down on the bed and said wearily, "Too much information flooding my brain. I'm exhausted." "All right, then I'll let you take care of me for a while." Priest Kim smiled and said, "Yes, make yourself at home. You paid me a lot of money, so you can stay here for as long as you like." Junsu replied drowsily, "Thanks." He thought to himself, "He's a good person, just like I knew from the game. It's good to find a priest I can trust. It'll be beneficial for me in the long run." And so without any defenses up, Junsu slept soundly until late at night, when he was slowly awakened by strange noises. He sat up half asleep, scratched his head, and muttered, "What's that noise?" Then Junsu saw Priest Kim holding a can of gasoline, pouring it into the bag full of cash he had brought. Junsu became a little more alert and asked suspiciously, "What are you doing?" Priest Kim didn't answer. His eyes were empty and lifeless as he stood before the gasoline-soaked bag of money and lit a lighter. "O forgotten God, accept this believer's offering and be reborn." As the prayer ended, Priest Kim let go of his hand, and the lighter in his hand fell into the bag of money below. Seeing this, Junsu cursed angrily in his head. What the hell? What's going on? Have you lost your mind? Junsu quickly snatched the lighter and pushed Priest Kim aside. What the hell do you think you're doing? Is this any of your business? What are you planning to burn for this offering, huh? I have to burn all the money as an offering to the god, Priest Kim shouted back in frustration. Hearing this, Junsu was dumbfounded. What money as an offering? Our god only accepts cash, and that's the only way to receive power, Priest Kim explained. Junsu immediately understood the problem. I see. This must be when you still believed in the gods, huh? This time it was Priest Kim's turn to be dumbfounded. What do you mean? The god that Priest Kim worshipped had died 3,000 years ago. Even in the game, this religion had almost no power, until Priest Kim revived that god and obtained a training method. Still, I didn't think he didn't even know how to properly serve his own god. Thinking this, Junsu offered some advice. Your method is wrong. You shouldn't burn money like that. You have to burn and vaporize gold. Priest Kim looked at Junsu with suspicion. You mean, that sounds like heresy. But you've never tried it, have you? Priest Kim said with disgust. Don't talk such nonsense. The church has created and practiced this for thousands of years. But there must be a reason why your god still hasn't been resurrected. Don't you think so? Priest Kim was immediately speechless. It's very difficult to burn gold right now, so I have an idea another way. Since you helped me with the mana cultivation technique, let me help you in return now. Mr. Priest? A moment later, Priest Kim looked at the boiling yellow liquid simmering on the stove and said with concern, I really don't think I should be doing this. Let's stop here. Junsu poured the gold from the pot into a cup and handed it to Priest Kim. Trust me, when you drink the gold, your divine power will increase significantly. Focus and feel if your god responds. Really? If you're so sure, then I'll trust you this one time. With that, Priest Kim chugged the entire cup of liquid gold Junsu gave him. Just a few seconds later, Priest Kim felt a change. His whole body was then enveloped in a brilliant golden light. Holy Spirit, it's real. This is working. It's much better than burning millions of won, Junsu replied with a smile. Your growth will be much faster. If you continue with this method, Priest Kim looked at Junsu with sparkling eyes. I don't know how to repay you for this valuable information. Oh right, take this. With that, Priest Kim handed a necklace to Junsu. This necklace is... Junsu pretended to be surprised, though he already knew the answer in his heart. It's a holy relic with the healing trait, I believe. My god would be very pleased to know you have this. I mean, since you're giving it to me, I shouldn't refuse. Junsu feigned reluctance, but inwardly he was so happy he could have danced. This deal turned out better than I thought. Heh, come to think of it, Priest Kim's parish actually gave out a lot of good quests. With this thought, Junsu made a suggestion. Mr. Priest, would you mind if I prayed to your god? 1 week later, please stop. I feel like my whole body is turning into gold. As he spoke, Priest Kim covered his mouth to stop himself from puking after drinking half a bottle of the liquid gold Junsu concocted. But you have to drink more. As Junsu spoke, he brought another 10 bottles of liquid gold over to Priest Kim, causing him to cry out in fear. I'll get mana poisoning. If I keep growing my mana like this in such a short time. Hey you, I guarantee that won't happen. So keep praying. Junsu pinched Priest Kim's mouth open and poured the liquid gold directly into his mouth, laughing to himself. Don't worry, the 4 guide NPCs each have their own unique traits. If a warrior has a strong body, a priest can't get mana poisoning. That allows him to grow very quickly. Sure enough, after being forced by Junsu, Priest Kim successfully awakened to level 3. Bishop Priest Kim. Priest Kim looked in amazement at his glowing body. I can't believe I reached level 3. At this rate, I might even become an apostle. Awesome. At this rate, it won't be long. Before you can become an apostle of your god, Junsu said with satisfaction. Priest Kim replied humbly, I'm still lacking to achieve that. I think you already have enough experience to become an apostle. Anyway, since you've reached level 3 now, you need to convene a regional council to be officially recognized as a bishop. That's right, I have to. I've been able to grow so quickly, and it's all thanks to you. I'll never forget this kindness. Priest Kim said gratefully. Don't mention it, I just like helping people. Junsu replied, but thought differently. You'd better not forget. Become a bishop as soon as possible. And bring me the holy relics from the parish vault. By the way, could I ask you for another favor? I'm planning to convene a regional council, but it's a bit overwhelming to go alone. Could you be my bodyguard during the meeting? The other bishops will be there too. Junsu immediately accepted. The next day, Priest Kim led Junsu to the meeting point with the other priests. When they found out Priest Kim had reached level 3, they praised him endlessly, which made Priest Kim very happy. The scale is a bit small with just this many people attending the meeting. Junsu was feeling a bit disappointed when a voice suddenly spoke up. What a pathetic sight. Everyone looked towards the door, where an old man, a priest of the parish along with an entourage, with their faces covered, had just entered. Bishop, you've arrived. Priest Kim's greeting was met with a shout. Who gave you the right to hold a regional council, huh? Priest Kim, trembling, replied, but every priest in the parish has the right to hold a council. That only applies to ordinary priests. It's different for a heretic. Your level has increased to 3 in just 3 months. There's no way you could have leveled up that fast. With normal methods, you must have betrayed us to receive greater divine power. That's absurd. I just found a great way to level up. Despite Priest Kim's protests, the old parish priest ordered arrest him immediately. Just as his entourage was about to make a move, Junsu stepped in to stop them. Now, don't scare the kid like that. One of the followers asked, Who are you? His bodyguard, Junsu replied with a smile. This is an internal parish matter. Outsiders stay out of it, the old priest said. I told you I'm his bodyguard. I'm not an outsider. Try to make some sense, old man. While the old priest was fuming, the pure-hearted priest Kim continued to try and clear his name. After hearing his explanation, the old priest became even angrier. What absorbing gold, you heretic? How could you dare to commit such a crime and think you'd get away with it? This is not heresy. Our God has allowed this. Silence, heretic! I will personally purge you and offer you to the God. Repent before the eternal flame. As he spoke, the old priest fired a fireball from his staff towards Priest Kim. Too bad for him, Junsu was right next to Priest Kim, so his attack was blocked by the shield, created by Junsu. Created. Whoa, attacking without any warning like that. That's truly blasphemous, old man. The old priest seemed surprised. You blocked my magic, Junsu retorted. Are you sure you want to fight an apostle candidate? Don't talk nonsense. How do you think a heretic could become an apostle? Priest Kim, frightened by the old priest's angry demeanor, quickly grabbed onto Junsu's arm. Mr. Superman, I'm not sure why you're calling me a candidate. Don't worry, here, eat this and pray. After saying that, Junsu gave a round yellow orb to Priest Kim. On the other side, the old priest was starting to lose patience and threatened Junsu. If you don't want to be burned like him, get out of the way. If I can prove that Priest Kim is an apostle, what do you think? Junsu smirked, eagerly awaiting the drama that was about to unfold. What? The old priest didn't understand what was happening until he saw a brilliant aura envelop Priest Kim's body, who was kneeling on the ground praying. This is the advent of an apostle, the old priest exclaimed. Junsu, seeing the old man's terrified expression, felt smug. Take a good look. Surprised, aren't you? This is why I didn't turn Priest Kim into an apostle. Yesterday, you useless old man. Not only that, he's also a villain who radiates pure evil energy. I should get rid of him right here. The condition for Priest Kim to awaken the apostle trait is that he must swallow a golden artifact of another sect, while being accused of blasphemy by a bishop. It won't be hard to turn Priest Kim into an apostle. As Priest Kim's transformation finished, Junsu drew his sword and coldly declared, Now it's time to teach these blasphemers a lesson. With that, Junsu tilted his head slightly and asked Priest Kim, who was standing behind him. Hey, priest, can I ask your god something? Yes. How should I punish these bastards, who are willing to attack their own brethren out of jealousy? And he didn't just do this, but many other evil things as well. Hearing this, the old priest was startled. How do you know about this? At the same time, Priest Kim, after consulting his god, gave the answer. He says to cleanse the household. This is the word of God, so I have no choice but to obey. Right, almost in an instant, Junsu rushed to the old priest and slashed, taking his life instantly. I just eliminated a bad guy. Before he could cause trouble later on, Junsu thought gleefully. Priest Kim, with his pure soul, couldn't help but feel sorrow upon witnessing this scene. But he was still a bishop of our church. Junsu waved his hand. You don't need to pity him. He deserved that consequence. Now what does your god tell you to do next? He said to go to the Levant region, where the first church council was established, and offer gold to him. See, I told you gold was the right choice. Go there and expand your influence. Junsu said with a smile, adding in his heart, and when you're done, repay me for what I've done for you today. Without making Junsu wait long, Priest Kim, grateful for Junsu's help, gifted him some valuable items from the vault, including 2 things that Junsu wanted. Finally, my first holy sword. It's worth $1 billion. And what's this? A holy statue that radiates a holy aura, creating a sanctuary filled with holy power. It's a skill that turns a specific area into a safe zone, at the owner's will. If an enemy enters, it will emit energy to repel or suppress them. In other words, I don't have to worry about being ambushed. while training anymore. Now time to play with my new toys. Scene change. A shriveled-looking Junsu lies shivering in a bathtub. He says softly, "Maybe I trained a little too hard. Even recovery potions aren't having much effect anymore. But even so, I still had plenty of time to practice the holy light and mountain shattering, sword style. I can feel my power increasing significantly. Time to check the results of my hard training." Thinking this, Junsu takes out his phone and calls Director Cho to ask if he has any jobs that need his help. "We're having a few problems right now." Director Cho sighed. "Do you remember the first dump site?" "Of course, how could I forget it?" Junsu replied, reminiscing internally. "That was the first place I realized how terrifying the soul trait of those monsters was. The entire cleanup crew that went in was brutally murdered. That means there are at least 6 mutants there." "Is that so? Shouldn't you contact the Protection Association?" "Well, the government officials asked us to keep it a secret. They don't want to make a big deal out of it." "Right. At least a few people would get fired if that got out. So what's the reward for cleaning up that mess?" "A bit stingy, 100 million for a level 1 and 300 million for a level 3. Plus, they're giving away a holy relic, an ascension rifle with a special effect." Junsu was immediately drawn in by the reward. An ascension rifle. What kind of effect? "That's up to you." It was an item used by the father of the parish. The image of the saintess appeared in Junsu's mind, making him excited. "An offer I can't refuse. Haha, a rifle used by the father of the parish. It'll inflict a dark fire effect on anyone who gets hit. This is a pretty valuable item." So Junsu accepted the mission without hesitation. Arriving at the mission site, Junsu was stunned by the thick, polluted air. No one cleaned this place up. It's only been a few days and it's already this contaminated. Something's not right. I can't see straight ahead. My field of vision is limited. I have to be prepared for a surprise attack. Just then, the sound of monsters came from multiple directions, making it impossible for Junsu to pinpoint their exact location. As Junsu aimed his gun in one direction, he sensed movement behind him. Junsu immediately spun around and fired at the monster charging towards him from behind, causing it to screech in pain and change direction, flying up into the sky. "It's the leader." Junsu continued to fire at the monster, then noticed that its wings were somehow bulletproof. Suddenly, the monster dove from the sky towards Junsu. Luckily, he managed to dodge in time. Otherwise, he would have been a goner. "The enemy is bulletproof, can fly, and is fast. I'll be at a disadvantage if I drag this fight out. In that case, I have to end it with one precise shot." Thinking this, Junsu raised his gun just before the monster got close and fired a single shot right between its eyes, sending it straight to meet its maker. At the same time, he acquired a new trait, aiming. "I won! Not to mention, I just learned a high-level aiming trait. Hey, but Junsu's celebration didn't last long, as he heard the roar of another monster. "This is a pain. The mutants are coming because of the noise earlier. I can't take on this whole horde like this. Necessity is the mother of invention." Junsu suddenly had a plan. First, he used the stealth trait to hide in a corner and then waited. Sure enough, a moment later, the monsters came and surrounded the corpse of the monster Junsu had just killed. Just as he was waiting for, Junsu immediately threw a grenade, then continuously fired at them. "Hey, I should make use of—" "You're more of a strategist in battle." Junsu looked smugly at the monster corpses scattered on the ground and deactivated his stealth mode. But he had underestimated the enemy, because right at that moment, he realized he was surrounded by monsters. "What?" These things made no sound as they approached. That's why I didn't sense their presence. But they aren't mutants. They're phantoms summoned by a dark mage. There are so many of them. As Junsu was trying to come up with a plan, a monster suddenly spoke. "Mr. Superman, I have something to say." "How are these things talking?" Junsu looked at the monsters a bit surprised. Then he understood when he saw the speakers attached to their heads. "The one who wants to talk to me must be the one who summoned these undead," Junsu guessed. Just then, the speaker on the undead's head transmitted another message. "I want to ask you something. Why are you trespassing on our territory?" "Your territory?" Junsu asked, confused. Calling a contaminated facility their territory. Just a few seconds later, Junsu came up with the answer himself. "I get it. The Protection Association. On the outside, they're a charitable organization that specializes in cleaning up contaminated magical energy. But in reality, they are one of the most notorious villainous organizations in Ascension. Cleaning up contaminated areas is just a cover for their true nature, being willing to do any dirty deed to expand their power. They must be behind this incident too. They create situations where the government has no choice but to ask for their help because of their power and influence. Meanwhile, they use these incidents as an excuse to get rid of officials who are hostile to them. Just then, the person on the other end spoke again. "If there's no reason to To continue this fight, let me make a suggestion. You're a talented individual. Why not join the Protection Association? Junsu replied with a smug smile. Join? The organization that caused the mutant attacks at the junkyard. I'm being serious. With your skills, you could be in the association's top ranks. Forget it. Junsu flatly refused, adding a special one-finger salute. The name of your association alone doesn't suit me. Not badass at all, huh? It seems you don't know your place. If you don't want to join, you can join after you've become one of my undead warriors. As the mage finished speaking, the undead horde charged at Junsu all at once. Junsu fought back with firearms, and the monsters dropped like flies. But very quickly, the pieces of the monsters' bodies started to reconnect and return to their original state. Realizing firearms were useless against them, Junsu switched to his sword, because the Holy Light attribute is highly effective against monsters of the dark attribute. Wait, a sword? Aren't you a marksman? The monster didn't even finish its sentence before Junsu cut it down. Talk less, kid. I'll find you and take you out soon enough. And after that, thanks to his superior attributes, the fight became easier for Junsu. However, there were too many monsters, and to avoid exhaustion, Junsu decided to change his strategy. Besides specialized endurance-boosting traits, like strength, vitality, and agility, protection, endurance, and perseverance, Junsu also had special artifact traits: recovery from his necklace, steel, gauntlets from his gauntlets, and holy sword from his sword. This increased his total usable traits from 6 to 9. After equipping them, Junsu tried swinging his sword. Overall, it was somewhat effective, but it wasn't enough to deal with this massive horde. So it wasn't long before Junsu started to feel dizzy from exhaustion. Just then he unlocked a new trait: Dash. Dash charges forward a certain distance, dealing damage along the way. Thanks to this trait, Junsu moved like the wind, taking the life of any monster in his path. But he didn't stop there. Junsu continued to try combining traits and unlocked another trait: Leap. With Dash and Leap, breaking out of this encirclement will be a piece of cake. And as for these small fry, I can wipe them out in an instant. A while later, after Junsu had cleaned up the monsters, the speaker crackled to life again, with that surprised voice. I didn't expect you to be a knight. That just makes me want you even more. Junsu turned towards the source of the sound and challenged. If you're so confident, show yourself. What kind of mage would be stupid enough to face a warrior head-on? This is for you. The mage chuckled, then gave Junsu a giant gift, a gigantic one. Zombie shield bearer, love to Karen's undead servant. Crap, my mouth hasn't recovered yet. Junsu cursed internally. Not keeping Junsu waiting, the monster swung its shovel down where he was standing. Junsu quickly leaped away to dodge. While Junsu was distracted, an arrow suddenly flew out and pierced his back. Haha, I see your attacks aren't all that. You'll make a fine addition to my undead army, the summoner said smugly through the speaker. This reminds me of a rule in Ascension. When fighting a necromancer, you can't fight the minions they summon. You have to find the summoner. Thinking this, Junsu pretended to charge the monster, but actually slipped between its legs to escape. Then he quickly scanned his surroundings and saw a figure standing on the second floor. Junsu quickly used Dash to evade the monster's pursuit, while closing the distance to the summoner. This little rat is good at running. Junsu cursed in annoyance. Looking closely at the summoner, Junsu realized it was Karen, an R-rank necromancer. He was a leader of the Protection Association and the final boss of this stage. So you do know how to use your brain a little, huh? Being discovered, Karen was a bit surprised, but he quickly reacted. Things won't go according to your plan. You'll never touch me. Karen raised his hands to the sky. Instantly, countless mana hands, like tentacles, reached out and restrained Junsu, paving the way for arrows to pierce through Junsu, making him scream in pain. I love the echo of screams. You should know your place. My friend, Karen said excitedly. A crimson orb began to form in his hand. That's Karen's ultimate skill, Black Flame. Junsu thought, trying to break free. Seeing Junsu's struggle, Karen smiled even wider and taunted. Is this all the strength you have? It's a little cute for a final battle. You're mistaken if you think that. I haven't even gone all out yet. If I equip the right traits when using skills against a summoner, like you, something interesting happens. Did you know? As he spoke, Junsu rearranged his trait panel, which included the skill Void-Shattering Sword. Just die already, Karen shouted angrily, and fired the flame orb at Junsu, unaware that his end was near. When the three elements, sword magic and physical strength, are in perfect harmony, a skill appears. When the user faces danger, Ultimate, Sword Kai, can slice through all things tangible and intangible. And so with a single slash, Junsu split the flame orb in two, to Karen's astonishment. Junsu then received a new trait, Thunderstorm Sword Style, the strongest swordsmanship, attainable only by those who have reached the pinnacle of the sword path. After finishing off, Karen and exhausted Junsu collapsed on the ground. Although he was exhausted, he couldn't hide the joy on his face. He whispered, "That was a close call, but I defeated a rank 3 Superman and the dungeon boss Karen. In the game, you'd need a full party to hunt him at rank 2. Even at rank 3, you couldn't solo him, with just normal traits and gear. I could only win because I've played this game for over 10,000 hours. Regaining his strength, Junsu stood up and laughed. Heh heh. Now time to grab the loot. About an hour later, Junsu was in Director Choi's office. In the room now, besides him and Director Choi, there were 3 employees from the commissioning party sent to give him his reward. Currently, Director Choi, with a fawning expression, was continuously fanning Junsu. "You really cleared out that place full of mutants. You're incredible." Junsu leaned back smugly in his chair, feet propped on the desk, and said with a laugh, "Aw, it was nothing." But then he remembered the 3 other people in the room, so he quickly pulled his feet back, clutched one arm, and cried out, "Ouch, I'm injured there. Be careful." Director Choi said with a worried expression, "Oh my, I'm so sorry for harming your precious body." The 3 employees from the commissioning party really couldn't stand their third-rate acting anymore. One of them, a man with blonde hair, spoke up. "Thank you for your work. Mr. Superman, I can't believe you defeated all those mutants." Getting down to business, Junsu and Director Choi sat up properly. "I was just doing my job. By the way, when I entered the junkyard, something completely different from the request happened. Do you recognize these?" As he spoke, Junsu took out several electronic devices that he had collected from the undead in the junkyard. As soon as he saw the items, the blonde man recognized them. With a shocked expression, he said loudly, "These are mana chips used to create phantoms. They're used by Karen of the Protection Association." Junsu said seriously, "That's right. This incident wasn't an accident. It was intentional." The blonde man slammed his hand on the table in anger and cursed the Protection Association. "Those bastards." Seeing this, Junsu asked, "Seems like you don't like them either, huh?" The blonde man said through gritted teeth, "They always charge unreasonable prices, so in the past, we've struggled a lot. We've had our disagreements, but I never thought they'd turn innocent people into mutants." Noticing the blonde man's expression, Junsu concluded, internally, he doesn't know. That makes sense. The Protection Association's true evil face only starts to show after players complete the junkyard quest. At that moment, the blonde man bowed to Junsu and said, "I apologize, Mr. Superman. Because of us, you were put in unnecessary danger." On the surface, Junsu said modestly, "I just did what had to be done to take out the bad guys." But inwardly, he was thinking expectantly, that's more like it. He'd better have something more than just an apology. The blonde man pushed a briefcase towards Junsu and said, "This is the reward we promised." Junsu took it, opened it to look, and asked in surprise, "Thanks, but why are there 2 cases?" The blonde man explained with a smile, "It's the Ascension rifle and an extra reward for taking on such a dangerous job." Hearing that, Junsu happily accepted, "Oh, thank you." With that, Junsu started examining the extra reward. "Is this holy water getting this essential elixir for free instead of buying it at the temple? What a sweet deal." Just as Junsu was rejoicing over his rewards, the blonde man spoke again. "But stay safe, Mr. Superman. We plan to press charges against the Protection Association based on the evidence you provided." But before he could finish, Junsu cut in, predicting, "They're going to try to retaliate against me." The blonde man confirmed, "Yes, that's right. But we can't ignore something this big," Junsu said with a calm expression. "I'll be fine. I always find a way to survive." The conversation didn't last long. Soon the 3 employees from the commissioning party left. Director Choi was responsible for driving Junsu. In the car, Director Choi spoke up. "Mr. Superman, it might be a good idea to lay low for a while to avoid the Protection Association." Junsu thought for a moment, then said, "I don't think that's the best idea." He thought to himself, after completing the junkyard quest, the player gets a quest chain that leads to an unavoidable conflict with the Protection Association. This is natural since the player has caused them trouble, not to mention killing one of their directors, Karen. The important thing is that the quest line for the Protection Association branches out, and the worst path is to do nothing and waste time. In that case, the association's president will attack the player's home with a dozen supermen. On the other hand, the guy with the lowest difficulty is... Junsu turned to Director Choi and asked, "Director, have you ever heard of a place called Jeon Ubong?" Director Choi replied, "Of course. It's a restricted area south of Silim, right? There's a large poppy farm there, so you'll get into trouble if you go there." Junsu said, "That place is owned by the Protection Association." Director Choi exclaimed in shock, "Huh? What is the Protection Association doing growing poppies?" Junsu said, "It's not just poppies. They're performing body modifications and human trafficking there. They're nothing more than a flashy criminal organization." Director Choi cursed indignantly. "What those insane bastards?" Junsu said calmly. "That's right. So I plan to attack Jeonubong first." Hearing that Director Choi's hands trembled, and he almost lost control and hit the curb. Luckily, he reacted in time, and got the car back under control. Junsu casually held up his phone screen to Director Choi and said, "I need a lot of things, so here's a list of what to prepare." Director Choi glanced at it, then frowned and said, "Claymore Mines and M18A1. What is this? Are you trying to start a war or something? Besides, buying all this will be very expensive." Junsu laughed and said, "Only amateurs have to worry about money." Then he handed Director Choi a long box and said, "Here. These are the items I got from clearing out the monsters at the junkyard." Director Choi quickly took it and said, "This should cover the costs. But I'm telling you, you can't fight the association alone. The president is a rank 4 Superman and the directors are rank 3. Junsu smiled and said, "I never said I'd fight alone." Director Choi said in surprise, "What?" Junsu smiled mysteriously and said, "For now, don't worry about a thing. Just focus on gathering the items on the list." 2 nights later, near the outside of the Jeonubong base, 2 armed guards were standing watch. Suddenly, an invisible hand from behind chopped the back of one guard's neck, making him cry out once, before collapsing to the ground. The remaining guard, seeing this, panicked, raised his gun and yelled, "Who's there?" Then he felt a sharp pain in his stomach and lost consciousness, falling to the ground. A second later, Junsu appeared holding a silenced pistol. He gave a wicked laugh. Well. Infiltration is so fun. No matter how many times I do it, it's always a rush. That takes care of the outer guards. Time to check the underground." With that, Junsu took out his phone to contact Kim Cheol-gwan. Elsewhere, Kim Cheol-gwan knocked out a man with one hand while answering the phone with the other. "I'm listening, Private Kim. Thanks to you clearing the way, we easily took over the underground area." Then he looked at the people being held captive there and continued, "But these guys are real scum, forcing body modifications on people and trafficking them. They've crossed the line." Junsu said, "That's right. They deserve to be wiped out." "Did you check?" Kim Cheol-gwan replied. "Yes, this place is a full-fledged modification workshop." Junsu said, "When this is over, you can have it. It'll help you strengthen your men." Kim Cheol-gwan said, "Sounds good. But are you sure you can handle the Protection Association? It'll be a problem for us if we get caught in the aftermath." Junsu laughed and said, "Of course I'm sure. Have you ever seen me do anything without a reason?" After hanging up, Junsu said softly, "The Jeonubong base is their main source of income, yet the security is quite lax." Then he took out a lighter, flicked it on, and gave a sinister laugh. "Therefore, it's the best place to start the association's downfall." The next morning, in a skyscraper in the city, a member of the Protection Association rushed into a room, shouting, "President, urgent news! Jeonubong! The Jeonubong base has been attacked!" In the room, the president of the Protection Association, Park Do-yup, was looking down at the city through a glass window. Hearing this, he frowned, glanced at the messenger, and asked, "What do you mean?" The messenger replied, "Well, the one who took out Director Karen has also taken over the Jeonubong base." The messenger had barely finished speaking when he gasped in terror, seeing Do-yup's rage. He slammed his fist, shattering a part of his stone desk, his eyes filled with killing intent as he roared. "How dare he attack us so brazenly?" The fearful messenger took out a phone and trembling held it out to Do-yup, saying, "Also he sent this." Do-yup took the phone and looked. When he saw it was a selfie of Junsu posing, with a sea of fire burning behind him. Do-yup immediately crushed the phone and screamed, "That bastard burned down our farm. Private Kim is it, I'll deal with him and tear him to pieces." Early the next morning, a large number of fully armed men, divided into teams of 5, approached the Jeonubong base from various directions. They were members of the Protection Association, sent to eliminate Junsu and retake the base. One of the 5-man teams stopped a few hundred meters from the base to observe. The bald man leading them, seeing black smoke still billowing from the base, gnashed his teeth in anger. He said he really burned the poppy farm to the ground. A subordinate with colored hair behind him also spoke up. "That Private Kim guy, he must be insane." The bald leader turned to the men behind him and shouted, "All we need to do is catch that lunatic. Let's move in quickly and resolve the situation. Show the president the power of the External Affairs Division." The men shouted in unison, "Yes, sir!" As they continued to advance, the bald leader turned to the colored hair subordinate and reminded him, "He might be targeting us from inside the building. Be careful." The subordinate replied, "Understood. We'll blow him away the moment we spot him." But just as he said that, he spotted a gun barrel sticking out of a slightly ajar window. He quickly pointed and yelled, "Wait! There's a gun in that window." The bald leader reacted instantly, aiming his rifle at the spot and firing a shot that shattered the window. The gun fell out as a result. The bald leader said smugly, "My prediction was correct. Amazing, Captain. the colored hair subordinate said with a flattering smile. Just then the ground suddenly shook, making the men unsteady on their feet. The men cried out in confusion, "What was that?" The bald leader also turned around, suspicious, and saw a massive explosion erupt from the crowd behind them, causing heavy casualties. In an instant, the bald leader shouted in horror, "Son of a bitch!" The colored hair subordinate, even more terrified, trembled and asked, "What do we do, Captain?" Before the bald leader could answer, he heard someone yell, "Captain, incoming rocket." Hearing this, the bald leader instinctively looked up and saw a rocket heading straight for his position. His eyes widened as he muttered, "Damn it." Then with a deafening boom, smoke and dust shot high into the air. In the control room, Junsu, with dark circles under his eyes, watched the scene on a monitor. He laughed loudly. Staying up all night planting mines was totally worth it. Then he looked at the ambush trait in his trait panel and said with a smug smile, "Thanks to my unique trait, they couldn't detect them in advance. I'm not crazy enough to face 100 of you head-on. I'll stay in this underground control room and kill every last one of you." Finishing his sentence, Junsu placed his hands on 2 red buttons on the console and activated bombs in other locations. For a moment, explosions echoed continuously around the base, wiping out all life within the blast radius. Only one 5-man team remained completely unscathed. They stood calmly inside a protective barrier, led by none other than Doyup. When the explosions stopped, Doyup with a pensive expression said, "He's not what he seems. It appears he prepared thoroughly, as expected of someone who dares to provoke us directly." Just then, a member of the team stepped forward and said, "Leave him to me. I've completed an analysis of his tactics." This was Sabok, a rank 3 L-class Superman and vice president of the Protection Association. Doyup seemed to have great faith in Sabok, so not only did he not stop him, but he also smiled and said, "Bring him back alive. I want to kill him as painfully as possible." And so Sabok led a group of men forward. One of them threw a grenade a short distance ahead. After the explosion, the man reported, "It's clear here," Sabok said. "Good. Keep throwing grenades to check for traps and approach slowly." "Yes, sir," the grenadier shouted. Suddenly, Sabok spotted a rocket flying towards them from above. He didn't dodge, but instead used his weapon to deflect, the rocket sending it off in another direction where it exploded. Then Sabok turned back, looked at a sniper and asked, "Got a lock?" The sniper replied, "Yes, it was fired from the right side of the rooftop." With that, he took aim and fired a shot, successfully, destroying the rooftop rocket launcher that Junsu had set up. Sabok smirked and said, "Perfect. We're close to the base. Let's show him hell," though he might already be tasting it. Very quickly, Sabok's men successfully entered the base. Junsu watched the entire process on the surveillance monitor. Tisk Sabok's crew is different. They're truly ruthless, aren't they? As he was reflecting on this, Junsu suddenly saw an alarm light on the console flash. He immediately stood up and said with a laugh, "They're faster than I thought. The Rookie Killer mission really lives up to its name." A few seconds later, the doorknob outside was shot off. "Why are you hiding underground like a rat? Come out and play with us." Amid laughter, 2 women holding guns stepped into the room. These 2 were Ebony and Viper, rank 3 V-class supermen and directors of the Protection Association. Seeing that the room was empty, Viper and Ebony said, "Huh. Wait, did he know we were coming?" Little did they know, Junsu had used the ambush and play dead traits to become invisible, and was standing right next to them. "Of course I knew." The Protection Association's plan was to cause a distraction at the front, to feign a war of attrition, while the assassin directors struck from behind. "I obviously know all your tactics." "Eat this," laughing to himself, Junsu pulled the pin on a flashbang and threw it onto the floor, making a noise. That caused Ebony and Viper to turn their heads, and they were temporarily blinded by the blinding light of the flashbang, making them temporarily blind. Junsu took this opportunity to dash out, saying with a laugh, "I don't have time to play with you. Bye-bye." Ebony and Viper knew they had fallen into Junsu's trap, but still unable to see anything. All they could do was yell, in anger, "You son of a bitch! When I get my hands on you, I'll tear you to shreds." Junsu paid them no mind. He rushed up the stairs, thinking the assassins will catch up quickly. "I have to move fast." However, just as Junsu reached the next floor, 2 bullets suddenly flew at him from behind. Luckily, they missed. The 2 bullets zipped past his head and punched 2 holes in the wall. "Damn, they caught up already. I need to defend first." Thinking this, Junsu quickly equipped the mana shield and protection traits. Then he turned around and created a large shield, big enough to block the entire hallway, preventing Ebony and Viper from pursuing him further. Ebony and Viper fired at the large shield simultaneously, but couldn't penetrate it. Seeing this, Junsu stuck out his tongue and taunted, "Shoot all you want, I'll block it all, heh." Viper wasn't angry at all. She smiled again, raised her gun and said, "Block our bullets." "You really think so?" With that, Viper pulled the trigger. This time, the bullet shattered the shield and hit Junsu, who was running away, causing him to fall to the ground in pain. Viper smirked and asked, "How do you like that? It's an explosive magic-infused bullet." Junsu struggled to get up, muttering, "Damn it." Ebony spoke up. "Here's some dessert." She fired a green arrow that hit Junsu in the hip. Ebony said again, "This is nothing compared to the pain I'm about to make you feel." Junsu struggled to his feet, gave them the middle finger and said, "Bullshit, you're just bad guys in tight suits." Hearing this, Viper yelled angrily, "What did you say, you punk?" "This will fix your attitude." As she spoke, she rushed forward and kicked Junsu in the face, sending him flying backward into a large grandfather clock. Just fell to the ground trying to get up. Junsu was suddenly hit by a wave of pain, forcing him to his knees again. "Hurts, doesn't it?" "It's a powerful poison that affects the arteries. It's hard to endure." As he spoke, Ebony and Viper slowly walked towards Junsu. Viper grabbed Junsu by the collar. She laughed and said, "Let's take him to the chairman." Just then Junsu smiled. He grabbed her wrist and said, "Welcome to your destination." He let out a sigh of relief internally. Acting is harder than I thought. Ebony and Viper were startled by Junsu's strange behavior. They cried out in surprise. "What?" Junsu laughed and asked, "Hear that ticking sound? Doesn't it ring a bell?" Ebony and Viper shouted in annoyance. "What the hell are you talking about?" Junsu laughed menacingly and said, "Sounds like a giant time bomb, doesn't it?" Then, without waiting for them to react, he added the quick dash trait to his trait panel. "All right, rot in here and die." With those words, Junsu, like a gust of wind, dashed 10 meters away in an instant. Both Ebony and Viper are as strong as Karen. I'm not confident I can win in a direct fight. I dropped all my traits to act, luring them to the clock while they were off guard. Because I've planted a ton of firepower in the clock. White phosphorus cost me over $1 billion. With this thought, Junsu turned to look at Ebony and Viper. He pressed the remote control in his hand, smiled, and said, "Sweet dreams, darlings." Only then did Ebony and Viper realize they had fallen into another of Junsu's traps. But it was too late. They could only curse helplessly for a few moments before being engulfed by the massive explosion. Looks like I've successfully eliminated those enemies. But more are coming. I need to recover my vitality quickly, especially since I don't know when that robot guy... Junsu hadn't even finished his sentence when Cyborg and his henchmen appeared, looking at the bloodstains next to his comrades' weapons. Cyborg gritted his teeth and said, You defeated Ebony and Viper." Junsu wasn't afraid at all. He even winked and replied with a smile, "And soon you'll be just like them. Heh. Don't expect an easy death. I will definitely torture you until you beg for death. So evil. You should try to be more humane next time. Further talk is useless. I will end you here." Cyborg raised his hand and signaled. The henchmen immediately aimed their guns at Junsu in unison. "But I'm glad you guys could make it. It's beyond my imagination. When you reinforced your bodies with machinery, you played right into my hands. Thanks, you idiots. You're just giving me more experience." With those words, Junsu pressed the button to activate the mine, worth 1 billion won that he had planted on the ceiling. Then he opened fire on his opponents with a shotgun. The dust cleared and all the enemies were gone except for Cyborg. Junsu feigned surprise and said, "Holy crap! How much did you spend on your body? Even that mine was useless. No other choice, I'll tear you apart right here." Cyborg rushed towards Junsu like a flash. Using his weapon-reinforced hand, he knocked the gun out of Junsu's hand. Then he swung his hand again, attacking Junsu. Fortunately, Junsu managed to draw his sword in time to block. Otherwise, he would have been a goner. And so Cyborg continuously attacked, while Junsu struggled to defend. Damn, he's too strong. I have to overwhelm him with speed to get an advantage. Junsu suddenly leaned over and slashed at Cyborg's side. The result of the clash not only didn't harm Cyborg, but also created an opening for him to grab the sword and pull it back, shortening the distance between him and Junsu. He then activated the system in his leg and sent Junsu flying with a kick. This is not good. His body is covered in reinforced mana. Swords are useless. Without giving Junsu a chance to breathe, Cyborg jumped in an instant and kicked Junsu straight in the stomach. He then stepped on him. He stood over him arrogantly, looking at his heavily injured body and sneered. "What else can you expect from that weak body of yours? I'll chop off your hand first, to let you know what pain is." Cyborg raised his hand, preparing to act, but then noticed that Junsu's hand now had another gun in it. "What's with that damn gun?" "Looking at your disgusting body gave me an idea," Junsu replied with a smile. "Haven't you realized yet that normal bullets are useless against me? But these aren't normal bullets, they're black flames." Upon contact with the black flames, Cyborg's entire body burst into flames. The agonizing pain made him scream like a pig being slaughtered. Your mechanical body runs on mana, and black flame burns mana. In other words, once black flame sticks to your body, there's no way to put it out. That's why I said your cybernetically enhanced body has its weaknesses too. Junsu stood up, sword in hand, and finished off Cyborg with one strike. Junsu climbed onto the roof with his gun and opened fire, wiping out the Guardian Association's lackeys. Without those powerful supervisors, you guys are done for. Oh, the screams of challenge are so sweet. Junsu was still gloating when a deafening sound rang out. My eardrums a battle cry. Is he finally joining the fight? At the same time, a tall, dark, and menacing figure appeared in the courtyard below. Looking at those red, tiger-like eyes, Junsu knew it was Park Dae-job, a level 4 superhuman chairman of the Guardian Association. Wait for me, you bastard! With those words, Dae-job crouched down and jumped, leaping directly from the courtyard to the 5th-floor rooftop, where Junsu was standing. I have never suffered such humiliation. I will gladly punish you for the crime of messing with the Guardian Association. Dae-job gathered mana in his arm and rushed towards Junsu, so fast that he couldn't even draw his sword, and took the full force of his loving punch. If I hadn't switched my traits to defense, I'd be toast. But fighting on the defensive, I can't beat him. Thinking to himself, Junsu attacked Dae-job with a lightning bolt, but he just gently dodged it. He then sneered and said, "You use interesting skills. What about this?" Junsu pulled out his gun and shot black flames at Dae-job, but he blocked it with a protective shield. He then regained the initiative and rained a flurry of punches on Junsu. He's too strong, as expected. This was impossible from the start. Park Dae-job is a born SR rank character. On the other hand, I'm just a starting character and he completely outlevels me. The gap is insane. The only way for a level 2 superhuman to beat a level 4 superhuman is Junsu activated the body mutation and muscle mutation traits to create the mutation state. Warrior Kim directly transformed himself into a monster, knowing that in this form, he would lose his mind at any moment. So Junsu had prepared something, Berserker Goggles, which grant the wearer the Berserk trait for a limited time. This item has the trait I need most right now. Junsu crushed the Berserker Goggles in his hand. Immediately, a notification panel appeared. Acquired Berserk state. Clear all distractions from the mind. Focus only on the battle. Unleash power beyond limits. The preparation process was complete. This was also when Junsu opened the battle. He rushed forward and gave Dae-job a loving punch. Dae-job blocked with both hands in front of him, successfully stopping Junsu's powerful blow. I don't know what you just used, but one thing is for sure. Things are getting more interesting. Let me try, Dae-job said with an excited look. He then also activated the reinforcement state and went all out against Junsu. The two of them exchanged blows 1 for 1. This inadvertently created an opportunity for Junsu to acquire 2 new traits, superhuman strength and iron armor, which made the thrill of battle take over his consciousness. I can do this all day, Junsu said, hehe. All right, I admit it. It's been a long time since I've had a fight like this. But I've analyzed you. This is my victory. Dae-job's eyes flashed red. Then he declared with extreme confidence, "Don't be ridiculous." Junsu angrily threw a punch at Dae-job, but it hit empty air. And so Junsu continuously attacked Dae-job, but Dae-job was able to read his moves and easily dodge. Punches are useless. You have no fighting foundation at all. With those words, Dae-job punched Junsu in the stomach, making him cough up a large mouthful of blood. You bastard! Junsu swung his fist angrily. Your punches look like a sloppy haymaker from someone who doesn't know how to fight. Dae-job ducked to avoid it, then accurately punched Junsu's jaw, sending him flying back 10 meters. This is not good. He's gaining the upper hand. Moreover, the effect of the Berserk state is weakening. There's no other way but to put everything into this. Attack! I have to give up close combat. Having made his decision, Junsu silently replaced the iron armor trait with the mana core trait. Noticing the change in the aura surrounding Junsu, Dae-job said with a wary expression, "What other trick are you planning now?" I'll end it here. With those words, he rushed towards Junsu, preparing to unleash an attack. I admit you're better than me in close combat. As you can see, I'm not a fighter. I'm a swordsman. Junsu's left hand grabbed Dae-job's right hand and held it tight. At the same time, his right hand transformed into a sword, directly creating a donut in Dae-job's stomach. This was a good fight, you monster, Dae-job whispered, then collapsed to the ground. Abnormal status. Sensing the changes in his body, following the notification, a golden light enveloped Junsu. His body returned to human form. At the same time, he also leveled up to Warrior Kim, superhuman level. Thank God, leveling up just in time. What a lucky day. Junsu said one last thing before losing consciousness and falling into a coma. When he woke up, he found himself lying in a mana bath. Am I home yet? As Junsu was dazed, Choi So appeared. Superhuman, are you okay? Choi So rushed over and hugged Junsu, sobbing. What happened, Director Choi? I thought you were really dead back there. You were lying on the ground with the guys from the Guardian Society. Choi Seo sobbed in reply. Choi Seo's childish behavior made Junsu laugh. Ah, so you brought me home. I see. I noticed you were still breathing, so I put you in the mana spring. You've been unconscious for a whole week. Oh, now that you mention it, I have recovered quite a bit. You're truly amazing. You single-handedly wiped out that heretical cult. I've received a lot of calls and requests from the office about this, Choi Seo said excitedly. I know, right? I'm so special. You're not just special, you're freaking awesome, Choi Seo said as he gave 2 thumbs up in admiration, making Junsu smile brightly. I've collected 10 spoils from the battle. Take a look and let me know if you need anything else. I need to recover first. And since I've leveled up to level 3 now, I have a place I need to go. A week later, Su returned to the superhuman building to get his mana measured. Warrior Kim, 22 years old. Male warrior class level 3-6 slot class. I'll get my official certification and all sorts of benefits. Awesome, Junsu thought happily, when applause sounded from behind him. You're amazing, Mr. Superhuman, Soji praised. I've never seen anyone grow so fast. You'll establish your own nation in the future, right? Junsu scratched his head and replied with a laugh. No, I wouldn't go that far. Can I get my certification? Right, of course. Please follow me, Baek Soji said with a bright smile. A moment later, Baek Soji handed the official certification to Junsu, unable to hold back her admiration. I'm really jealous of you. Junsu was a little surprised to hear that. Me, why? For many reasons. I wish I could be as strong as you, Soji replied sadly. Seeing her expression now and remembering her image in the game made Junsu feel a little unfamiliar. But very quickly an idea popped into his head. Do you want to become a superhuman? Junsu asked tentatively. Of course, who wouldn't? Then how about you become my student? Huh. Baek Soji was startled by the offer. If you want, I guarantee I can make you a superhuman. You can trust me because I can see your potential. Ms. Baek. Baek Soji had no idea how amazing she would become in the future, so hearing this, she was moved. She immediately accepted Junsu's offer. A wise decision. You don't have to pay any tuition. After you become a superhuman, you can repay me, Soji said with some concern. That's good too. But I have to let you know that I failed to awaken even after taking specialized classes. It's not an easy task even for you. Don't worry about anything, just trust me. Junsu, of course, wasn't worried about this at all, because he knew Soji's awakening story like the back of his hand. Heavenly Killer Star. A trait that represents the rebirth of the killing intent that stained the world with blood. This is the #1 core trait of the Berserker Baek Soji. However, although it greatly increases experience points through combat, it also has a side effect. There is a high risk that her mind could be eroded, turning her into a psychopath or a crazed murderer obsessed with combat. Baek Soji has an awakening story that matches her trait. Thinking of that story, Junsu reminded Baek Soji, "You'll need to prepare yourself." Soji heard this and smiled shyly. "Will I need a lot of money?" "I'm only paid 20 million won a year," Junsu replied with a smile. "No, you need mental strength more than money, Baek Soji." She was about to ask more when suddenly a girl entered the room. "Excuse me, Mr. Kim, someone has invited you to a meeting. Can we go up to the 5th floor area?" An invitation from the 5th floor. Junsu was a little surprised, but still chose to follow the girl. The superhuman tower divides floors based on level. Since Junsu was called to the 5th floor, it meant a level 5 superhuman had called him. While Junsu was racking his brain, still not knowing who had called him very quickly, the elevator stopped on the 5th floor, and the person who called him up was someone Junsu didn't expect. CO Yujin. Thanks to his awakening, Yujin was now the director of security #1 and also a level 5 superhuman. "I had a feeling, but is it really you?" "Congratulations on receiving your level 3 certification, Master. It's a pleasure to see you here." "Me too," Junsu said with a casual smile, feeling a pang of jealousy. Even considering his innate talent and wealthy family, isn't level 5 a little too fast? "So, I want you to have this. It's a congratulatory gift for you." As he spoke, Yujin handed a gift box to Junsu. "You didn't have to," Junsu said politely, but his hands continued to open the gift box to see. An item that contains the mana focus trait. "It's perfect for a mana-using warrior like me." Junsu beamed and happily patted Ujin's shoulder. "I mean, I shouldn't refuse a gift from a friend, right?" "Thanks, please use it well." Ujin replied with a smile, then asked with a slight hesitation, "Master Warrior, actually there's another reason I wanted to see you. Can I ask you a favor?" "A favor? Why so serious all of a sudden?" "Would you be willing to help my friends who are also afflicted with the holy fever, just like I was?" They were also afflicted by the Elder's Temple. "Yes, I have 4 friends who have been suffering since they were young," Ujin replied honestly. 4 people afflicted with holy fever. Wait, does he mean those characters? If so, then this is the perfect opportunity to make things easier for me. Thinking to himself, Junsu immediately agreed to help putting on a righteous act. I can't just ignore people in need, but can I meet them before the treatment? Ujin, of course, didn't refuse. He immediately arranged a meeting for them at his house. Looking at the 4 people in front of him, Junsu knew he had guessed correctly. They were the supporting characters for the Holy Knight Ujin. They were all children of high-class families, who were basically being held hostage by the Elder's Temple. Let me make one thing clear. You were all forcibly baptized against your will, correct? Yes, that's right. Can it really be cured? Junsu replied, my treatment is actually very painful. However, you will awaken just like Ujin here, if you can endure it. Can you do it? The other 4 looked at each other, then replied in unison, we'll do anything to get rid of the holy fever. Thank you. So a week later, with Junsu's help, actually, it was mainly due to their own innate talent, Ujin's 4 friends also successfully awakened. Junsu, in turn, also received quite a few valuable gifts from the families of these 4 rich kids. But those weren't the real reward he was expecting. Junsu took the initiative to request a private meeting with the representative of the Galaxy department store, the parent of one of the 4 rich kids. I have a favor to ask of you. Yes, for you I'll do anything, teacher, Junsu said with a serious expression. I want to go into the underground gold mine located under the Hanam branch of the Galaxy department store. The representative of the Galaxy store heard this and vehemently denied it. Gold mine. Under our shopping mall, there's no such thing. I'm talking about the one between the walls of Area A1 and A2 on the 8th floor, the basement level below the parking lot. Are you sure there isn't one? The Galaxy store representative waved his hands. I don't know how you know about it, but even if it's you asking, I can't do it. I promise I won't say a word about what I see in there. Seeing the hesitation in the representative's eyes, Junsu added, just one day. That's all I ask. I will keep the secret you want to hide. So the next day, Junsu led Soji to the gold mine. I really can't believe there's a hidden space behind the wall, Soji exclaimed. See? I told you this is where you would awaken. You have no idea how hard I had to work to get here, Beck Soji asked with some trepidation. But are we really going to train in a place as isolated as this? Of course, I guarantee it'll be fun, Junsu replied with a laugh. Characters with the heavenly killer star trait can't awaken the normal way. You have to put them in an extreme situation, fighting for their lives. And this is a dungeon that the world doesn't know about, where Beck Soji will awaken in the future. Warrior, this place is so dark and the smell is strange too. It's making me nervous. As soon as Soji finished speaking, a scream rang out. A zombie appeared, swinging its arm to attack Soji, shattering the glasses she was wearing. Warrior, help! Beck Soji screamed in fear. But instead she saw Junsu throw her a sword with the words, time for practice. Huh, what? Kill the zombie yourself, Junsu replied coldly. Beck Soji looked at Junsu with horrified eyes. What do you mean? Fight for your life, that's what I mean. That's the only way you'll awaken, Soji? What kind of nonsense are you talking about? Beck Soji was still in the middle of speaking when the zombie rushed forward to attack her again. Get away, you monster, already annoyed. Beck Soji swung her sword directly, sending the zombie to meet its ancestors. Even Junsu was surprised. What? How can a random slash have so much power? Beck Soji. She might have talent beyond my imagination. Good job, a great start, right? Junsu clapped in praise. Beck Soji pouted and said, you're so mean. You can't just tell me to fight without any warning. But you did a good job, didn't you? Junsu smiled and pointed at the zombie lying on the ground. One of the 3 best warrior characters in the game, no less. Even before awakening, she still fights like a character with the heavenly killer star trait. When she enters battle, Junsu thought to himself. But do I really have to fight alone? Yes, but don't worry. At least I won't let you die, Junsu reassured her. Huh, that's not very convincing at all, Soji said, dissatisfied. So they continued deeper into the gold mine. Soji's excellent performance made Junsu curious. You said you took some superhuman courses before. Did you learn swordsmanship from there? No, I've never taken any classes on swordsmanship. You said I had talent, right? Soji replied with a smile. Junsu forced a smile and thought to himself, and here I am having to go through all sorts of things to learn a single trait. This is too powerful, isn't it? The 2 of them continued to move. But this place is deeper than I thought. I can't see the end. How much further do we have to go? Junsu didn't answer and just chuckled to himself. Actually, it won't end until you awaken. Suddenly, a zombie lunged forward. It attacked Soji with its drill-like arm. Fortunately, Soji reacted quickly and in time, but I barely escaped the zombie's dangerous attack. Back when I played the game The Drill, Zombie was a tough opponent too. Maybe I should lend a hand. The truth proved that Junsu's worries were unnecessary. If you're a zombie, you should be bare-handed. How dare you use a weapon? Soji yelled and swung 2 basic strikes, knocking the zombie out. Wow, a complete victory. It feels like my body is acting on its own. Soji turned her head and said to Junsu. The consequence of her carelessness was being bitten by a zombie that snuck a bite on her leg. Soji killed the zombie, then asked worriedly, "What should I do?" Junsu ran over to check Soji's wound and replied, "Well, normally if you get bitten by a zombie, you'll turn into one. Please finish me off before I turn into a zombie," Soji said tearfully, while on her face and arms, dark green veins began to appear. Miss Soji, Junsu, put on a serious face, then pulled a vial of medicine from his pocket. He smiled. "Don't worry, I've prepared a solution." After the treatment, Soji and Junsu sat down to rest. Soji said gratefully, "I'm so surprised. I thought I would become one of those hideous creatures." "This is a cruel world," Junsu replied with a smile. "But the zombies here are a bit strange. From their clothes to their equipment, it feels like this place is artificial." "You're right, the store, Galaxy, was built faster than usual, considering its vastness. This could be due to a huge number of workers, but the strictness caused many to be injured and even die. But the official death toll of the project is 0. The evil construction companies buried them here. Later, the representative of the Galaxy department store heard about it, but because this would seriously affect their public image of their company, he concealed this area along with the secret," Junsu recounted. "I can't believe this place hides such an ugly truth." "But how do you know this secret?" "Because the Black Order released the zombies to take over Seoul, and the dungeon that opened at that time was the restricted area of the Galaxy department store." "That's the truth." But of course Junsu couldn't say that, so he equivocated. "Let's just say I have a special ability." Soji was very trusting and didn't ask any more questions. Junsu at this moment stared at Soji, wondering to himself, because this is where she awakens after being attacked by zombies, so I thought this would be the optimal place for her to awaken. But there are still no signs. The victims still have to suffer after death. With that, Soji stood up, looking determined. "Well, at least we can help them rest in eternal peace." "Oh, looks like you found your resolve." "That and I just have this strange feeling that I should keep fighting," Soji replied honestly. "Haha, it's starting." Junsu rejoiced internally. He then urged Soji to continue on their way. The further they went, the darker the path became. "Ugh, it's suddenly freezing in here. This place is creepy, be careful." After walking a little further, they reached a warehouse. Inside, a children's fable was playing, but the narrator's voice was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Suddenly, the radio went haywire. A deafening, ear-splitting sound erupted, forcing Junsu and Soji to cover their ears. An ice-like object fell directly on top of Soji. Fortunately, Junsu was alert. He managed to grab Soji and lean to the side, saving her from danger. But he himself was injured in the process. Allied Ghost, Galaxy Store Restricted Area Boss. Level 3 mutant. A level 3 mutant. Junsu clutched his injured arm and urged Soji, "You have to get out of here!" "It's not something you can handle yet." But Soji hadn't even finished her sentence when hundreds of sharp ice shards were launched at them. Junsu swung his sword, cutting through the ice shards, but was then hit by a gigantic ice beam, pinning him to the wall behind him. "Soldier!" Soji screamed. She was about to approach Junsu, but he stopped her. "Miss Sorin, run, I'll try to buy some time." "How can I leave you here?" Soji said, crying. "One of us has to survive." "I can't do that, Ms. Soji. The reason I'm so sure of your talent is because you are a heavenly killing star, so believe in yourself. By doing so, you will be able to awaken." As Junsu saw another wave of ice rain coming, he continued, "My lesson ends here. Believe in me, how can I?" As a result, the ice rain was nullified by some force. "I'll trust myself and you, soldier. So don't give up." Soji's entire body was enveloped in a divine golden light, meaning she had awakened. SSR-Rank warrior. Level 1 Superman. With a single sword strike, Soji was able to shatter the ice pillar, freeing Junsu. "What is this power? Awesome, I really have awakened." Soji was rejoicing, unaware of an ice pillar hurtling towards her. Just as it was about to take her life, a figure flashed by, shattering the ice pillar and saving her. "Now that you've awakened, you don't need to act anymore." Junsu grinned and said, "Act. The awakening of a heavenly killing star requires a battle, where you risk your life and have the mental strength to overcome it. You put yourself in danger just to awaken me. You did well. Now it's time to fight." Just then, a monster suddenly let out a loud scream. Then, it launched bone ice darts at the two of them. Seeing this, a worried Sorin muttered, "It seems to be angry." Junsu reassured her in a low voice, "Don't worry, you can just block its attacks directly." As soon as he finished speaking, he dashed forward, slashing with his sword. The ice darts were repelled. Junsu raised an eyebrow at Sorin and said, "See easy." But when he turned back, he saw that Sorin was frozen. He quickly asked, "Are you okay?" Come to think of it, even though she's awakened, she's only level 1. She can't fully control that power yet. It took a while for the bone ice to melt. Sorin shivered slightly, shook her head, and replied, "I got hit by a lot of ice spikes, but it didn't hurt that much." Junsu nodded guiltily. "Okay, Everyone gets their own unique trait when they first awaken. But Soren has the invincibility trait. Before awakening, she felt like she could die at any moment. But it suits her, a rank 1 defensive trait. Junsu had awakened quite a few times. He had acquired the insight trait, which gave him the ability to see other people's traits. This skill is incredibly powerful. While Junsu was thinking, Soren suddenly spoke up. I don't think I need help anymore. He nodded without hesitation. All right then. Now let's let our heavenly killing star get some practice. Just then, the bone ice darts were once again launched furiously. This time, the two of them, Junsu no longer stood still and took it but sped off. Soren, who had just awakened the dash trait, was no longer hit by the ice darts. Seeing this, Junsu couldn't help but exclaim, You've learned dash already. Good job. Soren smiled faintly and replied, My body feels as light as if I'm flying. It makes me want to keep fighting. But as soon as she finished speaking, her eyes suddenly widened at something she saw and her pupils constricted. Ahead, 2 large blocks of ice were rushing towards them. Junsu jumped up to avoid them without hesitation. But then he remembered Soren and quickly shouted, No, wait, let me! But before he could finish, Soren interrupted, No need. Then she leaped high into the air, to Junsu's amazement. With a loud bang, the 2 blocks of ice hit the ground and exploded. Seeing this, Junsu immediately praised Nice One. He hadn't expected Soren to be able to use leap as well. Soren let out a sigh of relief and said cheerfully, It's like flying. Then she stretched again, looking eager for a fight, and asked, Soldier, what should I do now? The more Junsu looked, the more worried he became. Soren is about to become stronger than you, just like Yujin. Junsu snapped out of his thoughts and slowly said, You hold him off for a bit. Let me take care of him. He had taught Soren what she needed, so he had to end this quickly. Soren had no objections and nodded. Okay, I understand. As soon as she finished speaking, she stepped forward. Then she dashed forward like the wind, dodging all of the monster's ice darts. While constantly shouting, Hit me, you idiot! Junsu watched this from the side, confused and muttering, Soren has all those traits too. Is her talent really that amazing? At this point, he could only laugh helplessly. I've taught her enough. Let's end this. With that, he charged forward with his sword. The sharp sword light carried a powerful energy as it slashed forward. The speed and trajectory of the sword light were unbelievably fast. In an instant, it was right in front of the monster. A world-shaking explosion erupted. Smoke and fire filled the entire basement. Soren, watching this top-tier performance, couldn't help but exclaim, Soldier, that attack was really powerful. Junsu shook his head slightly and smiled. It was nothing. As the two of them were talking, something fell from the air. It looked a lot like a phone. Junsu walked over and picked it up, frowning and muttering. This is that monster's mana core. Soren asked somewhat disbelievingly. A phone can also become a mana core, Junsu slowly explained. For a ghost-type monster like that, it's very normal. Just then, an image of a little girl appeared on the phone. After watching for a moment, Junsu explained again. A worker lost his life while protecting his daughter with his own life. His resentment accumulated in this phone, so it became a mana core. After hearing the story, Soren felt heartbroken. She sobbed and said, I hope he can rest in peace. Junsu nodded gently and replied, Of course. Just then, the phone suddenly lit up. It was lifted into the air by an invisible force. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into 2 strange objects. Soren looked at them in confusion and asked, What are these? Junsu slowly explained, They're called crystals. If you know how to use them, you can get better equipment. It's a great reward. From the boss of this Galaxy Store dungeon. Just then, the ground suddenly shook violently, startling them both. Soren asked in a panic, What's happening? Junsu realized something and quickly said, We've defeated the boss, so this place is going to collapse. Hearing this, Soren asked anxiously, So what should we do? Junsu squinted at her and said, Are you used to the movement skills you just learned? Soren was a bit dazed, not understanding what was happening. Junsu didn't have time to explain. He turned and ran, shouting, Run if you don't want to die, run. He was quite fast. In the blink of an eye, he had covered some distance. Seeing Soren still lagging far behind, Junsu shouted a reminder, Run as fast as you can. If you're slow, you're dead. Soren was trying her best. She ran forward frantically and said helplessly, I can't run any faster. Hearing this, Junsu frowned. It's still quite a distance to the portal. Will she be able to push past her limits? While he was thinking, a rock fell and blocked Soren's path. She panicked for a moment, but her eyes quickly became determined. Then Soren quickly sped up and ran forward. It was so hard to awaken. She wasn't going to die here so easily. It seemed to happen all at once. Behind her, cracks appeared and then shattered. Ahead, Junsu had found the portal. He quickly shouted, Here it is, this gate! Soren frowned and muttered, Are we there yet? Junsu looked at her battered state and couldn't help but worry. He couldn't help her, because Soren still had one more trait to get. The reason she became one of the strongest? is thanks to 3 traits. Heavenly Killing Star helps Sorin grow extremely fast, and Invincibility helps her resist the side effects of Heavenly Killing Star. And there's one last one. Meanwhile, Sorin was desperately running towards the portal, but at the same time, obstacles kept appearing. Debris falling from above hit her shoulder, causing fresh blood to flow out. Sorin fell to the ground in pain. She bit her lip hard, clutched her wound, and stood up, muttering determinedly, "I won't give up, I have to survive." Instantly, red blood-like energy appeared around Sorin's body. At the same time, she disappeared in a flash. Her last trait has awakened the Express Train trait. Sorin easily bypassed the obstacles in front of her. Junsu, watching from the front, was bewildered. Where did she go? Did she fail? The expression on his face instantly fell. But just then, Sorin's figure appeared in midair. She grabbed Junsu's body and shouted, "Let's go, hurry!" Junsu was a bit bewildered by the sudden hug, but before he could react, a layer of energy appeared around them, and then they both disappeared into the rubble. Trait Narrow Escape saved them. By the time they reappeared, they were both on the street, surrounded by a crowd of people. Their sudden appearance confused the crowd, but Junsu didn't care. He let out a sigh of relief. "Great, I knew you could do it." Sorin has awakened all 3 traits and even has Narrow Escape. Just then, a sobbing voice suddenly rang out. "Hey, soldier." Junsu was startled and looked down. He then remembered that Sorin was still in his arms. He quickly pulled her away and asked worriedly, "Sorin, are you okay? Can you stand?" Sorin shook her head slightly and replied, "I'm fine." Junsu saw that she was not fine at all and said urgently, "How are you not fine? Your face is all red." Not only was Sorin's face red, but her ears were also as red as tomatoes. She stammered for a moment before muttering, "That's because, soldier, just stay like this for a little bit." Just like that, Sorin buried her face in Junsu's chest, her voice pleading, "Can you hold me for a little longer?" Junsu was confused, but Sorin whispered, "Let me just fix my clothes." Sorin quickly finished and said gratefully, "Done, thank you." Only then did Junsu realize the problem. He awkwardly scratched his head. "It's nothing, you scared me." The two quickly stood up. Sorin let out another sigh of relief. That was a close call. "Good thing we made it." Junsu looked at her, and couldn't help but feel emotional. He was still worried about Sorin unless she awakened, in a completely different way from the original story, where she survived countless hardships. With that thought, Junsu suggested, "All right, let's get out of this chaotic place." As soon as they stepped out of the portal, he handed Sorin a crystal. He said softly, "Take this." She looked at Junsu in confusion and asked, "You're giving me a crystal? That thing is worth at least a few billion." Junsu nodded nonchalantly and said calmly, "That's right, use it to get stronger quickly." Sorin took the crystal, still hesitant and muttering, "This gift is too big, I can't accept it. I'm afraid I won't be able to repay you." "It's fine, you can pay me back later when you have the money," Junsu said generously with a smile, but in his heart he was constantly calculating. It wasn't for nothing that he had invested so much in awakening Sorin. The Mars sword technique is one of the top 3 sword techniques in Ascension. Once learned, a character's experience will skyrocket. However, it's a special trait that only Sorin can use. So the only way to learn it is by getting that trait in the form of a memory chip. Sorin, of course, was unaware of these ulterior motives. She looked at him gratefully and said with a smile, "Thank you so much, soldier." Junsu waved his hand. "Don't worry about it too much, but don't forget it either." A little later, Junsu finally got home, but he didn't get to rest for long. A car was already parked at his door waiting. He was truly speechless. He just wanted a little bit of rest, but this world of Ascension Soul just wouldn't give him a break. The person in the car was Yujin. He stuck his head out of the car window, smiled warmly and said, "Soldier, get in." Junsu opened the car door and got in. He slowly said, "Thank you for coming all this way to help me." Yujin shook his head gently and replied, "I'm the one who should be glad to finally have a chance to repay you for saving my friend." "That's right." Junsu smiled and nodded slightly, but in his heart he was sighing. He really wished he hadn't come. He was too tired. Yujin was still smiling cheerfully. "Finally, we were able to arrange a meeting with the armor management. I'm so excited, Junsu. I really can't miss this event. In this world, good items will bring great skills. Master blacksmiths, people who can create level 3 items, are all incredibly busy." While Junsu was thinking, Yujin continued to smile and say, "The person we signed a contract with this time can craft level 7 armor." Hearing this, Junsu exclaimed excitedly, "Level 7. All right, let's speed up." A moment later, their car stopped in front of a large building. When the two of them entered, they saw 2 rows of knights waiting for them on the way in. Junsu couldn't help but be surprised. "Is this for real?" Yujin also nodded. He exclaimed, "The blacksmith's house looks amazing." But at that moment, Junsu suddenly asked Yujin suspiciously, "Do you know what religion this blacksmith follows?" Yujin frowned slightly and asked in confusion, "Why are you suddenly asking this?" Junsu sighed and muttered, "So you don't know?" Of course Yujin doesn't know. Just like when he got into trouble because of the Father's Will Temple. This is the house of a blacksmith. Who follows the Father's Will Temple, Jochun? Jochun is a very devout follower of that temple. He's like the poster boy for the war of the temples, blacksmiths in the future. Junsu refused to be baptized, but Jochun still agreed to make armor for him. What on earth does he want from him? Just then, a hand blocked Junsu and the others. A knight slowly said, "Please, hold out your hand for identification." Junsu frowned, slightly suspicious. Identification? Before he could understand what was happening, the knight pulled his hand and ordered coldly, "Show me your dark fire." Junsu was so angry he gritted his teeth. He wanted to resist, but he couldn't. There was no other way. Junsu summoned the dark fire in his hand and showed it to the knight. He asked with a very displeased tone, "Are you satisfied now?" The knight squinted at the dark fire in his hand. The cold aura around him grew thicker. Yujin, standing beside him, couldn't help but speak up. "What is all this about? Let go of his hand. We are the guests who made an appointment." Stop just then. An authoritative shout came from behind. A middle-aged man in a wheelchair approached. This man was Jochun, a level 6 superhuman blacksmith. He asked coldly, "Who gave you the right to do that to my esteemed guests?" The other knight immediately bowed his head to him. "Sir Blacksmith." Jochun didn't answer. He squinted at Junsu and said, rejecting baptism and awakening the dark fire, "You're quite an unusual guest." Junsu snorted coldly and asked with a pout, "And this is how you treat me?" Jochun smiled coldly and said, "Please forgive me. Light and salvation are realized by the Supreme Being." Hearing these words, Junsu was surprised. Light and salvation. What kind of nonsense is that? Before he could think, Jochun suggested, "Now then we should go inside and discuss. What kind of armor you want?" Junsu squinted at his back. There seemed to be a thought in his eyes, but he quickly followed him inside. Jochun immediately introduced his armors. "Armor of this caliber is my specialty, because these are the armors requested by the Saintess." But he said he could make it in Junsu's style, if he wanted. Junsu glanced at it for a long time. His eyes were drawn to a suit of armor on the other side. Very soon after, Junsu walked over to the other side and said nonchalantly, "I've decided I'll take this one." With that, he pointed to a very ordinary suit of armor, placed in a corner. Seeing this, Jochun exclaimed in surprise, "Really? You're choosing that one?" Junsu replied very calmly, "That's right, I like it that way." For a moment, Jochun exclaimed in frustration, "Ridiculous, really. Do you know that? It's very difficult to forge magic into armor like that. I can't make holy armor like that." He shrugged indifferently. Junsu pouted and said with a smile, "I don't need holy armor. You just need to embed the giant and extreme traits into the armor." Based on Jochun's reaction, he could judge whether his request was okay or not. Holy armor, also known as the armor of the Holy Knight. The armor provides the user with a large amount of defense stats. However, this armor has a fatal weakness. To be able to fully utilize the armor's functions, the user needs a large amount of divine power. To increase his divine power, Junsu needs to join a religion. They're pretending as if they're going to give you something good, while trying to lure you into their religion. Thinking this, Junsu hurriedly ran over, grabbed Jochun's hand and put on a fawning smile. "Well then I'll be expecting the best from you, Master Blacksmith Chun." With that, he and Ujin quickly left. They walked away laughing and talking happily. Unbeknownst to them, the knight from earlier had been staring at them the whole time. A moment later, he turned and went inside. Hearing the footsteps, Jochun immediately spoke up. "I can only embed a few traits into this type of armor." The other knight asked doubtfully, "Are you really going to follow that guy's request?" Jochun reluctantly shook his head. "So you want me to go against the goddess's will?" "You said that. He is the light and salvation of the temple." The knight, still unconvinced, spoke up. "But I can't believe it, no matter how many times I think about it." He said, "I need to confirm it with my own eyes." With that, he bowed his head slightly, his eyes showing determination. 1 week later at Chunbok's shop, Chunbok was constantly advising Junsu, "You shouldn't drink so much mandragora essence at once like that." But Junsu wasn't listening at all. He tilted his head back and chugged 3 vials of the essence, to Chunbok's horror. After finishing, Junsu smiled sincerely and said, "Thank you, sir." Chunbok looked at him in fear and asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Junsu raised an eyebrow and said smugly, "Of course. Thanks for giving me this for free." Seeing that he was fine, Chunbok said cheerfully, "You saved our market. Thanks to that, our business has really taken off. This is just a drop in the bucket compared to what you've done for us." As the two of them were talking, a man walked up, bowed to Junsu, and said aggressively, "Hello, Superman." Junsu was a bit suspicious, but quickly remembered who it was. He clapped the other guy on the shoulder and said with a smile, Ah, hello, you're that guy from the Iron Fist gang, aren't you? Long time no see, huh? The young man leaned close to Junsu's ear and whispered, "Can I have a moment of your time? Our boss would like to see you for a moment." Junsu asked suspiciously, "What for?" The other person glanced around for a while before speaking. "There are a lot of eyes and ears around here. Shall we go somewhere more private first?" Junsu nodded without hesitation. "All right." And so Junsu followed the young man into a car and left the market. The other person drove and said with a smile, "We've prepared the most advanced armored cars for you. Do you like them?" Junsu didn't pay much attention. He casually nodded. "Not bad." The car quickly entered the Miorim area. Junsu frowned slightly. Something's not right. The Iron Fist gang's headquarters is in Miorim. If he remembered correctly, that place was full of social outcasts. While Junsu was thinking, the other person suddenly spoke up. "The car's out of gas, so let's pull into a gas station to fill up." Junsu replied casually, "All right." But he quickly realized something. The car was stopping at Miorim train station. Just then the other guy smiled maliciously and said, "All right, now have a good rest." As soon as he finished speaking, he got out of the car. Junsu's expression instantly turned ugly. This is clearly a trap. But Junsu reacted quickly and grabbed the guy's hand, holding him back. He snorted coldly and said, "You bastard, do I look like an idiot to you? Who do you think you're messing with, huh?" The other person looked at him in confusion and asked, What did you say?" Junsu didn't say anything but kicked the car door open. Then he jumped out of the car. He smirked and said, "You stay right there. With all the bombs you've been preparing your whole life." As soon as he finished speaking, Junsu threw a grenade into the car. With a loud bang, the car was engulfed in flames. Junsu had already run to a safe distance. When he found a safe spot, he raised an eyebrow and muttered, "That explosion was bigger than what a single grenade could have caused." As expected, that guy was a traitor. Then Junsu began to piece things together. From the expensive bulletproof car, to heading to Miorim, which was full of thugs, and finally being taken to the train station. There was a reason Junsu had a familiar feeling. It was because all of these events appeared in the story, when Iron Fist was betrayed by one of their own. He didn't know why, but someone in the Iron Fist gang had taken notice of him. While Junsu was thinking, a barrage of bullets suddenly came from a distance. He glanced over, and sure enough saw a group of men with guns approaching. Their target was clearly him. The leader was constantly shouting, "There he is! He's the one in the picture. If we kill him, we'll get a lot of money. Let's make some money." In the blink of an eye, the entire group went crazy and rushed towards Yuzu. Junsu bit his lip hard. He knew it. That car full of bombs couldn't have been the only thing they had prepared for him. Meanwhile, the other group was continuously firing at him. Junsu had no choice but to hide behind a car. He said in frustration, "Damn it, there are too many of them. This car can't protect me anymore. I have to get out of here first." As soon as he finished speaking, Junsu quickly used the jump trait to leap into the air, then landed on the rooftop of a nearby building. He nodded in satisfaction. All right. They probably didn't see that coming, but they quickly aimed their guns at the building and started firing. Junsu was instantly panicked. He hadn't expected them to notice. He quickly used a magic shield to block the furiously firing bullets. Junsu couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "They're not even superhumans. How did they react so quickly?" But there were more surprises to come. One of them shouted, "Everyone aim for the center. Let's kill him." Instantly, all the gun barrels were aimed at the center of the shield, and a furious barrage of fire was unleashed, causing the shield to tremble violently. Junsu was instantly panicked. What is this absolute precision? He has to fall back. It's too dangerous. Thinking this, Junsu immediately jumped back, and seemingly at the same time, the shield was broken, and a bullet grazed his arm. Only then did Junsu realize a problem. He couldn't underestimate them as he had previously thought. Junsu really didn't want to use these things, because he had just bought them, but he had no other choice. So he took something out from his person and threw it aggressively. "Take this, you bastards." In the blink of an eye, a series of smoke bombs fell on the other group. Instantly, hazy smoke appeared in the air. Seeing this, the other group panicked. They covered their noses with their hands and muttered fearfully, "It's tear gas. We can't let him get away. We have to kill him to get the antidote." Junsu snorted and said with a smirk, "Who do you people think you're chasing? You're not even superhumans. Time to get out of here." Junsu quickly turned and ran. He ran straight to a nearby residential area. Feeling he was far enough away, Junsu finally stopped. He landed on the rooftop of a building. Junsu frowned slightly and muttered, "Anyway, for a group of scammers, to show the focus and strength of a superhuman." How? At this, he suddenly remembered something. Only one thing could make this happen. A combat enhancement drug. It has serious side effects, but it can temporarily enhance a person's combat abilities. Junsu felt it was highly likely. He nodded and muttered, "They said something about an antidote. That's probably the issue, and the only one who could mobilize this group of scammers in Merim. The only person Junsu could think of was that Manhunter. He was the best at long-range combat, operating in Merim. The Manhunter's method would be, first use an inside spy to plant a bomb, second deploy the scammers, fighting under the influence of the combat enhancement drug, and third utilize his marksmanship to eliminate the opponent. Sure enough, Junsu soon saw a flickering light in the distance. It seemed that at the same moment, a bullet tore through the air towards him. Not daring to be careless, Junsu quickly dodged. The bullet flew straight past him. He let out a sigh of relief. If I had reacted a split second slower, I'd definitely be dead. But after that, Junsu smirked and said, but the risk of this bet was worth it, because now he knew where the Manhunter was hiding. Junsu narrowed his eyes, looking down from above. A calculating look appeared in his eyes. Immediately after he jumped down from the rooftop, Junsu muttered smugly, I know where you're hiding, you bastard. With that, he ran furiously forward to fight, to defeat a cowardly sniper who could only shoot from a distance. Junsu had no other choice but to get close to his position. Thinking this, Junsu quickly accelerated. Although his whole body was burning, he had to endure it. Junsu had to make sure that the Manhunter couldn't aim at him because these smoke plumes obscured his vision. As Junsu ran, a bullet crazily shot towards him. Luckily, he dodged in time. To fight a professional marksman, it wasn't like he had no options. After running for a while, Junsu stopped. He looked up and said with a smirk, there you are. Hearing this, the Manhunter cursed in frustration, damn it. He couldn't see Junsu. Junsu, on the other hand, was extremely smug. He had hidden himself in the smoke and fire to escape the Manhunter's line of sight. No matter how much he searched, he couldn't find him. Junsu continued to run forward. Before long, he had reached the spot where the Manhunter was hiding. Seeing him, he cried out in panic. He jumped up, ignoring the Manhunter's reaction. Junsu raised his gun, wanting to shoot. The Manhunter also didn't back down. He snorted coldly. You dare challenge a marksman to a gunfight? But before he could fire, Junsu had already used Blackfire. Right after he fired his gun, it seemed that at the same moment, a bullet also left the barrel of the Manhunter's gun. The Manhunter's bullet quickly grazed Junsu's shoulder, causing him to grit his teeth in pain. This guy must be a sniper. In such a tricky situation, to still land a hit is truly impressive. But Junsu wasn't too worried. He curled his lip into a smug smile, because on the other side, the Manhunter had also been shot in the shoulder. But unlike Junsu, he was engulfed in a black flame, causing him to scream in agony. Even if Junsu's bullets only grazed him, it was a fatal wound for the Manhunter. Junsu quietly watched the Manhunter being enveloped by the black flames. He curled his lip into a smug smile. I've won. But at that moment, the ground beneath Junsu suddenly caved in, grabbing both of his legs. Junsu cried out in alarm, a magic trap! And the Manhunter was now pouring some kind of potion on himself. He gritted his teeth and cursed, you bastard. Don't even think it'll be over this quickly. Junsu's expression instantly soured. This is bad. If I don't get out of here, I'm dead. Just then the Manhunter gritted his teeth and spoke again. Now prepare to die by black fire. Junsu struggled, trying to escape. If he was hit by that gunpowder, he would surely die. He never expected things to suddenly turn into a race against time like this. Now Junsu needed to slow down the sinking speed by reducing the amount of magic damage. This method was a bit of a stretch, but surviving this first was what mattered. Immediately after Junsu placed his hands on the ground, the strength within him surged, and then Junsu tried to pull himself out of the sinking ground. Next, he used the purification attribute. It would help him destroy as much of the magic in the trap as possible. But before he could even escape the quicksand, his eyes suddenly narrowed, because that Manhunter had escaped the black fire. He was slowly walking towards Junsu. He snorted coldly. I praise your efforts in resisting the magic trap, but you're too late. The expression on Junsu's face immediately froze. He didn't think that Manhunter could extinguish the black fire. The Manhunter paid no attention to his reaction. He tremblingly reached down and picked something up from the ground. He said indifferently, so this time victory belongs to me, I suppose? If I can kill him, I won't have to worry about anything for the rest of my life. I will kill. But when the Manhunter raised his gun to aim, there was no one in front of him. His face instantly froze. Before he could even understand, he took a punch from Junsu. He smirked and said, this is a spectacular comeback, you bastard. Thank God. At the last moment, Junsu received that attribute. The attribute he had just received was earth resistance. At that moment, Junsu was truly happy. It saved his life. Junsu grabbed the Manhunter's collar and snorted. You're a sharpshooter, so at this range you might as well surrender. Now spit it out. Who ordered you to kill me? The Manhunter looked at him trembling and quickly said, all right, I admit I lost. I'll tell you everything. But at least let me have a smoke first. Fine, do what you want. Junsu agreed without a moment's hesitation, and then released him. Having regained his freedom, the manhunter took out a cigarette and prepared to light it. Junsu narrowed his eyes at him. It was unclear what he was thinking. The manhunter continued to smoke leisurely. Junsu frowned and asked, "Do you like the taste of it?" The manhunter let out a guttural laugh, a perverted smile on his face. He laughed loudly and said, "Of course I like it, because it tastes like sweet victory." Immediately after, the manhunter lunged forward maniacally. But before he could do anything, a bang echoed and fresh blood sprayed like rain. The manhunter stared blankly at the person opposite him and muttered in a trembling voice, "You knew beforehand." Junsu smirked and said, "Of course I knew." "Did you really think that a player with 10,000 hours like me, that wouldn't recognize a cigar, that turns a smoker like you into a mutant? What the hell?" The manhunter only managed to utter 3 words before he fell face first to the ground. Junsu looked down from above, sighed, and muttered, "That was truly unexpected. This manhunter was a real piece of scum." Before, he was willing to surrender and reveal everything when on the verge of defeat. But this time he fought to the end, even turning into a mutant. There must be a reason. Junsu hesitated for a moment, then bent down to examine the manhunter's body. Sure enough, he found a USB drive. Junsu curled his lip and said with a smile, "All right, let's see who's behind this." The next day at Choi Cell's company, in the office, Choi Cell and Junsu were watching the news. The media was reporting on a gang shootout in Mayoram last night. Hearing this, Choi Cell exclaimed in shock, "You survived something that dangerous." Junsu nodded slightly in response. "And that's also the reason why I got caught up in such a mess. It was damn dangerous." Hearing this, Choi Cell became angry. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "Who was it that attacked you?" Junsu sighed helplessly. "It's a long story. I don't even know where to begin." Just then a loud bang was heard. The office door was broken again. One person was thrown to the ground. The other stood outside the door. 2 people. Hearing this, Choi Cell glanced over. The newcomer was Iron Fist. He boomed, "My apologies. It seems I've failed to manage my men." Junsu sat leisurely on the chair. He nodded and said with a smile, "Glad you realized that." Choi Cell, on the other hand, shouted in frustration, "Can you not break a door every time you come here? So was it the Iron Fist gang that attacked you?" Hearing this, Iron Fist quickly explained, "That was one of our low-ranking subordinates. However, after further investigation, I did manage to find some useful information." Junsu narrowed his eyes at the man being held up like a chicken by Iron Fist. He frowned and muttered, "That name, Chingong, I think he owes a lot of money." "Something like that." Iron Fist said, slightly surprised. "How did you know that name?" "You're right, he's completely broke. Every time he gets a little bonus, he gambles it away. And now he's drowning in debt." Hearing this, Junsu nodded in understanding. "So the reason for his betrayal is pretty obvious, isn't it?" Iron Fist said apologetically. "Whatever the reason, it's still my fault. Again, I apologize." Junsu wasn't too bothered and said indifferently, "Apology accepted. Even if you're the leader of the mercenaries, managing all your soldiers isn't an easy task. The Iron Fist gang doesn't really know everything, do they? Because if it weren't for Junsu, the one targeted for revenge would probably be Iron Fist." At this moment, Iron Fist spoke again. "I will take responsibility and find out who is behind all of this." "Who is it?" Junsu raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, I already have proof of that." With that, he took out a USB drive and explained, "The superhuman who tried to kill me was carrying this. Do you know how to use a computer?" Choi Cell nodded slightly and exclaimed excitedly, "I even have a computer science certificate, you know." And so right after that, he began to work on the computer. After a while, Choi Cell exclaimed in admiration, "This guy is a big shot. He's killed around 20 superhumans." Junsu wasn't surprised and said casually, "Whatever, check his most recent request." Hearing that, Choi Cell nodded and checked. Very quickly he replied, "It's the one he received 3 days ago." But seeing the reward, he exclaimed in shock, "The reward is 20 billion. Even Iron Fist and Junsu were just as shocked. Junsu quickly asked, "Who could possibly offer so much money?" Choi Cell glanced at him and replied, "The request is from someone in Ascendant Security." Hearing that, Junsu frowned and muttered, "Someone from a big company." Choi Cell pulled the computer closer for him to see. "It's this person." Seeing the information on the computer, Junsu cried out in alarm, "Oh my God, it's that bastard!" He recognized him. "Wasn't that the night he met at Jojo's house?" Junsu sighed in resignation. "Things are starting to get complicated." Jo Cell glanced at him and asked suspiciously, "Why does he want to kill you?" Junsu didn't answer. He quickly suggested, "I have a thought. Can you show me the family tree of Ascendant Security?" Jo Cell nodded slightly and replied, "Of course, one moment." Immediately after, he began to look up the information. Before long, he showed it to Junsu. His expression immediately darkened. Sure enough, he knew what was going on now. Ascendant Security is a private military guild under the Ascendant Group, one of the 5 largest guilds in Ascension, and Lee John is a descendant of that company. He was first in the line of succession, but after undergoing the baptism according to the father's will and becoming a holy knight, Jaejon was no longer in the line of succession. Now, his only path is to become a holy knight and make a name for himself. But that saintess considered Junsu the savior. Junsu sighed and muttered, "He must have seen me pass the baptism and gain fame, and it made him angry enough to order my assassination." Hearing this, Choi Sel shouted angrily, "We have to teach him a lesson." Iron Fist frowned slightly and muttered hesitantly, "But how? Our opponent isn't the heir of some small merchant guild. He comes from the family that leads a major guild. One wrong move and the whole guild will attack us." Choi Sel obviously knew that, but still said defiantly, "That doesn't mean we have to just sit back and take it." Hearing that, Junsu spoke up, "You're right, I have an idea." Choi Sel looked at him gleefully. "I knew you'd have a plan." With a soft chuckle, Junsu said cheerfully, "Since we have to deal with a big shot, let's focus on getting stronger first." A little while later, Choi Sel's office welcomed another person. Ujin, after hearing Junsu recount the assassination attempt, exploded in anger, slamming the table and shouting, "That crazy bastard! How dare he try to assassinate Warrior Kim?" Seeing his strong reaction, Junsu quickly calmed him down. "Hey, calm down, I'm still alive. Ujin is the most reliable one here. He's both rich and a level 5 superhuman." At this moment, Ujin said firmly, "I'm not letting this go. They say a blood debt must be paid in blood, so let's hire an assassin for revenge." Hearing that, Sel quickly tried to persuade him otherwise. "I can't imagine how much we'd have to pay an assassin. We want to assassinate the son of Ascendant Security." Ujin wanted to say something more, but Junsu cut him off. "I have an idea." Ujin glanced at him and said hesitantly, "Go ahead, teacher." Junsu smirked and said, "I will challenge Lee John to a duel." This stunned all three people there. They said in a panic, "A duel." "But that's too dangerous." Casually shaking his head, Junsu said indifferently, "There's no other way. If I let it go, he'll hire even stronger assassins to kill me." Ujin quickly tried to persuade him. "He'll just have someone else fight for him. This world has always been unfair." Junsu replied calmly, "If I win the duel, I'll get an apology and a decent compensation." The room fell silent for a long moment. Iron Fist finally muttered hesitantly, "That sounds like the most feasible option right now." Junsu nodded slightly, holding the USB drive in his hand, and said, "With proof in hand, I have enough grounds to challenge him. If we allow him to have a proxy fighter, and the duel only allows close associates to attend, he'll accept." His words made a lot of sense. Choi Sel volunteered. "Then I'll officially send the duel letter. We also need a representative lawyer." Ujin, after a moment of hesitation, spoke up. "Leave it to me. My parents know a lawyer who used to be a Supreme Court judge." Seeing that everyone had taken on all the tasks, Junsu said with a cheerful smile, "Thanks, everyone." But the three of them just stared at him intently without saying a word. Junsu sighed in resignation. "Why are you all looking at me like that? I'm not going there to die." Iron Fist asked hesitantly, "Are you confident you'll win because the enemy knows your strength?" "He'll definitely find a fighter who is level 4 or higher. It won't be easy," Junsu answered without any hesitation. He said that because he knew he couldn't use his mutant attribute in the duel. So this time, it's even harder than when facing the chairman. "But it's not like there's no way," Junsu said confidently. "I can guess who will fight in his place." Hearing that, Iron Fist exclaimed in surprise, "So you know who your opponent is?" Junsu said confidently. "Yes, so I need time to prepare. Ujin, can we spar?" Ujin agreed without hesitation. "Of course. I'll do my best to help you, teacher." Junsu saw his excited expression and quickly reminded him, "Thanks, but go easy on me. Otherwise, if it's like last time, you'll die for real." 3 days later, at the location of the duel, those on Junsu's side were already waiting in the stands. Ujin and Choi Sel were shouting non-stop, "We're rooting for you, Teacher Warrior Kim. We believe in you." But Junsu's expression wasn't great at the moment. He was a bit haggard. He must have trained too hard over the past 3 days. But thanks to that, he was well prepared to face his opponent. Just then, a group of people approached from a distance. Junsu recognized the leader named Dusik. He was the commander of the Father's Holy Knight Squad, Dusik. At this moment, he said with a faint smile, "It's been a while since I've had to duel." Jaejon, walking behind, quickly spoke up. "Commander, you didn't have to come all this way." Hearing this, Dusik scolded him in frustration. "Shut up. Do you have the right to speak? As long as I am the commander, no Holy Knight of our squad is allowed to lose." Hearing this, John was speechless, not knowing what to say. Seeing this, Junsu couldn't help but frown. In front of him, John acted tough, but in front of his commander, he was like a turtle hiding in its shell. What a coward. While Junsu was thinking, Dusik spoke up. "Warrior Kim, it's a pleasure to meet you." Junsu politely nodded. "Hello?" But then Dusik suddenly bowed his head and spoke formally. "First, I want to apologize for this unpleasant incident. Junsu couldn't help but be stunned. What's this? Is he really apologizing? Before he could recover, Dusik continued to speak. This was entirely the fault of one individual, and has nothing to do with the Saintess. Junsu narrowed his eyes at him and asked in a low voice, "What exactly is the position of the Father's congregation?" Dusik hesitated for a moment before whispering, "The Saintess said, Warrior Kim will be our light and savior." Junsu was once again stunned. Light and savior. Jo Chun said the same thing last time. What the hell does that mean? Dusik paid no mind to his reaction. He continued to speak. "So the condition I propose is if I win, you will join our squad." "What join your squad?" Hearing this, Junsu was startled and exclaimed in panic, "Are you guys that obsessed with me?" While he was panicking and holding his head, Jejon, on the other hand, was grinding his teeth in anger. But he couldn't do anything about it. At this moment, Dusik spoke again. "It is all the will of our master and our saintess." Before Junsu could even reply, the lawyer hired by Ujin arrived. He spoke slowly. "It is time for the duel. Everyone is present. Please confirm the duel oath. If the Holy Knight wins, Junsu will join the Father's congregation. If Junsu wins, Jejon will be forbidden from harming him, either directly or indirectly, and must pay compensation." The lawyer looked at the two of them for confirmation once more. "Is that correct?" Both Junsu and Jejon replied in unison, yes. As soon as the words were spoken, a surge of magic power rose in Junsu's chest. In Axon's soul, the duel oath is a magic oath. Anyone who breaks it, their heart will explode. The same goes for Jejon. In this chaotic world, no one would be crazy enough to break such an oath. At this moment, the lawyer spoke again. "Now I will continue to confirm the duel rules. The duel follows standard international rules. All personal abilities and weapons are permitted. However, consumable items must be crafted on site." Those on Junsu's side were still in the stands, their faces a little worried. The Holy Knights were also waiting outside. At this moment, Dusik said excitedly, "I'm ready." However, Junsu smirked and said, "I will craft my items." Dusik's excitement suddenly deflated, but he still nodded in agreement. "All right. The time for each item is 10 minutes. Before long, Junsu had taken out 3 potions. If he keeps changing his attributes like this, he's no different from an alchemist. This is the divine medicine to fight a holy knight. Seeing his 3 potions, the lawyer spoke up. "Diamond body potion, speed potion, and magic dragon potion." "Correct." Junsu nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, I will use them. Doping is necessary in a fight." So he drank all 3 bottles at once. Both were ready. The duel would begin. The screen quickly displayed the countdown timer for the match. Junsu and Dusik both stepped onto the fighting stage. Dusik narrowed his eyes at Junsu and said, "Warrior Kim, it's an honor to join our congregation. How about you change your mind and join voluntarily? Get lost." Junsu didn't hesitate and snorted. Seeing his lack of cooperation, Dusik said coldly, "Then there's no other way. But you don't have to worry too much." He said he wouldn't kill Junsu, since he still had to join the congregation. As soon as he finished speaking, a large amount of magic power rose around Dusik. Junsu couldn't help but frown. "Incredible magic power. He's on a completely different level from me. No matter how well I've prepared, Junsu can't defeat him without risking his life." In a flash, the time had counted down. Only 1 second remained. And then finally, the clock returned to 0. Dusik let out a long roar. His magic power grew stronger and stronger. In a flash, his figure disappeared, and the ground caved in, forming a large hole. Junsu couldn't help but be stunned and frowned. He muttered in confusion. He vanished. But Junsu quickly realized Dusik had only activated the blink attribute. Sure enough, in a flash, Dusik appeared in front of Junsu. He roared maniacally, "Warrior Kim, you will become a god!" Hearing this, Junsu couldn't help but be stunned. What become a god? While he was still confused, the hammer in Dusik's hand came crashing down. Smoke and fire erupted everywhere. Ujin's group in the stands saw this scene and cried out in panic. "What, that guy is so strong? In just one blow like that, is it really over?" But when the smoke and fire cleared, Soren saw something. She suddenly cried out, "There in the stands!" Junsu was still standing there defiantly, unharmed, because at the same moment Dusik swung his hammer, he had created a shield to block it. Junsu narrowed his eyes at Dusik and said indifferently, "Did you say become a god? What kind of nonsense is that?" Dusik, on the other hand, didn't say anything. He just stood there calmly with a faint smile on his lips. Junsu hadn't guessed wrong. Sure enough, he had used the swift action trait right from the start. It was a top-tier trait for surprise attacks, but he had predicted it. So there was no reason to be caught off guard. Even so, the earlier blow had cracked Junsu's triple-layered shield. At this moment, Dusik said with a smile, "Now I understand why the Saintess acknowledged you." Junsu snorted coldly. "Stop talking so much and explain. Before you called me light and savior, and now you're calling me a god." With an involuntary smile, Dusik said casually, "It's just as you've heard. You are the hope of our legion, and also the victor. who will save us from the coming apocalypse. Hearing this, Junsu frowned tightly. The hope of the army of the father, thinking back now the god they served had died a few years after the story began. The saintess's role is to perform rituals for the gods, and right in the middle of Seoul, a great battle with a boss will take place. Junsu suddenly realized something and cried out in alarm. "Don't tell me the savior is the vessel of a god." "Exactly." Dusik let out a guttural laugh and said coldly, "A noble sacrifice and a sacred devotion." This confirmation made Junsu shout angrily, "You crazy people, so you just wanted to sacrifice me." Dusik didn't care at all. He laughed excitedly. "Your body and soul will become a part of the Father and his incarnation, because you will lose this fight and join us," Junsu snorted. Then, filled with peak rage, he charged forward. Not daring to be careless, Dusik quickly used his shield to block. However, he was still pushed back several steps. Dusik's eyebrow couldn't help but twitch. This strength is outrageous. Seeing his reaction, Junsu couldn't help but sneer internally, getting worried. Of course he is. He had switched all his traits to suit an offensive warrior. At that thought, Junsu charged forward at lightning speed, and now he would attack. Dusik with warrior traits that could make him fear him. Dusik wasn't fazed at all. He used his shield to block a faint smile on his lips. "Ha, your swordsmanship is something else, huh?" Junsu didn't reply. He was calculating his attack. Good. Since he switched to a defensive stance, he could switch his traits to finish it. Immediately after, Junsu pulled out another weapon to attack. Sure enough, the weapon struck Dusik's bicep, but Dusik wasn't fazed at all. He even praised him generously. "This is getting more and more interesting." Junsu furiously bit his lip. "It's working." His 3 days of preparation were not in vain. The reason I called Ujin for training was not only to obtain the traits necessary for this battle, but also to learn how to change traits in the blink of an eye, by fighting a superhuman of a higher level than myself. Like Ujin using defensive traits when defending, and using offensive traits when a strike is needed, plus other warrior traits when various skills are required. That's all it takes. So right now, Junsu was relentlessly attacking Dusik, step by step forcing him onto the defensive. At this point, Junsu let out another roar, his 2 eyes turning bloodshot as he furiously charged at Dusik. Junsu had learned to use the Berserk trait when he seized an opportunity to attack. A level 3 superhuman fighting a level 4 superhuman. All you need to do is change your traits during the fight. Under Junsu's overwhelming offensive momentum, Dusik couldn't even manage a single counterattack. He could only grit his teeth and defend. And before long, the hammer in Dusik's hand was knocked away. Seeing this, Jejin's expression immediately soured. The man himself, Dusik, was just as stunned. He just felt like he was facing 4 warriors at the same time. How could this be possible? Ignoring his reaction, Junsu spoke coldly. "I will win this fight, because I don't want to become a sacrifice for your corrupt army." Dusik furiously bit his lip. His hand tightened into a fist. He snorted. "Fine, I admit it. I can't underestimate you anymore. Now, I don't care if you're a sacrifice or whatever. I'm going to kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, Dusik grabbed his weapon and charged forward. Then he threw the weapon towards Junsu. Not daring to be careless, Junsu quickly created a shield to defend himself. He gritted his teeth and said, "That direct attack won't work." But in just a moment, Junsu's shield shattered and he was sent flying. Junsu bit his lip and cursed internally. Damn it! Dusik's strength had suddenly surged, so he really was holding back earlier. While Junsu was thinking, Dusik charged aggressively again. He roared in anger. "How dare you mock our army?" Caught off guard, Junsu was sent flying again. His body slammed into the wall behind him and then fell. Dusik narrowed his eyes at him and said in a cold voice, "If you apologize now, I'll accept your surrender." "No." Junsu refused without a hint of hesitation. He got up from the ground and said coldly, "If you can't kill me, don't even dream of winning." As soon as he finished speaking, Junsu immediately charged forward. His momentum was incredibly fierce. He slashed wildly. Dusik, not daring to be careless, quickly blocked, and then returned a punch to Junsu's shoulder. The two of them furiously attacked each other just like that. Shockwaves from their attacking moves were relentlessly unleashed. Both had to withstand the other's attacks. Before long, both were knocked back, creating distance between them. Dusik had been cut quite a few times by Junsu's sword. Several wounds had appeared on his body, but Junsu wasn't any better off. He was just as battered. Right then, Dusik roared fiercely, "Time to end this pointless battle." As he finished speaking, a large shield appeared in his hand. He raised it high and shouted loudly, "Oh, Father!" Immediately, a wave of water appeared. The figure of Dusik was quickly enveloped by the massive wave. Seeing this, Junsu's expression instantly turned grim. That was Dusik's ultimate move, Dark Tsunami. Now that he was seeing it with his own eyes, he realized it was truly a disaster. If hit by that move, it was 100% certain Junsu would lose. But there was no way to dodge it. To win the fight, he definitely had to find a way to break through. Even though he was scared, Junsu had to trust in the traits he had built up as a warrior. The mountain-shattering sword style, which he never neglected to practice. Both the sword techniques that Junsu learned with Ujin and the Enherja cultivation technique, which he spent so much effort practicing. The mind's eye that grew stronger with Junsu every day. Breakthrough which he obtained through determination, in despair. And the ultimate move that could cut through any material in this universe. The slash trait. Junsu would trust in his own traits, the time and effort he put into them. And finally, most importantly, he had to believe in himself. With that thought, Junsu charged forward with his sword. A blinding flash of sword light appeared. Dusik was completely stunned by this scene. But there was nothing he could do. He could only watch as the sword light charged straight into the tsunami, then slowly expanded, emitting an incredibly blinding light. The group, including Jejeon standing in the stands above, was stunned seeing this spectacle. They didn't understand what was happening. Even Ujin's group was the same. It was too bright, they couldn't see anything. When the light gradually faded, the figures of Junsu and Dusik reappeared. But very quickly after, Junsu spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. On the opposite side, Dusik wasn't stable at all. He muttered in a low voice. "That was an amazing fight, Warrior Kim." Then he collapsed directly. Immediately, the referee raised Junsu's hand and shouted, "The winner is Warrior Kim." Seeing the match was over, Ujin's group immediately ran down to the arena to celebrate. Junsu smiled in satisfaction. He did it. He had defeated a higher-level superhuman without using mutant traits. Ujin hugged Junsu tightly, exclaiming excitedly, "Teacher, you're really the best!" The three behind them were so happy they were crying. They started to surround him with praise. "You were completely inhuman just now. I knew you would defeat him." But at that moment, an angry shout suddenly rang out. "You bastard!" Junsu turned his head in surprise. He saw Jejeon charging towards him with a hammer. Before Junsu could react, Ujin jumped in front to block. Boom! An energy shockwave immediately erupted. And of course the one who lost was Jejeon. He was pushed back just like that. Ujin angrily yelled, "You cowardly bastard! How dare you attack after refusing to accept the result? Our teacher! You really want to die, don't you?" But before he could act, several lawyers came to stop him. At the same time, they looked at Jejeon and reminded him, "Don't forget that magic oath. If you act so rashly, your heart will explode." Jejeon, still defiant, yelled, "Warrior Kim, because of you our captain is now dead. We must avenge our army's captain. The army of the father will never forget this grudge." As soon as he finished speaking, the group of knights behind him immediately moved forward. Junsu, unafraid, said calmly, "Are you saying I killed Dusik?" Jejeon replied without any hesitation, "That's right. We saw with our own eyes that he died at your hands." "Cut the crap!" Junsu snorted and said coldly, "The one who killed Dusik was none other than yourself." These words made Jejeon's expression turn ugly. He trembled uncontrollably. Junsu paid no mind and spoke indifferently. "Even though he was my opponent, but Dusik was truly an excellent image of a warrior. It's true that he wasn't someone who should have lost his life in a match. That happened only because of Jejeon's disgusting assassination attempt for Dusik's honor. He told Jejeon to accept the result and fulfill his promise." Hearing this, Jejeon lowered his head silent. He didn't know what to say. Junsu didn't care about his reaction. He added another sentence. "It's all because of your inferiority complex." Jejeon remained seated with his head down, trembling and muttering, "Captain." Seeing this, the holy knights came and helped him leave. Junsu narrowed his eyes, watching Jejeon's retreating back. With him being like that, even though Junsu had gone this far, the army of the father still wouldn't think of revenge, would they? The next day at Choi Sel's office. Choi Sel was happily talking to someone. "That's right. We've officially signed a contract with Warrior Kim, the one who just defeated the captain of the army of the father. I understand what you want." Just then, someone was approaching. He quickly said, "Sorry, I'll call you back in a bit." It turned out to be Junsu. He had just come back from picking up the armor he ordered from Jo Chun. He said cheerfully, "I was worried that Master Blacksmith Jo Chun would mess with my armor, but he really did it exactly as requested, with the giant and super strength traits." Seeing this, Choi Sel ran over excitedly. He held a gift box and said flatteringly, "Since you're here, why don't you try this on too? This is my gift." Junsu, a bit bewildered, took it and opened it to see. In an instant, he exclaimed happily, "Now this is more like it." Choi Sel also introduced it excitedly. "This is luxurious handmade training gear. It even has self-cleaning and mana recovery functions." Junsu gave him a thumbs up and smiled with satisfaction. "You know my style, Director Choi. Thanks." He even praised him, saying he looked like a model in that outfit. But then, Choi Sel suddenly hesitated for a moment. After a while, he stammered, "By the way, can I ask you for a favor?" Junsu frowned and asked, "What is it?" Choi Sel mumbled in a low voice, "Thanks to you, our business is booming. But because your work history with us isn't long enough. Some people are suspicious of us signing a contract." Hearing this, Junsu nodded in understanding. "Ah, if that's the reason, then I have to do it. Have you accepted a mission for me?" "Yes, I've prepared a perfect one for you." Choi Sel nodded slightly. He handed Junsu a file and said, "The Sun Tower wants to research your black flames for scientific purposes." Junsu frowned upon hearing this. He knew about this Sun Tower. It was one of the 4 great magic towers of Axon Seoul. If Junsu remembered correctly, it was a place to learn fire-related magic. At this moment, Choi Sel spoke again. "They will reward you on par with their own members." Junsu nodded slightly and replied, "Okay, I'll take it." Because that character was in the Sun Tower, so he knew exactly what reward he would receive. A little while later, at the Sun Tower, a place enveloped in fire-type magic. Junsu had come to this place as per the mission. After entering, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. A place where science and magic mix. This is truly a magnificent sight. Just then, someone approached and spoke. "Warrior Kim, my name is Park Hyung-ju, a researcher. I assume you're here because of the request to research black flames, correct?" "Ah, yes." Junsu nodded slightly in response. After that, Hyung-ju led him inside. "We don't have much time. Let's hurry up, please, this way." Very quickly, the two of them entered the research lab. Hyung-ju suggested, "First, let's do some basic tests." Junsu frowned slightly. "This machine looks rather familiar." While he was still thinking, Hyung-ju spoke again. "Please step inside the machine. You just need to stand still." Junsu didn't think much of it and stepped inside. Immediately, a magic circle appeared in front of Junsu. In an instant, his expression turned grim. This was the machine used to reveal everything about a character to the player. But this machine would reveal all of Junsu's secret traits. At that thought, he immediately slammed the glass and yelled, "Stop this machine right now! I don't want this." Hyung-ju, standing outside, smirked. "Please stand still. This is just a necessary procedure. This was written in the contract." Junsu's anger flared. He clenched his hand into a fist and shouted, "Get lost, you bastard!" Immediately, his fist came crashing down. The glass panel of the machine shattered. Hyung-ju stumbled back in panic and shouted, "Hey, what are you doing?" Junsu yelled aggressively. "The contract I signed only required me to demonstrate black flames, to cooperate with your research. Who would have thought you guys would do this to me?" Just then, hasty footsteps ran over. And then, without any hesitation, the person landed a punch on Hyung-ju's face, along with a dissatisfied shout. "You idiot Park Hyung-ju! Are you doing this again?" The newcomer was Yu Myung-sok, the head of the research department. He gritted his teeth and scolded, "How dare you ruin my project?" Seeing him, Hyung-ju panicked and explained, "It's just a misunderstanding, sir." Unfortunately, Myung-sok wasn't listening and angrily scolded, "Misunderstanding my ass. You wanted to sell information about Warrior Kim. I've been watching this whole time." These words made Hyung-ju choke. He bowed his head low and mumbled, "I'm sorry. I was blinded by greed," with a snort. Myung-sok said coldly, "Get the hell out of here. You're fired from this team." Junsu watched this scene confused and unsure what to do. At this point, Myung-sok spoke apologetically. "I'm sorry, Warrior Kim, I'm you." Myung-sok, head of research, about what just happened. Before he could finish, Junsu cut him off. "It's not your fault. But I guess this kind of thing happens quite often, huh?" Myung-sok sighed helplessly. That idiot sold information because of a gambling addiction. If it weren't for his teacher, he would have been kicked out of here a long time ago. "I understand." Junsu nodded slightly in response. "However, I went through the trouble of coming here to fulfill your request, and my personal information was almost completely exposed." Hearing this, Myung-sok spoke up. "As an apology, I'll upgrade your membership rank. You can use the promotional equipment, as well as our training grounds." Hearing this, Junsu was immediately pleased. The Magic Tower's training grounds are usually only usable by mages, right? With that thought, he nodded in satisfaction. "Sounds good." Seeing this, Myung-sok suggested again, "While I'm getting things ready, please go ahead and rest." Junsu nodded slightly in reply. "All right, I'll just walk around then." After that, he went to one of the Sun Tower's floors. Junsu was very happy right now. "I almost got swept away, no wonder. It's Axon Seoul, but it was worth it. This is a chance to get more traits from the Magic Tower's training ground." Just then, the sound from the announcement speaker rang out. "Beginning lightning-type magic training." As soon as the words were spoken, the orbs in front were enveloped in magic power. In just a moment, a series of lightning bolts struck down. Junsu was now enveloped in lightning. It furiously struck his body. The pain went down to his bones. Junsu gritted his teeth and endured. But it would be good if he could use his traits to endure a little longer. With that thought, Junsu changed his trait. Immediately, the lightning began to lessen. Before long, Junsu had completed the training with lightning-type magic, and he also received the 6-element resistance trait. Having achieved his goal, Junsu cheerfully exclaimed, "Now turn off the power for me. I'm about to be burned alive over here." But at that moment, the system in the room suddenly turned red, along with warning sounds. Training system has been switched to manual. Warning. Warning current intensity has been adjusted. Lightning once again struck Junsu. This caused him to shout in frustration. "Wait, what I said, I'm done training. Who's out there?" Before long, Junsu saw that bastard Hyungju outside. He was holding the control lever. He looked inside with malicious eyes and cursed, "You messed with the wrong person. You bastard!" As soon as he finished speaking, Hyungju pulled the control to its maximum level. Lightning furiously struck down on Junsu. Junsu's expression instantly turned grim. Hyungju had now become crazed. He roared incessantly, "Die, you son of a bitch!" Just like that. Junsu took the full brunt of the lightning at its highest level. Seeing this, Hyungju laughed triumphantly. "This is what you get for messing with me." But very quickly after, his smile vanished. The expression on his face instantly froze, because Junsu was still standing there defiantly unharmed. He couldn't lose to such petty tricks. He came to the training room during his free time like this for a reason. Among Junsu's equipped traits was one trait called Divine Resistance. He obtained it when he resisted the Saintess's baptism process. Fire Resistance, a trait obtained from soaking in the magic spring. Darkness Resistance, which Junsu obtained in the battle with the necromancer Karen. Ice Resistance, which he obtained in the battle with those wronged spirits. Earth Resistance, which Junsu obtained when escaping the Manhunter's magic trap. And finally Electric Resistance, which he had just obtained through the training earlier. Junsu quickly combined all 6 traits. A large amount of magic power enveloped his body. The heart inside Junsu's chest was no exception. It continuously transformed, and very quickly he obtained a new trait. It was Magic Resistance. Junsu smiled in satisfaction. "It gives me goosebumps." Hyungju outside saw this scene and cried out in panic. How did he block a level 3 spell using only his body? Is he even human? This time the magic will be stronger than before. Immediately after Hyungju once again manipulated the handle, a warning sound immediately rang out. "Warning, warning system is now out of control. Please stop training and evacuate immediately." Junsu wasn't fazed at all. He snorted coldly and said, "System out of control sounds really dangerous. If that's the case, I'll use my traits to dodge all of its attacks." It seemed that at the same time, the lightning struck Junsu, but this time he quickly dodged. Furthermore, he even received a new trait retreat. This made Junsu very happy. Nice. At this rate, he'll probably get a higher tier trait. Airstrike. Contrary to his joy, Hyungju outside was extremely unhappy. He continuously manipulated the handle, roaring in anger. "Damn it, I'm really going to kill you." Just then, Myung-seok entered from outside and slapped him. He angrily scolded, "You crazy fool! I heard the warning siren. So what the hell do you think you're doing?" Right after that, he ordered someone else to turn off the controls immediately. The power was quickly shut off. The lightning completely vanished. The system returned to normal. Myung-seok couldn't hold back anymore and grabbed Hyungju by the collar. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "You lunatic. How dare you injure Warrior Kim?" Hyungju quickly waved his hands, denying everything. "Director, it's not like that." At this moment, Junsu walked out from inside. He snorted contemptuously, "Injure me!" Myung-seok looked over in alarm and asked worriedly, "Warrior, are you not injured?" With a soft chuckle, Junsu pouted and said, "Yeah, I do feel a little staticky." This sight bewildered the entire group. They didn't understand what was going on. After these despicable acts, Hyungju was finally expelled from the tower. No matter how much he begged, it was useless. Junsu watched his retreating back and asked hesitantly, "What will happen to him if he gets kicked out?" Myung-seok slowly explained, "A spell will be cast on his brain, so he can't learn any new magic." Junsu nodded slightly and said indifferently, "His life as a mage is over, serves him right." Myung-seok didn't feel any sympathy either. He said coolly, "That kid has caused too much trouble already. So this is a natural consequence. Please accept this. It might not be much, but please consider this our apology." With that, he handed Junsu a box. Inside was a bottle of elixir. This was a very effective healing medicine. Although he was overjoyed inside, he still maintained a calm demeanor and said, "Thank you, sir. This bottle is like a second life to me." Hearing this, Myung-seok waved his hand and said with a smile, "Oh no, I think this is also a reasonable price." It seemed he didn't want this incident to escalate. But Junsu needed something else from the tower. With that thought, he spoke slowly. "But I have to say it is a bit unsettling that I've been attacked twice since visiting the tower, isn't it?" Myung-seok couldn't help but say in confusion. "Then can you tell me what you want?" Junsu pretended to think for a moment before speaking calmly. "There's something I've wanted for a long time. I want to experience all 4 spells of the 4 great magic towers. As soon as he said this, Myung-seok cried out in alarm, "What? Don't tell me you want to experience the sun cannon." Junsu nodded. He admitted it calmly. "That's right, shoot that thing at me." Hearing this, Myung-seok tried to dissuade him. "A level 3 superhuman can't withstand that, not even for a second. Perhaps after you've become stronger." But before he could finish, Junsu cut him off coldly. "No, I'm sure I can withstand it for about 15 seconds. Myung-seok couldn't help but be stunned. "Huh, but this is something that even a level 5 superhuman." Junsu clicked his tongue, shook his head, and said firmly, "I'm different from them." Myung-seok looked at him bewildered and hesitated for a long time before speaking. "That black flame can burn an enemy's mana. This is truly an interesting approach, but it's still very dangerous." Junsu chuckled softly. He said confidently, "We'll have to see about that." And so right after that, Junsu went to the room where the sun cannon was located. He stood facing it, lost in thought. The thought of being shot by that thing was actually a bit scary, but there was no other way. If Junsu wanted to obtain the sun cannon trait, there were only 3 ways. First was to enter the magic tower as someone's disciple. Second was to defeat the tower master in battle, one-on-one. But these 2 methods were only suitable for magic-type superhumans, so he couldn't do it. While Junsu was thinking, Myung-seok spoke up. "We will fire now." Junsu nodded slightly, indicating they could begin. However, there was still a 3rd way he could use. A hidden quest had been unlocked when he had enough favorability from the tower master. Because at this moment, the tower master was also present at this location. The sun cannon's firepower began to charge up. Junsu looked up at the firepower preparing to launch towards him. In just a moment, the brilliant fireball shot towards him. Boom! The fireball exploded directly. Junsu was engulfed in the sea of fire. He could withstand it because of the traits he had obtained so far through the equipped trait magic armor. Seeing this, the people above were immediately stunned, exclaiming in disbelief, "He can actually take it. He's only level 3, but how?" Junsu didn't know their reaction. He still gritted his teeth and endured all the flames. He had prepared very thoroughly, but it was still too painful. Junsu endured for 15 seconds just like that. Myung-seok quickly shouted the announcement. 15 seconds have passed. Retract the sun cannon." As soon as he spoke, the sun cannon's firepower was retracted. Junsu was now in a very tattered state. He clutched his chest, panting. It's finally over. Those were the longest 15 seconds of his life. The tower master was very satisfied with this performance by Junsu. He smirked and said, "What was his name again?" "Warrior Kim, truly an impressive person." A short while later in the tower master's office. He had invited Junsu for tea. The tower master looked at him with satisfaction and said with a smile, "That was amazing just now. Using black flames to withstand the sun cannon for such a long time. He said he would be a great help in their long-awaited project." "It's my honor," Junsu nodded and said with a smile. He might be calm on the outside, but inside he was eager to increase his favorability. Meanwhile, the tower master laughed and said, "Haha, I like the way you talk, and I have a request for you." Junsu couldn't help but be stunned. "A request?" A moment later, a young man entered from outside and said, "Grandfather, you called for me?" The tower master nodded slightly, then introduced the 2 to each other. "Say hello to Warrior Kim. He's a level 3 superhuman." Junsu immediately stood up to greet him. "Nice to meet you." The young man also bowed his head and replied, "Nice to meet you." Junsu recognized this person. Mage Kim, a magic-type guide character, who appeared after Iron Fist and Priest Kim. He was always so gloomy. At this moment, the tower master spoke again. "This is my grandson. He has the potential to become a high-level superhuman, but his strength has been stuck at level 1. Hearing this, Junsu nodded and said, "That is strange," Mage Kim said in despair. "Sorry for being strange. Sorry for being a disgrace to the tower." Junsu couldn't help but be bewildered. He quickly explained, "I didn't mean it that way." The tower master was all too familiar with this. He glanced at Junsu and said, "What do you think, Mr. Kim? I heard you healed Director Cell's son. I believe you'll have an idea of how to awaken this boy." Mage Kim didn't dare to interrupt. He sat silently in one spot. Junsu narrowed his eyes at the tower master and his grandson. After a long moment, he smirked and said, "Of course there's a way." Hearing this, both the tower master and his grandson were overjoyed. The tower master exclaimed happily, "Really? If you can do it, I will fulfill any of your wishes." "Anything." Hearing this, Junsu smirked. This was the starting point for the hidden quest Sun Cannon. Junsu quickly stated his purpose. After hearing it, the tower master exclaimed in shock, "Say that again." "What do you want?" Junsu replied without hesitation, "The Sun Cannon." Was I not clear enough? The tower master hesitated for a moment. After a while, he mumbled in a low voice, "The solar cannon. The future of the tower depends on this, so I can give it to you." but I'm not sure what you plan to use it for. Junsu wasn't in a hurry and said with a wink and a smile, then can you give it to me in the form of a memory chip, so I can learn it right away? The Tower Master didn't think he would be in such a rush, but he could only nod. All right. Just then Mage Kim suddenly spoke up. Sorry to interrupt, but how do you plan on training me? Junsu replied casually. First we need to find the root of the problem. Before Mage Kim could answer, the Tower Master replied coldly, the biggest problem is that this kid is too stupid. He has to become a mage, but his knowledge of mathematics is practically zero. Junsu, of course, understood Mage Kim's problem well. He was smart enough to study business administration at Seoul University, but he was a lost cause in math, making him unsuitable for studying magic. After a long pause, Junsu slowly spoke. Then why don't we learn magic? That doesn't involve calculations. The Tower Master asked, slightly confused. What do you mean magic that doesn't involve calculations? Nodding nonchalantly, Junsu stated plainly. By using spirits, he can become a fire warlock. Hearing this, the Tower Master exclaimed in surprise, a fire warlock! But that's not a mage. Shrugging indifferently, Junsu retorted, so, do you want to leave your grandson like this for the rest of his life? Or do you want to let him become a fire warlock and help him unleash his potential? The Tower Master glanced at Mage Kim and fell silent for a long moment. Finally, he sat down on the chair, sighed, and said, all right then, explain it in detail. Junsu began calmly. The main problem is casting spells right, because he can't handle the incantations. He can't perform magic. So let's leave the hard work to the spirits, and he just needs to supply the mana. Hearing this, the Tower Master shook his head in refusal. That's not possible. The boy isn't close with spirits, so how can he get one? Junsu frowned, looked at the two of them, and said firmly, I'm not saying he has to go and make a contract with the spirits. Like I said, he will use them. The method was for Mage Kim to simply inscribe a spell into a magic circle. That way, the user only needs to worry about supplying mana, and the mana circle will handle the spell execution itself. The Tower Master was stunned and exclaimed, you mean, we should capture a spirit and use it as a mana circle? Is that right? Or to put it simply, we just need to turn it into a magic circle. Junsu nodded in acknowledgement. Exactly. The Tower Master immediately exclaimed happily, brilliant! This is a fantastic theory. I thought you were a warrior. How do you know things like this? How could Junsu possibly answer that? Of course the method was brilliant, because this was something they would invent in the future. At that moment the Tower Master whispered, but the gate to the spirit realm is currently closed. We can't summon any spirits, Junsu said casually. Then we can use an animal spirit as a substitute. Hearing this, the Tower Master thought of something, frowned, and muttered. An animal spirit like a phoenix, that sounds tough. How are we supposed to find a mythical creature? With a slight laugh, Junsu said confidently, don't worry about that, I've got a way. A short while later, the three of them arrived at a canyon. This place was full of phoenixes. Seeing them, Mage Kim couldn't help but exclaim, a place like this, with a whole valley full of phoenixes, really exists. The Tower Master also gasped in amazement. Even high-level superhumans would have a hard time finding a place like this. So how could you? Junsu laughed sheepishly and said, the phoenixes are not what the rumors say. They hide deep in the valley, and I just happened to stumble upon them. The Tower Master didn't seem to quite believe him, but he enthusiastically played along. Ha ha, oh my god, you really are lucky. Junsu cheerfully leaned in close to his ear. So about that solar cannon we talked about earlier? The Tower Master nodded slightly. Fine, I'll give you one. Junsu was delighted to hear that. Completing the quest with just one location. Too easy. While he was feeling happy, the Tower Master spoke again. By the way, as a warrior, how do you plan to utilize the full power of the solar cannon? Junsu replied casually. I want to upgrade it. My goal is to create a fission. Hearing this, the Tower Master threw his head back and laughed loudly. Ha ha! Fission. That's no easy task. It took us 15 years to achieve it. Shrugging indifferently, Junsu said casually. Approaching it as a warrior will surely produce a different result than approaching it as a mage, don't you think? Who knows? Maybe my fission will be better than yours. The Tower Master narrowed his eyes at him, pursed his lips and said, then let's make a bet. The deadline is 2 years. Let's compare yours and our magic towers and see which one is better. Junsu calmly agreed. What's the wager? The Tower Master thought for a moment before speaking. If you win, I'll grant you one wish. But if I win, you must join the Magic Tower's security team. Okay, sounds good. Junsu agreed immediately without much thought. Another chance to profit from the Magic Tower. Why wouldn't he agree? While the two were talking, Mage Kim had quietly entered the canyon. Now it's time to confirm. A little later at the operating room, Junsu was waiting outside. Myung-seok approached from a distance, smiling cheerfully. This is amazing, Warrior Kim. I never expected you could open a path to becoming a fire warlock in our Magic Tower. Junsu looked up at him and replied, Director, yes, that's right. But first, let's hope the surgery is a success. Myung-suk sat down with him and nodded slightly. Indeed, but about the mage who was expelled earlier. Junsu frowned slightly and muttered, that failure. Myung-suk spoke thoughtfully. After he left, I investigated further, and it's very clear that he received money from the Kumo Corporation. Hearing this, Junsu's eyes widened in surprise. The Kumo Corporation, one of the 5 major corporations, famous for their aggressive business expansion methods, uncompromising and with a tendency to swallow or overwhelm other competitors in the market. In the game, they were the true villains. Myung-suk looked at him with a grave expression and said in a low voice, "The problem isn't that they were taking information about our magic. It's that they specifically wanted information about you. Perhaps they want to recruit you." "I don't want to." Hearing that, Junsu couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. He sighed in resignation. "I'll never cooperate with villains like Kumo." "Well, that's another thing to avoid." Just then, the door to the operating room opened. The Tower Master ran straight to Junsu and slapped him on the back. He laughed loudly and said, it was a success. It's all thanks to you, Superhuman Kim. My grandson has now become a superhuman mage." Junsu was stunned by the slap. Mage Kim then walked out from inside surrounded by a large amount of mana. He bowed his head and said, "Thank you so much." Junsu narrowed his eyes and observed Mage Kim. "He's already as strong as me, level 3 right from the start. Could this be the power of DNA? Mage Kim then spoke again. "It feels so strange that I can use magic this easily." Junsu cheerfully walked over and suggested, "From now on, you should use a fire attribute elixir so you can generate more mana." Hearing this, Mage Kim said gratefully, "You're even telling me how to get stronger." "Thank you." At that moment, the Tower Master suddenly shouted, "Well done, Kim! Here's the reward you wanted." Hearing this, Junsu's eyes lit up. He finally got his hands on the solar cannon, but there was something else in the reward. He asked doubtfully, "What is this?" The Tower Master opened the bag at his feet and said, "In this bag, I've added a little something extra for you, and I used spatial-proof magic on it." Junsu's eyes sparkled like stars. His favorability rating has gone through the roof. A short while later at Director Choi's office, looking at the money Junsu brought back, Director Choi couldn't help but exclaim, "You earned a reward of 5 billion won. Amazing!" Junsu said with a smug smile, "I think it's about time you got used to my greatness." Then he suggested again, "Well, it's time to drink the nectar I've been saving." Director Choi said hesitantly, "Nectar? You just reached level 3 in less than a month. Isn't it a bit too soon?" "Watch out for side effects," Junsu retorted. "So can you refine the nectar or not?" Director Choi refine it. Director Choi was stunned, but very quickly he winked with confidence. "Just trust me." And with that, he opened his storage and searched for something. After a long while, Director Choi said, "I just need the main ingredients. These are the most common ones." Junsu glanced over them, frowning as he muttered, "I'll get different traits, based on the ingredients I use." This is a tough choice. I already have super strength and regeneration, and also steel armor on my shield. After some deliberation, Junsu pointed to an ingredient and said, "Then let's go with the horned tiger's heart." Hearing this, Director Choi was stunned and asked hesitantly, "Are you sure about the horned tiger?" Seeing his reaction, Junsu asked doubtfully, "What's wrong?" Director Choi slowly explained, "This is an endangered species, so this one is quite hard to get." Junsu was utterly bewildered after hearing this. So right after that, Junsu drove off to find one. He wasn't too worried. If he couldn't get it, he'd go find it himself. The problem was how to find a horned tiger in this vast area. Junsu didn't want to resort to this, but he had no other choice. With that thought, he took out a can of surstrumming and brought it to his nose. Before long, Junsu acquired the dog's nose trait. I'd rather smell durian than fermented Baltic herring. This is so disgusting. It feels like the smell of rotten crap is stuck in my lungs. But thanks to the trait, he could now smell all kinds of scents. Junsu continued deeper into the area. He smelled a lot of blood. A predator nearby. Does that mean it's here? Junsu quickly glanced around searching. But before he could find it, he saw something else. In the distance, a car was speeding towards him. There were people on it, and they were chasing. Some kind of animal frantically firing at it. From the opposite direction, Junsu quickly ran after them. There are rivals too. I'm going to lose track of it. Looking at the claw marks on the corpse, it wasn't a normal horned tiger. This was the most famous mythical creature of the highlands, the Mountain King of Chungan, and it had all 6 traits. At this moment, the Mountain King charged towards Junsu. If he let his guard down, he would definitely die. Not daring to be careless, Junsu quickly dodged. But what surprised him even more was that the Mountain King also had an evasion trait. Junsu bit his lip hard. He didn't have many chances. He had to end it in one blow. Next, he would have to rely on his senses and instincts. While Junsu was thinking, the Mountain King charged aggressively. He aimed his gun at it while simultaneously using his trait. With a moment's hesitation, Junsu fired, but the Mountain King still managed to dodge. The bullet only grazed its body slightly. Junsu bit his lip aggressively. So it can even dodge that? but he wasn't done yet. With that thought, Junsu charged forward again. He faced the Mountain King head-on. Junsu aimed his gun at it again, snorting coldly as he said, "Even as a warrior, I'm pretty confident in my marksmanship." As soon as he finished speaking, he fired directly. The mana bullet lodged itself in the Mountain King's body. Junsu smiled in satisfaction. "Gotcha!" But his smile didn't last long. The Mountain King suddenly charged again, startling him. Luckily, Junsu managed to dodge. He didn't think it could still move after being hit by a black flame. Junsu looked at it in alarm, frowning and muttering, "If black flame isn't enough, it seems I'll have to fight it hand to hand." Meanwhile, the Mountain King's eyes turned vicious, filled with killing intent, as it looked at Junsu. Without a moment's hesitation, it charged wildly. Junsu recognized this move. This was the Mountain King's strongest skill, charge. It could enhance its body by over 1.5 times and completely tear apart any target it hit. Compared to its notorious reputation that terrified countless players, the strategy to defeat it was laughably simple. That was to use its own strength against itself. With that thought, Junsu jumped onto the Mountain King's back, startling it. With a slight grunt, Junsu said coldly, "Surprised? You knew you couldn't dodge this move, didn't you?" As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his gun like a sword into the middle of the Mountain King's body. Fresh blood gushed out endlessly. A moment later, Junsu had dragged the Mountain King's corpse into the city, attracting a crowd of onlookers. He held the box containing its heart in his hand and shouted aggressively, "This is the one. See its heart right here." Junsu had handled it himself, fearing that his partners might betray him, and finally obtained his trait. With that thought, he slowly spoke, "I only need the heart, so the remaining parts will be sold. Anyone interested?" He wanted to see how much the Mountain King was worth. As soon as Junsu finished, people started bidding. In just a moment, the price reached 2.5 billion. But from within the crowd, a woman wearing a hat stepped out. She offered a jaw-dropping number. "I'll pay 5 billion. Without a second thought, Junsu shouted, "Sold for 5 billion?" Seeing him agree, the crowd dispersed. The woman walked up to him and said, "I'll transfer the money to you right away." Junsu gave her his account information. The girl quickly transferred the money to him, then asked doubtfully, "By the way, did you kill it by yourself?" Junsu nodded slightly. "Ah, yes, I was very lucky." The woman scoffed. She pursed her lips and said, "In hunting, there's no such thing as pure luck. It was also partly thanks to your skill." With that, she handed Junsu a business card and said, "This is my card. I'd be very grateful if you contacted me in the future." Then she turned and walked away. Junsu looked at the business card with Jun Jinzon on it in his hand. "That name seems familiar? Must be another filthy rich character." But Junsu didn't care too much. He got the tiger's heart and another 5 billion. He was already lucky enough. 2 days later, Junsu returned to his residence. He quickly went to the training room. Looking at the potion vial in his hand, he nodded with satisfaction. Looking at its color, you can tell the quality of the potion right away. Earlier, after bringing back the tiger's heart, Junsu had given it to Director Choi for refinement. He said there wouldn't be any side effects. He looked very confident, so he figured he could trust him. But Junsu suddenly sighed and muttered, "But I'm still a bit worried," just in case he arranged his traits beforehand. Then Junsu drank the entire vial of potion. In an instant, a sensation as hot as lava erupted inside his body. Junsu's body was beginning to evolve. When he detected the change in hormones, adrenaline was accumulating. Its effect was appearing. This made Junsu very happy. It was regenerating his mana circulation, and he had leveled up to level 4. Junsu couldn't be more satisfied. "Now I'm level 4. It really feels different. It's like my soul has ascended to a new level." Moreover, he also received a new trait, Berserk. Just as Director Choi said, the crafting was a success. And there was also a reason why Junsu went there to hunt monsters and sell his items. With the traits received through battles, and if he combined the traits in his equipment with this diamond, he received the reinforcement and giant traits. Junsu nodded with satisfaction. The preparations are complete. Now for the final step. At this moment, Junsu's body began to change. The muscle fibers inside suddenly tore. His bone structure was also being readjusted. Before long, the traits began to merge. Junsu had obtained Giant's Strength. Looking down at his muscular body, he was extremely happy. "Finally, I got it. Giant's Strength. This is a top-tier warrior trait." But very quickly, Junsu realized a problem. He was getting wider, but that was okay. "Let's see how strong I am." Immediately after, Junsu threw a punch towards the glass. In an instant, the entire glass surface cracked. Junsu muttered with satisfaction. Just from the shockwave alone, it shattered. This power is truly amazing, but it does have serious side effects. Just as Junsu thought. To use this trait, he also needed Diamond Body, which makes the body sturdier, or the Invincible trait, which increases recovery speed. But both were top-tier traits. Junsu could learn them from equipment like before, but the problem was he was out of diamonds. This was giving him a major headache. But very quickly, Junsu thought of a way. He knew exactly where to get it, so he just had to go find it. But when he got there, he received the shocking news they were out of diamonds. Chunbok sighed and said, "We're out. The earliest we'll have them back is next month." Hearing this, Junsu exclaimed in alarm, "Next month is too late." Chunbok then suddenly whispered, "Then would you mind coming with me to the mine to get the diamonds?" Junsu was stunned. He didn't remember this being in the game. Chunbok spoke again in a low voice, "This is a top-secret trip at all costs. Are you interested?" Junsu agreed without a hint of hesitation. "Of course, let's go." In the evening, on the bustling streets of Seoul, Chunbok drove Junsu, speaking slowly. "I'm sure you know that to get something like a diamond, you have to take risks, right?" Junsu nodded slightly. "Of course." Hearing that Chunbok reminded him, "Take a look ahead. If you don't feel good about it, you can back out." Junsu had no idea why he was suddenly giving this advice, but then he realized something. The car was heading towards Bushin. The car sped forward without stopping at all. Junsu finally understood where they were going. It was the place where superhumans fought for their lives. The biggest underground arena in the capital. An intense one-on-one fighting arena. Once you step into the ring, you can bleed, but you cannot lose. A short while later, at a luxurious building in Bukhan, in the basement below, Chunbok and Junsu slowly entered. People were shouting and cheering non-stop. Junsu took a look around. He couldn't help but exclaim, "This place is huge." Hearing this, Chunbok asked doubtfully, "You know about the arena too?" Junsu replied casually, "I've only heard rumors." "By the way, don't you have connections to this place?" Chunbok chuckled lightly. He smirked and said, "Ha ha, you saw right through me." Junsu initially wondered where he got those rare items. Turns out it was from here. Thinking back, Kim Chunbok's background in the game was also very suspicious. While he was thinking, Chunbok spoke again. "But let me say this first, I didn't bring you here to fight up there." Junsu mumbled under his breath. "But you brought me here as part of a plan, right?" Chunbok nodded sheepishly. "Yes. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. This is one of the many ways to quickly obtain diamonds. The rules are simple. The winner takes the loser's diamond. The loser will have to destroy their magic circle to create a diamond." Hearing this, Junsu's brows furrowed tightly. Simply put, this is like resetting all your experience points. After a long silence, he slowly spoke. "So I have to bet my entire life. The greater the risk, the higher the reward." Chunbok nodded slightly in reply. "That's right. If this doesn't work out, we can leave." But before he could finish, Junsu smiled and cut him off. "Leave, where's the registration desk? This is the perfect opportunity to earn diamonds." Hearing this, Chunbok immediately volunteered. "Since I'm the one who introduced you, I'll register for you." Junsu looked at him doubtfully and asked, "What's in it for you?" Chunbok said cheerfully, "Half of the winning prize will be yours. The rest will be mine and the organizers." Junsu had no objections. He said casually, "Sounds good. Let me experience this place first." And so after that, Junsu went up to the stage to fight. His opponent was a big guy. He charged wildly towards Junsu, but he dodged every move. This angered the big guy, who shouted, "Are you just going to keep dodging like a coward? I'll use these muscles to crush you in one blow." But at this moment, Junsu suddenly laughed coldly and said, "You talk too much. It's my turn now, isn't it?" With that, he activated his giant strength trait, and then he threw a punch at the big guy's face. A one-hit knockout. The big guy collapsed. Of course, the winner was Junsu. Chunbok saw this and ran down to congratulate him. "Amazing, that's a 5-win streak." Junsu laughed happily and said, "I bet you've got a pile of diamonds now thanks to me." Chunbok excitedly massaged his shoulders, his mouth grinning from ear to ear. "Not just that, but a pile of money too." "What are you going to do with the money you earned today?" Junsu thought for a moment before answering. "I'll probably buy a new set of items." Chunbok's eyes immediately lit up. "So you're only interested in getting stronger?" Junsu nodded nonchalantly. Of course. Because strength determines a person's rank in Archeon. I don't want to live like a failure, being played by this world." At this moment, Chunbok suddenly spoke up. "Looks like you just received a challenge." Hearing this, Junsu asked in surprise, "From who?" Chunbok replied casually, "From the level 4 superhuman named the Destroyer King, ranked number 1. Junsu was stunned when he heard this name. Chunbok felt it was a tough match and advised, "This looks a bit difficult. You don't have to accept the challenge." But it seemed Junsu knew this name and accepted the challenge anyway. A short while later, he stepped onto the stage again. Below the stage, the crowd started cheering and shouting. A big masked guy was already standing on the fighting stage. Hearing the crowd chant his name, he enjoyed it with satisfaction. This person was the Destroyer King, a level 4 superhuman. The Destroyer King looked at Junsu and said with a laugh, "I didn't expect you to accept my challenge. Looks like you've lost your mind, kid." Junsu simultaneously narrowed his eyes and observed the person opposite him. The Destroyer King is definitely a completely different opponent. The Destroyer King is an SR-grade character who possesses melee combat, giant strength, and fighting techniques. In terms of hand-to-hand combat, he's the strongest, possessing 3 high-level traits, but he can still be defeated. In the game, the Destroyer King was level 5, but here he's only level 4. On top of that, Junsu was also starting to feel that the number of diamonds as a reward wasn't good enough. Just as he was thinking, the Destroyer King charged forward, shouting non-stop, "I'm gonna smash that smiling face of yours, get ready to become a pile of minced meat, and roll around crying on the ground." Just like that, his fists continuously flew forward, but Junsu still managed to dodge. He wasn't scared at all and even provoked him with a smile. "I wanted to say the same thing to you." At this moment, the Destroyer King charged and grabbed Junsu, but Junsu, on the contrary, was very calm. As expected, I knew this guy would charge in. The Destroyer King is a wrestler. When he lifts his opponent, he immediately pins them to the ground. But there was one thing the Destroyer King didn't know. His opponent this time was Junsu, an opponent not easily taken down. Sure enough, when the Destroyer King was about to pin him down, he suddenly spun around. Junsu had added Giant's strength, super strength, and power, then activated a timely counter. An absolutely cinematic spin by Junsu took place on the fighting stage, and then he drove his elbow into the Destroyer King's stomach. This one blow made him spit out a mouthful of fresh blood, but very quickly, the Destroyer King reacted and grabbed Junsu's hand. Then he put him in a chokehold, but Junsu had anticipated this move as well and easily escaped. Next, he grabbed the Destroyer King's collar, then aggressively threw him to the ground. Because of this, Junsu received the suppression trait, which made him quite happy. The Destroyer King quickly got up, looking at him doubtfully. "How did you?" Junsu smiled casually and said, "You're probably wondering how I predicted your moves and dodged. Huh, but you're out of luck. I'm just getting started." After obtaining suppression, he had collected all 6 basic combat traits, and when these traits are combined into one, they will evolve and become a single trait, which is melee combat. Junsu raised an eyebrow and smiled. "All right, let's test how strong you really are." Hearing these words, the Destroyer King was immediately stunned. He frowned and muttered, "What are you trying to do?" Before he could understand what was happening, Junsu charged forward to attack. The Destroyer King, not daring to be careless, quickly raised his hands to block. He parried but couldn't help but ask suspiciously, "What the hell was that? What on earth did you do? How did your aura suddenly change so completely?" With a slight chuckle, Junsu raised an eyebrow and said, "You're pretty sharp. No wonder your rank is so high." He was right. Compared to a rookie who just entered the arena, he shouldn't have this much experience. But he was a well-rounded warrior. After receiving the melee combat equipment trait, it allowed Junsu's regular attacks to trigger the continuous combo trait, and it added a few buffs to his attacks as well. The King of Destruction pushed into a corner, fought back frantically, but Junsu still managed to dodge. Then, he grabbed the King of Destruction's punching arm. When using this trait, Junsu also combined it with several other basic traits, so even the King of Destruction was no match for him. At that moment, Junsu used his legs to lock the King of Destruction's arm and neck, rendering him immobile. He raised an eyebrow and said, "Surrender if you don't want your arm broken." Overwhelmed by the pain, the King of Destruction shouted in a trembling voice, "I lose, I surrender." Immediately, the referee announced loudly, "The winner is Warrior Kim." To everyone's surprise, he had climbed to the top spot in the superhuman tournament. Junsu was extremely pleased with this result. From the stands, the crowd started cheering his name, even calling him the Warrior King. Junsu was embarrassed to death by this nickname. Just then, the referee spoke again. "Now we will begin the diamond creation process." Junsu narrowed his eyes at the King of Destruction. Would he be willing to give up all the power he had worked so hard to accumulate? The King of Destruction bit his lip so hard, it almost bled. After a moment of thought, he finally spoke. "I want to use the special contract." Hearing this, the referee asked doubtfully, "Are you sure you want to use it?" The special contract was something the organizers had made with the King of Destruction when he became the #1 warrior. The condition was that if he were defeated, the organizers would pay the diamonds in his place. However, this had to be accepted by the winner, so the referee looked at Junsu and asked if he agreed. Without waiting for Junsu's answer, the King of Destruction spoke again. "If you agree, I'll give you 10 diamonds. But Junsu shook his head and said, "That's not enough." This made the King of Destruction and the referee freeze solid. The magic power of a level 4 and SR-class superhuman was in his hands, so Junsu had to make the most of it. So he started to name his price. "I want something, but it's not diamonds." Junsu said if he gave him the Iron Fist, he would accept the condition. As soon as these words were out, a flash of panic appeared on the King of Destruction's face. He avoided Junsu's gaze and muttered under his breath, "What's an Iron Fist?" It was too late to pretend he didn't know. Junsu had already seen his surprised expression. He smirked and said, "Without 10 diamonds and the Iron Fist, I won't accept." The King of Destruction bit his lip hard, hesitating for a long time before asking doubtfully, "How did you know?" Junsu didn't answer, coldly retorting, "So what are you going to do?" He knew the man couldn't refuse. If he broke the magic circle to create the diamond, he would lose all his skills. The King of Destruction thought for a long moment before speaking. "I'll give you the Iron Fist. But later, you have to come back to the arena to fight me and bet." The Iron Fist. Without hesitation, Junsu smiled and said, "Sounds good. We'll decide on a time later then." And so right after that, Junsu got his hands on the Iron Fist. He left the underground arena and returned home. He grinned excitedly. "Look at that aura, this is sick. This thing can even reduce damage, it's totally OP. On top of that, Junsu also got a mountain of diamonds. After getting the high-tier trait, he'd probably still have a ton left over. So after that, he added the healing trait from the necklace Priest Kim gave him. A flow of magic power quickly appeared around the necklace, and Junsu's entire body began to change. Before long, he received a new trait, Immortality. He exclaimed with delight, "Now I have the strength of a giant and immortality. I need one more to complete my warrior build. 3 is good." With that, Junsu put the pile of diamonds away. He had to keep it safe. While he was feeling giddy, his phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed Jin Young. Seeing the name, Junsu frowned and muttered, "Is that the hunter who bought the tiger?" A while later at the Hunters Guild, Junsu had come here at Jin Young's request. She took him to the highest floor of the building, saying gratefully, "Thank you for coming. Our guildmaster really wanted to meet you." Junsu also really wanted to meet that person, because the famous NPC, the Hunters Guild Master, was known for giving out rewards. Soon the two of them entered the room. Inside, a man in a black suit was waiting. He greeted them with a smile. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I am the Hunters Guild Master Jun Byomjin." Junsu stared in shock at the man before him. This wasn't the guild master. He's the boss of the Assassins organization. Why is he here? But he didn't say it out loud. He politely shook hands with Byomjin and said in a low voice, "It's an honor to meet you, sir. I am Warrior Kim." Byomjin chuckled and said, "Haha, the honor is all mine." Junsu finally remembered. He only gets kicked out after a few storylines in the Hunters Guild. But this was really strange. Just then, someone ran in from outside, saying apologetically, "Sorry I'm late." Byomjin glanced at the man and asked, "Director Kang, what is it? Is it about the disposal matter?" Director Kang scratched his head sheepishly. "I heard the person who defeated the Mountain King was here, so of course I rushed over. And today is also the day of the Unification Tournament." Junsu silently observed the man in front of him. This was the guildmaster from the game. "What is going on?" At this point, Director Kang walked over to greet him. "I'm Director Kang. You can just call me Kiseok." Junsu shook his head and replied with a smile. "No, how could I call you by your first name?" "You're too kind, Director Kang." Seeing the two of them chatting happily, Byomjin interrupted with a cough. "Ahem! If you two are done with introductions, let's get down to business." Junsu and Kiseok both glanced at him. Byomjin said calmly, "Mr. Superhuman, we would like to invite you to become an official member of our guild." "The Hunters Guild, I'll have to think about it," Junsu replied with a frown. Becoming an official member sounded good, but he was a bit hesitant about this guild master. Byomjin then tried to persuade him. "To be frank, our guild is currently in the process of building a high-level hunting ground in Cheonwan. Honestly, the guild's current position isn't very stable. Right now, they are only allowed to hunt in 2 areas, but if there's a problem with the permit, they'll be in trouble. So they want to create a territory where they can hunt without needing such permits. They needed someone with Junsu's skills to establish that place." After hearing this, Junsu felt it sounded plausible. Before he could say anything, Kiseok spoke up, "Guildmaster, that's not our true purpose. Our guildmaster doesn't just want to establish a hunting ground, but wants to be recognized as an army and create an armed kingdom in Cheonwan." Hearing this, Junsu exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't that too much for a guild? The generals in the other 2 regions have significant influence due to their history of independence and their own armies." "That's right, so it's impossible." Kiseok nodded in agreement, but Byomjin cut him off coldly. "It is possible." He narrowed his eyes at Junsu, and with extreme determination proposed Superhuman Kim. "If you lend us your future strength, I can give you this position of mine." Junsu's brow furrowed tightly upon hearing this. The guildmaster's position, the guy's eyes were burning with ambition. Kiseok, on the other hand, was just as persuasive with a smile. "You should forget everything else and just join us. I'll definitely take good care of you." Hearing this, Jin Young snorted with contempt. "Director Kang, do you think I can't do that?" Kiseok scratched his head awkwardly, stammering without forming a sentence. Junsu glanced at her, then back at Byomjin. That guy was suspicious and unpredictable. If something happened to Kiseok, the person who would give him offers later, it would be a huge problem. While Junsu was thinking, Kiseok pushed Jin Young aside, a bright smile still on his face. "Superhuman Kim, If you join, you'll also get a tax reduction. And today, you'll also get to enjoy the unification tournament. After some thought, Junsu made his decision. He had to protect Kiseok. So he happily agreed, sounds good, I'll join. Afterwards, Kiseok drove Junsu. The older man laughed cheerfully. Haha, I owe you one now. I was so worried the guildmaster had already invited you, so I came running. To be honest, I'm very worried about him wanting to get close to you. Junsu sat in the passenger seat, listening to Kiseok ramble on. He sighed helplessly. The game didn't mention this guy was such a chatterbox. Thinking this, he then asked doubtfully, Director Kang, why don't you establish your own hunting ground? Kiseok replied without hesitation. That's because of the Cheonwan faction. Junsu was a bit confused, and the older man slowly explained, it's a group of members on the guildmaster's side. They don't care about hunting, only about politics. After hearing that, Junsu frowned and muttered, so the guildmaster is trying to recruit me to his side. Kiseok nodded slightly. That's right. He's doing it all wrong. Shouldn't he be concerned with the most important thing in the guild, instead of worrying about such meaningless things? But recently, all the members on Kiseok's side have been sent elsewhere. So the old man's position is quite unstable. Hearing this, Junsu couldn't help but think to himself, he thought Kiseok was just a cheerful guy, simple and happy. But this guy thinks pretty deeply, huh? The car continued driving through the desolate wasteland. A while later, they finally stopped at a camp. This was a private hunting ground of the Hunters Guild. Junsu went inside alone, looking around. He couldn't help but remark there are so many hunters. Just then, Jin Young came over to greet him. Hunter Kim, you're finally here. Weren't you with Director Kang? Junsu replied with an awkward smile. Yeah, he suddenly said he had to use the restroom, so... But before he could finish, Jin Young cut him off coldly. Good, I have something to tell you. Getting too close to Director Kang isn't a good thing. Junsu frowned slightly and asked doubtfully, do you think I'm going to side with him? Jin Young didn't answer, speaking coldly. It seems you already know about the factions within our guild. Junsu nodded slightly and replied, I know a little. Your ways of thinking are different. Jin Young stated flatly. That's right. He's someone who focuses too much on the small details and can't see the big picture. While they were talking, Junsu was secretly observing her. He finally noticed a crucial detail. Golden eyes and a scar. Jin Young was a member of Byomjin's assassin organization. Now he understood. The Cheonwan faction was the predecessor to the assassin organization. Jin Young didn't know what he was thinking. She continued, it's the same with the hunting grounds. He freaks out over small actions that are slightly against the law. Junsu let out a small laugh. He smirked and said, but I quite like him. He doesn't talk behind people's backs, and he's very honest. These words made Jin Young's face darken. She snorted coldly, suit yourself. Don't regret it later. Then she turned and left. Junsu didn't say anything more. Now that he had a grasp of the situation, it was time to start preparing. Right after Junsu went into a tent to rest. Then he went into the bathroom and slathered sunscreen all over his face. The smell of the cream almost made him puke on the spot. But Junsu had to endure it. He needed to get the sensitive skin trait first. After waiting for a long time, Junsu only washed it off after getting the trait. Finally, he had obtained enough traits. When combined, they would become an absolute attribute that was beneficial for hunting. That was the sixth sense. Junsu smiled in satisfaction. The sixth sense wasn't just useful for hunting, it was also perfect for situations like this. So after tidying up, Junsu went outside. He muttered, should I walk around and check out their malicious thoughts? Just then he suddenly saw something. Ahead, two guys were emitting killing intent. Not only that, but everyone around them was the same. Junsu couldn't help but be stunned. What is this? Don't tell me most of the people here are demons. While he was still thinking, Kiseok came over from outside carrying 2 bottles of soju. With the same simple smile on his face, Warrior Kim, I finally found you. Let's have a drink before the tournament starts. Behind him were 2 other men. They were his confidants. The 2 men quickly greeted him. Director Kang has said many good things about you. Junsu shook his head, slightly declining. I don't think I can drink. Because from the men Kiseok considered confidants, he smelled something. The foul stench of a traitor. So after that, Junsu stood outside grilling meat, while Kiseok's group ate and drank freely. He sighed helplessly. They're having so much fun. They have no idea there's a spy. He needed to tell Kiseok, but would the old man believe someone he just met today? While Junsu was thinking, one of Kiseok's confidants came over and suggested, Warrior Kim, could you look after the director for a bit? Junsu nodded slightly, all right. Kiseok was now wasted. The man staggered over, put his arm around Junsu's shoulder and laughed. Warrior Kim, how's the team building fun, right? Junsu could only force a laugh. Ha ha, yes, very fun. It's even more fun with a traitor around. The confidant returned shortly after leaving, bringing a case of drinks. He poured drinks while saying, I'll have a glass of whiskey. Director, of course you'll have a soju bomb, right? I'll make it extra tasty for you. Hearing this, Kiseok exclaimed excitedly, Section Chief Choi's drinks are the best. The man named Section Chief Choi quickly filled a glass and handed it to Kiseok with a smile. Let's bottoms up. Kiseok had no problem with that. He reached for it, a one-shot sounds good. But at that moment, Junsu stepped in to stop him. Wait, you drink first. This startled Section Chief Choi. He asked doubtfully, what are you talking about? Junsu narrowed his eyes at Section Chief Choi and said coldly, what's wrong? Is there a reason you can't drink it? The best time to catch a traitor is when the plan is in motion. While pouring the drink, Section Chief Choi had been emitting a strong killing intent. He also had a worried expression. In a situation like this, poisoning was the perfect way to kill Kiseok, he thought. Then Junsu held the glass out to him and questioned him directly. Did you put poison in this? These words made Section Chief Choi panic. What are you talking about? Stop talking nonsense. Kiseok was also confused and asked, Warrior Kim, why are you suddenly... Junsu didn't answer, his tone still firm as he ordered, if there's nothing wrong, then drink it. Seeing Section Chief Choi still frozen in place, Junsu brought the glass to his face, about to pour it. Seeing the situation was bad, he slapped his hand away and yelled, Get away from me! The glass fell to the ground, and Section Chief Choi guilty lowered his head. This scene shocked Kiseok. The man angrily cursed, You bastard Section Chief Choi! Did you really poison it? Seeing that his plan was exposed, Section Chief Choi dropped the act. You betrayed us first. I heard everything from the guildmaster. You blocked my promotion to director. While the two were arguing, Section Chief Choi kicked out towards Kiseok. But Junsu was faster. He grabbed his arm and twisted it behind his back, holding him tight. He put his sword to Section Chief Choi's neck and said coldly, So your betrayal is real. What should I do now? He quickly trembled and begged, Wait, please spare me. Junsu ignored him and looked up at Kiseok, who was trembling with anger, asking, Or would you prefer to do it yourself, director? Section Chief Choi tried to say something else, but Kiseok had already drawn his weapon. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung down. Fresh blood sprayed like rain. Section Chief Choi's head was severed from his neck. Kiseok wiped the blood from his face and said in a cold voice, You fool! I knew you were greedy, but why would you kill me for a promotion? Right after the three of them drove away from that place. Kiseok was still furious. He couldn't stop cursing, That bastard Jun Byomjin. Does he hate me that much? So that's why he sent all my people away. What a filthy bastard. But at that moment, a truck suddenly sped up, pulling up alongside their car. And the person in the truck was Jin Yong. She smirked and said, I heard you caught some good prey. Seeing her, Kiseok's expression turned grim. But he tried to stay calm and said, Yeah, just some regular prey. Jin Yong snorted, Come on. Tell us the truth. I heard you caught Section Chief Choi. As she finished speaking, she pulled out a gun and pointed it at Kiseok. Seeing this, Junsu immediately changed his trait and quickly slammed on the gas, speeding away. Behind their car now wasn't just Jin Yong, but many other cars in pursuit. Junsu's car quickly broke through their encirclement, but bullets from behind still flew wildly. Kiseok didn't back down either. He stuck his head out of the car and roared, You Cheonwon bastards! Who do you think you're shooting at? As he finished, he threw a grenade in their direction. A massive explosion rang out. Smoke and fire filled the sky. But Jin Yong's group's car was still safe. Kiseok said, frustrated, Hunter Kim, can you slow down a bit? But Junsu just smirked and said, Want me to show you how it's done? Hearing this, Kiseok was still confused. Then he saw Junsu leaning out of the car, holding a gun and aiming at the group behind them. Junsu had changed to the firearms equipment trait, adding a set effect and reducing the gun's recoil. With the bonus from 3 traits, he could see through their movements. Then he used his 6th sense to aim. And then Junsu pulled the trigger directly. The bullet cut through the wind and lodged straight into a tire, causing the car to swerve. Junsu kept shooting like that. The convoy of cars quickly fell into disarray. Kiseok's confidant, seeing this, couldn't help but exclaim, Damn, that's a god-tier marksman. Kiseok also nodded in agreement, Warrior Kim, you're a real monster. But at that moment, Jin Young's car still caught up to the 3 of them. Her eyes were incredibly vicious, as if she wanted to ram them to death. Junsu changed his trait once again. His car flipped over, pinning Jin Young's car in a panic. And then, they escaped from being sandwiched by the 2 pickup trucks. Junsu drove with extreme skill, leaving a furious Jin Young in the dust. She screamed madly, Damn it, get them now! Through the rearview mirror, Junsu saw 5 cars still on his tail. He changed his trait again and pulled off some pro-level driving to escape. Junsu let out a satisfied sigh of relief. That was close. But the 2 people in the car almost threw up. A while later, they arrived at another base. Guards outside stopped them from entering. Kiseok quickly introduced them. This is Level 4 Warrior Kim from the Hunters Association, just returned from a hunt. The guard listened and nodded indifferently. But what's going on back there? Jin. Young's group had followed them all the way here like bloodhounds. Jin Young quickly jumped out of her car and ordered her subordinates to lower their weapons. The guard narrowed his eyes at them and warned, any disruptive behavior within the territory of Cheonwon will be considered a challenge. Jin Young nodded slightly and replied, I understand, I won't cause any trouble. Just then, Byung-jin also arrived, shouting aggressively, Wait, don't let them in. They're criminals, murderers, the guard said flatly. The Cheonwon army will not interfere in matters that happen in the hunting grounds. You know this, don't you, Chairman? Byung-jin wanted to say something else, but the guard's face darkened as he warned, Are you challenging the authority of the general of the Eastern Army? Is that what you want? Seeing this, Byung-jin was speechless. His face turned pale. After a moment, he looked at Kiseok and said, Running away like that makes you no different from a rat. Did you hire a professional race car driver? Kiseok smiled casually and said, It's all thanks to our hunter Kim. He's good at hunting, a great driver, and his shooting skills are art. If I had a daughter, I would have married her off to him already. Hearing this, Byung-jin was furious. He gritted his teeth and said, I can't believe superhuman Kim would side with someone like you. Junsu saw the situation was getting bad and tried to calm Director Kang down. Let's just be quiet. Let's not cause any bloodshed here. But Kiseok pouted and said, Don't you forget we're in Cheonwon. What's all the noise? Just then, an authoritative shout rang out, making everyone jump and look. From inside, a majestic figure was walking out. It was Gu Hye-won, the level 7 warrior general of the Eastern Army. Seeing him, the others immediately bowed their heads in greeting. General, my apologies. We were just talking. Junsu frowned slightly at the man. So he's here. Gu Hye-won stared at the group and yelled, The grudges of hunters are not my business. And that goes for Cheonwon as well. Do you think Cheonwon is your playground? The two men, Kiseok and Byung-jin, were scolded into silence. Gu Hye-won warned coldly again, If this happens again? But before he finished his sentence, he suddenly glanced at Junsu. Gu Hye-won observed him silently for a long moment. After a while, he announced loudly, Forget it, just this once. The Eastern Army will intervene in this matter. Hearing this, Byung-jin exclaimed in shock, General, this is clearly an internal affair of the Hunters Association. But Hye-won was adamant and shouted, This is an order from above. This made the two men, Kiseok and Byung-jin, even more terrified. Hye-won didn't say much, more calmly declaring, Tomorrow afternoon, hold a duel of honor right in front of City Hall. Only one person from each side may step forward. With that, he looked towards Junsu, which made Junsu frown in surprise. Why is he looking at me like that? Hye-won only looked at him for a moment, then shifted his gaze and declared coldly, The loser must willingly offer their head. If this offer is refused, I will be the one to pass judgment. The next day, in front of City Hall, a crowd had gathered. It was also raining. Kiseok looked at Junsu worriedly and said, Hunter Kim, are you sure you're okay with this duel? Even if you volunteered, this is a bit... Don't worry. Before the man could finish, Junsu cut him off flatly. Anyway, this duel of honor is just a way to test me. A sudden offer for a duel. It must be because of that guy behind the scenes, the level 8 superhuman, silently observing from inside City Hall. The general of the East, Hua Guang-un. Thinking this, Junsu smirked and said, Let's see. Watch closely what I can do. A while later, in the center of the square, Junsu and Byung-jin stepped forward for their duel. Byung-jin narrowed his eyes at him and said coldly, It's a pity, Warrior Kim. If you had agreed to join our Hunters Association, we could have been good teammates. Hearing these words, Junsu couldn't help but laugh out loud. He waved his hand dismissively. But I don't like working with filthy things like you. This made Byung-jin so angry he gritted his teeth. He roared furiously, If you've made your choice, then I'll just have to kill all of you. As he finished speaking, Byung-jin unleashed his own magic power. The people surrounding them outside cried out in terror. A vampire? Is he a shape-shifting demon? Junsu understood why they were so shocked. Vampires were supposed to be an extinct species, but he already knew about this guy and was fully prepared. The night before, Junsu had asked his two companions to find something for him. The man's confidant brought back a small amount for him. Then he asked doubtfully, I've scoured all the nearby markets to find as much as I could. Are you sure this is enough to handle that vampire? Junsu pouted and said, Manager Park, you're always in such a hurry. Then he began to merge his attributes into one, and so Junsu obtained the diamond body trait. This trait completed the construction of his three main traits. Back to the present. Byung-jin was now frantically attacking Junsu. Not daring to be careless, Junsu raised his shield to defend. This made the man's eyes widen in disbelief as he muttered, A measly level 4 runt can easily block my attack. With a light scoff, Junsu coldly said, I'm not weak enough to lose to a monster like you. Immediately after, he swung his sword, forcing Byung-jin back. He gritted his teeth and muttered, What is this power? Don't tell me he was hiding his true level. This is what's known as a game-breaking combo. Considered level 3 traits, Junsu possessed all 3 of them. It could maximize the giant's strength, and when combined with Diamond Body and Immortality, he gained the upper hand. Junsu quickly charged towards Byomjin again, attacking relentlessly, forcing him onto the defensive step by step. In just a moment, Byomjin's claws were shattered. His eyes red with anger, the man roared furiously, "If it has come to this, then I have no other choice." As soon as he finished speaking, Byomjin's body began to change. His sharp fangs grew rapidly. A new set of claws also formed. Strange pincers appeared on Byomjin's back. This sight caused the 2 people, watching from outside, to mutter in panic. No way! A monster mutation? This is the second awakened form of a demon using the mutation trait. The risk of using it is losing control and becoming a monster. But upon awakening, it possesses a power that can wipe out an entire team of level 5s. Therefore, we must destroy it before this thing fully develops. At this moment, the mutated Byomjin began to attack Junsu. However, Junsu also used Black Flame to fight back, but his pincers were able to disperse the Black Flame. Junsu couldn't help but be astonished. It can withstand Black Flame. If it fully awakens, it could definitely surpass level 7 easily. Just then, one of Byomjin's legs shot forward. Unable to react in time, Junsu was pinned to the ground. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, silently marveling, what kind of demonic power is this? Seizing the opportunity, Byomjin charged forward again, gloating triumphantly. I truly regret it, Warrior Kim. I never thought I'd have to kill such a valuable talent with my own hands. A series of sharp pincers simultaneously lunged towards Junsu. With a loud bang, the surrounding ground was completely shattered. Dust and smoke filled the air. Byomjin stood there majestically looking at the rubble before him. He thought he had won. But from within the smoke, a sigh echoed, startling him. Junsu rose from the rubble. He scoffed coldly. That was a close one. In his hand, the iron fist from the Destroyer King had appeared. Byomjin cried out in disbelief. What the hell? With that awakened power, you should definitely be dead. I would have been... But that's... If the Black Flame hadn't been slowly halting Byomjin's demonization. Junsu let out a small chuckle and said, You're done attacking, so it's my turn, right? If the evolution has been stopped, then there's only one thing left to do. Slit its throat before it fully evolves. With that thought, Junsu swung his sword. A brilliant sword light shot forward furiously. He smirked and said, Farewell, monster. Byomjin watched the brilliant sword light rushing towards him, utterly terrified. But there was nothing he could do. Just like that, he was split in two. When the light faded, a large crack had formed on the ground, and Byomjin had vanished into thin air. Kiseok's 2 companions joyfully surrounded Junsu, cheering. You really defeated a level 5 vampire. Even though I saw it with my own eyes, I still can't believe it. You're amazing. In contrast, Byomjin's side was now in complete panic. In utter confusion, not knowing what to do. Jinyoung was the same. She never expected Byomjin to be defeated like that. Junsu didn't care. He glanced at Kiseok and asked, So what are you going to do with the Hunters Association now? Kiseok thought for a moment before suggesting, How about you become the president of the association, Hunter Kim? Junsu gently shook his head, declining no. Director, you know the association best, so I believe you can do it. While the two were talking, Hyungwon approached and said, Warrior Kim, follow me, the general wishes to see you. Hearing this, Junsu smirked, just as he predicted. Jijong had been watching the fight the whole time. A little later at the Hwarang Palace, someone was already waiting inside. As soon as Junsu entered, he bowed his head in greeting. Hello, I am Warrior Kim. Then he raised his head to look at the person in the center. This was General Jijong of the Hwarang. I thought he was over 100 years old, but he doesn't look it. While Junsu was thinking, Jijong suddenly spoke. Yes, your fighting style is very refreshing. Who was your teacher? Even without releasing his mana, the pressure from his presence was already overwhelming. Junsu took a deep breath to calm himself and replied, I have no master. Hearing this, Jijong asked in surprise, None yourself taught. The 2 people sitting on either side of him also spoke up. Your movements are indeed unorthodox. Your swordsmanship is barely considered basic, and your movements are very clumsy. Junsu felt a little displeased by this assessment. Unaware of his thoughts, Jijong continued to speak. The more I look, the more interesting I find you. Have you considered becoming my disciple? This was not an unexpected offer. In the game, when choosing the warrior class, Junsu would also receive this quest. Becoming Jijong's disciple would definitely make him incredibly strong, and the reward would be the general's martial art, Hwarang swordsmanship. But right now, Junsu bowed his head and refused. I am very honored and truly grateful, but I want to try walking on my own 2 feet. This statement stunned the people around them. They cried out in disbelief. He dares to refuse father's offer. Have you lost your mind? Junsu stood there silently, saying nothing. If he accepted, he would face many restrictions. Choosing the easy path, is not always the right answer. Jijong was also silent at this moment, but the people beside him were constantly noisy, making him lose his patience. He erupted with an angry aura and shouted, "Silence, all of you be silent for me." The aura Jijong released made the people around him feel dizzy. Even Junsu felt as if something heavy was pressing down on his body. Just the pressure from him alone made his body feel like it was being crushed. But he could endure it, because he had his traits. Seeing Junsu still standing firm within his killing intent, Jijong was slightly surprised. He withdrew his killing intent and spoke coolly. "You can withstand it. Although you have potential, why did you refuse to become my disciple?" Junsu trembled slightly, as if he were standing before a tiger larger than a mountain. Junsu took a deep breath and spoke with determination. "I have a dream to reach level 9 superhuman myself, to reach the position of a constellation, a place that only 4 people have ever reached." Hearing this, Jijong was slightly surprised and said slowly, "To become as strong as a level 9 warrior, you will need to learn advanced swordsmanship and proper training. You need enlightenment more than anything else. When you reach level 7, bad habits might hold you back." But Junsu remained resolute and said, "Even so, whether right or wrong, I still want to walk my own path." That was his answer. Hearing these words, Jijong couldn't help but laugh. "Very well, I respect this indomitable spirit of yours." As soon as he finished speaking, he reached for the sword beside him. Then he threw it towards Junsu. This scene startled the people in the room. Junsu looked at the sword in his hand, his eyes shining like stars. This was the SSR grade item, the Black Tiger Sword. Junsu was still confused and didn't understand. Jijong spoke again, "Come here and take this as well." Junsu obediently walked up to him. He held his hands low to receive what he was given. Jijong slowly said, "This is Hwarang light swordsmanship." He had heard that. Junsu's swordsmanship clearly expressed the character for strong. Hwarang light swordsmanship is the same. Strength and speed are intertwined, so it will suit Junsu very well. The surprise was too sudden. Junsu was stunned for a moment before saying, "Thank you, General. But why are you giving this to me?" He wasn't complaining about the gift, but receiving too much was also stressful. Jijong casually smiled and replied, "I'm giving it to you because I see your spirit and potential. If you can reach level 9 within 15 years, or even just level 8, then the Eastern Army will be yours." As soon as these words were spoken, Junsu was once again shocked. The people beside him were the same. Each and every one of them began to advise the general against it. "This is ridiculous. This is just a foreigner." But Jijong was extremely resolute. He announced powerfully, "Listen up. Anyone sitting here, as long as they can reach level 8, will inherit my position." Hearing that, the crowd quieted down a bit. Then Jijong looked back at Junsu and said, "You have 15 years. During that time you can do as you please. But if you cannot reach level 8, you must return the Black Tiger Sword." Hearing these words, Junsu tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. After a long while, he knelt down and said solemnly, "I will remember this, and I will show you results in 10 years. Junsu didn't intend to inherit the Eastern Army, but keeping this offer wasn't a bad idea. And refusing someone's kindness is rude after all. The next day, Junsu finally returned to the city. Sitting in the Hunters Association headquarters, Kiseok laughed cheerfully. "Guess who's going to be called the Black Tiger from now on?" "But why did you refuse to become his disciple?" "His disciple?" Junsu casually replied, "I have a dream of trying to make it on my own. To collect all 3 divine swords, he couldn't be tied to any organization. Soren is connected, so he just has to wait for her to awaken as a Mars warrior. But Junsu still hasn't met Janet or Kaylee." Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. Kiseok, unaware of Junsu's plans, continued to laugh and say, "Haha, you're really different. Honestly, without you, our association would probably be in trouble right now, so..." At this point, the older man suddenly paused. Then he grasped Junsu's hand and said seriously, "Since you refused the president's chair, how about becoming the honorary director?" Hearing this, Junsu frowned in surprise. "Honorary director?" Nodding calmly, Kiseok slowly explained, "You just need to attend the quarterly meetings. All of your benefits will still be guaranteed." Junsu frowned slightly and thought, "This is a dream job. Getting paid without having to work." Seeing he hadn't answered, Kiseok continued to add conditions. "Of course, we thought that wouldn't be enough either, so we prepared something else." Junsu's eyes immediately lit up. Kiseok took out a suitcase containing 2 long guns. Kiseok excitedly introduced them. "These are Dasan guns." Junsu looked excitedly at the guns before him. In the story at the end of the Joseon era, a mad scientist Dasan, Jong Yakyong created this gun. Seeing that Junsu liked it, Kiseok smiled happily and said, "We'll give you both of them. They're currently held by our association. What do you think? By the way, why don't you go ahead and collect the rest of this Dasan gun collection? If you have all 5, it's said you can create the magic book of Dasan." Junsu naturally knew this. It was a divine artifact that could unlock The top traits for the sharpshooter. Build. He would collect them when he had the chance. Kiseok watched him intently, winked, and said, "So we have a deal then." Director Kim, all benefits received. Junsu would of course not refuse. He nodded happily. "All right then, I'll be in your care, Director Kang." "Ah no, Chairman Kang." After finishing his discussion with the older man, Junsu returned to his own home. He went down to the basement again to practice his swordsmanship. In just a short time, Junsu had reached stage 4 of Hwarang light swordsmanship. He practiced losing all track of time. Sword light constantly danced in the air. The key to using Hwarang light swordsmanship lies in controlling mana. If the correct technique is used, the sword aura will merge. Junsu took a deep breath, focusing his mind. The sword in his hand was drawn from its sheath once more. Immediately, a powerful beam of sword light was unleashed. With a loud bang, the area in front of him exploded. Smoke and fire filled the sky. When the dust settled, a large crack had appeared in the thick wall in front of him. Junsu marveled, muttering, "This power is insane." But he would need to practice more to be able to control it completely. Thanks to the Black Tiger sword, he could draw out a large amount of aura. But Junsu wasn't without gains. He smirked with a satisfied smile. He received 2 traits, Quick Draw and Lone Moon. Junsu exclaimed excitedly, "Getting 2 attributes like this makes the training worthwhile." Now he was not far from unlocking the Tiger-Lion characteristic. Just 2 more traits to go. He wanted to do it right away, but in the end he went up to the rooftop to be a chill guy. But Junsu's life could never be that rosy. Before long, a commotion below made him mutter in annoyance, "What the hell is that?" I was just about to take a break. Below, a black car was parked at his gate. A man stumbled out. This man was Kyogwon, only he had become one-armed. His remaining arm was covered in injuries as he cried out tragically, "Warrior Kim, please help me, no, please save my little brother." Seeing Kyogwon's battered body, Junsu couldn't help but be shocked. He quickly ran downstairs, anxiously asking, "What the hell happened to you?" That night on a building rooftop, Junsu and Kyogwon had arrived at this place. Junsu had heard his story and asked with a frown, "So you were betrayed by your underlings because they wanted to start their own gang?" Kyogwon nodded slightly, pursing his lips as he replied, "They secretly created a human trafficking ring behind my back. They held a grudge because I punished the group leaders." After hearing this, Junsu frowned and retorted, "I don't think that's the only reason." This statement left Kyogwon confused, but he didn't care. He used his traits to observe the surroundings. Although in the game, Kyogwon was betrayed, but Junsu remembered that this would end when he rooted out the human hunters. And even though Kyogwon was heavily injured, the enemy still sent many armed guards to stand watch around, meaning the person they were really targeting was probably him. The 2 human hunter brothers, the Mad Bomber and the Demolition Expert, were probably also involved. Thinking this, Junsu immediately suggested, "I'll go in through the front gate. In the meantime, you go find your brother." Hearing this, Kyogwon panicked and yelled, "The front gate!" "It's definitely a trap." "What are you thinking?" Smiling faintly, Junsu said confidently, "Just trust me, I'm level 4 now, you know." As he spoke, he took out a gun. True to his word, Junsu strode confidently through the front gate, without a hint of worry. Seeing him, the people lying in ambush inside immediately got into position, ready to fight. The leader laughed coldly and said, "This bastard really charged straight to us, huh?" Junsu narrowed his eyes at the man. He spoke in a low voice. "So it was you, the one who betrayed Kim Kyogwon." Hearing this, the other man clicked his tongue and retorted, "It wasn't a betrayal. Kim Kyogwon was the one who went against the will of the entire gang." With a light scoff, Junsu spoke coldly again. "Even so, human trafficking crossed the line. Don't you think?" As he spoke, he pointed the gun at the man. But the man wasn't afraid and laughed smugly. "What are you doing? This is a bulletproof vest, you idiot. Go on, shoot, I dare you." "If you insist," Junsu replied with a smirk, and he fired directly at the man. The bullet pierced straight through the bulletproof vest, and then lodged into the man's body. The man was thrown backwards, muttering in panic, How could you pierce the armor with a single bullet?" Junsu was extremely smug, because what was in his hand was the Dasan gun, which had penetrated all forms of defensive skills. His smug expression annoyed the traitor. He roared furiously, "Who are you staring at? Shoot him quick!" Immediately, a rain of bullets flew towards Junsu, but he quickly dodged them, then reloaded his gun, preparing to fire back. The first gun he received from the Hunters Association was the Dasan gun, and its ability was its power. Therefore, Junsu fearlessly fired, eliminating the men in front of him. It could destroy anything. It shot them and sent them to heaven. But that wasn't enough. Junsu had added traits suitable for a gunslinger. He wiped out the men as easily as flipping his hand. He had also obtained the ricochet shot trait. Just like that, Junsu had completed the final piece of his gunslinger build. He smirked and said, "Now I'll use this to wipe them all out. Then I'll go deal with the bastards behind this." And right after that, Junsu began to showcase his sharpshooting skills. He fired wildly at the group of men, even with bulletproof vests. They couldn't block the bullets from the Dasan gun. One by one they fell. Before long, a whole group of them had been taken down. Only one man remained. The man sat trembling on the ground looking at Junsu, as if he were looking at a monster. But he didn't care. He scoffed coldly and said, "Looking at this, it seems this plan wasn't your idea. Mastermind, where are they?" Before the traitor could answer, a phone on the ground suddenly rang. Junsu reached out to answer it. Inside, a mocking voice came through. "Warrior Kim, I'm going to send you a gift now." Hearing these words, Junsu couldn't help but frown, questioning, "A gift?" Before he could understand what was happening, something was hurtling towards them. With a loud bang, the area in front of them exploded, sending smoke and fire everywhere. The entire basement nearly collapsed completely. Fortunately, Junsu managed to use his traits to escape in time. He safely exited the basement. The entire building showed signs of collapsing in an instant. Junsu gritted his teeth in anger. These crazy bastards used the whole building as a trap. Time to teach them a lesson. Then he used his sixth sense to detect the mana of the group. Their location was quickly displayed. Junsu quickly ran towards the adjacent building. He scoffed coldly. "Go on, run and hide. With this trait, even if I were blindfolded, I could still find you." But on his way to find the enemy, something flew towards him from a distance. Junsu hastily dodged. The object slammed into the building behind him and then exploded directly. Looking at the rubble, Junsu was annoyed. He pursed his lips and muttered, "So they want to play this way, huh? Fine. Today I'll end this vicious cycle once and for all." As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled out his sniper rifle. At the same time, he changed the traits of a sharpshooter. Junsu didn't hesitate to take aim. He grinned smugly and said, "With these traits, I feel like I'm playing an FPS." Sure enough, very quickly, Junsu found the location of the two hidden men. Junsu smirked. Then he pulled the trigger. The bullet cut through the air and went straight into one man's head. Seeing his comrade fall, the remaining man immediately panicked. He quickly supported the other man, frowning as he muttered, "I deliberately hid between two buildings. So how is that guy still so far away?" Junsu was still locking onto his target through the sniper scope. He smirked playfully. "Hurry and hide. After all, with my bullets now, these walls are nothing. Because this is a bullet that can pierce through any object and hit things that aren't visible." And then Junsu pulled the trigger again. The bullet flew furiously, hitting its mark with one shot. It went straight through the other man's head. But Junsu knew he wasn't dead yet, because this bullet targets the soul instead of the body. But this is much better, and the others will take care of the rest. When the two men fell, Cheolguan arrived. While he was deep in thought, someone's voice suddenly called out from behind. Boss Cheolguan turned his head to look and saw his men approaching. On the back of the man in the middle was another teenager. He immediately cried out happily, "You guys are all alive." Cheolguan's subordinate quickly spoke up. "We tried to protect your brother." Cheolguan nodded slightly and smiled. "You kids, you don't know how worried I was." Looking at the person sleeping soundly on his subordinate's back, Cheolguan let out a sigh of relief. He thought for a moment and then continued to ask, "Where are the other members?" The subordinate quickly reported, "Those who were captured have escaped safely." "So what's our plan now?" Cheolguan thought for a moment before speaking. "First step is we have to clean up this mess. But first, we have to deal with the two guys who dared to mess with my gang." Cheolguan looked at the two men who had woken up. He walked towards them grimly, causing the two men to tremble uncontrollably elsewhere. After Junsu dealt with the two men, he stood in a corner waiting for Cheolguan. But after a long time, he still hadn't appeared. He impatiently muttered, "Kim Cheolguan is taking his sweet time." Just then, Cheolguan's voice suddenly came from behind. Warrior Kim, making him jump and look back. He only saw him suddenly run over, and then kneel down in front of Junsu. He asked in confusion, "What's wrong? What's the matter?" Cheolguan bowed his head low, hesitating for a long time. Finally, he muttered in a small voice, "Please, Warrior Kim, teach me how to become as strong as you." This incident made Cheolguan realize a few things. If he wanted to protect his family, he needed strength. But right now, he wasn't strong enough. Cheolguan said if Junsu showed him the way, he would become his servant. Hearing these words, Junsu was initially a bit stunned. Then he clicked his tongue and sighed. If Cheolguan was grateful, he should just give him some kind of reward. Something juicy would be fine. It's not like he wanted him to be indebted for life or anything, but he also didn't deny one thing. Cheolguan could definitely become a much stronger warrior than he is now. Seeing Junsu not answering, Cheolguan continued to speak. "I can even sign a magic contract with you, one that can prove my absolute obedience." Junsu narrowed his eyes at him and asked suspiciously, "Really?" Cheolguan nodded without hesitation and replied, "Of course, absolutely. Smiling faintly, Junsu spoke devilishly, "All right. If that's the case starting tomorrow, be prepared to face death." Hearing him agree, Cheolguan immediately bowed his head. "From now on, I will obey your orders absolutely." After a battle, the sky was beginning to brighten. This area had also turned into a pile of rubble. Two people, Junsu and someone else, were heading somewhere. Cheolguan muttered as he walked, "This place is the human body. Modification area that we took over." Junsu nodded slightly in response. "That's right, and the ones who betrayed, you used this place to continue their human trafficking." Hearing these words, Cheolguan immediately cried out in horror, "Here! I told those bastards to only use this place for storage. Don't tell me you brought me here to modify my body." Junsu casually admitted it. "Exactly, this place is perfect for upgrading superhumans who possess upgradable powers. Today you will undergo both biological modification and prosthetic implantation at the same time." Cheolguan reflexively shuddered and muttered in panic at the same time, "Isn't that very dangerous?" There have been many cases where people lost control of their mana, but before he could finish, Junsu put an arm around him and said with a smile, "Don't worry. As long as the modification factor and the prosthetic are compatible, it'll be fine." So the two of them continued deeper inside, stopping when they reached a basement. Junsu made Cheolguan get into the experiment machine, while he controlled it from the outside. They didn't have many materials, but it was more than enough to upgrade a level 3 warrior. The theory of warrior upgrading is basic, but you need to know how to combine things in new ways. Thinking this, Junsu looked at Cheolguan and reminded him, "It's going to hurt a little. Are you okay?" Cheolguan nodded slightly and replied, "I'm ready." "Then let's begin." Hearing this, Junsu didn't hesitate and said with a smile. His hand also started clicking the mouse. As soon as he finished, mana began to surround the experiment machine. Cheolguan took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, watching the saw blade slowly move towards him. Immediately, it began to cut into his body. The pain made Cheolguan unable to hold back a loud scream. Cheolguan of Ascension. In close combat, he would use a prosthetic hand as a weapon, and when fighting at mid-range, he would switch to using a machine gun. So instead of using materials for close combat or long-range fighting, choosing the dexterity trait will open a path for Cheolguan to transform into a demon. And finally, Junsu added the magic core to this. In the blink of an eye, the experiment machine suddenly lit up brightly. The fluid was quickly pushed inside, then injected into Cheolguan's body. At this very moment, his entire body began to transform. Outside, Junsu held his breath, waiting for a long time. He then smirked a satisfied smile on his face. This experiment was a great success. The experiment machine slowly opened. A set of claws emerged from within, followed by a mouthful of sharp teeth. Cheolguan had become a mutant wolf. Junsu smirked and asked, "How do you feel, Kim?" Cheolguan liking this rebirth. The werewolf mutation drug infuses mana into the prosthesis. It might trigger a mutation, a necessary step for a warrior to become stronger. Junsu used this on Cheolguan. He watched him intently, a small smile on his face. "If you begin to evolve, you won't have any trouble achieving your goal." Cheolguan laughed happily and said, "My God, thank you so much. So what should we do now?" Junsu thought for a moment before suggesting, "How about you guys start expanding your influence throughout the Guanak-gu area? You need a gang to maintain public order, as well as to monitor the other villainous gangs." Just then someone ran in from outside. Cheolguan turned to look at them and spoke, "You guys..." But when they saw his current form, the group froze for a beat, then trembled and muttered, "That voice, is that you, boss?" "But what happened to you?" Cheolguan replied coolly. "I've upgraded myself through body reinforcement, never mind that. Why are you guys here?" The other man hurriedly reported, "We found the human transport route that the traitor Kijunbeom was using. And we also found traces of biological experiments. But it's very difficult to approach, because there's a young mage who can shoot lasers standing guard." Hearing this, Cheolguan frowned and muttered, "A young mage." Behind him, Junsu also fell silent. That could be the person he was looking for. In a building not far away, the inside was being constantly bombarded. The walls were being relentlessly perforated, and inside a cage, a frail figure was curled up, sitting there. When Cheolguan and Junsu arrived, they saw this scene of devastation. Cheolguan couldn't help but exclaim, "That mage did all this. If we're not quick, this whole building will collapse." Indeed, with this power, there's no doubt. Inside that cage is one of the 3 most dominant warriors in the game. Janet, if Soren possesses the heavenly killing star, then Janet has innate energy. That's also what allowed the kid to rise and claim the position of one of the 3 most dominant warriors in the game. But the truth is, Janet's continuous use of that precious ability, it means that right now, her life is in danger from mana depletion, because Janet is using her power instinctively to protect herself. While Junsu was thinking, mana beams from the cage suddenly and shot towards him. And Cheolguan, not daring to be careless, Cheolguan quickly dodged, cursing in frustration. Damn it! At this rate, we can't get near her. But Junsu dashed forward, ignoring the mana beams aimed at him. Bang! The mana suddenly exploded. Janet, inside the cage, stopped when she saw this. But at the same time, Junsu had reached the cage. He broke the iron bars with his bare hands. Even though it was very painful, he still tried his best to save her. But Janet inside raised her hand to attack. Junsu was caught off guard, and so another explosion occurred in front of the cage. Dust and smoke filled the air. Outside, Cheolguan was extremely worried. But before he could do anything, he saw a potion bottle being thrown out. Junsu emerged from the smoke carrying the small body of Janet. He let out a sigh of relief. Almost got burned to a crisp seeing him. Cheolguan happily ran over about to say something, but Junsu quickly gestured. Shh, I used a potion to calm her down. We have to get out of here before the effect wears off. Cheolguan quickly replied, should I order my men to take her to the hospital? Junsu shook his head slightly. No, I'll take her to my place, and I'll take responsibility for her treatment. A short while later at Junsu's private residence, Soren, carrying her things, came to the basement smiling cheerfully. Master, I'm here. Junsu glanced at her for a long time before remarking, you've already reached level 3. Soren smiled and replied, I knew you'd notice. By the way, what are you planning to teach me today? Junsu scratched his head shyly and said hesitantly, the situation is a bit complicated. But my second student candidate is currently a little unwell. As he spoke, he glanced at Janet, who was resting on a chair with her eyes closed. Soren also noticed and quickly ran over to check. My God, what happened to this girl? Junsu slowly explained, right now she can't control her power. He said he planned to take Janet as his student and awaken her true power. He asked if Soren could take care of Janet. Soren agreed without hesitation. If it's for you, Master, then of course. I'll do anything. And so she stayed at Junsu's house. A few days later, in the basement, Junsu and Soren had been continuously attacking Janet for days. Her mana was still being relentlessly released to protect her. Soren, while attacking, asked doubtfully, Master, how much longer do we have to counter these things? It's been a week. Junsu didn't know what to say either. He was also attacking with all his might. After a long time, the IV bag was almost empty. Junsu finally spoke. Her mana should be almost depleted by now. She'll regain consciousness soon. Keep it up. The two continued fighting for a while longer. Finally, their efforts paid off. Janet's mana stopped and she slowly opened her eyes. But she looked around a bit dazed. Janet muttered in confusion, where am I? Soren ran straight to her, smiling cheerfully. Hey, you're awake. I was worried you wouldn't wake up. Are you hurt anywhere? Janet shook her head slightly. No, I don't think so. But where is this? And why am I here? Soren pointed to Junsu and explained, the person standing over there saved you. He also helped heal your injuries. Hearing this, Janet stood up and bowed to Junsu. Thank you for saving me. My name is Janet. Junsu shook his head slightly and replied, it's nothing. I'm just glad you've recovered. But why were you locked up in there? At the mention of this, Janet's tone filled with sorrow. My parents passed away while trying to escape from the Iliad Magic Tower. I was captured and then... Hearing this, Soren couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Junsu wasn't too surprised. It was exactly like the game's storyline. With that thought, Junsu walked over to her and spoke sincerely. Janet, if you have nowhere to go, you're more than welcome to stay here. To be honest, I'd like to take you as my student. Hearing this, Janet was stunned. Me? Junsu nodded slightly. You can avenge your parents' death. I'll teach you how to become a superhuman. The girl pursed her lips and muttered, but I have nothing to repay you with. It's okay. Junsu shook his head with a smile. You can repay me after you've become strong enough. Janet hesitated for a moment, her eyes welling up with tears. But quickly she spoke with determination. Yes, then please help me become a superhuman. And I will definitely repay you in the future. Junsu nodded slightly in response. All right, I have high expectations for you then. He was very happy at this moment. Janet was a very precious talent. The one who would teach him. One of the 3 most dominant swordsmanship skills in this game. But while Junsu was thinking, a mana beam suddenly shot out. It grazed past his ear and hit the wall behind him, causing it to explode. Janet said apologetically, sorry, I didn't mean to. Soren quickly reassured her, it's okay, no one was hurt. Junsu was exasperated. He sighed and said, Janet, let's focus on helping you control your mana first, okay? The girl nodded slightly in response. Yes. After that, Junsu began to explain her trait to Janet. The name of the trait you possess is innate energy. Do you understand what energy means here? Janet shook her head slightly. No. But Soren chimed in excitedly. I know it's like sword ki, right? Junsu slowly explained. This trait is similar to Heavenly Killing Star. However, he said, Janet needs to train her body to withstand the mana that she's using. Because if the pipe is too small, water will have a hard time flowing through. After hearing this, Janet hesitated and muttered, "Do you really think my physical constitution can improve?" Junsu replied confidently, "Of course, I'll teach you one of my traits." He would use this opportunity to test the conversion system. This was the system he would use in the future to learn swordsmanship from Soren. For Janet, the golden body trait will help train the user's body and mind to become tougher. And that's what someone who has suffered a lot of physical and mental trauma like Janet needs most right now. At this, Janet spoke up extremely excited. "Master, what do we start with now?" Junsu gave a meaningful smile. Then he bellowed powerfully, "What do we start with? Obviously, we eat as much as possible. The training is going to be harsh, so eat up." And so both Soren and Janet ate a hearty meal. 2 weeks later, still in the basement of Junsu's private home, Soren and Janet were training frantically. Unlike her previous frail appearance, Janet was now much more vibrant. Soren, in turn, was not to be outdone, and had also improved considerably. Junsu quietly observed the two training from the side. He couldn't help but feel impressed. In just 2 weeks, they've reached this level, truly worthy of being called natural geniuses. Soren has also acquired the swordsmanship trait. Thinking this, Junsu called out, "All right, you can stop. I'm going to have her train something else. Janet's body is strong enough now. It's time to train her on how to use mana correctly." Junsu faced Janet's sword in hand. He smiled and said, "I won't go easy on you. Try to block my attacks." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged with his sword. Janet, not daring to be careless, used her shield to block, but Junsu continued to attack relentlessly, forcing her onto the defensive. Before long, the two had exchanged several blows. Junsu could feel it a little now. The proficient movements exuded a steady aura, along with the flow of mana from Janet's innate energy, and her magic core as well. Thinking this, he raised his sword and struck again. The sword light rushed forward with the force of cutting wind. Janet was pushed backward, but Junsu was very satisfied and smiled. Now Janet could control her mana precisely. At that moment, Soren ran over and hugged Janet, exclaiming joyfully, "You did it, Janet! Great job, congratulations on your awakening." Junsu also spoke with satisfaction. Janet smiled gratefully and said, "Thank you, Master. It's all thanks to your and Big Sis's help. Truly worthy of..." An SSR class character, completely different. She reached level 3 right after awakening. Compared to others, it's not that surprising. At this point, Soren also declared powerfully, "I can't lose to my junior. I have to go hunting right away to level up." Hearing that, Janet also quickly followed her. "Big Sis let me come too." Junsu was naturally very pleased with this scene. As long as they grow quickly, they'll learn one of the 3 strongest swordsmanships. Soon, I can't fall behind either. So, Junsu took out his phone, looked at it for a while, then said, "Before my students' personal quests begin, I need to take care of a few things." A few days later, in a land surrounded by mountains on all 4 sides, Junsu had just landed in this place. This was the city where the Arch and Holy War took place. Beneath those shell-shaped buildings is a giant trans-dimensional labyrinth, a dangerous place where the souls of forgotten gods continuously invade. But Archon is currently protected by humanity's strongest team, the Guardian Alliance, so there's nothing to worry about. The reason I came to Archon is to be able to transfer the Einherjar cultivation technique here. Shortly after, Junsu went to a bar called Diana. When he entered, a woman was waiting inside. Seeing Junsu, the woman frowned and spoke. "I haven't seen you before, have I? Do you want a special drink?" Junsu replied coolly. "Do you sell information along with your drinks?" The woman asked back doubtfully. "Information, what do you want?" Junsu calmly replied, "I'm looking for Sigurd. I'm willing to pay for this information." Hearing this, the woman was immediately startled. After a long pause, she spoke hesitantly. "Sorry, but that seems a bit difficult. His wife is currently seriously ill." Junsu frowned slightly, falling silent. Thinking back the in-game information on Sigurd, did say he had a sad story about his deceased wife, right? Thinking of this, Junsu immediately spoke up. "Ma'am, could I see his wife for a moment?" Meanwhile, at a house on the outskirts of the city, the woman from the Diana bar had brought him to this place. She spoke in a low voice. "You can just go inside right now. Mr. Sigurd is in a very sensitive state." Junsu nodded slightly to show he understood. With these words, the woman pushed the door open and went in. She spoke cautiously, "Excuse me, Mr. Sigurd. There's a guest who says he wants to check on your wife's condition." But as soon as they entered, they saw 2 priests standing by the bed, performing some kind of spell. Seeing this, the woman let out a sigh of relief. "It seems there are already guests here. Thankfully, it looks like a priest has come to treat her. Maybe we should step outside for a bit." But as soon as she finished speaking, a hand grabbed the priest's arm. It was Junsu. Seeing this, the other priest started and cried out, What do you want? Let go of my hand. What do you think you're doing during the treatment process? These two are priests from the Thor and Gaia orders. In terms of healing ability, both sides are about the same. But Junsu spoke coolly. That treatment is meaningless right now. The holy light will only make the wound worse. These words made the priest of the Thor order angry and dissatisfied. He scolded, "What are you talking about? And how would you know?" Before Junsu could answer, Sigurd, who was waiting by the side, ordered him out. "Stop talking nonsense and get out. What does a strange superhuman like you know?" Hearing this, the woman from the Diana bar quickly explained, "Sigurd, this person says he knows how to cure Edgaris." Before she could finish, Sigurd shouted angrily, "Right now, every second with Edgaris is crucial." But at that moment, the person on the bed was suddenly lifted into the air. Sigurd ran over in a panic. "Edgaris, no! I'll start treating you right away." Junsu wanted to reach out and stop him, but it was too late. The priest continued to channel holy light into Edgaris's body, and so she was lifted high into the air again. Seeing this, Sigurd's expression darkened. A cloud of dark energy instantly enveloped the body of Edgaris. Sigurd frantically questioned the priest. "Why did Edgaris turn out like this? Continue the treatment, hurry." The priest shook his head slightly and replied, "It's too late. The holy light can no longer stop this disease." These words plunged Sigurd into despair. But at this moment, Junsu spoke coolly. "She can still be saved. Your wife's illness is caused by the evil, a spirit possession of black gold maris. Isn't it?" Sigurd looked at him in surprise, asking doubtfully, "How did you know? Do you really know how to cure it?" Nodding calmly, Junsu replied coolly, "Yes, I was telling the truth from the beginning." With this confirmation from him, Sigurd knelt directly on the ground. He trembled and pleaded, "Then I beg you, if you can save my wife, then I, Sigurd, swear on my honor that I will give you everything." "Excellent." Hearing this, Junsu smirked. "Then you must really keep your promise." Immediately after, he changed his traits. Then, he channeled magic spring into Edgaris's body. Stigma is a disease caused by demons in the labyrinth. It can shatter a person's soul, one of the worst kinds of debuffs. Worst. The evil spirit will gradually drain a person's life force. But thanks to Junsu, Edgaris returned to normal, Sigurd said joyfully. She stopped convulsing. Junsu nodded slightly and said, "I used mana to make her sleep." Just then, the two priests returned with their things. "Superhuman, I've brought the things you requested," Junsu said with satisfaction. "Good, then let's begin right away." Immediately, a ritual was set up around Edgaris's bed. Junsu was on one side preparing a potion. The two priests, after finishing their preparations, asked doubtfully, "All the candles have been lit. Can this really cure the disease?" Junsu replied coolly, "To be precise, it's more about helping her win than curing her. Even in the game, this kind of debuff isn't something that can be easily treated. The more you treat it, the stronger that thing will become by draining Edgaris's HP. In short, it's like you're giving her power to it. To overcome the possession, we must first remove the hidden seed inside the possessed body." At that moment, Edgaris was once again enveloped in dark energy, floating constantly in midair. Before long, two horns appeared on her head. Her physical condition also began to change. Seeing this, Sigurd cried out in panic. "Why is Edgaris turning into a demon? Did you do something wrong?" Junsu shook his head. "No. The process is going very well. Demons are always like this. You have to make them show a reaction before you can proceed." As he spoke, he took out a cross. Without hesitation, he slammed it into Edgaris's abdomen. Immediately, a brilliant light erupted from her body. Junsu roared powerfully, "Begone, sinful creature, you demon!" As soon as he finished speaking, a cloud of dark energy from Edgaris's body flew out. Her body also fell back onto the bed. Sigurd quickly ran over to check. Edgaris had woken up. Seeing her husband in tears, she asked in confusion, "Did someone die? Why are you crying?" Sigurd explained through sobs, "You've been possessed for the past half-year and just woke up. If it weren't for that young man, you really would have died." As he spoke, he pointed towards Junsu in the distance. Junsu, paying no mind, glanced at the two priests and said, "Now it's the priest's turn. Please handle the rest of the treatment." As he finished, he turned and left the room, making way for the priests to do their work. A short while later, in the reception room, Sigurd looked at Junsu gratefully and said, "Thank you so much. But why did you come all the way from Korea to here?" Junsu didn't hide anything and replied casually, "To find you, of course." This statement confused Sigurd. Junsu continued with a smile, "Didn't you say you would give me everything? Then please pass on the Sigurd art to me." Sigurd's ancestor was the human hero, most famous in Norse mythology, Sigurd. The Sigurd art was something passed down in the family. It was a cultivation technique of a much higher grade than Einherjar. So when Sigurd began to transfer that art into Junsu's body, he realized every cell in his body was awakening. And the characteristics of his mana were also changing. Stronger, tougher, and also more intense. Junsu's heart was now also enveloped by a large amount of mana. He sat cross-legged, focusing on his cultivation, and finally he obtained the Sigurd art trait. Junsu's maximum mana had increased by more than 30%. With this, he no longer had to worry about learning other swordsmanships. Just then, the two priests entered and said, "Mr. Sigurd, the treatment for Miss Edgarus is complete." Hearing this, Sigurd stood up happily. "Really?" Then he ran off. The two priests went over to Junsu. They asked hesitantly, "Superhuman Kim, it's amazing that you can cure possession. Do you know how to treat other types of possession?" Junsu nodded slightly, a little. Hearing that the two priests excitedly proposed, "Could you teach us?" "Of course we'll pay, if I do this right. I can get some favors from these religions, right?" So Junsu agreed immediately. "Of course you can, because the entire Guardian Alliance are the ones who have stopped the giant labyrinth for the sake of humanity." He said he couldn't accept money from people like them, so he would teach the two priests for free. After hearing this, they were even more excited, praising him as a saint. But they didn't know the deep calculations in Junsu's heart. Will these two armies really accept this for free and pretend nothing happened? Of course not. This is the way to unlock a hidden quest. One evening, many days later, the city of Archon threw a celebration party. Everyone raised their glasses to celebrate. Sigurd and his wife stood on either side of Junsu, constantly urging him to drink. Then they drank a lot themselves. Junsu was speechless. "How much have they drunk? I'm about to pass out from overload." A week ago, Junsu had given a lecture for the people of the city. He had spread the method to overcome this stage to both the Church and the Guardian Alliance. Then he also went around saving warriors suffering from demonic possession. Junsu also told them what the ingredients were. So he had changed the fate of Archon. So it was reasonable for them to hold such a festival. But now Junsu needed to rest. "I'm tired of the noise." A little later, Junsu finally managed to escape outside. He breathed a sigh of relief. Finally escaped. Those folks sure know how to party. Just then, the director of the Guardian Alliance came to greet Junsu. He smiled cheerfully and said, "I was worried I wouldn't be able to thank you. I rushed here as soon as I recovered. Do you have time now?" Junsu shook his head slightly. "I'm a little tired right now. I think we should talk later." Hearing this, the director of the Guardian Alliance couldn't help but sigh with resignation. "Oh well, that's a shame. Our chairman wanted to meet you." Hearing this, Junsu's steps immediately halted. The Guardian Alliance director was still rambling on. "If it's not convenient for you, it can't be helped. I'll explain it clearly to him." But Junsu had changed his mind. He winked and said with a smile, "No, I'm suddenly not tired anymore. Please lead the way." If it was the chairman of the Guardian Alliance, then Junsu knew who it was. The youngest disciple of the heavenly demon Blood King. A little later, Junsu was led to a luxurious house. He bowed to the person sitting on the chair. "It's an honor to meet you. I am Warrior Kim." The other person also greeted him politely. "Nice to meet you. I am Chenwei." Junsu looked at him intently and spoke. "Chairman, the one who has guarded the labyrinth? And your dedication to the Guardian Alliance." "I know it well," Chenwei replied with a modest smile. "Thank you for the compliment. It's a small matter. Please have a seat." Hearing this, Junsu sat down and listened to Chenwei speak with a smile. "I heard you spread the cure for the spirit seal in Archon. Is that right? Truly as impressive as I've heard?" He couldn't help but ask in surprise, "You know me." With a faint smile, Chenwei replied casually, "In this world there is no news that the Guardian Alliance doesn't know. I hear you're the rising star of Korea. Have you considered becoming my disciple?" As soon as he finished, he looked at Junsu intently, waiting for his answer. Hearing these words, Junsu couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "What? What do you mean?" Chenwei slowly explained, "Your personality, strangely enough, is very similar to my master's, like someone who can predict the future." Junsu frowned slightly and asked back, "You mean the heavenly demon?" "Right." Nodding calmly, Chenwei continued, "Yes, the heavenly demon, the greatest under the heavens at that time. My master's skills have reached the gates of heaven, although he is in seclusion training, and I haven't seen him in decades. The disciples of the heavenly demon, the heavenly lord, the ghost sovereign, the blood king, all of them are SSR class and level 8, but the heavenly demon is of the peerless Ur class, and the reason is the heavenly demon divine art, a technique that is both absolute offense and defense, including formulas for mana control and movement. The heavenly demon possesses the strongest martial art in the world." At this point, Chenwei spoke slowly again, although it's a bit of a shame that the heavenly demon divine art was passed down to my senior, brother. My blood fist divine art is also something to be reckoned with. Anyone seeking power will not regret it. After hearing this, Junsu's eyes lit up. Crazy, the blood fist divine art is a top-tier martial art. This is a golden opportunity. But Junsu spoke apologetically. "I am very grateful for this offer. But I'm afraid I cannot follow you, Chairman, Chen Wei asked in confusion. Why am I not qualified to be your master? Junsu shook his head slightly. That's not it. It's just that I already have one, so I couldn't refuse the offer to become someone's disciple. After saying that, he showed him his sword. After examining it, Chen Wei nodded in understanding. It seems you've met Master Gojijob. I can't do something so disrespectful to him. After all, he's a historical figure. At this, he couldn't help but click his tongue and sigh, just when I thought I had found a smart candidate for a disciple. That old man had to ruin it. Looks like I have no other choice. Finishing his sentence, Chen Wei took out a medal and placed it on the table. Then he spoke again. A small gift to express my sincerity to you. Isn't this the Heavenly Demon Medal? Junsu exclaimed in shock. Wait, you want to give me such a rare item? Chen Wei said in a deep voice. Only the master and his disciples are allowed to use this. You should cherish it. Junsu expressed his gratitude, thank you. But the reason he gave it to him was crystal clear. It meant if Junsu changed his mind, he should find Chen Wei. Perhaps it was similar to how the general gave him this sword. However, Junsu absolutely loved it. Being noticed by two powerful experts like this was so awesome. He laughed so hard he started shaking. Seeing this, Chen Wei asked doubtfully, Why did you suddenly start shaking? Junsu quickly stood up. He bowed his head low to him and said respectfully, It's because I was so moved by your gift. I will cherish it. Please take care. Chen Wei nodded in satisfaction. Very good. I hope next time we'll meet as master and disciple. Junsu was overjoyed. It was time to collect the reward for that tough quest. The next day, in a high-rise building in the city, the two priests from the two congregations brought Junsu a chest. Although he was thrilled inside, Junsu still feigned reluctance and said, I didn't expect any thanks. This made the two priests praise him endlessly. After some brief pleasantries, Junsu finally opened the chest. Inside was a large hammer. The priest from the congregation of Thor quickly introduced it. This is a gift from the congregation of Thor, the Hammer Mjolnir. The congregation of Gaia gifted him an SSR grade item, an invisible shield. It can be freely shaped by the influence of magic. Junsu hugged the two items tightly overjoyed. Seeing this, the two priests spoke up. Do you like them, sir? Junsu looked up at the two of them and said with a smile, You've really given me such precious gifts. Is that so? If this was all, you might be a little disappointed? But they didn't let him stay disappointed for long. They proceeded to open another chest. Inside were 10 vials of ES flower nectar, 7 diamonds, and also angel's tears. In addition, there was something else. Junsu asked doubtfully, What's this, a demon's heart? The priest nodded slightly and explained, Yes, we prepared it for you to refine along with the flower nectar when you use it. After hearing this, Junsu frowned in thought. He figured he should ask for a little more. With that thought, he asked hesitantly, So do you have a fire dragon demon's heart? Hearing this, the priest from the congregation of Gaia asked doubtfully, Isn't that something used by fire-type mages? Junsu summoned black flames in his hand and said with a smirk, That's right, I can use black flames, so of course I need it. The characteristic of the fire dragon demon is hellfire. If you want to win the high-stakes game against the tower, you'll need it. Seeing the black flames, the priest from the congregation of Thor immediately nodded in understanding. I understand. Then we are willing to give it to you. Very quickly, he took out the fire dragon demon's heart for Junsu. This was also the final gift for him. Junsu took it in his hand, grinning cheerfully. Thanks, everyone. At this moment, the priest from the congregation of Thor spoke again. As per direct orders from our superiors, you will become an honorary holy knight of the Thor Corps. The priest from Gaia also nodded in agreement. Junsu had no objections. Getting stronger is very important, but there's no need to refuse these things, so he smiled casually and said thank you. I am more than willing to become an honorary holy knight. If one day Junsu wants to regain control of the Father's congregation, he will need the power of these two congregations. In the afternoon, the sun had begun to set. However, the festival in the village was still going on. Junsu had no choice but to weave through the crowd to get home. But halfway there, he heard a familiar voice. A figure in a white cloak was rushing towards him. That person was Priest Kim, except his face was fraught with worry. Junsu was about to ask what was wrong, but before he could speak, Priest Kim covered his mouth. He whispered nervously, Shh, I'm being chased by the Father's congregation right now. Let's move somewhere else. Quick. Meanwhile, in the crowd, there was indeed a group of people with unfriendly faces, constantly glancing around searching. A little later, in a secluded spot, after escaping from that place, Priest Kim finally let out a sigh of relief and said, I think they're gone. I really thought I was a goner. Junsu looked at him doubtfully and asked, What's going on? I thought you were in the Levant, Priest Kim slowly explained. At least I found the treasure. Thanks to the golden holy relic inside, I reached level 5. But then I was discovered by the Father's congregation. After all, that place is their origin. At this point, Priest Kim was so scared he held his head and muttered, "Well, I don't know if the trial will be difficult or not. So I need to get to level 7 quickly so our god—" Junsu narrowed his eyes at him and asked hesitantly, "Is there anything I can do to help with that?" Hearing this, Priest Kim frowned in thought. After a long moment, he said shyly, "Actually, that's also why I came looking for you." Hearing that, Junsu asked doubtfully, "What is it?" Priest Kim said quickly, "Can you take me into the giant labyrinth?" Junsu frowned slightly and muttered, "The labyrinth?" Priest Kim nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, to the starting fortress on the 10th floor." After hearing this, Junsu fell silent in thought. For Priest Kim's congregation to be officially recognized, they need to accumulate more divine power. Using the labyrinth as a sanctuary to build up strength until then is actually perfect. A short while later, at the entrance to the labyrinth, the guards stood watch day and night. Just then they seemed to see something. It was Junsu and Priest Kim approaching. However, their faces were covered. A guard asked suspiciously, "Halt! What do you want?" Junsu answered calmly, "I want to enter the giant labyrinth." Hearing this, the guard frowned. "At this hour," Junsu explained calmly, "I have my reasons." Because his face was covered, the gatekeepers would see him as a criminal. The giant labyrinth is often used as a hideout for criminals. This is a lawless zone, where the laws of the surface world don't apply. The guard hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Level 4 superhuman, all right? You can enter. But when you leave, remember that your identity will be checked at the exit." And so the two of them entered the labyrinth without any trouble. Priest Kim walked in a daze, but on second thought it wasn't exactly wrong. From a normal perspective, Priest Kim was indeed a religious criminal, and inside the labyrinth, Priest Kim asked doubtfully as they walked, "Didn't you say you were really famous in this area? But those guys earlier didn't recognize you at all." Junsu smirked and said, "Don't ask questions like that. If I were recognized, rumors would spread and your cover would be blown." Priest Kim chuckled sheepishly. Then he added, "But it is quieter in here than I thought." Just then, Junsu's eyes suddenly detected something. They narrowed instinctively. He frowned and muttered, "There's a dark scent in here." Hearing this, Priest Kim asked a bit confused, "A dark scent?" Frowning fiercely, Junsu said in a low voice, "There are demons lurking up ahead." "No, I take that back. The demons are charging at us." Sure enough, just as he finished speaking, a horde of demons rushed forward. Junsu took out Thor's hammer and said, "Priest, bless our weapons." Priest Kim was very obedient. He quickly buffed Junsu with holy light. In the blink of an eye, the hammer in his hand was overflowing with holy light. Junsu smirked. Perfect timing. He was wondering how the new weapon would perform. An SSR weapon and a golden blessing. And right after that, Junsu charged forward and began to sweep through the demons. In an instant, they were all taken down. Priest Kim couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of a warrior. Junsu didn't hold back his praise for him either. "Your blessing is top-notch too." With a soft chuckle, Priest Kim said happily, "To be honest, at first I was a little scared that the Father's army would follow us here. But as long as we get through this gate, we'll be on the 9th floor. However, Junsu's expression had turned a bit grim. This confused Priest Kim, who asked, "Why the sudden strange look?" Junsu said seriously, "I think things won't go as you wish." Just then the door in front of them suddenly opened. A woman emerged from within. Behind her was a group of people. The woman said with a malicious smile, "You're later than I thought, Savior." Seeing that group, Priest Kim trembled. He shrank back and hid behind Junsu, shaking. Junsu, on the other hand, didn't understand how they had found him. But on second thought, it was obvious. They must have been tailing Priest Kim from the start. So that woman probably also has a tracking trait just like Junsu. No wonder. No matter where they ran, they could still follow them effortlessly. Just then, the supervisor from the Father's congregation smiled and said, "This tiresome persuasion ends here. Finally, you've joined our faith, Savior." With a soft scoff, Junsu said coldly, "Join your congregation? What kind of nonsense is that?" She smirked and said, "The Saintess has blessed us with a holy word. If the Savior agrees to join, he will be treated as her equal. You will have to devote both your body and spirit to the Father's congregation." Hearing this, Junsu cursed under his breath in displeasure. Are they trying to justify sacrificing him? With that thought, he shouted angrily, "Are you crazy? Who gave you the right to decide that?" The woman clicked her tongue, twice pouted, and said with a smile, "You don't need to worry about much, because right now, the inheritance ceremony for you, the Savior, has already been prepared." As she spoke, she gave a malicious smile. Junsu sneered and said, "Did you throw the Treaty of Westphalia into the soup or something? You know that acting on your own will cause great chaos, right?" Hearing this, the woman gave a wicked smirk. Then she threw her head back and screamed at the sky. "This is the giant labyrinth, a place beyond all laws. There are no limits here." And so she ordered the holy knights to destroy Junsu. Junsu was a bit stunned at first. Priest Kim behind him was too scared to say a word. But then Junsu sneered and said, "That's right, this place is outside the law. Which means I can also cut off your limbs without any hesitation." Hearing this, Priest Kim hesitantly reminded him, "Hey, can we really do this? There are 2 at level 5 and the rest are level 3 or higher." Junsu said with great confidence, "We can do it." With that, he took out a grenade. Then he shouted, "Priest Kim, give me a blessing." Priest Kim immediately got to work. All of Junsu's high-tier traits, plus the weapons he's obtained until now, he wasn't afraid to fight them. The grenade, after being blessed, was filled with holy light and flew off. Boom. A huge explosion erupted. Smoke and fire filled the air. But when the smoke and dust cleared, the group from the Father's congregation was still standing there unharmed. The female leader said contemptuously, "What kind of cheap trick are you pulling? Those toys, that won't even scratch us." But at that moment, Junsu took out a rocket launcher and aimed it at them. He had also changed his trait to sharpshooter. He fired relentlessly. However, the woman created a protective barrier. It couldn't harm them. She laughed triumphantly. This is the true power of the Father Savior. Junsu landed from mid-air, paying her no mind. He smirked and said, "That was just the opening act. Now for the main event." Immediately after, Junsu changed his trait again, using Sigurd's combat techniques. His power was enhanced to the point that the blood in his body boiled. Immediately after, Junsu started to charge. His speed was so fast it was invisible to the naked eye. He began attacking the group from the Father's congregation. Junsu's senses were heightened to the point. It was as if he could see everything in the world. He could see the position of every single one of them clearly. He also found their openings, so he quickly drew his sword. Junsu used Huang Wang's continuous slash and attacked. In just a moment, the formation of the Father's congregation was broken, causing one of them to cry out in panic. "Wait, something's very strange." At the same time, Junsu once again summoned his magic power. Right after that, he glanced at the few remaining ones behind. Then he continued to attack with the Tiger King's double strike. The sword's light danced wildly in the air. The surrounding space seemed to be torn apart. The woman hurriedly ordered, "Don't retreat. The Great Father is watching us." Knights form a wall. Quickly, the remaining ones formed a horizontal line, creating a fortress wall. However, Junsu charged forward without the slightest hesitation. The sword was drawn from its sheath once more. This time, it was the Tiger King's violent blast. A frenzied slash of light was unleashed. Then it exploded directly, causing the group to fall. Even the woman standing at the back had a few strands of her hair cut off. The terrified Holy Knights cried out, "Supervisor, the enemy is pushing us back. What should we do? Please give us an order." The woman replied coldly, "Accept death with glory." This confused the knights, but she ignored them. She continued with a smile, "Your deaths, and will please the Father in the divine realm. This is his will. You are not allowed to refuse." The difference in numbers and levels was nothing to Junsu. He completely overwhelmed the Holy Knights. Junsu charged forward relentlessly, his sword aura dancing continuously. His posture was incredibly graceful, but it caused everything around him to crumble. Seeing this scene, the woman was not afraid at all. Instead, she smiled and exclaimed excitedly, "You are truly magnificent. Oh, Savior, it is an honor to witness this face of the light." Junsu snorted and asked coldly, Are you finally going to send out someone stronger?" Nodding indifferently, the woman replied calmly, "Yes, I will send someone worthy of you, but I only care about one thing. You absolutely must not die." As soon as she finished speaking, 2 high-level Holy Knights stepped forward. But at this moment, Junsu's figure remained incredibly defiant. There was not a trace of fear. Without a moment's hesitation, the 2 Holy Knights charged forward to attack. Junsu calmly used his shield to block their swords, but surprisingly, the knight who had just clashed with the shield spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. This threw him into utter confusion. Internal injuries? How I only hit that shield once. Whether the Holy Knight understood or not, he was sent flying by Junsu. The remaining one now launched a sneak attack from behind. Junsu quickly leaned back to dodge. Then he used the momentum to spin and attack. The mighty hammer slammed down on the Holy Knight. He smirked triumphantly. "Is this what you wanted to test me with? It's not even enough for a warm-up." The Holy Knight was beaten to a pulp. His gaze towards Junsu grew increasingly bewildered. How can this guy be a savior? He's definitely a disciple of the devil. With that thought, he immediately charged with his sword, shouting, "Disappear, demon!" Junsu couldn't help but frown, still alive. As soon as he spoke, he swung his sword and cut off the man's head. He snorted coldly. "What a pity. I didn't want to go this far." "So it's just you left, huh?" Saying that, Junsu looked towards the woman. At this, she actually laughed excitedly. "You still have new power hidden in that body. You truly are the savior. From the Father's prophecy." Junsu didn't care about what this crazy woman was saying. He quickly switched his weapon to a sword, and changed his trait as well. He also had Priest Kim behind him providing buffs, Junsu said coldly. Is that all you're going to say? Hearing that the woman screamed maniacally. What more do I need to say? Now I just want to wait until your soul reaches the divine realm. But as soon as she finished speaking, a powerful slash of light shot towards her. It then exploded directly. When the smoke and fire cleared, the woman had also been eliminated. Priest Kim couldn't help but exclaim, "You really took care of all of them by yourself," Junsu said casually. "It's thanks to your blessing, good job." With that, Junsu looked over at the woman's corpse. He snorted coldly. Did you see how that woman was still spouting nonsense at the very end? That's why you can't deal with crazy people. Right after that, they started to collect the loot, but everything around them was destroyed. Junsu sighed in resignation. Well, I got too angry and went a bit overboard. Their stuff is all ruined. Can't get anything. Too bad. But thanks to that battle, he had enough materials for the high-tier trait 1 against 1,000. So it's all good. With no more obstacles, Junsu and Priest Kim successfully entered the 10th floor of the giant labyrinth. Priest Kim exclaimed joyfully, "We finally made it to the 10th floor." Junsu also nodded. "Congratulations, you've reached your destination." Priest Kim turned to look at him and said gratefully, "Without you, I would have never made it this far. I'd probably still be just an ordinary healer." Junsu shook his head and said with a smile, "You're the one who worked hard. I didn't do anything." At that moment, Priest Kim suddenly remembered something. He reached into his pocket and took out a necklace, handing it to Junsu. He said slowly, "This is the heart of prosperity." Junsu took it excitedly. "This is an SSR-grade holy relic. This is good stuff." Seeing that he liked it, the priest added, "I found it in the treasure valley of the Levant, the one you mentioned. I thought it would be perfect for you." The more Junsu heard, the more pleased he was. He ruffled his hair and said with a smile, "Thanks, kiddo." Priest Kim was very happy to be praised. He then asked curiously, "So where are you planning to go now?" Junsu replied casually, "It's time to go back to Korea. And it's also time to find the final item, to get to level 5. A few days later, in a forest in Gangwon Province, Korea. After returning, Junsu entered this place. It was a forest with lush trees, but it also held danger. Junsu hadn't walked for long before a blade was held to his neck. A figure in a black cloak appeared out of nowhere and spoke coldly. "What is an outsider doing here?" Junsu frowned slightly, looking back. This person was hiding their appearance, but he recognized it. This was the SR-grade character Snakebone. It seemed he had found the mutant's hideout. Seeing Junsu didn't answer, Snakebone spoke again coldly. "I asked why you are here." Junsu replied calmly. "I have some business here." But it ordered him away. "This is a restricted area, get lost." With an involuntary sneer, Junsu said, "Isn't this the way to the Village of Hope?" Hearing this, Snakebone was immediately stunned. It asked in confusion, "How do you know that name?" The place Junsu wanted to go was called Monster Village, but the mutants called it the Village of Hope. At this, Snakebone lowered its blade. It said indifferently, "I didn't expect you to know the village's real name. I will lead the way, stay close to me." With that, it turned and left. Junsu quickly followed. Luckily, Snakebone was on patrol today. It was more easygoing than the other mutants. A little later, inside the Village of Hope, the trees were blooming full of life, and the mutant creatures were also very cheerful. When Junsu was led in by Snakebone, the mutants who saw him immediately became wary. Before long, a pair of giant legs appeared blocking their path. It was a large bear. It narrowed its eyes at Snakebone and asked, "Why did you let a human into the village?" Snakebone answered slowly, "He knows the name of this village, and he said he has something to discuss with you." Hearing this, the bear lowered its head to observe Junsu. After a long moment, it spoke doubtfully. "I've never seen you before. What is it?" Junsu took a deep breath to compose himself and spoke. "I'd like to ask for a favor." The bear looked at him doubtfully. Junsu hesitated for a long moment before continuing. "I need the magic core of a mutant beast. I don't know if it's possible." But before he could finish, the bear suddenly swiped its paw, attacking him. Junsu was sent flying. If not for traits like Diamond Body, he would have been knocked out. Seeing him still standing, the great bear charged fiercely. "You! Now you deserve to be beaten to death. I'll kill you." Seeing this, Junsu panicked and cried out, "Wait! What are you doing?" "I don't want to harm anyone." He understood why it was so enraged. Because a magic core can only be taken from a mutant's corpse. The great bear swung its claws while roaring furiously. "If it were the corpse of your family, could you sell them for a few pieces of silver?" Junsu looked at the sword aura emanating from its claws. He couldn't help but be bewildered. A bear can use sword aura, is that for real? But now was not the time to think about such things. He quickly said, "Please calm down. I will pay a worthy price, okay?" Hearing this, the great bear shouted in displeasure. "I already said I don't need money." "Not money." Junsu shook his head slightly, then reached into his bag and took something out. The great bear was blinded by the light of the object and stepped back. It looked at the thing in Junsu's hand and muttered in confusion, "What is that?" He thought it was something incredible, but Junsu had only taken out a cup of instant noodles. He smirked and said, "I will pay a worthy price." In an instant, the great bear flew into a rage and shouted, "Are you kidding me?" Junsu remained very calm. He took out boiling water and poured it into the noodles. He said slowly, "Don't say that, just give it a try. We can talk later, no need to rush." Then he closed the lid and pushed it towards the great bear. "This isn't ordinary instant noodles, you know. I don't need it. Get lost quick or I'll tear you to pieces." The great bear fiercely tried to chase him away. However, the aroma of the instant noodles wafted into its nostrils. Instantly, it took on the appearance of a puppy. Junsu smiled smugly. A mutant bear with a keen sense of smell wouldn't be able to resist the aroma of this national dish. Sure enough, the great bear sat down in front of the noodle cup and muttered doubtfully, "I've never smelled anything like this before." Junsu smirked and said, "I heard from a friend that the friends in the Village of Hope struggle to find food." Hearing this, the great bear snorted. "Seems you know quite a lot." Shrugging nonchalantly, Junsu said, "Go ahead and eat. Don't you want to know why humans go crazy for instant noodles?" In an instant, the great bear hesitated, but then it changed its attitude. "I am the village chief of Hope, so I'm only eating this to learn about human culture. It's not because it looks delicious." And so it quickly poured everything into its mouth. The moment the flavor touched its tongue, the great bear's eyes went wide. This flavor was like taking it to heaven. The chewy noodles filled its mouth. The hot broth filled its stomach with satisfying warmth. It was truly a divine taste that captivated it. The great bear muttered in a trembling voice, "How can something possess a flavor like this?" "There's more." Junsu nodded slightly and replied, "I brought many other dishes today. Everyone come and try some." With that, he took out a lot of delicious food and shared it with the surrounding mutant creatures. Not all mutants have the same palate as this bear, so Junsu had prepared everything with magic powder. Sure enough, the horde of mutant creatures ate until they were entranced. Even the great bear ate like there was no tomorrow. Everyone gradually warmed up to Junsu. This made him very satisfied. But at that moment, Snakebone suddenly picked up a jar and spoke. "Wait, this is magic powder. Is this safe enough for us to eat?" As soon as these words were spoken, the mutant creatures panicked. The great bear glared at Junsu again. He sighed in resignation. He couldn't blame them for being cautious. If absorbed incorrectly, a mutant's magic core could explode. But he already had a plan. With that thought, Junsu smiled and said, "If everyone is worried, why not ask the guardian deity, the one who possesses the power of prophecy, and is also known as the grandmother of Monster Village, the Divine Tree." The guardian deity of Monster Village, the Divine Tree. Although she is weaker compared to other divine beings, she is still a true god. Therefore, all matters related to the mutants are decided by her. The great bear quickly brought the magic powder before the Divine Tree to let her see it. After receiving an answer, it still asked doubtfully, "Is that really so, Godmother?" Terrified, Hee-chun's body was frozen, unable to move. Hee-chun realized what it was. He yelled in frustration, "You bastard, where did you get that gun?" But the person in front of him had already disappeared. When he reappeared, Junsu was behind Hee-chun. In a flash, Junsu switched his trait to Airstrike. This is the jump skill, enhanced by the Airstrike trait. It exploits an opponent's opening in an instant, and rains down bullets like an airstrike. After taking them both down, Junsu smirked and said, "Ready to give up now?" But just then, Hyun smirked and said, "How ridiculous. You think you can win with just that little bit of power?" As soon as he finished speaking, his body was enveloped in a blood-red aura, making Junsu jump back in surprise. Hee-chun is using an item. It's called the Fruit of Eternal Darkness. And at the same time, Junsu was surrounded by the muzzles of black guns. Hee-chun was now being supported by someone. The situation was not looking good. Junsu tightened his grip on his sword. Even he wasn't sure he could get out of this safely. Just then, a sudden shout rang out. "Everyone stop!" At the same time, the modification machine emitted a golden light. Everyone who saw this was stunned into silence. Junsu, on the other hand, was overjoyed. Just in time. The faces of the two Seo brothers turned as black as coal. Hee-yeon stepped out from inside. Her form had changed. She had become a level 7 superhuman. She even had 2 pairs of wings on her back. Hee-yeon's title now was Sun Crow. She spoke coldly. "You guys are late this time." Seeing this, Hee-chun couldn't help but tremble and mutter, Sun Crow?" But Hyun stubbornly yelled back, "Who do you think you're scaring? Fine, let's fight." But just then, a middle-aged man walked in and held him by the shoulder, advising him, "Stop. If the youngest chairman really makes a move, this entire building will collapse within a minute." This man is Yoon Kyung-jun, one of the founders of the Kumo Group. He said coldly, "I thought the outcome was already decided in the last confrontation." yet you still behave like this. Are you ignoring the procedure approved by the shareholders? Hearing that, Hee-chun trembled and tried to explain. Father-in-law, I didn't mean that. But before he could finish, he was coldly cut off by Kyung-jun. If you didn't mean that, are you plotting something else? Besides the chairman's death, these words made Hee-chun's face darken. He was speechless for a long time. Then Kyung-jun looked towards Hee-yeon and congratulated her on reaching level 7. Chairman Seo Hee-yeon, I will see you at the shareholders' meeting to elect the next chairman. As soon as he finished speaking, he bowed to her and then left with his people. A few days later at Hee-yeon's private residence on the balcony, Hee-yeon was sipping wine as she spoke. According to tradition, my brothers have withdrawn from all business activities and moved to the U.S. Junsu smiled cheerfully and said, Congratulations on becoming the new chairman of the Kumo Group. Hee-yeon said appreciatively, It's all thanks to you. Did you receive the items from my 2 brothers as promised? Ah, yes, of course, Junsu replied with a slight nod. If you have any other requests in the future, just give me a call. Thanks to you, I've completed the Kumo set. Hearing that, Hee-yeon hesitated for a moment. After a while, she spoke. Speaking of which, I actually have one more request for you. Junsu immediately perked up and exclaimed, What's the request this time? But just then, Hee-yeon suddenly took out a man's ring. It's an SSL-grade item, which left him utterly bewildered. Hee-yeon didn't give him time to react. She got down on one knee and proposed on the spot. Soldier, will you marry me? Hearing this, Junsu froze completely. He quickly waved his hands in refusal. I'm sorry, but I can't accept Hee-yeon. She cried out in shock. What? But why? I'm not lacking anything to be your partner. She's right. She has both money and beauty. But Junsu shook his head and replied, You're not my type. Hee-yeon couldn't believe it. This is ridiculous, she muttered, bewildered. Why is such a trivial thing so important for people like us? It's very important, Junsu said forcefully. I want to marry someone who has genuine feelings for me, not someone like you, who only sees me as a tool to consolidate power. Hearing this, Hee-yeon was stunned. In the end, she could only let out a resigned sigh. You really are hard to figure out. Then she raised her glass again and said, In that case, I'd like to have a partnership. We can help each other out whenever needed. How about that? Sure. Junsu agreed without a moment's hesitation. The two quickly clinked glasses, officially sealing their partnership. It wasn't until late at night that Junsu finally got in his car to go home. Thinking about the proposal, he couldn't help but sigh. Suddenly it felt like he had just thrown away the chance to live in luxury for nothing. It felt a bit regrettable. After all, Junsu was still at a passionate, youthful age. Getting married was a bit much, but if it was just dating Hee-yeon... But before he could even think through the rest, Junsu slapped himself in the face. What he needed to focus on now was Elder Do of the Sun Tower. Because that Hyungju guy's words were really problematic. Was that old hag really, as he said? While Junsu was thinking, his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from the Sun Tower. Perfect timing. The next day at Phoenix Valley, Junsu arrived as scheduled. Strangely, he didn't see a single Phoenix here. Just then, the Tower Master approached from a distance with Mage Kim behind him. He greeted him cheerfully. Long time no see. Superhuman Kim, or should I call you the Master of the Black Tiger Sword? The Tower Master just kept rambling on like that, much to Mage Kim's annoyance. He reminded him, Sir, perhaps we should get straight to the point. Only then did the Tower Master stop talking so much. Mage Kim looked straight at Junsu and said, Superhuman Kim, you've probably guessed it already, but we called you here to ask for a favor. Junsu seemed to guess what it was. Is it because all the phoenixes have disappeared? He nodded indifferently. The Tower Master replied in a low voice, That's right. I have no clue where they flew off to. I suspect some mythical creature has captured them all. Junsu bent down to observe the ground for a moment. After a while, he spoke. It's possible, but have you considered the possibility that they were illegally hunted? The Tower Master shook his head in disagreement. That's highly unlikely. Our security is absolutely airtight. Junsu narrowed his eyes at him and said firmly, But what if someone on the level of an elder from the Magic Tower made a move? Mage Kim pondered his words. If you're speculating about someone on the elder level, then it's possible. But who would dare do such a thing? On the contrary, the Tower Master was furious. He gritted his teeth and said, Abusing phoenixes is a blatant violation of the regulations. Master of the Black Tiger Sword. Can you find the culprit? Of course, Junsu replied without hesitation. He promised to find all the missing phoenixes and find the person responsible for this. But the Tower Master will have to pay me an extra fee for that. A short while later, in the sea near Phoenix Valley, a speedboat was cutting through the waves. The speed was so fast it made Junsu feel nauseous. Mage Kim, sitting in the driver's seat, said cheerfully, By the way, why did you think to choose this boat as a down payment? I wouldn't even dare to dream of driving it. Because my grandfather treasures this boat, Junsu replied nonchalantly. because I need it for the mission. We need a super-fast boat to catch up to that thing. The thing they were chasing was a blue-feathered phoenix. A short while ago, while Junsu was working, Mage Kim noticed it and came over to ask, "Sir, what is that?" Junsu smirked and said, "You can recognize it. It's a phoenix. But the thing you made doesn't look like one at all?" But Junsu didn't care. He had just received a crafting trait from the system. A moment later, Junsu spoke up. "All right, then Mage Nim, give me a little blood." As soon as he finished speaking, Junsu went and grabbed Mage Kim's hand, drawing his blood. Back to the present. Mage Kim couldn't help but marvel. "I can't believe that just a little of my blood was enough to turn that steel wire into an artificial phoenix." Junsu slowly explained, "Your blood contains the essence of the phoenix species, so we can use its homing instinct to find where the others are." A short while later at Uliungdo Island, the two of them, Junsu and the other, had followed the artificial phoenix. As expected, they saw the flock of phoenixes, but they didn't look very healthy. Seeing this, Mage Kim muttered doubtfully, "They should all live for more than 25 years, but now they look so exhausted." After thinking for a moment, Junsu suggested, "Can you check their mana?" Of them, Mage Kim would nod, then begin the check. Through magic, he saw the empty hearts of the phoenix flock. Mage Kim exclaimed in shock, "Their mana has been completely drained. From their hearts to their blood vessels, everything has been burned dry." But very quickly, Mage Kim realized another problem. He spoke in shock. "Wait, these traces are from the Eclipse School." Hearing this, Junsu was immediately delighted. Good thing he's so smart. With that thought, he suggested, "Contact the Tower Master. The culprit is none other than Elder Du of the Eclipse School." After hearing the news, the Tower Master rushed over, accompanied by an angry shout. "Do Yokbun that?" Hag Mage. Kim saw that he was so angry he was practically breathing fire. He quickly advised, "Grandfather, please calm down." The Tower Master was still furious and roared, "She was caught trying to steal all the phoenixes. I swear if I catch her, I'll—" But before he could finish, Junsu cut in. "So Elder Du has also disappeared from the tower." The Tower Master nodded slightly and replied, "That's right, I went to her office, but she was gone, leaving only a copy." The more he spoke, the angrier he got. He really wanted to hit someone. Luckily, Mage Kim stopped him. Junsu, not paying attention, frowned and muttered, "A copy." Mage Kim slowly explained, "It's a type of magic. That creates a body identical to the caster's, but it dies after a certain period of time." Junsu thought for a moment before speaking. Perhaps she's just trying to buy time. Hearing this, the Tower Master paused. The death of the Kumo group chairman, the one whose heart was burned. An exiled mage reappears, turned into an enhanced warrior. The overhunted phoenixes, used to increase power, and Elder Du's disappearance. There were too many clues. Junsu forced himself to think for a long time. He looked at the Tower Master again and said, "Tower Master, are you thinking what I'm thinking?" The Tower Master looked at him bewildered and muttered doubtfully, "Don't tell me Yokbun has gotten her hands on that!" That thing he spoke of was the forbidden ritual of the Eclipse School. The forbidden ritual is a ritual that burns mana to block the light of the sun, an event that appears in the Solar Optimization quest. But solar optimization hasn't even been researched yet. Junsu didn't understand why it had appeared. This must be the butterfly effect. His and Hyungju's intervention had created a different outcome. Hearing this, Mage Kim asked doubtfully, "What exactly is it, sir?" The Tower Master slowly replied, "She is using the power from the phoenixes to drain the mana of the sun, not only the sun, the earth and the sea. Eokbun is draining the mana of all living things." Mage Kim exclaimed in shock. "What if the magic tower collapses because of this?" Before he could finish, Junsu cut in. "We have to find Elder Du quickly." At that moment, the Tower Master suddenly spoke up. "I sense a huge mana link nearby. Follow me, I think I know where she is." A short while later, at a house perched on a cliff, the three of them had arrived to cast a spell to search for Yokbun's whereabouts. After seeing it, Junsu exclaimed in shock, "She's hiding in there to perform the ritual." The Tower Master nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, but the labyrinth is too strong, so she can't destroy the entrance right away, because it was designed to withstand even solar flares." The Tower Master suggested that Junsu and Mage Kim stay there, while he went to deal with Yokbun. However, Mage Kim stopped him. "You can't go." Junsu also nodded in agreement. "Mage Kim is right. This is too dangerous. Let me handle it." Hearing that, the Tower Master exclaimed in shock, "You want to go in?" Junsu said calmly, "Yes, to catch her off guard, it's best to let an outsider like me go in." The Tower Master felt that made a lot of sense. He reluctantly said, "It seems I owe you again. Take this." With that, he took out several items and gave them to Junsu, a magic die and an escape ring. Junsu didn't hesitate and took the escape ring. It gave him a second life. Risking his life once was worth it, because Aokbun possessed one of the 8 treasures of the magic tower. A moment later inside the spatial labyrinth, as soon as Junsu entered, he discovered that Mage Kim had also followed him. He exclaimed in surprise, "What is this? Why did you follow me into the labyrinth? You'll die." Mage Kim pursed his lips and muttered, "But this is a problem for the magic tower, and 2 heads are better than 1. While using the die to neutralize the interdimensional space, it'll be a big problem if we run into an enemy." Hearing that, Junsu felt it made a lot of sense. After thinking for a moment, he asked again, "By the way, does the Eclipse faction always cause problems like this?" Mage Kim replied sheepishly, "Ah, yes. The root of the Eclipse faction is black magic." While they were talking, he didn't realize a demon beast was attacking from behind. Luckily, Junsu reacted in time, and threw his sword, killing the beast. Only then did Mage Kim react, bewildered and speechless. Junsu spoke calmly again. "If I had been a little slower, we would have been bitten. It seems they've caught our scent. Stay close behind me." With that, he pulled the sword from the beast's corpse, gripped it tightly, and left. At the same time, Junsu had also changed his trait. He walked in front, warning in a serious tone, "From now on, there will be 10 rivers coming our way." As soon as he finished speaking, a series of demon beasts attacked them. Unafraid, Junsu vanished in a flash. Flashes of his sword danced endlessly in the air, severing the bodies of the demon beasts. Attacks on weak points will cause extra damage. With a boom, all the demon beasts exploded. Mage Kim, watching from behind, couldn't help but mutter in panic, "These monsters!" But before he could finish his sentence, a loud shout rang out, "Stop!" Everyone looked over, and saw an old woman standing on a cliff. It was none other than Do Yokbun. She pointed her magic staff at the 2 of them, and yelled angrily, "How dare you set foot in here? The sin of interfering with my masterpiece will not be punished lightly." As soon as she said this, a series of lightning bolts struck down from above, where the 2 of them were. The nearby cliffs were shattered by the lightning. Junsu knew Yokbun was definitely not an easy opponent, but he wasn't going to die in a mini-game like this. With that thought, he gripped Mage Kim's shoulder and instructed, "Hold on tight." Junsu had observed this move countless times in the game, so he could see everything. Immediately after, he changed his equipment trait, then flew into the air with Mage Kim, dodging each of Yokbun's attacks. In just a flash, explosive crackles continuously erupted in the air. A corner of the forest was scorched black by the lightning. Junsu ran carrying Mage Kim and asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Mage Kim shook his head slightly and replied, "I think I'm okay, but where is this?" Junsu slowly replied, "This is where the mana in this place converges. Set up the neutralization device." Mage Kim immediately took the order and ran. "Understood, I'll do it quickly and come back." But before he could get far, he was stopped by Yokbun. She roared madly, "You little rats, you're digging your own graves." As soon as she finished speaking, Yokbun began to cast magic again. Dense lightning appeared once more. Seeing this, Junsu shouted a warning to Mage Kim, "Get out of the way." Luckily, Mage Kim jumped back just in time. Otherwise, he would have been blown to bits in that lightning. Junsu narrowed his eyes at the old hag opposite him. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly, as expected of a level 7 mage. "If I get hit, I'll turn into smithereens. There's no way I can withstand that attack." Normally. With this thought, Junsu spoke up again. "Mage Kim, I'll draw her attention." "Hurry up and do it." Mage Kim quickly replied, "Got it," then ran off. Seeing that he had left, Aokbun's expression immediately turned ugly. She gritted her teeth and cursed, "Where did that little rat go?" But just then, Junsu suddenly shouted, "Hey, do Yokbun, you old hag, Yokbun!" Hearing the sound, glared at him. But Junsu didn't care and continued to shout aggressively, "If you can suddenly use this power, then I'm guessing you used the mana ring of the Kumo Group chairman to boost your power a bit, huh? Or are you so old you've gone senile?" Aokbun bit her lip aggressively, her tone filled with killing intent. "I was originally going to use my disciple to get the Sun Crow, but you destroyed everything. It doesn't matter anymore. That black crow is enough." As soon as she finished speaking, she struck again, unleashing a frantic storm of lightning magic towards Junsu. But he quickly dodged. This action made Yokbun frustrated. She cursed, "You think you can keep dodging the power of the eclipse?" Junsu replied nonchalantly, "Are your eyes getting blurry? You can't even land a single hit." These words enraged Yokbun to the extreme. She yelled furiously, "This little brat!" On another front, Mage Kim had begun to install the magic die. It didn't take long to complete. The magic was activated. From a distance, Aokbun saw this. She muttered in confusion, "Since when did the neutralization device?" Mage Kim looked up at the sky and muttered, "Grandfather now." The neutralization device released magic that pierced through space and weakened the spatial power. The Tower Master, seeing this from the outside, exclaimed excitedly, "Looks like it's time to make a move." Immediately after, he also began to cast magic, causing the labyrinth space to gradually crack from within. At this moment, Mage Kim was overjoyed and said with a smile, "Superhuman, the labyrinth is cracking." Junsu also nodded in agreement. "Right, it seems the Tower Master is doing a great job." The eclipse in the sky was also gradually disappearing. This made Yokbun panic. She kept muttering, "This can't be my magic, my power, my world." In just a flash, this old hag's body became old, frail, and weak. A layer of skin also peeled off her face, and she kept muttering, "I was so close to completing it. It's because of you. It's all because of you." Immediately after, she channeled her rage into her magic and attacked. Not daring to be careless, Junsu quickly used his iron fist to block. However, he was still much slower than Eokbun. This power is insane. Before he had time to breathe, Eokbun attacked again. Junsu quickly dodged. Behind him, explosions went off one after another. This made Eokbun roar with anger. "Damn it, why won't it hit? Go die with that." She continued to attack Junsu with lightning magic. The lightning kept striking down, as if wanting to grind him into smithereens. When the lightning dissipated, there was only a large crater in front of her but no person to be seen, which confused Eokbun. At the same time, Junsu had used his detect weakness trait. He had seen the vital point on Eokbun's back. Junsu smiled smugly. "Found your weak spot." With that, he rushed forward with his sword and slashed her back. Eokbun's frail body fell to the ground. Fresh blood flowed endlessly. She muttered, unwilling to accept it. "No, I can't die like this. At least I have to kill you with my own hands." Immediately after, she raised her trembling hand, wanting to attack Junsu. But at the same time, another hand appeared and grabbed Eokbun's neck. It was the Tower Master. He had appeared. He snorted coldly and said, "You old hag, die for me," then incinerated her with his flames. In that instant, the Sun Tower's light was restored. After returning, the Tower Master couldn't stop praising Junsu. "Before you were just like an apprentice warrior, or someone with just a little talent in magic. But today you were like a warrior, ready for battle." Junsu, being praised, scratched his head shyly. But the Tower Master continued to praise him. "No wonder the general gave you the Black Tiger sword. This kind of thing is called Peerless Myriad Essence." I think the magic spirit also mentioned this. Thinking of this, Junsu asked doubtfully, "What is that?" The Tower Master slowly explained, "It's used to describe those who possess endless potential and 10,000 energies." The superhuman finished his sentence. He took out a ring and said, "Well then, this is your reward. It's an eclipse ring, one of the 8 great treasures of the Magic Tower, and also the most powerful holy artifact of the Eclipse School." Junsu happily took it and put it on. The binding traits with this ring are Eclipse, and it even has a Devour function, to absorb and store mana. After everything was settled, he returned home full of excitement. At his private home in the city outskirts, time passed and winter arrived. Soren had begun to practice using the energy of the Heavenly Star. Janet was honing the steel energy within her body and was gradually getting stronger. Junsu was of course very happy. Soren will probably reach level 5 soon. The day she learns the Firestar sword style won't be far off. Iron Fist had also reached level 4. He began to spread his influence throughout the country, and in Seoul it was time to welcome December 24th. That evening, Junsu took both Soren and Janet to the festival. The two of them walked marveling endlessly. Junsu also smiled happily and said, "Let's enjoy ourselves to the fullest today, because starting tomorrow we're going back to training." Hearing that, Janet's smile vanished and she quickly said, "Well, I'm heading off first then." Soren chimed in and ran after Janet. "Wait for me." And the two of them just ran off. December 24th is the day of the God-slaying festival, the day the pontiff was officially declared dead, and also the day the Treaty of Westphalia came into effect. So this festival is celebrated worldwide, like Christmas, because in this world there is no Christmas. While Soren and the other were strolling, Soren saw someone and exclaimed excitedly, "Janet, look, it's the Holy Knight Cha Do-jun." Janet also looked at the handsome man and couldn't help but sigh, so handsome. As for Junsu, he was lost in his own thoughts. During the God-slaying festival, the holy knights of each country will have their own gathering. He was invited as an honorary Holy Knight of the Thor and Gaia cults. At that exact moment, a family of 3 from the diplomatic corps approached Junsu. "Greetings, if it isn't the master of the Black Tiger sword." "I am Ashim Kurat, India's diplomatic representative to Korea," Junsu replied politely. "I am level 5 superhuman Kim Junsu. Thank you for inviting me." Ashim chuckled softly. He pointed to the 2 people behind him and introduced them. "This is my wife and daughter." Ashim's daughter bowed and greeted Junsu. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Soldier Kim. This is the last of the top 3 in the warrior profession, Kali Kurat, the girl who will become the master of Karachi." He wondered if he should use Janet to get closer. Without hesitating for a moment, Junsu pointed to Soren and the other and introduced them. "These are my disciples, and coincidentally my second disciple and your daughter." But before he could finish, a sudden cry of surprise rang out. "Isn't that the master of the Black Tiger Sword?" And so everyone's attention turned to Junsu. They surrounded him, praising him endlessly, which made Junsu extremely helpless. This was my chance to get close to Kaylee. Why is this happening? But without him, Sorin and Janet were still chatting happily with Kaylee. A long time later, an exhausted Junsu finally escaped the crowd. As soon as he returned, he saw the three girls with their heads together, talking very happily. He let out a sigh of relief. Well, that's good then. Outside, it had started to snow. It really was almost the end of the year. Junsu wished things would continue to be this peaceful. Immediately darkened, she retorted coldly. "It's not the god-slaying festival, it's the festival of rebirth." Hearing this, Junsu let out a soft, disdainful snort. "Whatever you say." And so the two of them walked and talked. The saintess opened her mouth coldly. "You do realize I'm being very generous with you, don't you?" Junsu pouted and said, "Generous? What kind of generous are you talking about?" With a soft chuckle, the saintess asked coldly, "You don't see it. The fact that you killed one of our supervisors and are still alive." Junsu was stunned by these words. Even though it happened in the labyrinth, she still knows everything, huh? The saintess ignored his reaction, still with a malicious smile on her face. "If I had taken action, your pathetic body would have been dead long ago. It's just that I'm behind the scenes controlling things now. Do you understand?" Junsu narrowed his eyes and asked her suspiciously, "Why are you doing this?" "It's not like I asked you to." Smiling unconsciously, the saintess leaned in and whispered in his ear, "It's just that such a wonderful soul could become the savior of our legion and lead the light." Junsu was stunned after hearing that. "Don't tell me the soul she's talking about is me." In the real world, Junsu was just one of countless failures, a bastard with no achievements, unlucky in love and cards. The more he thought about it, the more panicked he became. Is this some new kind of scam? Why are these people doing this to me? Could it be because of the trait change? If the saintess sees trait change as the ability to bind with souls, then it could also be considered a wonderful soul. While Junsu was thinking, the saintess spoke again in a low voice. "I sincerely hope you will grow stronger, to become the perfect vessel for that soul of yours." Before Junsu could even understand, the saintess smirked again and said, "Today." Her words left him confused. What? The saintess continued to ramble on, speaking in riddles. "From today, everything will begin. We are counting on you, savior." She said that while Junsu was running around creating chaos, they would also gain a lot. The more Junsu listened, the more confused he became. He asked, "What are you talking about all of a sudden?" The saintess chuckled softly, shook her head. "You'll know soon enough." Immediately after, a magic circle appeared beneath her feet. She gave a malicious smile and said, "Stay healthy until we meet again." And then the saintess vanished from Yuzu's sight, leaving him in a state of confusion. The crazy woman appeared, spoke nonsense, and then disappeared. What on earth is she plotting? From today, everything will begin? The main game hasn't even started yet, so there's no way a super explosive main quest like Chapter 1 would ever happen. But then Junsu suddenly thought of something. He took out his phone to check. Today is the God-slaying festival, at the same time as Chapter 10 of the game. The saintess also declared something similar, so it couldn't be. While Junsu was thinking, time continued to run. When the clock struck 12 midnight, an earth-shattering explosion erupted, causing the festival-goers to panic and worry. Junsu looked up at the smoke and fire in front of him, cursing inwardly, "Damn it, it's starting." Chapter 1. Crisis in Seoul has officially begun. Demons and monsters, from who knows where, have appeared and are attacking humans. Their numbers are unbelievably large. Junsu didn't think anymore and ran with his gun. He quickly instructed everyone, "Stay with the other holy knights and guard this side." The other person, hearing his words, nodded in response. "I understand." "What about you?" Junsu said nonchalantly. "I have someone I need to protect first." Then he quickly ran off. Every corner of this place was being attacked by demons. So Rin, along with Janet, was trying to eliminate the demons. During the terrorist attack, Seoul erupted in chaos all over the city. In the game, Kali's parents died in this terrorist attack. This event left Kali's heart severely wounded, and she decided to become a transcendent. But now they had a protector. So Rin and Janet, seeing the person arrive, exclaimed happily, "Master, the person who arrived was none other than Junsu. He won't let that happen in his timeline." At the same time, Kaylee was in her parents' arms. Seeing Junsu appear like a god, her eyes filled with admiration. Immediately after, the three of them, teacher and students, began to join forces to destroy the monsters. In the chaos, a car was speeding through the wind driven by Junsu. He quickly contacted Jijong. On the other end of the line, Jijong answered, "Soldier Kim, I'm busy dealing with the terrorist attack in Seoul right now. Let's talk later." Junsu also spoke quickly. "No, I need to talk to you right now." even though this terrorist attack is happening all over Seoul. Its target is only one thing, he thought, then quickly spoke up. The president is in danger. These words made Ji-jong cry out in alarm. What, really? But I heard the Blue House is fine, Junsu replied calmly. It's true because the president isn't there. I'll send you the location. With that, he sped off again. During the God-slaying festival, the unmarried president would definitely go to one place, his secret lover's house. A moment later, Junsu's car stopped in the sky above the tall buildings. The magic spirit hesitated and asked, "We're here. Should we land on the roof?" "There's no time." Junsu shook his head slightly, then stepped onto the side of the car. "Wherever the president is, the security of that place will be tightened. To bypass the security check and get there quickly, his only option was to jump down and go through this special glass." The security glass was shattered by Junsu, and inside it was also a scene of chaos. A man was holding a woman hiding in a corner. This person was the president. His face was a little scared. Seeing him, he quickly said, "Are you a swordsman?" Junsu didn't care and ran to the two of them. He asked worriedly, "Are you two okay?" The president didn't answer but shouted in panic, "Behind you!" Someone was sneaking up behind Junsu. Fortunately, he reacted in time and raised his sword to block, but he was still forced back a few steps. Junsu narrowed his eyes at the person in front of him. "Finally, you've shown up." The boss of Chapter 1, Terror in Seoul, the Executioner Queen, a level 7 superhuman. She spoke coldly. "A swordsman from Muako. Looks like I accidentally stumbled upon a big prize." Junsu frowned, slightly silent, his face showing a clear look of gravity. The Executioner Queen didn't care. She continued to laugh and say, "If I kill you and throw your body at Gwanghwaman, that old tiger will be heartbroken." Immediately after, she drew her sword, the Japanese sword Yutu Masamune. Every time it hits an enemy, it will activate a random curse. Junsu knew very well about this sword. While he was thinking, the Executioner Queen shouted aggressively, "Let's see who's better! Let's see how well that old man taught you." Immediately after, she swung her sword, creating a beam of light that shot forward with a bloody hue. Junsu, not daring to be careless, blocked with his shield, but it still made him spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Just blocking one blow is this terrifying." In contrast, the Executioner Queen smirked and said, "Not bad. Let's see if you can block this one too." With that, she swung her sword down again. This time, Junsu couldn't block it and was sent flying. He bit his lip fiercely. The Executioner Queen's specialty isn't defense, but offense. To survive another second, he needed to fight fire with fire. Fighting half-heartedly wouldn't win this. With that thought, Junsu instantly flew like a moth to a flame. In just a moment, he appeared behind the Executioner Queen, but she still stood there calmly, a disdainful smirk on her face. How pathetic. Die. Then the Executioner Queen turned and stabbed with her sword. But Junsu was one step ahead. He had already created a shield to block it. At the same time, he also changed his attribute. Then he immediately counterattacked, sending the Executioner Queen flying. Not giving her a chance to react, Junsu charged forward again, the hammer in his hand continuously striking down. The Executioner Queen, forced into a defensive position, gritted her teeth in anger, cursing, "You brat!" But Junsu didn't care much. What he was focused on now was the Executioner Queen's only weakness, close-quarters combat. If he messed up, he would surely die, but he had to try. The two of them exchanged a few blows. Sword light and magic's power scattered everywhere. The president, watching from the side, was so scared he froze. But inside the battle, the two were still locked in a stalemate. Junsu bit his lip fiercely and cursed inwardly. Damn it, because of the Queen's invincible passive talent, his attacks weren't doing any damage. Right at this moment, the Executioner Queen was pushed to her wit's end by Junsu. She shouted furiously, "You persistent brat! This is the end." Then she struck Junsu with her sword, sending him flying backward. Narrowing her eyes at him, the Executioner Queen spoke coldly. "You're tougher than I thought. Any last words?" Junsu didn't answer, urgently shouting, "Red! Quick, get the president to another location!" While the two were fighting, the other car had reached the president's hiding spot, and then quickly drove off. By the time the Executioner Queen realized it, it was too late. She could only try to stop them in desperation. But the other car had already vanished, riding the wind. Junsu let out a mocking smirk. "What now? You missed your target." These words pushed the Executioner Queen's anger to its peak. She gritted her teeth, cursing, "You bastard! So this was your goal." As she spoke, she relentlessly swung her sword. This was the Executioner Queen's ultimate technique, heaven and earth annihilation. Junsu looked at the blood-red stream of magic, slowly advancing towards him. A spark of worry rose in his heart. Because of the curse, he couldn't move. But is there no way to escape in your dreams? Junsu suddenly smirked. The ring on his hand suddenly lit up. This was the ring of escape. It allowed him to escape the battlefield once. Junsu clutched the ring in his hand. He shouted defiantly, "Thanks, you stupid old hag!" Then his body was enveloped in a stream of magic. When the Executioner Queen's sword stabbed down, he was nowhere to be seen. It could only stab the ground. This made her shout in fury, "You damn little brat!" By the time Junsu reappeared, he was inside his own bathroom. Junsu surfaced, gasping for air. "That was close! If it weren't for the escape totems the Tower Master gave him, he'd be dead for sure." "Phew, that was lucky." Junsu frowned and mumbled, "Well, I'm sure. The General has reached the building by now. Have they caught the Executioner Queen yet? With that kind of power, it might be a bit difficult. But this isn't the time for me to be thinking about these things. I need to heal first." And so Junsu just soaked in the bathtub and rested. He only came to when his phone rang. Junsu, annoyed, picked up the phone and said wearily, "Hello?" On the other end of the line, Soren's panicked shouting immediately came through. Junsu was jolted awake by the shouting. Soren, on the other end, kept nagging. "Why haven't you been answering my calls? It's been days." Junsu said reluctantly, "I was resting." But he quickly realized a problem and exclaimed in surprise, "Wait, it's been days." Soren spoke with dissatisfaction. "That's right. Do you know how worried I was? What's with leaving those weird messages and then disappearing?" Junsu, not understanding, opened his messages to check. "Yeah, the message is a bit weird," he apologized. But Soren didn't care and continued. "Well, that's not the main point. Do you know where I am?" Hearing that, Junsu frowned and asked, "Where?" Soren replied in a low voice, "I'm at the Blue House with Janet, sir. The President wants to see you." Junsu, still talking, stepped out of the bathtub. He said nonchalantly, "I understand. Okay, I'll be right there." Now it's time for him to collect his reward. A moment later at the Blue House when Junsu arrived, the President greeted him with a handshake and a smile. He said gratefully, "Thank you so much for risking your life to save me." "Are you feeling better?" Junsu smiled nonchalantly and replied, "Yes, I've fully recovered." The spring of healing and the elixirs did a great job. Just then, a large hand clapped him on the back. It was G-Tom. He had just arrived and was smiling cheerfully. "See, what did I tell you? This little rascal shows up here without a scratch. Isn't that right?" The Tower Master, who was also present, smiled happily and said, "It seems the elixir worked, huh? Don't forget to thank our magic tower." Junsu was truly helpless. "Why are you suddenly acting so friendly?" Just then, the President came over and spoke. "Thank you so much, Warrior Kim. This is a small token of my gratitude. I hope you will accept it." With that, he took out a box. Inside was an SR-grade set of armor Essence. Its attribute is Essence, just like its name. This is a super cheating attribute that can change its settings to give an advantage. Each time the attribute is changed, if the attribute is changed to Swordsman, it will prioritize attack and agility. If changed to the Warrior attribute, it will have strength and durability. If switched to Sharpshooter, then attack and movement speed will be enhanced. Wasn't this made specifically for Junsu, the best of the best? With that thought, Junsu happily accepted it. "Thanks. I'll make good use of it." At this moment, another hand was placed on his shoulder, making him a little bewildered. Before he could even understand what was happening, both the Tower Master and Dajan exclaimed excitedly, "All right, now it's time to get down to business." And so Junsu was pulled into the meeting room, along with the two of them and the President. The President, standing at the center, spoke in a loud, clear voice. "We are currently tracking Shin Aaron, the leader of the terrorists, the one they call the Executioner Queen." Junsu stood silently observing the map on the table. He had seen this map many times before, because this was the map for the quest in Chapter 1. If this were in the game, everything would be done in a flash. It was supposed to be like that. But this involved both the commander of the Western Legion, a war hero, like the commander of the Eastern Legion, many leaders of different cultures, even the Association's attack team, and superhumans have joined forces, as expected. Having a government or not makes a huge difference. So this is why the Bishop's army wanted to assassinate the president. And there's also what the Saintess said that day. Junsu wanted to see what she would do now. It seems Chapter 1 ended a bit quickly, huh? In the days that followed, news praising Junsu appeared in all the headlines and on social media. Soren and Janet, seeing it, were all overjoyed and exclaimed, "Everyone online is talking about you, teacher." It seemed the battle at the Indian embassy had garnered some attention. Fortunately, Chapter 1 seemed to be over. Junsu should focus on his own training. So he drove these two girls back to his home. But just as they got out of the car, Janet saw something. It was Asim with his wife and daughter. They were at the front door. Junsu saw Asim quickly come over to greet him. "Greetings, Master of the Black Tiger Sword. I came to express my gratitude to you." Junsu nodded slightly in response. "Yes, I understand." This was a golden opportunity to recruit Kali. He needed to say something. But before he could even speak, Kali suddenly stepped forward. She looked at Junsu with determination and said, "Teacher, I want to be your student." Junsu was instantly stunned. He hadn't even done anything yet. He asked doubtfully, "Student? What do you mean? Kaylee explained slowly. During the recent accident, I felt very clearly that humans need strength. So she wanted to be as strong as Junsu's two students, Soren and Janet. Kali sincerely bowed low to Junsu. I hope you can teach me. Before Junsu could answer, Asen exclaimed in alarm, Kali, are you sure you won't regret this? Think carefully. Junsu understood why Kali's parents were worried. Kali's grandmother was once the master of Kalari, and she had been transformed into a mutant creature while exploring a water trench. When a member of the ambassador's family comes of age, the fate of the goddess Kali will appear, and if they defy their fate, death will follow them. Because of that, they had no choice but to follow their ancestors. But what era is it now? With that thought, Junsu immediately spoke up. Ambassador, no Kali's father. The opportunity to possess the last of the top 3 warriors, he had to seize it. So Junsu spoke with great determination. I understand your kindness towards humanity, as well as the destiny passed down in your family. Hearing this, Asim was stunned and exclaimed, How did you know? Junsu didn't answer. He said calmly, I understand your concern, but Kali has the ability to protect herself. Asim, hearing this, asked doubtfully, Do you mean you know a way for our Kali to not suffer? He nodded indifferently. Junsu replied nonchalantly, That's right. To do that, Kali must become a superhuman. He said if everyone entrusted her to him, he would definitely make it happen. IC still couldn't accept this. He hesitated and mumbled, She's an innocent child. She's never even held a sword before. She can't become a superhuman. There must be another way. But worried for her child, his wife spoke up, trying to persuade him. After a moment of silence, Asim looked at Kali again. Has your decision changed? Kali nodded firmly. Yes, I'll do well. Please believe in me. Asim went over and patted the little girl's shoulder, his voice filled with love. This will be a very difficult path, though. But if you're ready, then follow your heart. You must overcome your fate and survive. Hearing that he was approved, Kali happily exclaimed, Yes, I will. And then later at the training ground, Junsu narrowed his eyes at Kali and asked, Have you made your final decision? Kali still didn't understand what awaited her. She nodded excitedly and replied, Yes, sir. Hearing that, Junsu threw his head back and laughed loudly. Then Kali, tonight the hellish training will begin. His smile was so terrifying that it made Kali tremble and mumble, Please help me, sir. A few days later in the training room, the sound of rhythmic music filled the air. Kali, in comfortable attire, was dancing non-stop. Kalari is a dancer and also an assassin. Junsu had unlocked her hidden trait. Now only the dancing trait remained. It was time for Kali to unlock it. Kali kept on dancing until magic power enveloped her body. The dancer trait was quickly unlocked. Just as Junsu thought, Kali really has a gift. The foundation to confront fate has been laid. So now it's just a matter of leveling up. At this point, Junsu came over, handed Kali a towel and said, You're working hard. You're already level 3. Kali took the towel, wiped her face, nodded, and said, Thank you, teacher. Then the little girl started wiping her face. Junsu, seeing Kali exhausted, suggested, Let's take a break. Your stamina is still weak. It's better not to push yourself. But the little girl shook her head and refused. No, I'm fine. Please start the training again quickly. Kali wants to quickly become as strong as Soren and Janet. Soren is already level 5 and Janet is level 4. The little girl was pushing herself to train, not realizing how difficult this was. With that thought, Junsu spoke up to advise her. You're naturally gifted just like the other two. So he told Kali that as long as she trained steadily, she would be fine. No need to rush. If you overexert yourself, problems will arise. Kali heard this and quickly nodded. Yes, I'll remember that. Just then, Junsu's phone rang. He quickly went outside to answer it, also telling Kali to rest. The caller was Chunbok. Through the phone, you could hear his excited tone. Kimno, master of the Black Tiger Sword, it's me, Kim Chunbok. Junsu frowned slightly and asked, Long time no see. Is something wrong? Chunbok quickly replied. Actually, someone has sent a challenge to the Black Tiger Sword. You remember, right, the King of Destruction? Junsu understood at once. He wants to challenge me and bet the Iron Fist. Thinking, he then nonchalantly nodded and said, Yes, I remember. Chunbok continued. This time they've put up a diamond as the prize, and also a fragment of Mars. Hearing this, Junsu's eyes involuntarily narrowed. A fragment of Mars. Of course he knew what that was. The Mars fighting technique was sealed within it. Junsu was instantly delighted. What else is this but a quest to get it? Just then Chunbok spoke again. The decisive match will take place in 2 weeks, and it will be a 4v4 battle. Will you accept? Junsu replied without hesitation. Of course, see you then. With that, he quickly hung up. 2 weeks to form a team. Junsu needed a team that could guarantee absolute victory. That King of Destruction has some pretty useful people, like Soren or Woojin, but he had never used them in a team battle. So this would be a bit difficult. But Junsu had another team composition in mind. He put his phone away and then smirked, saying, "Just as I thought. Only that team formation is the best." 2 weeks later at the underground fighting arena, the referee of the match announced loudly, "Today's battle is about to begin." Warriors enter the arena. Team 5 of the King of Destruction stepped in one by one. Besides him, there were 3 old men following behind the Flying Dragon King, the Demon Master King, and the Celestial King. The Flying Dragon King looked at his opponents and smirked. "You little brats. Even though I'm old, I'm still full of energy. Try to do your best." Junsu narrowed his eyes at the 3 old men in front of him. He couldn't help but sigh. He had expected the King of Destruction to bring all masters, but he couldn't believe. He brought 3 level 6 masters into the arena. But there was nothing to worry about. Junsu had a way to win. Today's team composition included Iron Fist, another person was Priest Kim, and the last one was Mage Kim. While playing the game, he had never used this trio, the Kim family team. With this lineup, Junsu knew exactly what strategy to use. He would definitely get the fragment of Mars. A few days ago, after accepting the challenge from the King of Destruction, Junsu had called the 3 of them Iron Fist, Priest Kim and Mage Kim to his house. They had no objections and came immediately. Everyone was very happy to help. This was a super standard team consisting of a warrior, a catalyst, a mage, and a priest. Junsu used this lineup quite often. But the Kim team had a weakness. Thinking of this, he spoke seriously. "First of all, our team's problem is defense." Priest Kim, hearing this, nodded and said, "Don't worry about that. I have support abilities." Mage Kim suddenly raised his hand and mumbled in despair, "Ahem, so I'm the weakest link." Junsu shook his head slightly reassuringly. "It's okay. You don't need to blame yourself. After all, our opponents are veterans of the arena, so confronting them directly will be a bit difficult." Iron Fist looked at him intently and asked hesitantly, "So what's your plan?" Junsu chuckled softly and replied, "There are 2 things to remember. First is how to attack, and second is a free-for-all. So now a chaotic battle has broken out in the arena. Isn't this way of playing very simple? But it gave those old geezers a lot of trouble. The 3 of them, Iron Fist, each held back 1 person, disrupting the opponent's team's forte. And Junsu was facing the Flying Dragon King. He was flying in the air, smirking as he said, "I didn't expect you to use such a pathetic tactic. You think we're that easy?" With that, the Flying Dragon King began to attack. Junsu calmly responded, just as he thought. They underestimated his group and started to split their team up. The Flying Dragon King held out his prosthetic arm, preparing to fire. Immediately, a pitch-black cannonball shot towards Junsu. He knew very well that aerial attacks were the Flying Dragon King's specialty. But he had a way. Immediately after, Junsu changed his attribute to air cannon. In the blink of an eye, a series of small explosions erupted in the air. Smoke and fire filled the sky. But Junsu safely flew high up, making the Flying Dragon King exclaim in surprise, "You can fly!" But before he could even understand what was happening, Junsu had already split the cannonball in 2. At the same time, a powerful beam of sword light shot out. The Flying Dragon King panicked when he saw it, but it was too late. The sword light exploded in an instant. Seeing this scene, the Heavenly King was shocked. The King of Destruction also cried out worriedly, "Uncle Flying Dragon!" But while he was distracted, Iron Fist threw a punch, knocking the King of Destruction to the ground. Iron Fist also took advantage of the situation, pointing the gun barrel in his prosthetic arm at him. Junsu, seeing this, smiled in satisfaction. With damage on par with Iron Fist, the King of Destruction is just a mosquito. Next are the other 2. Priest Kim and Mage Kim. At this point, we're still facing the King, the Angel and the Demon Master King. Junsu let out a small unconscious smile. "Everyone is following my orders and doing very well." Earlier, he had instructed the 2 of them not to use magic. At that time, both of them were very surprised and asked, "What? Then how are we supposed to fight?" Junsu replied nonchalantly, "First stick to your opponents and disrupt them. Then an opportunity will present itself. That's when you use your magic." At this moment, the Heavenly King had begun to summon an attack spell. In just a moment, a brilliant light enveloped the arena, causing the 2 Priest Kims couldn't help but cover their eyes. At the same time, the Demon Master King also summoned his magic power. He shouted aggressively, "The game is over, die for me." Immediately, a beam of blood-red magic shot forward. In this precarious situation, Junsu had run over and used a shield to protect the 2 of them. Immediately after, he shouted aggressively, "Priest Kim, bless me now." Priest Kim immediately acknowledged the order. Okay. Just like that outside the shield, the beams of magic attacked relentlessly. It wasn't long before Junsu received the trait, Barrier. The Demon Master King, seeing that they weren't counterattacking, smirked and said, "You brats, all you can do is defend like that." But the Heavenly King had realized something. He quickly called out, "Wait, Demon Master King. I sense a very strange energy." At the same time, Junsu was still standing there defiantly, unharmed. Mage Kim came to his side and said, "Shall we finish this?" He nodded slightly and replied, "All right, let's finish it." As soon as he finished speaking, Junsu took out Thor's hammer, and Mage Kim simultaneously channeled magic into it. In the blink of an eye, a fire phoenix appeared. Junsu, carrying the hammer and the fire phoenix, charged forward in unison. He smirked a confident smile on his lips and said, "This is the Kim team's victory." Boom! The entire arena roared with an explosion, smoke and fire engulfing the entire place. The referee immediately declared the match over. Victory goes to Warrior Kim's team. Junsu also received the Fearless trait. The main condition is to defeat 3 high-level enemies in a row. Thanks to that King of Destruction, the conditions to obtain the trait have all been met. While Junsu was thinking, the King of Destruction approached and spoke. "We lost." He nodded slightly and replied, "It was a very good match." The King of Destruction didn't go back on his word. He took out the fragment of Mars and gave it to Junsu. He opened his mouth nonchalantly. "This is what I promised you. The rest will be given to each of you." Junsu was delighted to see that thing. "Finally, I got the fragment of Mars. I can awaken Soren's swordsmanship." Overjoyed, he couldn't help but suggest, "If you want a rematch, you can contact me anytime." The Flying Dragon King chuckled softly and replied, "I don't think so. It seems it's time for me to retire. Our era is over and a new era has begun." Junsu's group watched their retreating figures, leaving without a word. The next day at Junsu's house, in the training room, a series of flashes of sword light were continuously being unleashed. Soren and Junsu were sparring. The two were locked in a fierce struggle. It wasn't long before they created some distance between them. Junsu narrowed his eyes at the girl in front of him. Soren stood tall and said in a loud voice, "Teacher, you're not tired yet, are you? I'm starting again." Immediately after, she charged forward again aggressively. Around her there was also a huge amount of magic power. This is the power of the heavenly killing star. A few hours ago, after returning home, Junsu had called Soren over and given her the fragment of Mars. She exclaimed in surprise, "Huh, you're giving me this?" "That's right," Junsu admitted nonchalantly. "In my hands, the Mars fragment is useless, because it only reacts to Soren." Soren held the thing in her hands, her expression a little serious as she mumbled, "But this? Just looking at it gives me a strange feeling." Junsu shook his head slightly reassuringly. "It's okay. You don't need to resist. Just let the mana in your body follow its instincts." Following his words, Soren sat cross-legged on the ground and began to attune to the fragment of Mars. The 3 great sword arts, including both martial arts and mana cultivation methods. The reason Junsu couldn't teach them special ways to control mana is precisely because of this. Not long after, Soren suddenly opened her eyes. Without hesitation, she drew her sword. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Then a blood-red magic power appeared. This is the true form of the heavenly killing star, the power of the Mars god, the god of war and the heavenly killing star. Soren now had fully absorbed the attribute and core of Mars. Swordsmanship. Soren still couldn't believe it. She mumbled vaguely, "I can't believe it. But I've been having bad feelings in my head all this time." Junsu chuckled softly and patted her shoulder reassuringly. "It's normal. That's the power of the heavenly killing star. Accept it and focus on fighting. You'll become stronger." Soren nodded and replied, "Thank you. I really don't know how to repay you." Junsu smirked mysteriously and opened his mouth. "You can repay me right now," which made her confused. Junsu picked up his sword again. "What do you think if I become your student? Teach me the Mars sword art." And so immediately after, Junsu and Soren began training together. Soren's speed after learning the Mars sword art was fast and very strong. Above all, her stamina and mana recovered very quickly. So it wasn't long before Junsu was pushed out. He frowned slightly and thought to himself, "This sword art is really game-breaking. If Kali's dance was a gentle sword dance, then Soren's dance was a brutal war dance." The moment their swords clashed, Junsu could gradually feel the world seemed to be drowning in a sea of blood. In an instant, Soren was stunned, her eyes wide. Junsu's state had completely changed, and then the two continued to fight. Not long after, Junsu turned the tables and sent Soren flying. Boom! The wall behind her was blown apart. Junsu finally obtained the Mars sword art trait. He smiled in satisfaction. So this is the heavenly killing star. But Junsu quickly realized something. Soren, who had been thrown by him, was still lying on the ground. He asked worriedly, "Big Soren, are you okay?" Soren, hearing this, spoke up in annoyance. "Do I look like I'm okay?" Practice ended just like that. Soren went to rest, while Junsu, after showering, went out to the balcony for tea. He was about to reach level 6, but he was still a little short. It seemed he needed more activity and experience. With that thought, Junsu took out his phone to check. He smiled and said, "At times like these, you need to find the right person." The next day at Choi Seo-il's office, Junsu had come here to receive a mission. As soon as he saw him, Choi Seo-il laughed jokingly. "Oh my, who is this?" Hey, the pride of our organization, the top revenue generator. Kiseok was also there. Junsu ignored them and quickly sat down, getting straight to the point by the way. You said there was a big mission. Cho Seol nodded slightly and replied, as a mission broker, I will explain. He asked Junsu if he knew that the terrorist alliance had been wiped out. He nodded slightly, indicating he knew. Due to the bishop's army plotting a catastrophe chapter, one terrorist alliance, unlike in the game, they were eliminated in a crackdown, led by the government. At this point, it would be very difficult to re-establish that organization. Currently, the executioner Queen Shin, Aaron and her remnants are being scattered everywhere. At this point, Cho Seo-il continued, so at the army's request, we found them. At this point, Kiseok also sighed and opened his mouth. But one of them is hiding in a place we can't reach. Junsu frowned and asked suspiciously, is that place very troublesome? Kiseok replied reluctantly, the monster village. Among those terrorists, there's a mutant. Hearing this, Junsu couldn't help but feel helpless. In the monster village, any mutant is considered one of their own. Kiseok shook his head and sighed. Those terrorists are very dangerous. But that bear just keeps protecting them. So it's very difficult for us, but I really didn't expect Hunter Kim to have a connection with the monster village. It's truly fate. Junsu nodded in understanding. So that's how it is. But he still couldn't accept it right away. To reach level 6, he couldn't recklessly clash with the monster village. But refusing outright wasn't a good idea either. While Junsu was thinking, Kiseok pushed a photo over. In the photo was an iguana. The man slowly explained, this is his photo. The iguana mutant hiding in the monster village. Doesn't he look just like a terrorist? Junsu picked up the photo and observed it for a long time. He frowned and asked, you're saying this thing is a mutant? Kiseok nodded slightly and replied, yes, is there a problem? This iguana isn't a mutant. This is the mid-boss of Chapter 1, the SR Iguana, a high-tech biocriminal. This terrorist tricked Big Bear, so Junsu accepted this mission. And so Junsu ran all night to the village, hoping. He was sure that after learning the truth, Big Bear would cooperate. Well, not sure if he'll listen, but he'll try to persuade him. But just as he was getting close, a loud explosion rang out, causing Junsu to panic. Isn't that the direction of Hope Village? So that iguana has already made its move. Smoke and fire instantly filled the sky in the distance. All the creatures in the village were now very weak, trembling on the ground. Even Big Bear couldn't help but tremble. Something was stuck in its throat. It mumbled in a hoarse voice. What's happening? It's a mana bomb! Junsu shouted from a distance, running towards them. Seeing him, Big Bear exclaimed in surprise, Swordsman Kim, why are you here? Junsu quickly spoke up. I heard there was a terrorist here. This must be his doing. He's a criminal pretending to be a mutant. Big Bear, hearing this, exclaimed in surprise. What in disguise? Before he could get over his shock, a creature ran over from a distance and reported village chief. Snakebone is gone. The iguana is also gone. Big Bear was instantly stunned, not knowing what to do. Junsu quickly spoke up. There's no time. At this rate, everyone will turn into bombs and explode. The creatures in the village were really in great pain. Junsu suggested again, quick, put up a barrier. Big Bear didn't hesitate and replied, I understand. Then it ran to the divine tree. Big Bear knelt on the ground, his voice tinged with pleading. Godmother, oh great mother, please protect us. As soon as these words were spoken, the divine tree immediately lit up. Then a series of magic beams shot out from the divine tree. In just a moment, it had enveloped the entire village. The condition of the other creatures also stabilized. Seeing this, Junsu spoke up, please maintain the barrier. I'll go find that terrorist in the snake bone. Big Bear looked at him worriedly and asked, will you be all right on your own? Junsu nodded slightly. He had changed his attribute to Sixth Sense. He said firmly, I'll find them quickly and come back. With that, Junsu ran deep into the village. The place was filled with thick fog. He frowned and mumbled, this must be the place. But just then, a voice suddenly called out from behind, Teacher, making Junsu jump and turn his head to look. The person who called him was actually Sorin. He frowned and asked suspiciously, why are you here? Sorin smiled and replied, you called me here to help. Junsu was stunned and asked back, I did. But he quickly realized something. He smirked and said, right. That's right, so you're here to help me. As soon as he finished speaking, his body suddenly swayed, making Sorin panic. She steadied him and asked worriedly, are you okay, teacher? Junsu held his head and said through gritted teeth, I'm fine, but it's strange. Why does my body feel so limp? Sorin supported him and moved slowly. She suggested worriedly, you should rest. I'll go and investigate. Junsu frowned slightly and asked hesitantly, will you really be okay? Sorin smirked and smiled. Of course. Just leave the rest to me and rest in peace. As soon as she finished speaking, she pulled out a knife, wanting to stab him. Instantly, the smell of fresh blood filled the air. But on closer inspection, Soren's eyes suddenly widened, because Junsu was still standing there defiantly, and the knife in her hand had been dropped. He smirked and said, "You think I'd fall for that kind of illusion?" A vial of holy water also appeared in Junsu's hand. He had stabbed himself in the leg to stay awake. Just then the Sorin in front of him suddenly exploded and turned into a wisp of black smoke. When he saw the scene that followed, Junsu's eyes instinctively narrowed, because he saw Snakebone tied to a wooden post. Around it there were also bags of water being fed into its body. Seeing this scene, Junsu angrily cursed, "You madman! Are you using a mutant's body as an explosive?" The iguana had returned to its normal form. It smirked and said, "These mutants are so easy to trick. Thanks to them, I was able to prepare a perfect terrorist attack. And now I've also caught you, you annoying swordsman." Junsu narrowed his eyes at them and spoke contemptuously. "You think this is enough to take me down? The perfect time to use these. Freshly forged hot stuff and indomitable rage, unrivaled destructive attack massacre. Combining these 6 traits and creating the Mars sword art and even 1 versus 1,000. The harmony between the traits and the Mars sword art was used very proficiently by Junsu. In the blink of an eye, the iguana's soldiers were enveloped in blood-red magic, making them panic. Junsu's eyes had now become crazed. He let out a cold snort and said, "You really messed with the wrong person." As soon as he finished speaking, Junsu charged forward with a sword in one hand and a hammer in the other. In just a moment, his sword was stained red with fresh blood. The entire group, including the iguana, had been defeated. Junsu smiled in satisfaction. What terrifying power. Immediately after, Junsu rescued Snakebone and brought it back to Hope Village. Seeing its condition, Big Bear exclaimed in shock, "Snakebone! What happened?" Junsu replied grimly, "It's lost too much mana. It'll go berserk soon. Please take it to the godmother." "All right," Big Bear quickly nodded. Then he brought Snakebone to the divine tree and pleaded, "Godmother, please save Snakebone." But what it received through the translator was the divine tree's weary voice. "It's too late. I can't do anything now." Hearing this, Big Bear was shocked and trembled, mumbling, "No way." Just then, the weakened Snakebone raised its hand and tremblingly called out, "Bear!" Big Bear quickly rushed over and asked worriedly, "Are you okay? You're conscious again?" Snakebone trembled slightly and pleaded, "Kill me." In the blink of an eye, a look of horror appeared on Big Bear's face. He shouted angrily, "What are you talking about? Kill you." Junsu was also helpless. This was probably the best way. If the mana core of the Snakebone explodes, it could create a massive explosion, enough to wipe out the entire village. But Big Bear cried out in pain, "I can't do it. Even if it costs me my life, I will never." While everyone was in despair, Junsu spoke up, "I have a way." Big Bear immediately exclaimed happily, "Really?" But he didn't want them to get their hopes up. He said hesitantly, "There's a 90% chance it will fail, and if something happens, Junsu will also be in danger." But the words Snakebone had said at their first parting were still in his head. Perhaps he should risk his life to save it. Despite that, Big Bear still spoke firmly, "Even if there's only a 1% chance of saving Snakebone, I don't care. Please, by all means." Junsu nodded slightly and replied, "Understood. First, prepare a bathtub for me." Everyone outside quickly ran off. Junsu looked at Big Bear again and instructed, "And outside the forest the Hunter Association is waiting. Please let them in." Big Bear did as he was told. He cleared the way for Kisok's people to enter. The man handed Junsu a suitcase and said, "Here are the items you requested. Do you need anything else?" Junsu slowly opened his mouth. "Mr. President, no. All high-ranking soldiers, please remove the mana core and foot ointment from your prosthetics." Kisok frowned slightly and asked, "How much of that do you need?" Junsu quickly said, "Extract it all. The only way to help Snakebone survive is to give it a human body." So Junsu was concocting a potion for it. Then he soaked Snakebone's body in it. This method only appeared after the nuclear war chapter, but it was worth a try. As long as there is a sacrifice from someone who has reached the realm of gods, there's a divine tree here, isn't there? With that thought, Junsu spoke again seriously, "Divine tree to save Snakebone. Are you willing to share your blood?" These words made Big Bear exclaim in surprise, "The godmother's blood." The divine tree hesitated for a moment before speaking. "All right, take it." After that, she put her essence into Juju's vial. Junsu quickly poured a mouthful into Snakebone's mouth. The remaining mouthful was for himself. Then Junsu activated 3 divine power traits, Holy Light and Aura. With these 3 attributes, he could reach their level, even if only for a moment. And then Junsu will enter the space permitted by the divine tree. In the blink of an eye, the scenery before him changed. This is the domain of the divine tree. And there were 2 others. She had invited 2 gods. Junsu felt so small standing before them. But their holy relics were answering him. As long as these three gods were together, Junsu could break this probability calibration system, and he will level up directly. Very quickly, the sky of Hope Village was covered in black, and then two other streams of magic also appeared. The three of them struck down on Junsu and Snakebone's bodies. Seeing this scene, Big Bear cried out in astonishment. Lightning is striking Snakebone directly. Kisok was just as bewildered. No one understood what was happening, but Junsu was still enveloped in magic. Not long after, lightning from the sky struck down relentlessly, brightening a corner of the village. When the lightning subsided, the bathtub-soaking Snakebone was constantly steaming. Junsu smirked and said, "Snakebone, it's time to wake up." As soon as he finished speaking, a hand slowly emerged from the bathtub. Not long after, a girl with golden hair appeared. Junsu smiled in satisfaction. It worked. It really turned into a human form. To be precise, it's an artificial human. Snakebone in human form quickly stepped out of the bathtub. Now it had taken on a human form. Junsu quickly took a cloth to cover her body and said with a smile, "Congratulations, you have a new body." Snakebone looked at him gratefully and said in a low voice, "Thank you, it feels like a dream. The wind on my skin, the smell of grass, and the fresh air. It's been too long. It feels like a dream. Now I really have a body." But just as she finished speaking, Snakebone's body swayed, making Big Bear exclaim in alarm, "Snake, are you okay?" Nothing went wrong, right? Junsu also felt quite suspicious. Strange it worked. While everyone was confused, Snakebone suddenly coughed dryly. A round treasure appeared in her hand. Junsu recognized it. This is a treasure that appears at the end of Snakebone's personal quest. The SSL grade Ring of Prophecy. Snakebone narrowed her eyes at it and mumbled in a low voice, "So this is the prophecy of the Godmother." Big Bear, hearing this, scratched his head in confusion. "What prophecy?" Snakebone placed the ring in Yuzu's hand. Then she smiled and said, "The one who returned my flesh and blood. My destiny is to give a part of my body to you. The Ring of Prophecy. Just as its name suggests, it's a device that can provide any information in the game. For example, it can show the rewards inside a treasure chest or reveal maps of related random dungeons." Junsu really didn't expect this reward. While he was still thinking, Snakebone took out a mana core and handed it to him. "You should take this too." Junsu couldn't help but ask doubtfully, "Isn't this a mana core? Even if you're not a mutant anymore, you'll still need it." Snakebone shook her head slightly and replied, "It's okay. If you want to reach level 6, you'll need my mana core. She told me so." At the same time, the divine tree suddenly trembled. A leaf fell into Snakebone's hand. She quickly opened it to see. There were even words inside. After reading through it, she said, "The Godmother has given us instructions to level up to level 6. Junsu, hearing this, was stunned. Snakebone slowly explained, "According to what's written here, you'll need mana cores from other mutants as well." As soon as these words were spoken, Big Bear immediately spoke up. "You are the benefactor of our village, so this is nothing. I will give you all the mana cores I have accumulated." Immediately after, everyone in the village also clamored to give him some. Junsu smiled contentedly. This must be a memento from a teacher. Parents or friends, but they're still willing. He was truly grateful to them. The next day, Junsu returned to the city and went to a skyscraper. His 3 students also followed behind. Soren looked around for a long time before asking hesitantly, "Is this entire building really yours, sir?" Junsu nodded slightly and replied, "That's right. I just bought it. Money is power, after all." Just then, Choi So-il also ran over from a distance, waving and greeting. "Hello, Superhuman Kim." Junsu chuckled softly and replied, "Director Choi, you're here early." Smiling unconsciously, Cho Se-il said happily, "Of course. I'm the manager of this building now. It's my honor. Now allow me to give you a tour of this building." Hearing these words, the 3 Sorens were immediately happy. Everyone was excited. So everyone planned to go to the cafeteria. But Junsu spoke up and suggested, "Let's go to the training room." The 3 of them, hearing this, immediately panicked. A moment later, at the training room, the 4 of them, teacher and students, had begun their training. Kali was a level 3 superhuman. Janet was a level 4 superhuman. And the highest was still Soren, a level 5 superhuman. Besides that, Junsu also participated in the training. His speed was very fast, so fast that the naked eye couldn't see it. Junsu had changed his attribute to swordsman, and he had also leveled up to level 6. After a while of intense training, Junsu stopped and observed his 3 students. They have begun to have a training foundation. Now he could focus on his own training. Thanks to the Ring of Prophecy, Junsu was able to get the necessary items to level up to level 6. Furthermore, he also mastered the ultimate techniques of the Eastern Army, the Black Tiger Sword Art and Hellfire. After receiving so many attributes like this, the high-level Swordmaster attribute is not far off. However, to use that attribute, the training method Junsu is currently using is not enough. That's why he had trouble controlling the Mars Sword Art. Junsu felt like it was time for him to go to that place, the abode of the gods. A few days later, at a giant palace in Sweden, Junsu had arrived at the entrance of the palace. But when he entered, the guard outside stopped him. "Warrior Kim, I'm afraid you're not allowed in here." Junsu was stunned and asked doubtfully, "But I'm an honorary holy knight of this place." The guard replied nonchalantly, "Even if you are a holy knight, you have only reached level 6. It will be dangerous. Please come back when you reach level 7. Junsu sighed reluctantly. He had guessed this would happen. It was understandable. Because there's a saying, anyone below level 6 will die if they encounter a deity. But it's not impossible. Then he took out a flower branch. Junsu smiled nonchalantly and said, "This is a mythical item from Norse mythology." Mistletoe's regret. The guardian angel couldn't help but mumble in disbelief. "You really got it." "I understand. Allow me to show you the way." Hearing these words, Junsu smiled in satisfaction. That should do it. Good thing he prepared in advance. A while ago in a Swedish square, Junsu was strolling down the street. But it was a stroll with a purpose. Before meeting Thor, he needed to prepare something first. There's a quest where the main reward is Mrs. Regret, Taylor. I have to complete it first. According to Junsu, he remembered he had to find some special characters in this market. While he was lost in thought, someone came from behind and hugged his shoulder. It was Chuckman. He smiled cheerfully and said, "Long time no see, huh?" "I didn't expect to see you here." Junsu smiled politely. "It's been a while." "What a coincidence," Sigmund said with a hearty laugh. "Thanks to the new member of our family, we have a child now. We brought our child to receive a blessing." Junsu looked at the happy couple and couldn't help but smile. "Now that I think about it, this place used to be a sanctuary for the Norse people." "Wait a minute. Isn't the god who blesses babies in Norse mythology?" "That person." With that thought, Junsu quickly spoke up. "Wait, you two came here to receive Freya's blessing." "But I heard she's dead." Edgadus nodded slightly and replied, "That's right, but there is a prophecy. The prophecy says that in the castle, floating in the sky and in the deepest depths, seek the jewel that holds the sunset. Bring the jewel to the open field. Board the flying ship and bring the world back to order. Only then will the gods smile." Junsu frowned slightly. According to the prophecy, the floating castles in the sky must be the giant's palace, and the lowest depths must be this place. While he was thinking, Sigmund spoke up with a suggestion. "We've found the jewel. Do you want to see it?" With that, he handed Junsu what was in his hand. Junsu took it and murmured in astonishment, "This is the jewel." So jewel here also means forbidden knowledge. But in the picture, Junsu saw something familiar. Seeing his reaction, Sigmund asked a bit confused, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" "This is the birth of the purest and most innocent god. The birth of Misteltein." The special character Junsu had to meet was the couple Sigmund. He had to help them receive Freya's blessing to complete the quest. Thinking of this, Junsu immediately changed his attitude and spoke enthusiastically. "Brother, allow me to join you on your journey." And so the three of them moved to the field in the prophecy. But there were a few too many monsters below. Sigmund, sitting in the driver's seat, pointed to the distance and said, "That's the airship from the prophecy. It's the legendary ship built by the Dwarf King." Junsu followed his pointing finger and looked over. Sure enough, he saw 2 airships floating in the air. For a moment, Junsu was overjoyed. He recognized it. It was a mobile fortress. It could be folded up and fit in a pocket. It was a flying mobile fortress. Sigmund saw that he was silent and continued to speak. "Seeing it with your own eyes is amazing, isn't it?" Actually, Junsu wanted to take it, but in the game he couldn't get it. The couple, Sigmund, sat in the car, continuously looking around, because according to the prophecy, it said to bring the jewel to the field, board the flying ship and bring the world back to order. Only then will the gods smile. So we have to capture Skidbladner and defeat the Titans. Thinking of this, Sigmund let out a reluctant sigh. Many have lost their lives for the ambition of capturing that ship. It won't be easy at all. Hearing this, Junsu clenched his fists. Not easy. Not at all. For him, it's as easy as pie. Right at that moment, the cannons were aimed at Junsu's car. In a flash, a barrage of magic cannonballs was fired. The car's system immediately issued a warning. Projectiles detected ahead. It's my time to shine. At the same time, Junsu had also changed his attribute to Master Driver. He then quickly stepped on the gas. And then the car shot off like the wind. The magic cannonballs quickly pursued, exploding continuously. But Junsu's car still charged forward bravely. But those cannons kept firing wildly at him, causing the system to continuously issue warnings. Junsu ignored it and just kept accelerating. He drove straight into the smoke and fire in front of him. Seeing this scene, the couple Sigmund below were quite panicked. Inside the smoke and fire-filled sky, something was glowing wildly. Who else could it be but Junsu's car? He drove the car straight up into the sky. An absolutely cinematic performance by Junsu. He also received the fusion attribute because of it. Become one with your steed. Right after that, Junsu drove straight towards the other airship. The car proudly stopped above the airship, causing the guards to panic. But before they could understand what was happening, an explosion occurred, sending them flying. The general had just come out from inside. Seeing that his troops had all been defeated, he was quite panicked. When he saw the culprit, he immediately questioned him. "Why would a holy knight of Thor like you do something like this?" Junsu pursed his lips and replied, "What nonsense are you talking about? I don't believe in gods." With that, he tightened his grip on the hammer in his hand. Ignoring the cries of the general, without a moment's hesitation, he charged forward. Boom! Another explosion erupted on the airship. And so in a flash, Junsu had eliminated the people on the airship and taken control of it. After boarding the airship, Sigmund couldn't help but exclaim, "That was a great battle, my friend. Now we just need to pilot this thing." Junsu nodded slightly in reply. "That's right. But how do we pilot this thing?" While he was at a loss, the car's system spoke up. "Master, I can control it." And so, Junsu plugged his steed's cable into the airship. In a flash, the system began to access it. Sigmund observed the displayed map, frowned, and muttered, "To get Freya's blessing. We need to find Fenrir." Junsu volunteered without hesitation. "I'll help you find it." With that, he let the system pilot the airship away. But before leaving, he dropped a bomb on the field, causing all the Titans below to die like flies. Junsu saw this and said with a satisfied smile, "Now we can finish the prophecy, right?" Sigmund nodded and spoke. "Thanks a lot, my friend. I won't forget this favor. Now listen." With that, he took out the jewel from before. Immediately, a beam of light shot out from within it, and then the goddess Freya appeared. The goddess Freya, without a word, slowly raised her hand. She then gently touched Herkia's belly. Soon after, the goddess disappeared. Sigmund then spoke sincerely. "The blessing that she left behind, I accept it with gratitude." Junsu, on the other hand, was also very happy. "So the mission is complete." And because of that, he got the item. With a 1% drop rate in the game, Mistletine's regret. Junsu clenched the flower branch in his hand, secretly rejoicing. Now he was ready to face the gods. Back to reality. Junsu had entered the giant's palace. As soon as he stepped in, an invisible barrier appeared in front of him, blocking his way. Junsu bit his lip aggressively, trying to tear through the barrier and pass. Just getting close was enough to make it hard for him to breathe. But he had that item. Despite lacking the rank, Junsu could still withstand the pressure of the gods, because he was carrying a one-time use item. And with Junsu's persistence, he met the thunder god Thor. He sat on a large throne, frowned, and said with a smile, "Nice to meet you, outsider." Junsu was stunned. He knows who I am. With that thought, he asked doubtfully, "How did you know I'm from another world?" Chuckling softly, Thor replied nonchalantly, "How do I know? These eyes of mine can see everything, you tiny human." Hearing this, Junsu knew. It seemed even the gods couldn't not know who he was. At this moment, Thor spoke again. "Why have you come to see me?" Junsu replied calmly, "I just want to ask a few things. Do you know who summoned me here? If it was a transcendent power, to the point of being able to change the world, then perhaps Thor would know." But Thor shook his head and replied, "I don't know," which made Junsu freeze up. Thor glared at him and repeated, "I said I don't know. How would I know?" Junsu frowned and muttered, "So was it the father who summoned me?" Hearing this, Thor frowned deeply. After a long pause, he replied, "Impossible. If any god had used such power, there's no way I wouldn't know." Junsu frowned deeply in thought. So it seems it wasn't a god. Remembering his conversation with the saintess that day, her words clearly had a hidden meaning. With that thought, Junsu asked again pensively, "Then why did she call me a vessel?" Thor thought for a long time before replying, "Perhaps it's because of your soul." "Your soul's level is truly very high." Junsu asked again, confused, "Is it because I know how to combine attributes?" Nodding indifferently, Thor replied nonchalantly, "That's right. The ability to learn and combine all kinds of powers is something only transcendent beings can do. In the East, they call this, peerless myriad star." Junsu had heard the Tower Master mention this before. He continued to ask, "I've heard of this before. Have you ever met anyone like me before?" Thor tapped his fingers on his throne for a long time before speaking. There was one, the Heavenly Demon. This made Junsu suddenly remember what Chen Wei had once said. He was like the Heavenly Demon. He finally understood everything. While Junsu was thinking, Thor spoke up again with a suggestion. "Well then, run away from the father and that disgusting order. Then I will appoint you as my angel." Junsu was stunned and quickly refused. "I don't want to die yet." Thor looked at him with dissatisfaction and said coldly, "After you die, you human." "But honestly, it doesn't matter if that old geezer comes back to life." Junsu pursed his lips and asked back, "Are you serious?" Thor sighed reluctantly. "I don't want to be cooped up in this stupid palace drinking forever." Thor is the god of thunder, and also the god of war. If you remember, the introduction in the myths, in the war against the gods, when the father died, all the defeated gods were executed. The victorious gods were all sealed away. It was only natural that Thor would be annoyed at being locked up like this. At this moment, Thor suddenly spoke up again. In the end, the war against the gods only benefited you humans. Didn't it? Well, I'll cheer you on then. These words left Junsu confused and not understanding, but Thor didn't say anything more. He reached his hand towards him and spoke. You want the power to escape the father, right? Junsu didn't answer, but just nodded. Thor smiled in satisfaction. He smirked and said, that power I will gladly grant it to you. As soon as he finished speaking, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. Junsu's body was engulfed by the lightning. The pain caused his veins to bulge. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore and threw his head back and screamed. Thor remained nonchalantly seated on his throne. He said nonchalantly, use it well. After enduring immense pain, Junsu finally received Thor's cultivation technique and also his lightning. At this moment, Thor slowly opened his mouth again. It is done, little human. The hammer, in Junsu's hand after being struck by lightning, could now create its own lightning. Although it was quite painful, the result was worth it. Junsu bowed his head and thanked Thor. Thank you, God of Thunder. Thor nodded slightly in reply. You may go human from another world. Junsu smiled in satisfaction. The trip wasn't so bad. He then left the palace, boarded the airship, and returned to Korea. A few days later, Junsu had entered Korean territory. He calmly looked down below. The trip was a bit long, but it was well worth it. Although he didn't intend to at first, but Junsu had obtained the god-slaying Mistiltine, the thing that could remove the invincibility attribute. He even managed to get Skidbladnir. The more he thought about it, the more smug he felt, Junsu said with a happy smile. Maybe I should take my disciples on a trip. But just then, a commotion suddenly came from the distance. He frowned slightly and muttered, why is there a rumbling sound? Very quickly, he saw an explosion in front of him. Junsu's expression instantly turned ugly. This is my house, why did it explode? A moment later, an ambulance quickly arrived and took the injured to the hospital. After returning, Junsu also quickly ran over to see. His speed was so fast that it startled the nurses. But Junsu didn't care. He ran straight to Choi-Sai's room. He was now covered in injuries and lying on the hospital bed. Next to him was Iron Fist. Junsu frowned and spoke. Director Choi, who are the bastards who did this? Iron Fist pursed his lips and replied, we are currently investigating, but it seems to be the remnants of the terrorists. Hearing this, Junsu's face immediately darkened. He gritted his teeth and muttered, terrorists, they've crossed the line. Joe Sell wasn't just Junsu's partner, but more than that. In the cruel and selfish society of Asgard, he was the first person to show kindness. Joe Sell was also his right-hand man. That man who was always smiling was now lying motionless in this place. Junsu bit his lip aggressively, his eyes filled with self-blame. Damn it! It's all because I asked him to manage the building. At this moment, a trembling voice suddenly spoke up. Superman Kim. The corner of Junsu's eye twitched. He looked down at this person on the bed and exclaimed in alarm, Director Choi, you're awake. Choi-Sai shook his head slightly and said, I'm fine. With that, he shakily raised his hand, a vial of blood in it. He whispered in a low voice, but there's something much more important here. This is my blood, take it. Junsu frowned slightly and asked doubtfully, why are you giving this to me? Choi-Sai replied calmly, because earlier, I implanted a nano device into my blood, and I managed to get my blood on those terrorists. With it, Junsu could find them. Hearing this, Junsu immediately clenched Choi-Sai's hand and said gratefully, thank you for being alive. Director Choi, I will use every medical tool I can to treat you. Choi-Sai nodded slightly, that sincere smile still on his lips. Seeing that he was okay, Junsu turned to leave his face full of killing intent as he spoke. And this time I will definitely finish them all. A moment later at the Zuro base, Junsu and Iron Fist had arrived. After checking the surroundings, Iron Fist slowly spoke up. Superman Kim, I've traced the signal of the nano device in Director Choi's blood. This is the result. They're hiding here. Junsu and he quickly went inside. He frowned slightly and asked back, are you saying their trail ends here? Iron Fist nodded slightly in reply. That's right. Should I just destroy this place? Most of the people in Guro are either residents or criminals. Iron Fists could handle them. After hearing this, Junsu frowned and fell silent. This is the right decision. But this time, he would definitely defeat the leader of these terrorists, the assassin Queen Erin. But the Terrorist Alliance, which originally started under the name the Rights Alliance, was once an organization established to reclaim the rights of those marginalized by society until they formed an alliance with the Father's order. If he rashly decided to destroy this place, it was very likely that this would strengthen their cause. With this thought, Junsu slowly spoke up. Violence is not always the solution to everything. It could harm the lives of innocent people. Iron Fist frowned slightly and spoke up. Of course that's true. So have you thought of another way? Chuckling softly, Junsu smirked and said, we have to tear it down and rebuild it. Hearing this, Iron Fist was stunned and asked, confused, what do you mean? Junsu raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, from now on, we will redevelop the Guro district. Iron Fist was even more confused. The cigarette he was holding even fell from his mouth. Junsu smirked and spoke with a confident tone. This is my plan. The redevelopment of the Guro district went quite smoothly. It was all thanks to the president, who quickly approved the redevelopment of an area with chaotic public order. And also, thanks to the investments of several famous figures, like the Magic Tower, Master Yi Young, and even the General. Another event also occurred. That is Junsu finally found the terrorists' main base in the Darim outskirts. Of course, since he found it, he will definitely go there. Junsu also has Wu Jin with him. He helped him unlock it. He smiled happily and said, it's unlocked, master. Junsu praised him at this, as expected of the #1 security company. Not only is he good at security, but Wu Jin is also very good at breaking it. Wu Jin was a little embarrassed at the compliment. He said in a low voice, but I don't think this is a bit too dangerous. You're about to face the infamous Assassin Queen. Unconsciously smiling, Junsu said nonchalantly, of course it's dangerous. This isn't an easy mission, and that's exactly why I asked for everyone's help. It turned out he had others with him as well, all familiar faces. The 3 Iron Fist. Mage Kim and Priest Kim were already superhumans up to level 5. Junsu's 3 disciples were still the same, ranked level 3, level 4, and level 5. And Junsu and Wu Jin were level 6 superhumans. Truly people with extraordinary talent. The speed at which they strengthen is much faster than average. Junsu also didn't expect Wu Jin to be as strong as him now. Thinking of this, he smiled happily and said, then you are all strong enough to handle the people here, so there's no need to worry. Hearing these words, the 3 Sorin immediately exclaimed excitedly, leave it to us, master. Wu Jin also became more determined and spoke aggressively. I will also do my best as a level 6 superhuman like you. After preparing, Junsu pushed open the door. The moment the door was opened, a gust of wind hit everyone in the face. When they looked closely again, a space gate had appeared. Seeing that terrifying black color, the 3 of them Sorin immediately drooped. Sorin hesitated and mumbled, Master, are you sure we'll be okay going in there? Junsu winked confidently and said, have I ever been wrong before? Let's go in. Let's eliminate the Assassin Queen. On another note, in a dark basement, a low voice echoed. Those lowlifes have walked right into their graves. As soon as these words were spoken, a blood-colored sword was raised. It was Erin. She smirked with a wicked smile. Since things have come to this, I guess I'll have to help them find a nice burial spot. A moment later, in a vast grassland, Junsu's group had entered this place, but the strange surroundings made everyone a little confused. On the ground, right now there was a magic circle with 3 strange formations. This place was once called Minigame Hell by players. You have to complete 3 minigames to remove the buff placed on the Executioner Queen. In the game, it was a side-scroller, so it wasn't hard. But now getting through this place on my own doesn't seem so easy. But it was precisely to prepare for this situation that Junsu had brought his disciples. With that thought, he glanced at everyone and spoke. We'll split into 3 teams to attack that place. Team 1 is Wu Jin and Iron Fist, Mage Kim and Priest Kim. Team 2 is Sorin, Janet, and Kaylee. After hearing the team assignments, Sorin asked doubtfully, huh? And the last team, unconsciously smiling, Junsu said confidently, I'll go alone. He was a veteran who had ranked in the minigame, so he could do it alone. The first game was for Seo Wu Jin's team. It was a game of smashing falling blocks to reach the goal, although it didn't look easy. But if you have magic that can sense mana, it's different. That's when Mage Kim came in handy. He quickly found what he was looking for. Immediately, Iron Fist used his fists to smash them. Wu Jin's team's first game progressed smoothly. But in Wu Jin's heart, a thought seemed to be sprouting. A look of gravity appeared on his face. The second game was for Sorin's team. It was a game of finding the cloud steps to cross the sky to the goal, just by moving according to a certain pattern they could pass. They had Kaylee, who was the game's bot, so it was too easy to succeed. And the final game was for Junsu. He glanced at everyone and reminded them, I'll handle this myself, so don't worry. If you get there first, don't open the door. Wait there. Good luck. A moment later, Priest Kim stood before a door and said with a smile, it seems we got here first. Iron Fist hugged Mage Kim and said with a laugh, it's thanks to this kid. You're a great navigator. Mage Kim spoke shyly. I'm glad I could help everyone. The 3 of them stood there talking happily. Only Wu Jin stood to the side, his expression a little grim. Just then another group appeared. It was Sorin's group of 3. They were very happy to have succeeded. Sorin hugged Kaylee and praised her. Our Kali is so smart. The three girls just hugged each other and laughed and joked, very close. And once again, Wu Jin was left standing alone in this place. He wanted to show Junsu his growth. So what is he doing here? I can't go on like this. As the only level 6 warrior here, Wu Jin thought he had to face the Executioner Queen directly. With this thought, Wu Jin strode proudly to the door in front of him. Soren, who was talking, happened to see this scene. Wu Jin was preparing to push open the door. Soren quickly shouted to stop him. "What are you doing? Get out of there." Priest Kim also quickly reminded him, "Don't go in. Warrior Kim isn't here yet." But it was too late. The door had been opened. Wu Jin still smiled confidently and said, "It's okay, everyone. I'm also level 6. I can handle it to some extent." And so they disobeyed Yunsu's words and entered Aaron's hideout on their own. The moment they stepped in, a wave of magic hit them, making Wu Jin tremble slightly. The others suffered the same fate. What is this terrifying pressure? Wu Jin felt like he couldn't move his body. The one who struck, of course, was the Executioner Queen. Aaron was slowly walking towards the trembling Wu Jin. Seeing this scene, Soren immediately shouted in frustration. "This idiot master told us to wait." Soon after the three of them, Soren charged forward together. Seeing that they could move, Wu Jin was amazed. How did they withstand this curse? Aaron, on the other hand, was not panicked at all. She calmly dealt with the siege of the three Soren. She sneered, "You're crazy to want to die, aren't you? I'll grant your wish." With that, Aaron began to swing her sword again. A series of sword flashes struck, sending all three of them Soren flying. Wu Jin was still struggling with these curses. He frowned aggressively. This opponent was impossible to win against from the start. At the same time, Aaron had slowly walked up to Soren. Wu Jin saw the dangerous situation and quickly shouted a warning, "Run back, Soren!" Aaron sneered and smirked, "Goodbye, kid." But before her sword could come down, a figure appeared blocking her view. Aaron's eyes instinctively narrowed her face, showing a clear look of displeasure. The newcomer was none other than Junsu. He used his iron fist to block Aaron's sword. He raised an eyebrow tauntingly. "Hey, Executioner Queen, long time no see. It's been over a month, right?" Aaron saw that it was him. Her face filled with displeasure. She laughed coldly and asked, "You dare to find this place? Then there's no need to prolong this. I'll kill you all." With that, Aaron began to swing her sword. A series of sword flashes danced in the air. Seeing this scene, Wu Jin immediately panicked. "No, even if it's Junsu this..." He wanted to shout in worry, but before the words could leave his mouth, a surprising turn of events occurred. Junsu was able to fight on equal footing with Aaron. Not only that, Aaron was even pushed back several meters. In just a flash, she had gone berserk. She charged forward, screaming, "I will kill you." Junsu, on the other hand, was very calm. He quickly sheathed his sword. Then he smirked and said, "You're wrong. The one who will die today is you." With that, he took out the hammer of the thunder god Thor. He charged forward with lightning. The sound of lightning explosions continuously rang out, but the figure of Aaron still charged through them. She sneered. "Humph, you think you can stop me with this trash? It's useless even if you hit me 1,000 times. Junsu knew this, of course. When the Soul Terror attack happened, Aaron's passive invincibility, he had experienced the pain of it. Junsu, at that time, couldn't inflict any damage on her. But now it's different. Junsu could fight Aaron hand to hand. This made her annoyed. How could she have known that he could level up so much in such a short time? Of course, Aaron wasn't going to give up. She vanished in a flash. When she reappeared, she was behind Junsu. Without a moment's hesitation, Aaron swung her sword. Unfortunately, Junsu was one step faster. He created a shield to block, but not for long. His shield was shattered by Aaron's sword light. She charged straight towards Junsu. Aaron sneered. "Now it's over, Master of the Black Tiger Sword." But suddenly her body was pierced by a tree branch. It was the god-slaying Mistiltine. The aura it emitted neutralized Aaron's invincibility effect. Junsu smirked. "It's over."